Carl traversed into the Marvel Universe, equipped with a sign-in system. After 25 years of diligent sign-ins, he finally acquired formidable power, the Silver Superman template. The strength of the Silver Age Superman far surpasses that of the ordinary Superman, allowing him to traverse time, consume Kryptonite raw, and extinguish stars. Just as he soared beyond Earth, gazing upon the sun for the first time, a notification chimed. Ding! You are invited to join the Dimensional Chat Group. Chapter 1. 25 Years of Sign-ins, Silver Superman. Dear Carl, I find a bar in Queens quite intriguing. Perhaps $1 million is a fair price. 3 days hence, I shall bring associates to the bar to discuss the matter with you. I trust you will not decline my offer, as you would not wish for any unfortunate incidents to occur, would you? In New York City, on Queen Street, the hour was late, yet the city, illuminated by vibrant neon lights, shimmered more brilliantly than in daylight. Within an opulent apartment, Carl sat on the sofa, his right hand clenched tightly, crumpling the letter into a tight ball. Taking a sip of exquisite wine and gazing out at the splendid neon lights, Carl softly mused, what a delightful view. 24 years prior, Carl had arrived in this world. As he matured, he learned that the city he inhabited was called New York. Initially, Carl believed he had merely ventured to a city across the ocean. That perception shifted dramatically upon his visit to the Steve Rogers Museum, the very home of Captain America. With a modicum of knowledge about Marvel, he quickly grasped the gravity of his surroundings. This was an exceedingly perilous world, populated by extraterrestrials, superheroes, and supervillains. Here resided numerous powerful beings, including deities from ancient legends. Yet, this world also possessed its allure, brimming with a plethora of unique superheroes. Alongside Carl was a sign-in system, a standard feature in his new life. However, his sign-in system diverged from those depicted in novels of his previous life. Carl's system permitted not only daily sign-ins at various locations, but also cumulative sign-ins. He could prearrange a sign-in duration, perhaps for 1 or 2 years, and upon the arrival of the designated time, the sign-in would be completed. The longer the sign-in period, the more potent the rewards. After 2 consecutive days of receiving only baby formula as rewards, Carl made a decision he now slightly regretted: to sign in New York for 25 years. As of now, Carl had signed in for 24 years in New York. Consequently, he remained an ordinary man, albeit an extraordinarily handsome and wealthy one with black hair and dark eyes. Since arriving in this world, Carl had been adopted by a single wealthy man in his 50s. The name bestowed upon him was Carl Smith. While it seemed peculiar for an Oriental individual to possess such a name, Carl, in gratitude for his benefactor's nurturing, continued to use it. Several years ago, that benevolent old gentleman departed from this world. His vast fortune, amounting to billions of dollars, had already been transferred to Carl's name through legitimate channels. Among these assets were several properties and 2 bars, in addition to the old man's own company and shares in several other enterprises. That it is worth mentioning that upon discovering he resided in the Marvel Universe, Carl devoted several years to organizing his assets. Initially, he sold his own company, followed by the sale of most of his shares in other companies. This strategic maneuver yielded him a substantial sum of cash. Subsequently, Carl invested in various enterprises, such as Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, PIM Technologies, and Oscorp companies associated with Iron Man, Iron Man's adversary, the original Ant-Man, and the first Green Goblin, respectively. He was only familiar with these firms due to his past engagement with the Marvel Universe. As a result of these actions, Carl's wealth multiplied several-fold over the years, and he now possessed assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Among the letters he had carelessly discarded into the trash was one that mysteriously appeared in his bar. The signature bore the name Wilson Grant Fisk. This name seemed somewhat perplexing, but he was better known by his moniker, Kingpin. This character was well known to Carl as a formidable supervillain, reputed to be the underground emperor of America. Though some may not have heard of him, his adversaries were quite famous, with the most renowned being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man from Queens, along with Daredevil, the Punisher, and even the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, all of whom counted him as an enemy. Given the extensive underground dealings, it could be said that he was in conflict with numerous superheroes. Recently, for reasons unknown, Kingpin had set his sights on Carl's bar, intending to claim it for himself. Frankly, Carl was merely an ordinary individual at this point. Although he had practiced combat skills throughout his life, he knew he would be no match for Kingpin in a confrontation. However, the notion of being coerced into selling his bar, which he had no intention of parting with, was quite irksome. Initially, After selling his own company and shares in other enterprises, he had deliberately retained ownership of the two bars, not wishing to sell them and hoping to enjoy a drink from time to time. Yet here he was facing an aggressive takeover. In truth, Carl was not overly concerned. He had already identified Peter Parker, the very Spider-Man, during his time at Midtown High. However, Peter was still an ordinary individual at this juncture, yet to be bitten by the radioactive spider. Carl had been keeping a close watch on Peter's movements, preparing to seize the opportunity to acquire the spider when the time came. Though he held a favorable view of Spider-Man as a hero, in this instance he could only express his apologies. Initially, Carl had not been in a hurry regarding the spider incident. He merely considered it a backup plan. But now, with the sudden emergence of Kingpin, the prospect of relying on the spider seemed unreliable. It appeared he would need to depend on his own system. Carl glanced up at the clock. It was 11:55. In just 5 minutes, it would be time for him to check in. After a lengthy wait, he was finally poised to receive his reward for 25 years of service. He eagerly anticipated this reward. If he were to sign in for 25 years and receive nothing of value, Carl might as well transfer the bar business entirely. At worst, he could simply hire a supervillain to assassinate Kingpin, or bide his time until he was capable of exacting revenge. Carl lifted his glass, awaiting the outcome in silence. Ding! Host has signed in for 25 years. Congratulations, host! You have received the Silver Superman template. Silver Superman? Upon hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, Carl trembled slightly. Silver Superman. The reward for 25 years of signing in had not disappointed him. As a transmigrator, Carl was well aware of the significance of this being. Silver Superman existed during the DC Silver Age, a period in which he was far more formidable than the average Superman. His abilities included the power to sneeze and obliterate stars, move entire planets, absorb magic, consume kryptonite, extinguish suns, and traverse time and space. Undoubtedly, the abilities of Superman depicted in films and comics were also possessed by Silver Superman. While Silver Superman may not be the most powerful incarnation, he certainly embodies the greatest potential. He represents an existence without limits. Perhaps in the heat of battle, a new ability might emerge. With this sign-in reward, Carl had no need to covet Spider-Man's mutated spider. It was unnecessary. The mutated spider was best left for Peter Parker. With such extraordinary capabilities, what did Carl have to fear from Kingpin? He merely awaited the moment when his adversary would come to meet his demise. Chapter 2. The deity of humanity joins the chat group. Gene Bing is incredibly formidable. It is said that over 90% of his physique is muscle, granting him astonishing strength capable of shattering walls with his bare hands, not to mention his prowess as a world-class martial artist. Rumor has it that he possesses the pinnacle of human combat capabilities. In a previous life, Carl encountered numerous online discussions, where it was suggested that Gene Bing could easily overpower Captain America. The veracity of such claims, however, remains unknown to Carl. Yet, despite Gene Bing's might, he is but an ordinary human. If faced with the current Carl, a single punch would be sufficient to obliterate him. At this moment, Carl felt a transformation within his body. Years of diligent training had sculpted him a commendable physique, but now he found himself even more enhanced. His visage had become remarkably handsome, and his body was imbued with extraordinary powers. He possessed superhuman speed, capable of transcending the speed of light and traversing time itself. His acute hearing allowed him to perceive sounds from any location, while his steel-like body rendered him impervious to all physical attacks. Remaining unscathed even in the heart of a black hole, he could survive the initial moments of the cosmic Big Bang. With thermal vision, rapid healing, superhuman strength, and the ability to exhale icy breath, he adeptly harnessed these new abilities due to the template he had received. Pushing open his window, Carl leaped into the air. Defying the laws of physics, he soared through the sky. With a whoosh, he transformed into a shadow, disappearing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Carl found himself amidst the cosmos. Behind him floated a vibrant blue planet, while a colossal, blazing star lay 100 million kilometers ahead, the sun. His enhanced vision allowed him to instantly perceive every detail upon its surface. Under the sun's radiant glow, Carl's power surged. Although the strength of the Silver Superman did not originate from a yellow sun, he held no fear of a red sun. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel his ability to absorb solar radiation and amplify his strength. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The Dimensional Chat Group invites you to join. Do you accept? A Dimensional Chat Group? Carl was taken aback. As a traveler from another realm, he was well aware of such entities, having encountered similar concepts in various web novels from his past life. Simply put, this chat group connected individuals from myriad dimensions, allowing them to converse and even traverse worlds. Intrigued by the prospect, he decided to join. With a nod, he affirmed, "I agree to join." As his words echoed, A virtual interface materialized within his consciousness. Ding. The deity of humanity has joined the chat group. Ding. Princess of 1,000 Hands has joined the chat group. What should I do if my sister has a case of Chinibu? Is there a newcomer? Welcome. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. Welcome. Blade King. Finally. A newcomer has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Carl raised an eyebrow as he scrutinized the names within the chat group. They were all quite familiar. The term Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army originated from the realm of the King's world. Was the commander none other than Hua Mulan? In his past life, while indulging in video games, Carl vaguely recalled that the leader of the Wall Guard seemed to be a formidable figure. The words of the Blade King likely referred to the angelic monarch from the realm of the super god world, Kaisha. The thousand-handed princess, who joined the group concurrently with himself, was presumably Tsunade from the world of Naruto. What should one do if their younger sister suffers from a case of Chinibu? Upon encountering the term Chinibu, he was instantly reminded of an anime he had watched in his previous life, Chinibu Demo Koi Ga Shirtai. However, Chinibu had also appeared in other works, and with scant information, he could not ascertain its full implications. Thousand-handed princess. What is this? Is this some sort of illusion? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Younger sister, don't panic, miss. Allow me to elucidate. Younger sister, this is a chat group that connects different worlds, where members can communicate across various dimensions. Younger sister, as long as you visualize the words you wish to express in your mind, this group will articulate your thoughts into language and transmit them. Younger sister, the purpose of the chat group seems to be to encourage members to assist one another. Ding. Group member Younger sister has clarified matters for the 2 new members, earning 200 points as a reward. Younger sister, so, there are point rewards for this? What a windfall. Younger sister, haha, I've secured 200 points. Delightful. Younger sister, I wonder how many ingredients I can purchase with this. This chat group is simply marvelous. Blade King, I am envious. Commander of the Wall Guard, there are rewards for this? Had I known, I would have spoken up sooner. Commander of the Wall Guard. However, is it not a bit of a waste to spend such precious points on ingredients? Younger sister, I have already exchanged my currency. Each point is worth over 10,000. Those high-quality ingredients are exorbitantly priced. Younger sister, besides, I do not need to enhance my physique, as we dwell in an ordinary world. Commander of the Wall Guard, that is a valid point. Thousand-handed princess. What exactly are these points? Younger sister, points are rewards from the chat group that can be used to purchase items in the shop. Younger sister, check the shop in the upper right corner. It includes healing items, physical enhancements, currency exchanges, and various abilities. Younger sister, daily check-ins can earn you points. By the way, it seems explaining the chat group's rules to newcomers is also rewarded. Thousand-handed princess. Thousand-handed princess, how does one check in? Though she remained skeptical about this so-called chat group, she casually inquired. Blade King, simply click the check-in button next to the shop in the upper right corner, and you will be checked in. Thousand-handed princess, thank you. Ding. Group member Thousand-handed princess has successfully checked in, earning 8 points. Younger sister, wow, you received 8 points. What splendid luck. Blade King, such remarkable fortune. The most I have ever earned from a check-in is 7 points. I am envious. Commander of the Wall Guard. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, my maximum sign-in reward has only ever been 5 points. Tianren Wang. Is there another newcomer? Don't lurk, come and chat. Rinjian Jishin, Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Perhaps they are preoccupied with urgent matters. Tianren Wang, fair point. Ding. Group member Rinjian Jishin. Sign-in successful, received 10 points. Younger sister is a Chinibu. What should I do? Commander of the Great Wall Guard? I'm astonished that signing in can yield so many points. Tianren Wang, question mark. Rinjian Jishin, smile. Younger sister is a Chinibu. What should I do? What on earth? This luck is incredible, truly a fortunate one. Initially, everyone was envious of the points earned by the thousand-handed princess during her sign-in, and now even more have appeared. Carl remained silent, quietly observing. He also opened the shop interface. The shop resembled a certain online marketplace, featuring numerous categories including life, skills, weapons, and items. The life section contained everyday necessities, as well as functions for healing injuries and exchanging currency. 1 point could be exchanged for 100 currency units. As for what the younger sister mentioned, 1 point could convert to over 10,000 yen, presumably the currency of Neon Country. Healing injuries began at 100 points, contingent on specific circumstances. A brief glance revealed a plethora of items available, including infinite gems, Sharingan, Ironman suits, Gundams, Rinnegan, and Devil Fruits. There was even a godlight stick. However, the more powerful the item, the higher the price. For instance, a basic Sharingan could be purchased for merely a few hundred points, while a Mangeki Sharingan required a staggering 100,000 points. Nevertheless, all these items held little value for Carl. Chapter 3, Thousand-Handed Princess, a difficult task. In the world of Naruto, within Konoha Village, in a spacious room sat a young girl. The girl was tall and voluptuous, her light yellow hair tied into a ponytail, radiating beauty. This individual was none other than the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade gazed at the chat group interface in her mind. murmuring to herself. A chat group? It does not seem to be an illusion. If those items in the shop are real, could I not enhance my strength using this chat group and swiftly bring an end to the war? Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. It's bad. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow, asking, what is it? A ninja bowed his head, reporting, Lord Orochimaru has returned to the village. He says Lord Rope Tree is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's pupils dilated, trembling as she said, where is Orochimaru? Take me to him. Yes. Following the ninja, Tsunade entered a room. She observed Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who wore solemn expressions and remained silent. Tsunade trembled as she stepped further into the room. It's better if you don't look, Jiraiya cautioned, blocking her path. It doesn't matter. After all, I wouldn't recognize my own brother. Orochimaru, with a cold demeanor, tossed a pendant he held to Tsunade. This pendant was the very birthday gift Tsunade had given to Rope Tree just the day before. She grasped the pendant and, in a state of utter despair, rushed into the house. What she beheld was a gruesome sight. A pool of blood lay in the room. SHRU. Tsunade clutched the necklace and broke down in tears. Why? How could this happen? Just yesterday, SHRU had celebrated his birthday and expressed his desire to become Hokage. Death is irreversible. Nearby, Jiraiya spoke softly in consolation. Rebirth? At that moment, Tsunade recalled the peculiar chat group she had just joined, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Did not the members of this strange chat assert that points could accomplish anything? Could they possibly resurrect SHRU? The names of those in the group were formidable, each one a deity of sorts. Was there a method to bring others back to life? Though she remained skeptical about the chat group in her heart, there was no harm in trying. Yet, even if those individuals could revive SHRU, what incentive would they have to assist her? After all, she had only just joined the group today. It would not be an exaggeration to call them strangers. The difficulty of resurrection was all too apparent. Gazing at the bloodstained floor, she made her decision and returned to the chat interface. Princess of the Senju, may I inquire if this chat group possesses the ability to resurrect the dead? What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? It seems there is no such function. However, it cannot be ruled out that some members might have the ability to revive others. Commander of the Great Wall Defense, we do not have any means of resurrection here. King of the Celestial Blade, what has transpired? Princess of the Senju, I have just received news that my brother has died in battle. Yesterday was his birthday. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? My condolences. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? Such a sorrowful tale, I mourn for you. King of the Celestial Blade, please accept my sympathies. Tsunade surveyed the exchange, her heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, she still chose to speak in the chat. Princess of the Senju, I am willing to sacrifice anything to bring SHRU back. I implore you. Ding. Group member Princess of the Senju has issued a quest, Resurrect SHRU. Quest reward, 8 points. Friendly reminder. This quest is of extremely high difficulty. The chat group encourages mutual assistance among members, and all members may accept quests. Upon completion of the quest, additional points may be earned based on the quest rating. Indeed, it was Tsunade. Carl observed the quest posted in the chat group, understanding dawning upon him. He recalled that Tsunade had a brother who had perished in battle at a young age, seemingly just after graduating from the Ninja Academy at around 12 or 13 years old. At that time, Tsunade was still a young girl, having yet to earn the title of the legendary Sannin. So, this was the moment. As for resurrecting others, Carl possessed the Silver Superman template, which granted him such capabilities. While Carl contemplated, the members of the chat group were equally astonished. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? King of the Celestial Blade, a quest? Such a function exists. Commander of the Great Wall Defense, I have never encountered a quest before. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu? Can resurrection of such high difficulty truly be achieved? The Great Wall guards, I am uncertain. As a soldier, I find myself incapable. What should I do if my sister suffers from a delusional disorder? I am merely an ordinary individual, initially overwhelmed by the daunting challenge, relegated to mere observation. Moreover, there's the resurrection involved. What should I do if my sister suffers from a delusional disorder? I apologize, Princess Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, it's quite all right. I too did not anticipate the issuance of a task, for resurrection is indeed a rather fantastical concept. Princess Tsunade, now that the task has been released, I can only approach it with a spirit of trial and error. If it proves impossible, then there is little I can do. King of the Blade, I am also unable to assist, my apologies. Upon reading the messages in the chat group, the glimmer of hope that had arisen in Tsunade's heart was swiftly extinguished. Indeed, the notion of resurrection seems excessively far-fetched. Princess Tsunade, it's no matter. I am merely attempting this. At that moment, a previously silent member unexpectedly spoke up. God of humanity, speaking of which, I am also quite eager to explore other worlds while undertaking a task. God of humanity, do you require my assistance, Princess Tsunade? Princess Tsunade, I sincerely wish for Rope Tree's resurrection. If it is within your power, I beseech your help. God of humanity, such a trivial matter is undoubtedly within my capabilities. Group member God of Humanity accepts the task to resurrect Rope Tree. What should I do if my sister suffers from a delusional disorder? What should I do if my sister suffers from a delusional disorder? Upon joining the group, the newcomer who had scarcely spoken is indeed a remarkable figure. They dare to accept the resurrection task? King of the Blade, astonishing. To resurrect someone is a trivial matter? What then constitutes a significant matter? Commander of the Great Wall Guards, such occurrences are truly beyond comprehension. Ding. Group member God of Humanity has completed the task commissioned by Princess Tsunade. Task rated as level A, with an additional reward of 100,000 points. What is happening? The task is completed already? This must be a fabrication. It has only been mere seconds since this individual accepted the task. What should I do if my sister suffers from a delusional disorder? What on earth? The task is finished? What should I do if my sister suffers from a delusional disorder? Wasn't it said to be exceedingly challenging? Isn't this about resurrection? The commander of the Great Wall Guards, remarkable. King of the Blade, I never anticipated that someone could actually achieve such a feat of resurrection. Initially, the group members were astonished by the swiftness with which the God of Humanity completed the task. However, upon seeing the point rewards, envy began to permeate the group. King of the Blade, my heavens, such an abundance of points? King of the Blade, this amounts to 100,000 points, while I am left with merely a handful. Chapter 4, The Legendary 3 of Konoha, Task completed. Time rewinds to a moment prior. Carl, upon noticing Tsunade's request in the chat group, promptly accepted the task. Ding. You have accepted the task from group member Princess Tsunade. You may teleport to the task world at any time. Would you like to teleport immediately? Carl nodded and commenced the teleportation. Ding. Teleportation commencing. An inexplicable force enveloped Carl, and soon he beheld the world before him becoming shrouded in haze. Ding. Teleportation complete. You have arrived in the task world. In a fleeting moment, a notification sounded, and he found himself within a wooden abode. The room exudes a distinct neon aesthetic, unmistakably indicative of its origin. Not far from Carl, a graceful figure appears, an exquisite visage and an impressive physique. None other than Tsunade from the world of Naruto. Tsunade, too, notices the dark-haired man nearby. His sudden emergence is striking. Not only is he handsome, but he possesses an air of mystery. However, being a ninja, Tsunade remains vigilant and cautiously inquires, "Who are you?" Beside her, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchange tense glances at the unexpected presence. As seasoned ninjas, they are alarmed to realize someone has approached them unnoticed, a grave oversight. If this individual were an adversary, their lives could very well be forfeit. Both prepare themselves for a potential confrontation. Carl casts a glance at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, seemingly unfazed. Then turns to Tsunade and states, "The chat group, the God of Humanity. Is it you?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade visibly relaxes, now understanding that this handsome man is indeed the one from the group who promised to assist her. It is truly remarkable. Members of the chat group have genuinely arrived from other worlds. Tsunade feels a rush of excitement, for Carl's casual attire starkly contrasts with her own surroundings. Yet, can this person truly resurrect her brother, Nawaki? Doubt lingers in her mind. Nevertheless, she greets him warmly. "I am Tsunade. Thank you for coming to help." Carl nods in response. "No need for formalities. I am Carl." Just then, a loud voice interrupts the moment. "Who the hell are you? Why are you in our village?" Turning to the source, Jiraiya glares at Carl with evident displeasure. Many are aware of his affections for Tsunade, and with this unfamiliar man seemingly having a close rapport with her, Jiraiya is understandably unsettled. Furthermore, this stranger has appeared without warning in their village. Before Tsunade can explain, Jiraiya transforms into a shadowy blur, crashing through the wooden wall and hurtling outside. "Jiraiya!" Orochimaru exclaims, peering through the splintered remnants of the wall, only to find that Jiraiya has vanished from sight. His gaze sweeps across the surroundings, noting the large hole created by Jiraiya's abrupt exit. Witnessing this spectacle, he trembles slightly. Jiraiya was swiftly dispatched by this man. The sheer force and speed displayed leave Orochimaru acutely aware that he would stand no chance against such power. Carl speaks with an air of calm. "Do not worry. He is not dead. I have control over the situation." He turns to Tsunade, inquiring, "Your objective is to resurrect your brother?" Tsunade retracts her searching gaze for Jiraiya and nods affirmatively, "Yes." Since Carl assures her that Jiraiya is unharmed, she allows herself to believe it. While her concern for Jiraiya remains, the revival of Nawaki is of paramount importance. "Carl, do you need to prepare anything? Like talismans or offerings?" "I can arrange them," she offers. "Talismans? Offerings?" Carl replies, taken aback by her suggestion. "Do you think I require such items for casting spells?" "I do not need those. Just wait a moment." With that, Carl clenched his fists and soared into the sky. A sonic boom enveloped him, and thankfully, his bio-suit protected his garments. Otherwise, he would have faced the embarrassing fate of shredded clothing. After breaking the sound barrier, Carl continued to accelerate. Having acquired the Silver Superman template, he was aware that his velocity could surpass the speed of light. Moreover, Carl possessed the ability to traverse time, returning to the past to alter events, all while disregarding the laws of causality. These were the powers bestowed upon him by the Silver Superman. And it was precisely for this reason that he undertook his mission. The scenery around him blurred past at an astonishing rate, gradually transforming before his eyes. To his astonishment, the sun began to set in the east. Carl realized that he had successfully traveled through time. Uncertain of the exact moment of Rope Tree's demise, he relied on his super hearing and supervision to survey the entire planet during his flight. At last, he spotted a boy with short, light brown hair, Rope Tree. At that moment, Orochimaru stood not far from him, observing Rope Tree as he sprinted ahead of the other ninjas, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Carl's enhanced vision revealed a trap laden with explosive tags ahead of Rope Tree. This was the moment. Without hesitation, he flew in front of Rope Tree and halted him. Before Rope Tree could comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden blur, finding himself being pulled by the arm and suspended in midair. A notification chimed in Carl's mind. Ding. Group member, God of Humanity, has completed the mission for the Thousand Hands Princess, earning 8 points. Task rated as a additional reward of 100,000 points. Momentarily dazed, Rope Tree instinctively drew a kunai and lunged at Carl. Yet, with a mere flick, Carl sent Rope Tree crashing into Orochimaru. Who are you? Orochimaru caught Rope Tree, his gaze fixed warily on the figure hovering above. The speed of this individual was astounding. He could not even discern his form. Could this be a ninja from the Hidden Rain? If so, his comrades were in grave danger. What to do? After a brief moment of contemplation, Orochimaru hurled Rope Tree backward and charged at Carl. Rope Tree, seek assistance. You cannot die here. Carl observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile. This Orochimaru was somewhat different from his recollections. Nevertheless, differences aside, he had no inclination to endure unprovoked assaults. He had faced Jiraiya similarly. He would not spare Orochimaru either. Ascending swiftly in midair, he evaded Orochimaru's attack and delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground like a speeding train. Looking down at Orochimaru embedded in the earth, Carl calmly stated, "There is no need for panic. I am here on Tsunade's behest to rescue her brother. Ahead lies a trap." With that, Carl disregarded the onlookers and, with a flicker, vanished from sight. His mission was to save a life in this world. There was no necessity to forge alliances with others. With his extraordinary vision, Carl effortlessly located Tsunade in this timeline. At that moment, Tsunade was tending to an injured ninja. Carl flew to Tsunade's side and glanced at her. "I have saved your brother. Now, I shall take my leave." Although Tsunade, due to the intricacies of time travel, did not recognize him at this moment, nor was she aware of her own participation in the mission posted in the chat group. It was akin to a director's cut of the Justice League. The Flash, surpassing the speed of light, returned to the past to alter the future where Blue Star faced destruction. However, in the altered future, the event of Blue Star's destruction did not transpire, leaving others oblivious to the fact that the Flash was a hero who saved the world, a truth known only to him. Carl found himself in a similar predicament. Chapter 5, Tsunade's Melancholy, the shock of the group members. Nonetheless, since the mission was initiated by Tsunade, Carl felt compelled to bid her farewell before departing. Having spoken his piece, he prepared to leave. Yet, Tsunade set aside the injured individual and rushed to Carl. She deeply bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Carl, for saving S.H. Sook." What? Carl was taken aback, looking at Tsunade in astonishment. Logically, at this time, Tsunade should not recognize him. It was even possible that she had not yet joined the chat group. After all, she was one of the newcomers. But how did she know? He gazed at her and inquired, "You recognize me?" With immense gratitude, Tsunade replied, "Of course, Carl is a member of the chat group who saved my brother. How do you remember these events?" Huh. Carl's words left Tsunade momentarily speechless. "Wasn't it my task posted in the chat group that brought you here?" Carl contemplated her for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Well, that is also true. Normally, when one traverses time and alters the past, only the time traveler retains the memory of those events. Yet now, Tsunade remembered. Carl was baffled by the situation, likely due to the chat group's influence. This seemed to be the only explanation. At this moment, Tsunade gazed at Carl with excitement, exclaiming, "I never expected you could truly resurrect S.H. Sook. And you did it not through any incantation or ritual, but by means of time travel." This possibility was beyond her imagination. Time can still be traversed, can you believe it? Tsunade certainly could not. In her eyes, Carl had just arrived in this world, delivered a punch to Jiraiya, and then flown away. The next instant, she found herself here, glancing around to realize this was indeed the very spot she occupied mere hours ago. Checking the time confirmed it was only a few hours prior. At that moment, she had seen Carl's notification in the chat group indicating he had completed the mission. This meant not only had Carl saved S.H. Sook, but he had also traversed time. He had even brought her along for the ride. What an extraordinary being he was. In reality, Tsunade was unaware that Carl had not transported her through time at all. Nonetheless, it is indeed Carl who traversed time and space to rescue Shinji. Remaining calm in the face of Tsunade's excitement, Carl merely smiled indifferently. Although it was his inaugural journey through time, he felt a certain thrill, albeit not to the extent of Tsunade's exuberance. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas surrounding Tsunade's residence became aware of the situation. The ninja previously treated by Tsunade had rushed out to inform others. At this moment, numerous ninjas regarded Carl with suspicion, for his attire was decidedly peculiar, clearly not that of a Konoha ninja. Given the ongoing war, they were naturally cautious. Tsunade. Who is this? Jiraiya approached Tsunade slowly, whispering his inquiry. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then at Carl, her face blossoming into a serene smile. This is my friend, Carl. He is a trustworthy individual, not an enemy, so rest assured. Indeed, Carl nodded in agreement, feeling that his journey to the Hokage world had not been in vain. Not only had he encountered a delightful companion, but he had also fulfilled a task from the chat group. Meanwhile, Jiraiya felt a pang of discomfort as he observed the exchange of smiles between Tsunade and Carl. Yet, despite the bitterness in his heart, he refrained from taking any action. Recognizing Tsunade's resolute stance, Carl addressed Tsunade, saying, I have completed my task and must take my leave. To his surprise, Tsunade grasped his arm, saying, not so fast. You saved my Shinji, and I have yet to properly thank you. Let's share a meal before you leave. Carl shook his head, politely declining. No? I just ate not long ago. Tsunade's expression fell, not expecting Carl to depart so swiftly. Well, remember to take good care of your brother. Carl remarked before his figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the faint echo of his voice. Until next time. Until next time. Tsunade murmured to the spot where Carl had stood, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards this handsome and formidable individual who had saved Shinji. In her heart, she harbored fond feelings for Carl, and his hasty departure left her with a sense of longing. Yet, she had no recourse but to await their next encounter. In the Marvel Universe, Carl's figure suddenly materialized in the cosmos. Well, after a brief stretch, it's time to rest, he mused, glancing at the sun ahead before swiftly returning home. While bathing, he felt a twinge of awareness and entered the chat group. Upon entering the group chat, he discovered a flurry of new messages. Scanning through, he noted that the members were astonished by the swift completion of the task. The latest message was from Tsunade. Princess Senju, Carl-kun, have you returned to your world? Your kindness will be forever etched in my memory. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to me. God of the mortal realm. What do you mean by anything? Whoa, this is quite remarkable. Heavenly Blade King, shocked. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. What are you all pondering? Am I the only one curious about how the God of humanity accomplished his tasks? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Moreover, is Carl truly the name of the God of humanity? God of humanity, Heavenly Blade King. Curiosity 1. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Curiosity 2. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? I too wish to know how the esteemed Carl completed the resurrection task. Princess of 1,000 Hands, God of humanity. It seems Carl is not present. So allow me to elaborate. Here is the tale. Tsunade recounted the previous events. While she found it surprising that Jiraiya was sent flying, the others, unfamiliar with Jiraiya, did not regard it as anything remarkable. However, when Tsunade spoke of how Carl traversed time to save her brother, bringing her along for the journey, the chat erupted in astonishment. They fervently spammed 666. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Is that truly the case? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Not only resurrecting someone, but also utilizing time travel? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Heavenly Blade King. This is indeed somewhat hard to believe. Even angels cannot achieve such feats. Princess of 1,000 Hands. I too find it astonishing. Yet all of it is genuine. I witnessed it with my own eyes. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Very well. It is as expected of a chat group that transcends different worlds. There are indeed many formidable individuals. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Well, considering the task has been accomplished. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Although it is somewhat hard to believe, it must be true. At last, there is a remarkable figure within this chat group. Chapter 6. The Identities of the Members, a Heartfelt Revelation. As the commander of the Great Wall Guard, he possesses exceptional martial prowess and an air of composure. Essentially, his life is vastly different from that of ordinary individuals. Even when Carl completed the resurrection task, others immediately referred to him as the esteemed one. However, he refrained from doing so. As a result, upon hearing Tsunade's words, he was astonished to learn that Carl resurrected someone in such an unfathomable manner. He promptly altered his stance. There was no other choice. This esteemed individual was indeed not to be trifled with. After all, he could not resurrect others, nor could he traverse time. Carl sensed a presence entering the chat group. The group was soon inundated with a flurry of messages. Noticing Tsunade expressing concern for him, he courteously replied, God of humanity, I have arrived, do not worry. Princess of 1,000 Hands, now that Carl has arrived, I can rest easy. Heavenly Blade King, the esteemed one has appeared. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Carl, your points have reached 100,000. Does that not mean you can acquire many powerful items? God of humanity, most items in the shop are of little use. God of humanity, some intriguing items are beyond the reach of 100,000. Shopping in the store? Items like dominance, ninjutsu, and Gundams would truly be of no use. In the face of an adversary, a few punches would suffice to resolve the matter. If Carl cannot defeat an enemy now, then purchasing items from the store would not change that. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, Princess of 1,000 Hands. As expected of you, Carl, truly remarkable. What should I do if my sister has a Chinibu syndrome? 666. Tianren Wang. If I had 100,000 points, I would undoubtedly purchase a Sharingan of the kaleidoscope variety. Great Wall Guardian Commander. I find the hockey from the pirate world quite impressive. If I had sufficient points, I would aspire to acquire the armament hockey. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? If I had points, I would certainly convert them to money. But what can 100,000 points actually provide? 1 point equals 10,000 yuan, thus 100,000 points. Well, that seems like an overwhelming sum of money that I might not even be able to spend. Perhaps I should exchange a portion and then buy an Iron Man suit instead. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? Hee hee. Just thinking about it is rather amusing. Suddenly, in this ordinary world, an Iron Man suit appears. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? I wonder what expression Rika, that Chinibu girl, would have upon seeing the Iron Man suit, especially when she sees me inside it. I truly look forward to that moment. God of humanity, wake up. How can one dream if they are still awake? God of humanity, signing in for a day only grants a few points. To amass 100,000, wouldn't that require over 10,000 days of signing in? What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? That strikes deep, my friend. Tianren Wang, it's quite disheartening. Great Wall Guardian Commander. What Carl said is indeed reasonable. Relying solely on signing in, it is indeed challenging to accumulate 100,000 points. For a moment, the chat group fell into silence, as the members acknowledged the truth in Carl's words. It was quite dispiriting. Just a moment ago, they were dreaming of what delightful items they would purchase with their points. Now, they were struck with reality. After a considerable time, someone finally spoke. Senju Princess, may I ask, who is Rika? What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? She is my sister, a girl suffering from Chinibu. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? She always believes in the existence of dark lords and divine beings, such peculiarities. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? I apologize, Carl. I didn't mean you, just referring to our world, God of humanity. Although I am uncertain if Carl is indeed a deity, they are named God of humanity in this group. According to Tsunade, Carl's actions are akin to those of a true god, at least from the perspective of an ordinary person like her. To avoid any misunderstanding, she felt it necessary to clarify. Upon seeing the message from what should I do if my sister has Chinibu, Carl immediately discerned the identity of the sender. Rika is none other than the protagonist of Love, Chinibu Other Delusions. Thus, this group member must be the protagonist's sister, Takanashi Tsubaki. She is quite a beautiful older sister. Seemingly a chef at a high-end restaurant, with exceptional culinary skills. God of humanity, I understand, remain calm. Senju Princess. Oh, that explains your name. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? Senju Princess. What a coincidence. I also have a younger brother named Noboru, a remarkably brave boy. What should I do if my sister has Chinibu? Is that so? That is indeed wonderful. My sister. In no time, Tsunade and Tsubaki engaged in a lively conversation. Later, Keisha also joined the conversation. The voyeuristic Carl discovered that the Keisha before him was not the regal angelic figure he had envisioned, but rather a girl of less than 20 years. Younger than the spirited Tokisaki Kurumi. It was no wonder he sensed a disparity between her current demeanor and his preconceived notions. It turned out she was merely a young girl. The three young women grew increasingly animated in their chat, eventually exchanging names and affectionately addressing one another as sisters. Although they claimed to have no particular desires for purchases, Carl couldn't resist taking a glance at the chat group's store, especially since he possessed a staggering 100,000 points, which seemed useless to keep. Upon inspection, Carl found himself somewhat speechless. There were numerous items he could afford, yet most held little value to him. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the advanced domineering abilities beckoned, but even if he acquired the godlight stick to transform into Diga, his combat prowess would remain unenhanced. Moreover, 100,000 points were insufficient to procure the godlight stick. After a moment's contemplation, Carl expended a few hundred points to acquire a Superman costume. Yes, the iconic red and blue attire of Superman. To be candid, Carl was not particularly fond of these colors. However, it was the sole option available in the chat group store. As for the remaining points, he would have to hold on to them. The store did boast many intriguing items, such as the Infinity Stones, the Power of the Phoenix, and the Heart of the Universe, though the lengthy string of zeros accompanying their prices was rather daunting. The chat group buzzed with excitement for a while before gradually falling into silence, as time flowed differently across various worlds. Some existed in daylight, while others were shrouded in night. As for Carl, when he attained the silver Superman template in his own world, it was the early hours of the morning. Yet upon arriving in the Naruto world, it was already evening. Thus, the passage of time varied from realm to realm. Each member of the group had their own affairs to attend to, and Carl continued with his bath. After bathing, he enjoyed a glass of wine before retiring for the night. In the Naruto world, within a spacious house in Konoha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and SHJ were gathered. Orochimaru was elucidating the events that had transpired. Indeed, that location had been a trap. Had SHJ charged in during that precarious moment, he would have likely faced grave danger. Jiraiya, with a visage of relief, remarked on the close call, grateful he had intervened to save SHJ. It was then that SHJ realized that the dashing man who had appeared so suddenly had actually saved his life. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, SHJ, a typically bright and straightforward youth, felt ashamed. When Carl had apprehended him, he had assumed the stranger was an adversary, never expecting he had come to rescue him. Chapter 7. Check-in rewards, Innocent Carl. SHJ was filled with remorse. During their earlier encounter, he had even launched an attack against Carl. Well, he is a friend of mine, Tsunade affirmed, nodding. She remained the calmest among them, for Carl was indeed the one she had summoned. Furthermore, she was aware that Carl was not from this world, and she understood that without his intervention, SHJ would have certainly met a dire fate. After all, it was the death of Shomu that compelled one to seek assistance in the chat group, and thus, Carl arrived. Indeed, he had mentioned that he was entrusted with the task of rescuing Shomu. Orochimaru cast a glance at Tsunade, hesitating as if he had something to say. After a moment of contemplation, he could not restrain his curiosity any longer. How do you know this friend of yours? Orochimaru, along with Tsunade, had grown up in the Hidden Leaf village. Their bond was quite strong, akin to that shared with the other villagers. However, they had never encountered a figure like Carl in the village. Hence, Orochimaru was left perplexed as to how Tsunade had made his acquaintance. After pondering for a while, Tsunade replied, I happened to meet Carl outside the village. Naturally, she could not disclose Carl's true identity or the details of the chat group. Even if she did, it would yield no benefit, and the other party might not believe her. Therefore, she had to fabricate a casual excuse. But he is a very reliable friend. So rest assured. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru, with an inscrutable expression, remarked, I have had a brief encounter with him. No, rather than an encounter. It was more of a one-sided crushing defeat on my part. At that moment, I could hardly perceive his movements before being knocked to the ground. Had he wished to take my life, I would surely have perished. He paused, a profound sense of apprehension crossing his face. I believe even Master Sarutobi would not stand a chance against him. In reality, he felt that Carl's power far surpassed that of his own teacher. After all, he had been taken down without any chance to react, something even his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not achieve. However, such sentiments were not easily articulated. Hence, Orochimaru chose to express them delicately. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiraiya interjected, visibly displeased. Beside him, Shomu appeared incredulous. Orochimaru, witnessing their reactions, refrained from offering further clarification. Confident in his assessment, Tsunade nodded in agreement. Yes, his strength indeed surpasses that of Master Sarutobi. I refuse to believe it. Jiraiya retorted, still unconvinced. Tsunade regarded Jiraiya with a peculiar expression, contemplating that regardless of his disbelief, there was nothing to be done. After all, Carl had once delivered a punch to him in the original timeline. She chose not to elaborate further, aware that Jiraiya would remain skeptical. After some time of discussion, Jiraiya and Orochimaru took their leave. Shomu, head bowed, quietly addressed Tsunade. The person who saved me is named Carl, correct? Indeed, that's right. Where is brother Carl now? He has gone to a distant place. Why do you ask? Please be sure to inform me when he arrives in the Leaf Village. I have yet to express my gratitude. Tsunade smiled at this, replying, of course. The following day, Carl awoke early, feeling a profound sense of joy and an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. It felt as though he had been shackled by invisible chains for over 20 years. And now he had finally broken free. Beep. The host may check in today. Would you like to proceed? It has been quite some time since I last heard the notification sound. Previously, Carl had set a sign-in duration of 25 years. As long as he was within this time frame, he could sign in automatically. It had been ages since he last heard the system's prompt, and now, hearing it again felt somewhat unfamiliar. He nodded and completed the sign-in. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Superman suit, black. As the system's notification faded, a garment of pure black materialized before Carl. He immediately reached out to catch the clothing and opened it for inspection. A grand cape and an emblem on the chest. Indeed, it resembled the suit worn by Superman in the films, albeit in black. Carl's expression was somewhat peculiar as he walked to the wardrobe and retrieved a red and blue suit he had purchased from the chat group store earlier that morning. Comparing the two garments, he noted that aside from the color, they were identical. He chuckled to himself. Was this not a waste of points? Although a few hundred points was not substantial, he felt a strange sense of wastefulness. Well, it wasn't entirely a waste. After all, the colors differed. And while Carl preferred the black suit, one could never predict when he might desire to wear the blue one. After placing both suits back in the wardrobe, Carl prepared a simple breakfast. Following his morning routine, he sat quietly in a chair to rest. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw the caller was Sky. Hello? What is up? Didn't we plan to go shopping today? What time are we heading out? Carl was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Right now then, why don't you come pick me up? Sure. The caller was Sky, a hybrid beauty from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, known as Quake. However, at this point, Sky had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and possessed no superpowers. Instead, she had become one of Carl's girlfriends. Although Carl had been an ordinary person until today, he was still a tall, wealthy, and handsome individual. Certainly not lacking in romantic interests. He had one girlfriend from high school, another from college, and an Asian actress. Carl mused that perhaps this was not too many after all. He considered himself rather innocent in comparison. Hadn't Tony Stark frequently graced the headlines? After changing into casual attire, Carl tidied his hairstyle and, in an instant, vanished from his location. The next moment, he appeared in a small room. Compared to his own, this space felt rather cramped, but Carl paid it no mind. He navigated the room with ease, and upon reaching the bathroom door, he noticed a striking figure applying makeup in front of the mirror. Sky, he greeted with a smile. Carl? Sky, caught off guard while preparing, looked at him in disbelief. How did you arrive so quickly? She had been getting ready since Carl called, never expecting him to show up so soon. Considering the distance between their homes was not insignificant. Carl stepped into the bathroom, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I'll let you know in a moment. He approached Sky, gently caressing her hair. However, I believe it is still a tad early. We should indulge in a bit more slumber. Observing Carl's gesture, Sky instantly discerned his intentions. Glancing at the lipstick in her hand, she murmured, But I have just finished my makeup. Isn't that fortuitous? Carl replied, planting a soft kiss on her lips before lifting her up and striding toward the bedroom. Chapter 8. Sky pleads for mercy, Carl compensates. Noon arrived. Carl retrieved a bottle of red wine and a glass from the refrigerator, savoring the rich flavor after pouring a generous serving. At that moment, Sky lay lazily draped in a blanket on the sofa. With a playful grin, Carl suggested, Why not stay at my place? I have ample properties, and there is plenty of room. Sky, reclining comfortably, shook her head in refusal. No, I have my own place. Very well, Carl shrugged, accustomed to her response. This was not the first time he had invited her, yet she consistently declined the offer. Contemplating for a moment, he teased, If you want to come over, we must purchase a sturdier bed today. While it's no grave matter if the bed collapses, it does indeed disrupt sleep. Doesn't it? At his words, Sky promptly grabbed a cushion from beneath her, hurling it at Carl with vigor. It's all your fault, you rogue, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach. What has gotten into you today? You're so exuberant. It's already noon, and you've broken my bed. She recalled that when she had called Carl earlier that morning, it was barely 7 or 8 o'clock. Sky was well aware of Carl's prowess. Having trained in combat since childhood, she had prepared herself for an extensive bout, yet she was taken aback by his exceptional strength today. Carl, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. What's this? As long as I desire, I could continue until tomorrow. Bragging, are we? Why don't you come at me then? Is that so? Carl laughed. Advancing towards Sky, she noticed a change in him, her shock palpable. Wait, are you serious? Are you even human? Carl raised an eyebrow. What else would I be? Sky buried her face in the blanket, pleading, I was joking. I'm utterly exhausted now. You're remarkable. You've won. Carl chuckled at her admission, giving her a playful pat. He then picked up the wine glass from the coffee table, his spirits lifted. In truth, he spoke with sincerity. Had he not sensed Sky's fatigue, he could have continued, for he had acquired the silver Superman template, a transformation entirely distinct from his previous self. He anticipated that within mere hours, he would cause the bed to collapse. It could only be said that Sky's dwelling was rather modest. Out of pride or some other sentiment, Sky opted not to reside at Carl's home, choosing instead to remain in her rented space. What she remained unaware of was that Carl had already contacted the landlord, purchasing the very house at a price 15% above market value. It must be admitted, the real estate here was indeed quite affordable. Even at a price 15% above the market rate, it still fell significantly short of Carl's expectations. It seems that the adage cheap goods are of poor quality holds true. The bed has collapsed. The quality is utterly subpar. And he ought to confront the seller regarding this matter. Now, he finds himself responsible for compensating Sky for the bed. What a rogue businessman. Sky took a considerable amount of time to gather himself before slowly rising to wash up. By the time he finished, Carl had already polished off a bottle of red wine and completed his own preparations. It was past 2 o'clock when Sky finally tidied up. Due to the bed's unfortunate collapse, they needed to venture out to purchase a new one. Thus, they had to organize some personal belongings at home. But first, they decided to have a meal. The duo initially dined at an upscale restaurant before heading directly to a nearby shopping mall. This time, Carl spent $2,000 on a bed. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret that there weren't any more extravagant options available in the mall. He simply could not believe that this new bed could possibly collapse as well. Since Sky needed to sleep at home that evening, they brought the delivery personnel directly to Sky's residence. The delivery team, of course, was exceedingly cordial. Although the apartment was modest and unassuming, Carl's purchase was, after all, a bed worth over $2,000, an item that typically took a month to sell even one. Observing these two, It was clear they were affluent individuals of high standing, deserving of the utmost respect. Once the bed was delivered, it was already past 5 o'clock. Sky settled onto the brand new bed and inquired, "What shall we do now? Shall we visit your bar?" "The bar is rather empty now. It wouldn't be much fun," Carl replied. "True. So what should we do then?" "Let us first test the quality of this bed, and then go for a meal." Sky raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "Test the bed's quality? Isn't it perfectly fine?" Before he could finish his sentence, Carl interjected with a soft chuckle, "The quality of a bed cannot be discerned merely by appearance. We must experience it ourselves." With that, Carl climbed onto the bed as well. 3 hours later, Carl returned to the fridge to retrieve a bottle of wine and a glass. He did not smoke, but rather enjoyed indulging in fine wine. Most of the alcohol in Sky's home was sourced from Carl's bar, with a purpose, of course. Sky lay on the bed, quietly observing Carl. "Honestly, why do you seem like a different person today?" Carl raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is that so? Is it because I broke the bed?" "That is not it." Sky shot him a look, then murmured, "I can't quite articulate it. It feels like you haven't changed, yet your demeanor has transformed significantly." "Perhaps," Carl replied with a smile, non-committal. Upon realizing he was in the Marvel Universe, he had felt a certain pressure, despite his wealth. In this realm, money held little sway, overshadowed by the presence of numerous formidable entities. Not to mention, dealing with Thanos was one thing, but Carl had yet to devise a strategy for confronting that other fellow, Kingpin. However, with the acquisition of the Silver Superman template, Carl now possessed the means for self-defense. His mindset, naturally, had shifted significantly. At the very least, he was now inclined to confront anyone attempting to strong-arm him regarding his bar. Although Carl had previously contemplated the idea, he presumed he would have been unable to best his opponent. However, that was of little consequence now. There would be ample time to confront the rival later, especially since the latter had expressed intentions to pay a personal visit in 3 days. At present, it was far more important to enjoy the company of his companion. After a brief respite, Sky refreshed himself, and the two set forth towards Carl's bar, aptly named Smith's Pub, a title bestowed by the elder gentleman himself. Carl refrained from liquidating the establishment for a couple of reasons. Firstly, his fondness for spirits compelled him to seek a favored retreat. Secondly, it served as a cherished memento. One of the bars was situated in Queens, conveniently close to his residence, while another found its place in Manhattan. To be candid, the offer of $1 million from Gene Bing for the bar in Queens was quite reasonable. Despite the expansive premises and the extensive selection of fine liquors, the entirety of the establishment would not truly be valued at $1 million. One could assert that Gene Bing's proposal was indeed generous. However, a fair price does not justify coercive transactions. After all, Carl's fortune amounted to billions. He certainly did not lack the means for a bar. Chapter 9. Intruders at the Doorstep. Seeking their own demise. In Queens, Smith's Pub stands as one of the most opulent bars in all of New York City. It is a favored haunt for many young patrons, as well as a gathering place for numerous elite individuals seeking a drink. The establishment boasts impressive sales figures, often welcoming a throng of guests even before nightfall. Many staff members speculate that had the owner desired to expand, Smith's Pub would have flourished across the nation. The high foot traffic was one of the reasons Gene Bing had set his sights on this locale. At this moment, within a secluded corner of the bar, a group of over 10 individuals occupied 3 scattered tables. Clad in black suits and donning sunglasses, they exuded an air of formidable presence. Among them was a bald man in a leather jacket, peculiar in appearance with a target emblazoned on his forehead. He was none other than Lester, the supervillain under Gene Bing's employ, known as Bullseye. Possessing an innate talent for throwing, he could strike any object with remarkable accuracy, even utilizing toothpicks and paper airplanes as lethal weapons. Furthermore, he was a martial artist, a master of weaponry, and an exceptional marksman. In essence, his capabilities bore resemblance to those of Hawkeye from the Avengers. Bullseye's life experiences were varied. He had served as a mercenary, played professional baseball, and worked as an assassin. Presently, he was engaged in service to Gene Bing, the underground emperor of New York City. Today, Bullseye had come to the bar at Gene Bing's behest, accompanied by his subordinates, to familiarize themselves with their territory. After all, in 2 days, this bar would belong to Gene Bing. He had never anticipated that Carl would decline his generous offer, a notion that both Bullseye and his underlings had deemed improbable. Nonetheless, Bullseye found this assignment rather tedious. He was once an assassin, even receiving a task to eliminate Kim Bing. However, due to the generous conditions offered by Kim Bing, he found himself working for him. Today's mission of familiarizing himself with the territory failed to ignite his enthusiasm. After all, the remuneration was substantial, and despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to proceed. Bored to the core, he mused that this task could have easily been assigned to anyone else. He picked up a glass and sauntered toward the dance floor, seeking some amusement. After a considerable search, he finally spotted a striking woman. Without hesitation, he approached her for a conversation. However, she was accompanied by a male partner, a tall, imposing blonde man who radiated an air of arrogance. He was keenly aware of his superiority over the assassin and felt compelled to assert his masculinity in front of the woman he admired. The blonde man brusquely shoved the assassin aside, exclaiming, "You freak with a birthmark on your head, can't you see?" "William, nicely done," cheered the female companion nearby. The man named William smiled smugly, thinking that tonight might hold promise. Yet, he failed to notice the sinister grin that crept across the assassin's face after being pushed aside. "Your brother possesses considerable strength." The assassin swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and hurled it with precision. The blade embedded itself sharply into William's hand, causing him to feel an excruciating pain radiating from his palm. He glanced down to find a razor-sharp edge lodged in his flesh, blood oozing profusely from the wound. "Ah!" William cried out, clutching his hand, desperate to extract the blade. However, the agony was so intense that he dared not touch it. His female companion and several nearby youths quickly sensed the commotion, plunging into a state of panic. At that moment, the woman felt a sudden blur before her eyes. And in the next instant, both William and the peculiar bald man vanished without a trace. In a dimly lit alley at a distant corner from Smith's bar, four figures materialized in what had previously been an empty space. William and the assassin exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by their surroundings. Utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, Skye was similarly confounded. At this juncture, Carl spoke calmly, addressing William, "Your hand is injured. There is a hospital a few hundred meters to the south." "Huh. Oh, okay." William instinctively nodded in agreement, glancing at his hand, only to discover that the blade which should have been embedded there had mysteriously vanished. This was undoubtedly fortuitous, but he needed to seek medical attention promptly and steer clear of that lunatic. Casting a fearful glance at the assassin, William bolted from the alley. "Thank you, sir and madam," came his voice of gratitude from the alley's edge, as he sensed that he might have been rescued by the sudden appearance of unfamiliar strangers. "Very well, then it is your turn." In Carl's hand, he toyed with a blood-stained dagger, his expression calm as he gazed at the target before him. Moments ago, upon entering his bar, he was greeted by the cries of anguish. Utilizing his superhuman vision, he swiftly discerned the two individuals in distress. To prevent chaos, he extricated them from the premises. Furthermore, there was Skye. After all, this was his establishment, and such an incident would undoubtedly affect other patrons. Moreover, the peculiar bald man before him seemed somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, was he not one of Jean Bing's subordinates? What business did he have in his bar? "Carl, what is going on?" Skye finally reacted, incredulity evident in her voice. She had no inkling of the unfolding events. One moment she was lost in a blur, and the next, she found herself here. Carl chuckled. "Well, I suppose I have suddenly awakened superpowers. You know, like the superheroes in comics? My abilities are likely akin to theirs. In this Marvel universe, where superhero comics and films abound, it was indeed hard to believe, yet undeniably true. Is that real? Are you jesting?" Skye gazed at Carl with disbelief. "Whether I jest or not, have you not experienced it yourself? After all, the bed was quite thoroughly compromised." "Huh, ah." At his words, Skye was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with understanding of what Carl implied by experience. Whoosh. At that moment, two dark figures hurtled toward Carl and Skye. With a casual gesture, Carl seized the two objects mid-air, his demeanor unfazed as he fixed his gaze on the target. "Do you dare to attack us? Do you wish to perish?" The target, taken aback by Carl's ability to catch his darts, felt a jolt of surprise. He had dispatched many with his projectiles. Surely a mere ordinary man like Carl should not have been able to evade them. "Carl Smith," the target sneered, "you are merely a wealthy scion. Do you wish to court death by speaking to me in such a manner? It seems Jean Bing will be saving on bar expenses." He was well versed in Carl's background. Though he was unaware of how Carl managed to catch the darts, he certainly did not fear this young man. He reached for two more darts. Just then, the target suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Instinctively glancing down, he beheld a blade and two darts, inexplicably embedded in his hand, those very projectiles he had previously hurled. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he stifled a cry of disbelief, staring at Carl in shock. At that moment, Carl had already approached him. "I warned you, you are courting death." Carl's eyes emitted a crimson glow, directly causing the target's right hand to disintegrate. Chapter 10, Superhypnosis, the Fearful Target. The target was indeed a person of remarkable talent. To describe his throwing ability as superhuman would not be an exaggeration, for no ordinary person could replicate his feats with mere paper airplanes and toothpicks. Yet, despite his unique capabilities, he had never encountered an individual like Carl, who could emit light from his very eyes. However, at this moment, the target's eye could no longer afford the luxury of astonishment. Instead, he let out a pained scream. Although he had a dagger and two throwing darts embedded in his hand, causing him excruciating agony, he still forced himself to stifle the desire to scream. After all, the target's eye could be described as a battle-hardened man. Being a mercenary and an assassin was not an unearned title. Yet, this time, he found the pain unbearable. His entire arm was being dissolved. How could he endure such torment? Carl ceased his assault with the thermal vision. He then placed his foot upon the target's mouth, effectively silencing him. Maintaining this position, he gazed down at the target pinned against the wall. Carl spoke coolly. Be quiet, do you understand? This was not merely a statement. It was an incantation of superhypnosis. This was the ability of the Silver Superman, instantly putting the target under his spell. In an instant, the target's expression shifted. He looked at Carl, nodding repeatedly, his demeanor remarkably respectful, as if he were in the presence of his master. Carl removed his foot and inquired, "Now, what brings you to my bar?" The target took a deep breath, struggling to regain composure and suppress his cries of agony. The pain was overwhelming. Trembling, he replied, "Jean Bing sent me." "Jean Bing?" Carl responded with mild surprise, then asked, "What did he want you to do?" The target explained. "He said this bar would be his in 2 days. He instructed me to familiarize my brothers with the territory in advance." Chuckling softly, Carl replied, "Take your men and leave immediately, or face the consequences." With that, he lifted the super hypnosis, dismissing the target entirely. He then approached Sky, and in the next instant, their figures vanished without a trace. The target, leaning against the wall, helplessly slid to the ground, gasping for air. Even now, his mind remained in a fog, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. The wealthy young man he had previously underestimated had managed to catch his darts and emitted a red light from his eyes. It was utterly insane, so much so that he could scarcely believe it. Meanwhile, the pain in his right arm persisted. He glanced at the dissolved remnants of his arm, compelled to accept the reality of the situation. What had happened after his arm was dissolved? Why had they simply walked away? Truly unfortunate. After what felt like an eternity, the target finally rose, cursing under his breath. He quietly retrieved his phone and called his subordinates at the bar, instructing them to leave with him. After all, that man had made it clear that failure to comply would jeopardize his life. Unbeknownst to the target, his survival was entirely due to Sky's presence. Had it been just Carl, he would have had no qualms about ending the target's life then and there. However, with Sky accompanying him, Carl was reluctant to commit murder in his presence. After all, Sky is merely an ordinary individual now, not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And she has yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities of her own. It is unlikely that a common person would find comfort in witnessing the gruesome spectacle of murder. Perhaps it is best to allow the target to linger a while longer, as Carl will inevitably confront Jean to settle matters. Meanwhile, Carl and Sky have returned to his bar, where Carl orders 2 drinks and casually observes the crowd on the dance floor from the bar. Sky, however, is fixated on Carl. Suddenly, he turns to her with a light chuckle and asks, "What's the matter? Am I that handsome? Don't flatter yourself." Sky retorts with a soft huff, choosing to ignore him. After a moment, her curiosity gets the better of her, and she asks, "Do you really have superpowers?" Carl jokes, "Superpowers? Of course, you know I'm quite wealthy." Sky shoots him an exasperated glance and clarifies, "I meant the glowing eyes ability from earlier. You saw it with your own eyes." "All right then," Sky concedes, nodding. It is indeed hard to believe, yet she had witnessed it firsthand. Carl describes his abilities, stating, "I possess many, such as flight, super speed, super strength, and biological manipulation. It feels akin to the superhero from comics. Superman. Isn't that incredibly impressive?" Sky inquires. Her curiosity piqued. "Can you take me flying?" After all, humanity's dream of soaring through the skies has never waned. Given the opportunity, Sky is eager to experience it. "Certainly." Carl smiles, finishing his drink. He gently wraps his arm around Sky's waist, and together, they vanish from Smith's bar. Almost simultaneously, Carl and Sky appear high above the ground. As they gaze down at the receding scenery, Sky cannot contain her excitement and bursts into cheers. They arrive at the summit of the Empire State Building, a renowned landmark soaring over 400 meters, offering a panoramic view of the entire nation, hailed as one of the 7 great engineering marvels of the modern world. With the evening breeze caressing them, Sky feels utterly elated. Seeing her delight brings a smile to Carl's face as well. "Shall we take a brief respite?" he suggests. Why? You'll find out soon enough." He embraces her slender waist, and in the next instant, they find themselves in Carl's home. After retrieving 2 glasses and a bottle of red wine, their figures reappear atop the Empire State Building. Carl uncorks the wine, filling 1 glass and handing it to Sky. With a cheerful expression, she raises her glass, exclaiming, "Cheers." After they finish the wine, Sky, feeling slightly tipsy, unexpectedly leans in for a kiss. Carl obliges, and their forms vanish once more. Carl deems it time to visit Sky's home to assess the quality of the new bed she acquired. 3 hours later, Carl gazes at the peacefully slumbering Sky as he enters the bathroom to freshen up. The new bed is indeed quite sturdy. You get what you pay for," he muses. After finishing his ablutions, Carl utilized his extraordinary vision to search the area. In no time, he located Bullseye, who was currently at a dock, flanked by dozens of henchmen clad in black suits, exuding an intimidating presence. Not far away, a robust bald man sat in a stretched limousine, towering at 2 meters in height, his muscular physique reminiscent of a small giant. Chapter 11. Daredevil's Operation, Bullseye's Frustration. New York Harbor. At this moment, Daredevil, donned in his crimson attire, was concealed in a corner of the dock. Daredevil, known as Matthew Michael Murdock, is a superhero from the Marvel Universe. An accident in his childhood rendered him blind, yet this affliction heightened his other senses to extraordinary levels, allowing him to detect sounds from several kilometers away. Having trained in boxing and martial arts since childhood, his speed and strength far exceed that of an ordinary person. By day, Matthew serves as an upright lawyer. By night, he transforms into Daredevil, delivering justice to wrongdoers. His ears twitched as he quickly assessed the situation around him. Daredevil's expression soured upon realizing that Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, had personally arrived. Recently, Fisk had eliminated several low-level operatives from the underground world and inadvertently discovered that tonight, a significant quantity of contraband, including flour and arms, was to be exchanged at the dock. As a superhero, Daredevil could not remain passive upon learning such news. Having received the intelligence in advance, he had prepared and lay in wait. However, he was unprepared for the involvement of Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York. Daredevil frequently combats criminals, and Kingpin's enterprises sprawl across the nation. Their tumultuous history is not easily encapsulated in mere words. Typically, Daredevil struggles against Kingpin, often finding himself overpowered in their encounters. Moreover, this time, Daredevil sensed that Kingpin had brought numerous subordinates, all brandishing rifles and exhibiting vigilant expressions. It was evident to Daredevil that he was likely no match for Kingpin this time, given the overwhelming odds. Should he engage or reconsider? Pondering this, he deduced that Kingpin's personal appearance at this smuggling operation indicated the immense value of the goods involved. Otherwise, the Kingpin of the underground would not have taken the trouble to attend. Though victory in combat may seem improbable, success does not always hinge on physical confrontation. If he can destroy the contraband, that would suffice. After a moment of reflection, Daredevil resolved to take action. If it came to dire straits, he could always make his escape. As time passed, several small boats approached the dock. Figures disembarked from these vessels, beginning to unload the cargo. Kingpin, however, remained seated in his limousine, as if the goods were not of his concern. However, a few henchmen approached to inspect the cargo. This must be the contraband, Daredevil confirmed. And he immediately sprang into action. A shadowy figure, he surged forward with remarkable speed toward the henchman clad in a black suit. Swiftly, he positioned himself behind the nearest thug, his exceptional velocity and the cover of night rendering him undetectable. Daredevil swiftly incapacitated the henchman and seized the rifle from his grasp. Next, he appropriated the firearm from another nearby henchman. With two rifles in hand, Daredevil did not linger. He turned and raced toward the port. Tucking one rifle under his arm, he wielded the other to fire. His aim was directed not only at the cargo but also at the vessels anchored nearby. Although firing upon ships and goods seemed somewhat reckless, Daredevil felt compelled to take a gamble. After all, facing off against Kingpin and his cadre of henchmen in a direct confrontation was a daunting prospect. He could only hope that the intelligence was accurate and that the smuggled goods included flour and munitions. If there were heavy weaponry among them, he might still have a chance to detonate those items with his rifle. Possessing extraordinary perceptual abilities, Daredevil, despite his limited visibility, exhibited remarkable accuracy in his shooting. Most of his bullets struck their intended targets. However, the anticipated explosions did not materialize. Was it futile? Daredevil furrowed his brow. Yet his hands did not cease their relentless firing. Meanwhile, the henchmen gathered around the sedan began to notice the unusual occurrences emanating from Daredevil's direction. Bullseye, his gaze fixed on Daredevil's silhouette, darkly commanded, "Let us go over there and deal with him." After tending to his wounds at the hospital, he promptly returned to Kingpin's side, recounting the events that had transpired at the bar. Frankly speaking, Kingpin found it hard to believe the claims being made. The situation was simply too incredulous. He had undoubtedly investigated Carl Smith. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly attempted to forcibly acquire Carl's bar. Kingpin understood that Carl was merely a wealthy businessman, seemingly a shareholder in several large enterprises, possessing some degree of influence. However, Kingpin was indifferent to such matters. It was inconceivable that someone would bear a grudge over a mere bar. Of course, corporations like Stark Industries and Oscorp were not to be trifled with. To be honest, the offer Kingpin had made was quite reasonable, taking into account the value of the bar and the formidable companies backing Carl. Had Carl not held stakes in those prominent firms, Kingpin would not have even offered $1 million. He had already extended an olive branch and provided financial compensation. Surely, the other party would not be so ungrateful. Kingpin's true strength lay in his underworld connections. Should matters escalate, it would be the other party's folly. Thus, he had sent Bullseye to the bar today for reconnaissance. To his astonishment, Bullseye had returned grievously injured, even losing an arm. In Carl Smith's eyes, a laser shot forth, dissolving his arm. What a jest! Jean Bing felt as though he were being toyed with. However, the injury inflicted on the target eye was undeniably real. He was at a loss regarding the situation. A shipment of significant importance had arrived today, leaving Jean Bing with little time to concern himself with Carl's predicament. After all, this shipment contained a substantial amount of flour and munitions, holding immense value. As for the bar issue, it could wait until tomorrow. He could hardly believe that Carl, the privileged heir, could truly emit lasers from his eyes. It was precisely because Jean Bing doubted the target eye that the latter was now exceedingly displeased. Upon noticing someone meddling, he was eager to vent his frustration. The target eye drew forth a sharp blade and hurled it at Daredevil with great force, a triumphant grin adorning his face. This fellow was doomed. After all, not everyone could catch his flying knives. Furthermore, it was nighttime, and he had chosen a particularly tricky angle. However, in the next moment, Daredevil effortlessly dodged the target eye's knife. His greatest asset was, after all, his heightened sense of perception. What was happening? The target eye was taken aback. How could his previously unfailing knives fail him today? Unwilling to accept defeat, he flung numerous knives once more, yet each was skillfully evaded. Chapter 12. A Change of Heart. The astonished Jean Bing. The target eye cast forth a multitude of knives, all of which were deftly dodged by Daredevil. This left him questioning his very existence. Was it that his adversaries were not overly strong, but rather that he had grown weaker? How could both foes he attacked today evade his strikes? No, the demon Carl had not evaded. He had caught the knife from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, and even shot forth red lasers from his eyes. Truly, a devil. At that moment, Daredevil, hindered by the attacks, could no longer focus on the shipment. After some contemplation, he resolved to make his escape. Not only was Jean Bing a formidable opponent, but there was also the knife-throwing man to contend with. Although Daredevil had managed to evade all the flying knives, he was not without difficulty. The target eye's blades were both accurate and swift. Even for Daredevil, evasion required intense concentration. With Jean Bing's arrival imminent, he might not stand a chance. Thus, he decisively sprinted towards the distance. Yet, at that moment, a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he beheld a giant, reminiscent of a small mountain, standing before him. "You again, Daredevil," Jean Bing said, his expression icy, as he launched a colossal fist towards him. Faced with such a powerful blow, Daredevil did not meet it head-on. Instead, he raised his baton and deflected it aside. Initially, Daredevil had intended to flee, but with Jean Bing now engaged in battle, escape was no longer an option. He had no choice but to confront Jean Bing. Both combatants exhibited exceptional fighting skills, yet it was evident that Daredevil was at a disadvantage. Even wielding a weapon against the unarmed Jean Bing, he found himself at a loss. Although the opponent merely struck him a few times, the force behind Kingpin's punches could undoubtedly collapse walls. Were it not for Daredevil's extraordinary physique, he would have surely been beaten to death. Bang! Kingpin's fist slammed against Daredevil's cane, causing him to stagger backward. He contemplated retreating. At that moment, 2 dark shadows shot toward Daredevil's legs. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 darts aimed directly at him. He had previously observed this target. Kingpin had struck Daredevil's right leg twice, seemingly impairing its agility. Noticing this, Kingpin swiftly advanced, seizing Daredevil's injured leg before he could protest. Bang! With a deafening roar, he hurled Daredevil to the ground. The hero felt a wave of pain coursing through his body as he swung his cane at Kingpin's arm, yet his adversary maintained a vice-like grip on his leg. This cane was no ordinary blind person's stick. It was a specially crafted weapon, typically used as a blind cane. Bang! 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 After several brutal impacts, Daredevil was left disoriented. Kingpin's strength was overwhelming. Daredevil not only suffered excruciating pain, but also found his mind clouded. Observing his lack of resistance, Kingpin ceased the assault and instead drew a handgun from his other hand. "Daredevil, you have consistently opposed me, causing me considerable losses. Now, your time has come." Feeling the cold metal pressed against his temple, Daredevil trembled. He yearned to struggle, but the severity of his injuries was debilitating. Foolish enough to disrupt our plans, all alone. Nearby, a figure, dissatisfied with Daredevil's evasion of his throwing knives, sneered with contempt. Kingpin chambered around and pulled the trigger. It was over. Daredevil closed his eyes in despair, never anticipating that the smuggling information he had fortuitously acquired would lead to his demise. Bang! The bullet was fired. Yet, in the next instant, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Daredevil opened his eyes to find a man with black hair and dark eyes suddenly beside him. Grinning as he grasped the muzzle of Kingpin's gun, Daredevil did not recognize this man. Carl Smith? Kingpin was momentarily stunned, gazing at Carl in disbelief. "Yes," Carl replied nonchalantly, nodding. He had not expected to witness such a dramatic turn of events. Casting a sidelong glance at Daredevil, Carl's expression grew peculiar. The girl he had dated in college, now one of his current girlfriends, was none other than the leading lady of the Daredevil film, Elektra. This woman was not only strikingly attractive, but also possessed a rather fierce temperament. Thus, seeing Daredevil stirred something within him. Kingpin glared coldly at Carl. "You dare to obstruct me? Do not think I hesitate to act against you. Is that so?" Carl replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had come here today due to the bar incident, and since Kingpin intended to acquire his establishment, it was only fitting they engage in a proper discussion. "Die?" Jean Bing let out a low growl, attempting to wrest the gun from Carl's grasp. However, in that moment, he realized that he was utterly unable to do so. How could this be? His physique was several times larger than that of his opponent, and his strength was beyond question. Even Daredevil's might paled in comparison to his own. How could a mere mortal like Carl possibly possess such power? At that moment, Bullseye also caught sight of Carl and gasped, turning to flee. "Ah, and you," Carl said, directing his gaze towards Bullseye, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Two beams of crimson energy surged forth, instantly dissolving Bullseye's figure, leaving not a trace behind. Jean Bing and Daredevil were momentarily stunned. What had they just witnessed? This man had unleashed lasers from his eyes, resulting in a fatality. Despite their formidable combat prowess, Daredevil possessed the ability to perceive several kilometers around him, a form of superpower. They were both left in awe by Carl's thermal vision. As Jean Bing regained his composure, he noticed that Carl appeared to be clutching a bullet. In disbelief, he stared at Carl, trying to comprehend the situation. Hadn't he just fired his weapon? Where was the bullet? No one had been harmed. Could it be that this individual had intercepted it? Jean Bing, who had always been confident in his combat abilities, now found himself doubting. Regardless of his self-assurance, he was still just an ordinary man. Previously, Bullseye had warned him that Carl was incredibly fast and could shoot lasers from his eyes. Jean Bing had dismissed it as a joke, believing he could easily overpower the young man. Yet now, witnessing Carl annihilate Bullseye with thermal vision and catch a bullet, he was utterly hesitant to engage him. Carl, observing Jean Bing's reaction, suddenly smiled. Initially, he had intended to deal with him swiftly, but seeing Jean Bing's reluctance to act, he reconsidered. "I hear you wish to acquire my bar." Jean Bing broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. How was he to face Carl? "Are you wealthy?" "Well, somewhat," Carl replied. "I, too, possess considerable wealth, you know." Jean Bing was perplexed by Carl's insinuation, yet he steeled himself to respond. "I see. I recently discovered that $100 billion has mysteriously vanished from my bank account," Carl said, his smile widening. "I believe you could assist me in retrieving it. What do you think?" Jean Bing stood frozen, incredulous at Carl's words. $100 billion? This was blatant extortion, and the sum was staggering. Chapter 13. The Underground Emperor? A truly disappointing encounter. Jean Bing, possessing a keen intellect that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, quickly grasped the implications of Carl's statements. While many might have been bewildered, thinking, "What does your wealth have to do with me?" Jean Bing immediately understood that he was being extorted. Moreover, the amount in question was astronomical. $100 billion? It felt as though he were caught in a surreal dream. Is money truly not money? Kingpin is not merely a figure in New York. He is, in fact, one of the most formidable underground leaders in America. His influence spans the globe, and he is involved in various sectors such as real estate, technology, biology, and industry. Kingpin himself estimates his assets to exceed $300 billion, a staggering sum indeed. In many respects, he stands as an inspiration within the Marvel Universe. Having risen from the humble beginnings of being the son of a minor mobster, Kingpin has virtually built his empire from the ground up, and it is unlikely that even 1,000,000 ordinary individuals could achieve what he has. After all, this is an amount surpassing $300 billion. However, despite his vast wealth, which could rank him among the elite in the Marvel realm, what Carl demands is exceedingly steep. $100 billion. Kingpin does not even possess such a sum in liquid assets. There is a significant distinction between assets and cash. While assets encompass various valuable holdings such as companies, properties, and even commodities, cash is solely money. Carl seeks funds that can be deposited into a bank account. It is not that Kingpin is unwilling to oblige. Rather, he simply lacks the requisite funds. Meanwhile, Daredevil, after a moment of confusion, begins to comprehend the implications of Carl and Kingpin's dialogue. Extortion? This revelation astonishes him. What is the situation with this suddenly appearing Asian man? He possesses immense power and has even rescued him from Kingpin, presenting himself as a potential ally of justice. Indeed, he must be a superhero. Yet, just as this thought crosses his mind, he realizes that Carl is extorting Kingpin. This scene strikes Daredevil, who is well acquainted with Kingpin's intricacies, as profoundly bizarre. He never anticipated witnessing Kingpin in such a predicament. Observing Kingpin's hesitation, Carl is taken aback. $100 billion is no insignificant amount. But when weighed against the value of life, it is a choice every individual understands. It appears that Kingpin is willing to forego his existence. Carl has extended an opportunity, only to find that Kingpin does not appreciate it. The rationale behind this eludes him. Maintaining his smile, Carl's eyes gleam with a crimson light as he gazes at Kingpin. "It seems you are unable to assist me in acquiring the funds. What a pity," he remarks, preparing to resolve the situation. Upon noticing the red glow in Carl's eyes, Kingpin's countenance shifts dramatically. "Please, Mr. Carl, do not take such measures," he pleads. Yet, Carl pays him no heed. A chill runs down Kingpin's spine. Is this the end? Carl's extraordinary abilities are exceedingly uncanny, and with his target seemingly disintegrated, Kingpin doubts his own chances of success. Should he retaliate? Regrettably, the price demanded is far too exorbitant. Even if he pooled all his resources, he reckons he might only gather a few tens of billions. Kingpin's mind races, contemplating his next move when, at that moment, unforeseen circumstances unfold. Carl suddenly came to a halt, casting a peculiar glance at Jean Bing. You are somewhat poorer than I had envisioned. What? Jean Bing was taken aback, bewildered by Carl's statement. Was he truly poor? He had never considered himself as such, having risen from nothing to amass an impressive fortune of over 30 billion. The notion of associating himself with poverty had never crossed his mind. Yet, Carl's assertion left him at a loss for a rebuttal. Beside them, Night Demon was equally astonished. As a long-standing adversary of Jean Bing, he was well aware of the Underground Emperor's vast enterprises, particularly in the flower trade, which Night Demon had disrupted numerous times. He certainly recognized the endeavors Jean Bing was involved in. While they might be questionable, to claim he lacked wealth was something Night Demon would vehemently contest. At that moment, Carl continued addressing Jean Bing. Since you are not as affluent as I presumed, we shall have to explore alternative methods. However, the price remains non-negotiable. After a moment of contemplation, he added, you still need to assist me in recovering $10 billion. For now, merely retrieving $2 billion will suffice. The remaining funds can be settled when you are financially capable, but interest will be applied. Upon finishing, Carl inquired, what do you think? What? Jean Bing was taken aback, unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. He was utterly perplexed, yet after a brief moment of reflection, he acquiesced, all right. Though $2 billion was still a considerable sum for him, it was not insurmountable. After all, life held greater significance. Money was futile if one was dead. Here is my bank account number, Carl said, handing it over to Jean Bing. Once he confirmed that the other party had noted it down, Carl chuckled lightly. By the way, I expect to see my $2 billion within 3 days. The remaining $80 billion and interest should be returned within 3 years. I trust you wouldn't want any unfortunate incidents, would you? Jean Bing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Carl's words bore an uncanny resemblance to something he had previously written in a letter to him. Realizing this, he couldn't help but let out a rueful smile. Indeed, Carl was someone who held grudges. Yet, why had he suddenly altered his approach to such a coercive method? Despite his curiosity, he remained silent and simply replied, I will transfer the funds to you as soon as possible, by tomorrow at the latest. Carl nodded. In truth, he had been puzzled by Jean Bing's contemplation of not providing the funds. It was then that he recalled his silver Superman template possessed an ability known as mind reading. Thus, he subconsciously employed it. Consequently, from that moment onward, he had been privy to all of Jean Bing's thoughts. This was why he altered his strategy, initially requesting $2 billion, as anything more might be beyond Jean Bing's means. To be candid, Jean Bing's financial resources were somewhat less than Carl had anticipated. A few $billion were comparable to his own financial standing. The so-called Underground Emperor of New York is, to put it mildly, rather lacking. Even the ransom must be paid in installments. Quite pathetic, indeed. As for why Carl did not eliminate Kingpin, one could argue that there was no particular reason. Recognizing the opponent's capabilities, refraining from an assault was one aspect. The ransom was another. Ultimately, it was merely a fleeting whim. At the end of the day, Kingpin bore no enmity towards him. It was simply a case of unfortunate luck on Kingpin's part, colliding with Carl. Regarding other matters, such as heroes and villains, Carl had little desire to intervene. If he happened upon someone he found unpleasant, he would simply deal with them. He had no inclination to scour the world for villains to eradicate. That would be rather dull. Chapter 14. These underlings are quite commendable. A snapshot? Carl never entertained the notion of becoming a hero who resolves all antagonists. He held no interest in such a pursuit. Instead, he acted according to his whims. Should someone irritate him or provoke his ire, he would strike, regardless of their identity, be they commoners, tycoons, heroes, or villains. In his eyes, it mattered not. What was paramount was his own desires. If he wished to act, he would. Carl turned to Kingpin and spoke. Since you intend to procure funds for my ransom, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. As for this individual, I shall let him go for today. What you choose to do with him thereafter is your concern. Kingpin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, replying, understood. Please, take care. Carl nodded, preparing to depart. At that moment, Daredevil suddenly interjected. How can you act in such a manner? Kingpin is the most formidable underground leader in New York. With your immense power, why do you not punish him but rather demand wealth from him? Carl glanced at Daredevil, his expression unfazed. For no particular reason. If I must articulate it, it is simply because I wish to. With that, Carl delivered a kick to Daredevil, who was sent hurtling backward, plunging into the sea. Subsequently, Carl vanished into the sky in the blink of an eye. Kingpin looked up, watching the direction in which Carl had departed, rendered speechless. At that moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that Carl possessed the ability to fly. The informant had not mentioned this. Who, precisely, was this Carl Smith? The investigations had suggested he was an ordinary man, yet now, who would dare assert that Carl was merely a commoner? Kingpin would have snapped at anyone who did. Can an ordinary person emit lasers that dissolve others? Can an ordinary person fly? After a considerable time, Kingpin finally relaxed. At that moment, several underlings clad in black suits approached him. Boss, should we deal with Daredevil? Kingpin cast a glance at his underlings and then at the distant waters, replying gravely, no need. After all, he recalled Carl's words, which is why he refrained from acting against Daredevil. Kingpin instructed his subordinates, you lot, take those goods away. I still owe Carl 80 billion. I must earn to repay that debt. Jean held no significant animosity towards Carl, in the realm of the strong and the weak. As a prominent figure in the underground of the United States, he understood such dynamics all too well. The other party was simply more formidable, and there was little to contest. Moreover, the funds in question were, in essence, a means to preserve his own life, though the amount was indeed rather substantial. His subordinates acknowledged his words and proceeded to manage the goods. Observing their industriousness, Jean felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These individuals displayed commendable courage, remaining steadfast even as they witnessed the target being dissolved before their eyes. It seemed prudent to elevate them in rank. Suddenly, under the flickering lights, Jean noticed that the trousers of a subordinate clad in a black suit were inexplicably wet. This was not an isolated incident. All of them exhibited the same condition. Had they truly been so frightened as to lose control? Indeed, that was the case. Earlier, when Carl had dispatched the target with a searing gaze, the subordinates had been perilously close, witnessing the gruesome demise firsthand. It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, their legs had turned to jelly, leading to an involuntary release of fear. Only 2 of them had fled the scene, while the others remained seated on the ground, not from a lack of desire to escape, but rather due to their incapacitated limbs. Carl, of course, had observed their reaction but chose to disregard it. After departing from the New City Harbor, he returned to the home of Sky. He had no intention of going back to his own dwelling, for sleeping beside a companion was undeniably more comforting than solitude. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 11:46. It was time to rest. In that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to check in on the chat group that day. Although the 10 points seemed trivial, it was merely a matter of convenience. Thus, he held Sky close, while his thoughts drifted into the chat group. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? Sakura, by the way, have you met the great Carl? Princess Senju, yes. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? What does the great Carl look like? What is his personality like? I'm curious. Tianren Wang, curiosity piqued. Princess Senju, Carl Kuan has black hair and black eyes, and he is incredibly handsome. Princess Senju, he is also very kind, a genuinely good person. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? Oh, is that so? Princess Senju, absolutely. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? Do you have a photo of the great Carl? Could you share it? Tianren Wang, share. Princess Senju, no. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? Alright then. Tianren Wang, feeling disappointed. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? How about we contact the great Carl directly and ask for a photo? Tianren Wang, that might not be appropriate. Sister, what should I do if I have a Chinibu? What is inappropriate about it? It's merely members of the group engaging in friendly exchange. Carl glanced over the previous messages, noting that they merely discussed mundane matters, with the final entries revolving around him. Ding. Group member God of Humanity. Check-in successful. Earned 10 points. Princess Senju. Carl Kuan, is that you? Sister. What should I do if I have a Chinibu? Welcome, Great One. God of Humanity. Tianren Wang. Wow. Am I the only one who noticed that Boss Carl has signed in again for 10 points? Younger sister. Now that you mention it, it really is true. Younger sister. I'm envious. Tianren Wang. 1. Thousand-handed princess. 2. God of Humanity. Just give up. Size God of Humanity. This is not something to be envied. It's merely a matter of luck. God of Humanity. It's purely a stroke of fortune. Thousand-handed princess. 666. Carl Kuan is truly impressive. Younger sister. Laughs a matter of luck indeed. Younger sister. Unfortunately, I have never signed in for 10 points. Tianren Wang. Same here. Acquiring points is exceedingly difficult. Tianren Wang. At this rate, when will I ever be able to afford the kaleidoscope Sharingan? It's distressing. Thousand-handed princess. Stay calm. Perhaps there will be other means of acquisition in the future. Tianren Wang. I hope so. God of Humanity. I don't need my points at the moment. Let us liven up the atmosphere with a red envelope. With that, Carl sent a total of 4,028 points in a red envelope. Well, the envelope is divided into 4 parts, 1,000 for each person, with 28 being the leftover. In any case, the items he wishes to purchase are quite expensive, so this trivial amount of 4,000 is inconsequential. After sending the red envelope, Carl still has 96,000 points left. God of Humanity sent a red envelope. Younger sister received 1,003 points. Tianren Wang received 998 points. Thousand-handed princess received 1,207 points. Younger sister. Hee. With 1,000 points, I can buy so many things now. Tianren Wang. I'm distressed. I received the least from the red envelope. Thousand-handed princess. Not really. There's still one left, and it's even less than yours. Seeing this scene, Carl felt a tinge of confusion. The commander of the Great Wall Guard had not claimed the red envelope. Chapter 15. An unexpected identity, a useless system. Observing the red envelope claims, Carl was somewhat surprised. He had divided the red envelope into 4 parts, intending for each group member to receive 1,000. Yet now, only 3 people had claimed it. The member known as the commander of the Great Wall Guard had not participated. Could it be that he is not present? At this moment, the 3 women, Tsunade, had grown increasingly lively due to the red envelope. Thousand-handed princess. Speaking of which, points are indeed a wonderful thing. Thank you, Carl Kuan. Younger sister. Thank you, boss god of humanity. Tian Rin Wang. Thank you, esteemed one. God of humanity. No need for thanks. Younger sister. By the way, why hasn't T General Su claimed his red envelope? Tian Rin Wang. I don't know. He is probably busy. Tian Rin Wang. Didn't we mention before that he is usually quite occupied? Thousand-handed princess. It seems that way. Thousand-handed princess. I bet he will be very happy when he returns to see the red envelope. Thousand-handed princess. ISNT General Su always eager to buy that impressive item? Carl, upon reviewing the chat logs, grew even more astonished. General Su, who is that? Could it be the only member in the group whose identity remains unconfirmed? The one known as the commander of the Great Wall Guard? However, is it not Commander Hua Mulan of the Great Wall Guard? Carl felt a tinge of surprise. Of course, he was not entirely certain, as he had not paid much attention to the background stories of the heroes during his previous gaming experiences. After pondering for a moment, Carl decided to inquire directly. God of humanity, who is General Su? Is he the commander of the Great Wall Guard? Princess of 1,000 Hands. Indeed, that is correct. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Did you not know, Carl? General Su mentioned it a few hours ago. God of humanity. Perhaps I was dining at that time and was not in the group. A few hours prior. Carl had either been on the couch with Sky or out for a meal. Thus he had naturally missed the chat records. Just now, he had only briefly skimmed through the messages, and it was impossible to find anything from several hours ago. Had anything truly occurred, someone would have likely informed him, rendering a thorough search of the records unnecessary. King of the Celestial Blade. I see. King of the Celestial Blade. I was curious why Carl had not spoken at all. Princess of 1,000 Hands. The commander of the Great Wall Guard is a general named Su Lai. Princess of 1,000 Hands. It is said that he is responsible for guarding the Great Wall and protecting the borders. Sister with Chinibyu. Indeed, that is the case. God of humanity. I see. So it is Su Lai? Carl felt a slight surprise. Although he was uncertain, he had thought that the commander of the Great Wall Guard was likely the formidable Hua Mulan. Now, it turns out to be Su Lai? Sister with Chinibyu. Speaking of which, I am somewhat astonished. Sister with Chinibyu. General Su's world is also one of considerable martial prowess. Sister with Chinibyu. I initially assumed he was an ordinary individual. Princess of 1,000 Hands. The title of commander of the Great Wall Guard does not seem to suggest an ordinary person, does it? Sister with Chinibyu. Fair enough. The Great Wall Guard commander has received 820 points. Great Wall Guard commander. Thank you, esteemed Carl and God of humanity. God of humanity. No need for thanks. Sister with Chinibyu. General Su, has something occurred? You have just received a red envelope. Great Wall Guard commander. Not at all. Great Wall Guard commander. It is merely due to the recent reopening of trade with other nations. Great Wall Guard commander. This matter is quite significant. Hence the need for constant vigilance. Sister with Chinibyu. I see. Su Lai seemed exceedingly busy, as he chatted only briefly before going offline. Since Carl had previously sent a red envelope, Tsunade and the others were quite exhilarated, leading to a lively atmosphere in the group. After a while, Tsunade also logged off. Meanwhile, Takami and Kaisa appeared to be rather leisurely, persistently urging Carl to share a photo. Carl did not refuse. As one never knows when he might be tasked to venture into another world. It would indeed be rather awkward if the group members were unfamiliar with him. Thus, Carl dressed appropriately and sent a photo. In the Chinibyu world, a beautiful woman with long hair and striking red eyes sat in her room. She was none other than Toka Yatagami, the older sister of the protagonist from Chinibyu Demo Koi Ga Shirt Eye. Toka, a master chef at a high-end restaurant, possessed remarkable culinary skills. At that moment, she was engaged in a chat group, persistently urging Carl to share a photo of himself, even offering to exchange photos. She finally succeeded in getting his agreement. How thrilling. She pondered the truthfulness of what Ken-sensei had mentioned, wondering if Carl was truly handsome. Suddenly, Carl posted his picture in the group. Wow, he was incredibly handsome, with black hair and dark eyes. It became evident that Carl was not only an influential figure, but also quite dashing. As Toka gazed at Carl's photo, she couldn't help but admire him. Initially, her request for him to reveal his appearance stemmed from mere curiosity, but now she felt her decision was undeniably correct. In truth, not only do men enjoy looking at beautiful women, but most women also appreciate handsome men. Toka found a favorable angle and snapped several photos, selecting one that she was pleased with to share in the group. Upon receiving Carl's compliments, a smile graced her lips. Carl, observing the photos exchanged between the two, nodded in approval. They were indeed the individuals he remembered. Kaisa, too, was in her youthful days, not yet the angel of kings she would become. After complimenting both, Carl decided to rest. The following day, Carl woke up early. In reality, he no longer required sleep. yet the ingrained habit compelled him to do so. Besides, he found sleeping quite comfortable. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. The host can sign in today. Would you like to sign in immediately? Carl nodded. Yes, sign in. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a superhero costume, female. As the system's announcement concluded, several garments appeared before Carl. He picked them up, realizing they resembled the superhero costume he had exchanged in the system, red and blue in color. However, this outfit featured a short skirt, along with red long boots and stockings. Carl looked at the costume in his hands, feeling somewhat speechless. System? What on earth is this? Could you not be so ridiculous? It was acceptable to receive a black costume, considering the color difference. After all, black is one of my preferred colors. But why grant me a female superhero costume today? Am I to wear women's clothing? Huh. Carl thought that this wretched system was utterly useless. Just then, Sky stirred awake. Her eyes still hazy as she greeted him with a good morning, Carl. Carl glanced at Sky and then at the female superhero costume in his hands, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Chapter 16. The system is amazing, truly delightful. In the world of kings, a diminutive figure was hiding in the city of Great Wall Pass. This figure boasted sunflower-like hair and a face reminiscent of a cat, complete with several whiskers. Even more striking was the tail that arched gracefully behind this figure. In this land, those who possess physical features distinct from ordinary individuals are referred to as hybrid beings of the magical kind. This individual is named Shun Mingxi. A few days prior, due to certain circumstances, Shun Mingxi encountered a mysterious figure at the edge of a cliff. This enigmatic person, adorned in the attire of a sorcerer, with hair as white as snow, emanated an aura of mystique. The stranger extended an invitation to Shun Mingxi to join an organization called Yao Tian. He declined, vociferously proclaiming his dream of joining the Great Wall Guard Corps. Shun Mingxi's lineage traces back to the most primitive inhabitants at the foot of the Great Wall, his ancestors being among the first members of the Guard Corps. It was, therefore, his lifelong aspiration to become a part of this esteemed military force. Surprisingly, upon hearing Shun Mingxi's refusal, the mysterious sorcerer displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he offered guidance on how Shun could realize his ambition of joining the Guard Corps. According to the sorcerer's prophecy, when the Great Wall and Yuqing Pass open, an invasion by magical beings would ensue. And he disclosed to Shun Mingxi the path of the hidden masterminds. At this moment, Shun Mingxi had already followed the sorcerer's instructions and planted explosives, awaiting the opportune moment to detonate them as the adversaries passed by. Although he harbored doubts regarding the sorcerer's words, the pursuit of joining the Guard Corps remained his dream. Regardless of how slim the chances appeared, Shun Mingxi was determined to seize the opportunity. At this juncture, he was meticulously observing the passers-by, anxious not to miss this chance. Meanwhile, Su Lai was also present in the bustling marketplace, observing the vibrant flow of people. Witnessing the smiles adorning the faces of the crowd brought him immense satisfaction. Hailing from a prestigious family and having excelled in the imperial examinations during his youth, he chose not to pursue a career in governance, but instead took up arms, dedicating himself to the Great Wall. This monumental structure, a remnant from ancient times, stood majestically between the arid desert and fertile lands, safeguarding the territory of the empire. The soldiers of this empire are known as the Great Wall Guard Corps. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, and Su Lai had risen to become the highest commander of the Guard Corps, even establishing a protectorate in the most barren regions alongside the Imperial Army. This protectorate, situated to the south of the Great Wall, was constructed to shield the local populace from magical incursions. Recently, Su Lai and the Lord of Yuqing decided to remove the state of alert, allowing their respective citizens to engage in free trade at the pass. Yuqing, a city of prosperity nestled in the clouded desert, thrived due to its abundant jade resources. The merchants of Yuqing sought the protectorate's protection concerning the transportation of jade. Given their established cooperation, the relationship between the Great Wall Guard Corps and Yuqing was notably harmonious. Trusting the Lord of Yuqing, Su Lai consented to the trade agreement, recognizing the benefits it would bring to the people. After all, such endeavors were advantageous for the populace. With the pass now open, the scene before him was bustling with activity, rivaling even that of Chang'an. As the commander of the Great Wall Guard Corps, Su Lai beheld this vibrant spectacle with profound contentment. After all, he has guarded this great wall for over a decade. No one yearns more for the prosperity and contentment of the people here than Su Lai. At 11 o'clock, Carl sat by the bedside, savoring his red wine. Beside him, Sky rested with her eyes closed. At this moment, she was adorned in the attire of Supergirl, complete with shoes and stockings. It must be said, Supergirl's costume is truly exquisite. The fitted design speaks for itself, complemented by the short skirt and stockings, rendering Sky remarkably beautiful. At this juncture, Carl could not help but exclaim how marvelous the system is. Previously, he had thought the system to be rather useless, especially when it provided him with a costume while he already had one, and a female one at that, which seemed rather foolish. However, now that Sky donned it and made use of it, Carl was filled with endless admiration for the system. Truly amazing. If not for the concern that Sky might be overly fatigued and risk her health, Carl would have been left wanting more. After all, wearing this outfit transforms one into a vision reminiscent of Supergirl, not to mention its beauty. Yet, there was no need to rush. They could continue this delightful experience later in the evening. Carl even pondered how it would be if Sky wore Supergirl's attire while he donned his own. It seemed rather impractical, as he would have to remove his costume, whereas Sky would not need to. After finishing his wine, Carl proceeded to freshen up. Subsequently, he returned to the bedroom where Sky was still resting. He refrained from disturbing her and instead entered the chat group. Heaven S. Blade King. Thanks to Carl, I can finally afford the Sharingan. Heaven S. Blade King. It's a pity, though, the single Tomo Sharingan doesn't possess any particularly strong abilities. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? You really bought the Sharingan. Heaven S. Blade King. Indeed. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? How does it feel? Is it useful? Heaven S. Blade King. It's alright. Heaven S. Blade King. However, the single Tomo has limited abilities, mainly enhancing perception and such. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? What a pity. I can't afford the iron armor with my points. Thousand-handed princess. I recall that Mark I seems quite affordable. Thousand-handed princess. How could Sister Tenflower not be able to buy it after accumulating so many points last time? What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? I can afford Mark I. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? But Mark I is rather unattractive, resembling a lump of iron. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? Moreover, Mark I lacks the ability to fly. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? Even if I bought it, it wouldn't astonish Rika. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? She might even ridicule me instead. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? Mark III is also lacking, so I'll just have to wait. Thousand-handed princess. Oh, I see. Heaven S. Blade King. That is true. Mark I indeed has a rather poor appearance. Heaven S. Blade King. However, Sister Rika, you can purchase the Sharingan. Heaven S. Blade King. The single Tomo Sharingan is quite inexpensive. What should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? If I want to tease Rika, the Sharingan is indeed a splendid choice. My sister is afflicted with a case of Chinibyu. What should I do? She incessantly rants about the evil eye of the king, and I surmise she would be quite enamored with the Sharingan. However, I cannot possibly purchase something solely to amuse her. Yet, I find myself rather intrigued by the idea of an Iron Man suit, considering that donning such armor would allow one to soar through the skies. Princess Senju, indeed. That sounds rather splendid. I, too, wish to accumulate points to acquire one. Chapter 17. The comforting presence of Su Lai, as demonic forces approach. Princess Senju. Ah, Carl. You have arrived. God of humanity, indeed. My sister is afflicted with a case of Chinibyu. Good afternoon, esteemed leader. King of Tianrin. Greetings, Carl. God of humanity. Hello, everyone. What delightful conversation are you engaged in? Princess Senju. Oh, it's nothing much, merely discussing items purchased from the store. Ding. The commander of the Great Wall Guard successfully checks in and earns 6 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. My luck seems rather lacking today. King of Tianrin. Haha, it's about the same for all of us. Only Carl seems to possess extraordinary luck, earning 10 points each time he checks in. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. True enough. Despite my poor fortune, my spirits remain high. The commander of the Great Wall Guard sent a red envelope. King of Tianrin received 52 points. My sister is afflicted with a case of Chinibyu received 62 points. Princess Senju received 60 points. God of Humanity received 188 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard received 49 points. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Haha, my luck truly leaves much to be desired. My sister is afflicted with a case of Chinibyu. I am grateful for General Su's red envelope. King of Tianrin. Thank you. God of Humanity. Many thanks, General Su. Princess Senju. Thank you kindly. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Haha, no need for such formality, everyone. Thanks to Carl. I managed to purchase my desired items and still have some points left. I upgraded my items, but as my points were insufficient, I distributed a red envelope to everyone. King of Tianrin. Has General Su encountered some fortuitous event? You seem to be in remarkably high spirits, even sharing a red envelope. Princess Senju. Indeed, you appear quite joyful. What has transpired? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Something fortunate has indeed occurred. Do you recall my mentioning the recent reopening of the trade market? King of Tianrin. I do remember. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The market is now open, bustling with activity. The throngs of people remind me of the vibrant streets of Chang'an. It seems that the decision to reopen the market was undoubtedly a wise one. The commander of the Great Wall Guard shared a video. As the group clicked on it, they discovered a recording made by Su Lai. The footage revealed countless citizens bustling about on the streets, the calls of street vendors echoing incessantly, and the atmosphere was exceedingly lively. Occasionally, there are individuals adorned with beastly ears or sporting wild tails. Princess Kusanagi remarked, it appears to be quite splendid, completely unlike the borderlands. In the world of Naruto, where Tsunade resides, battles ensue among the various nations. In fact, the timeline she currently inhabits coincides with the eruption of the Second Ninja War. Thus, she possesses a degree of understanding regarding the borderlands. King Tianren expressed his desire. How delightful. I too wish to venture there. Congratulations, how lively it is. Exclaimed the one afflicted with Chinibyu. Commander of the Great Wall Guard chuckled. Thank you. Thank you. If you wish to explore the city, you are most welcome. However, it seems there is presently no means for you to cross over, as the mission has not been triggered. Alas, what a pity, King Tianren replied. I too would like to wander about. Su Lai observed the messages sent by the members in the group, his smile broadening. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a distance. Before Su Lai could investigate, his deputy came sprinting toward him, shouting, General Su, we are in grave trouble. At this moment, Su Lai's smile vanished upon seeing his deputy. What has happened? He inquired. A horde of demons has appeared near the city. What? Su Lai exclaimed, his countenance shifting to one of alarm. How could this be? Where did the demons come from? At this juncture, the Great Wall Guard had, as agreed, withdrawn their defensive forces, and the same was true for Yuqing, with the intention of allowing civilians to engage in trade without concern. Thus, within the city, no official armed forces were present. Only the majority of civilians from the Great Wall and Yuqing. Individuals like Su Lai and his deputy were merely there to partake in the market. Without the protection of the Great Wall Guard, the ramifications of a demon invasion would be catastrophic. The deputy, visibly anxious, confessed, I have no knowledge of the demon's origin. In this critical moment, Su Lai maintained his composure, having spent a decade at the Great Wall and encountered numerous challenges. As the highest-ranking commander of the Great Wall, he was taken aback by the sudden news. Without hesitation, Su Lai commanded, You must return to the Great Wall immediately and summon the guard for support. The deputy hesitated. Responding, General, what about you? I shall remain here to fend off the demons, Su Lai declared, drawing his long blade with resolve. You must hasten to the Great Wall. Understood. The deputy, recognizing there was no alternative, complied with the order, understanding that the safety of the civilians in the city depended on the reinforcements he would bring. As the deputy departed, Su Lai dashed toward the same direction. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the city, where a number of demon-like creatures loomed. The foremost among them stood over 4 meters tall, resembling an ancient bull, crowned with a pair of massive horns, its muscles bulging and its visage grotesque. Behind it trailed 2 more demons, ominously looming in the distance. A horde of monstrous entities surged forth, their numbers astonishingly vast. Su Lai furrowed his brow in dismay. If there were only a few of these creatures, he would have been able to vanquish them single-handedly. Yet, before him stood a multitude, easily numbering 200 to 300. Moreover, one of the beasts, resembling an aged bull, exuded an air of formidable strength. His only recourse was to endure and await reinforcements. With a fierce roar, Su Lai charged at the nearest few monstrosities. Having served as a sentinel of the Great Wall for over a decade, he held the esteemed position of commander within the Wall's defense forces. Su Lai had always believed that the Great Wall was his sanctuary. As long as the wall stood, so too did his homeland. Retreat was not an option for him. Before long, he found himself engaged in battle with the few creatures before him. However, their prowess was exceptionally formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. After merely a few exchanges, Su Lai found himself at a disadvantage. Soon, he was unable to mount a counterattack and could only defend passively. After all, 3 monstrous entities were arrayed against him, all possessing considerable strength. To compound his misfortune, as he struggled against the few in front of him, the hundreds of others drew perilously close, within a mere 20 meters. He could see the madness etched upon their faces. Faced with 3 powerful foes, Su Lai could only adopt a defensive stance, and the impending onslaught of the hundreds behind them only added to his despair. He was acutely aware that should he be defeated, the bustling marketplace of Guan City behind him, filled with ordinary citizens, would face certain doom. Among them were many children. The thought was infuriating. As the monstrous horde approached, Su Lai's anxiety deepened. If only he possessed greater strength. Strength? At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. His hands and sword were enveloped in a dark aura. It was the armament hockey he had acquired from Carl's red envelope and subsequently purchased from the chat group S store. After acquiring this power, Su Lai had tested it the previous day, finding its might to be quite impressive. Upon activation, it rendered his body as resilient as steel. However, in the excitement of the marketplace's opening and the unforeseen attack of the monstrous entities, he had momentarily forgotten about the armament hockey. With the hockey now activated, Su Lai resumed his battle with the creatures. Although he did not immediately conquer the 3 beasts, he transitioned from a position of mere defense to one where he could strike back. The armament hockey had indeed augmented both his offensive and defensive capabilities. However, he was still far from victory. For the time being, it remains impossible to vanquish the 3 demon species. Moreover, there are hundreds of these creatures, each less than 5 meters tall. The situation is dire. If only I possessed advanced Busashoka hockey, I could single-handedly eliminate these demons. Su Lai sighed, realizing his limitations. However, at this moment, he no longer felt the same urgency as before. The thought of Busashoku Haki naturally led him to recall the existence of the chat group. After exchanging blows with the demons, Sulai surprisingly ceased his resistance and retreated to the side, abandoning his post at Guan City. Once he had distanced himself, he promptly entered the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, members of the Divine Realm. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, Lord Carl, esteemed members. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, urgent situation. Demons have invaded Guan City. I implore your assistance. Heaven's Blade King. What is amiss, General Sulai? What to do if my sister has Chinibu? Indeed, why the sudden panic? What to do if my sister has Chinibu? Wasn't Guan City bustling just moments ago? Thousand-handed princess. General Su, please remain calm and explain slowly. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. The demons are exceedingly dangerous beings that frequently assault humanity. They possess beast-like forms and immense physical strength. Some demons can even wield peculiar powers. Now, hundreds of demons have appeared in Guan City. The area is filled with civilians, and there are no guardian troops present. I hope you can lend me your strength. What to do if my sister has Chinibu? I'm afraid I am powerless in this regard. What to do if my sister has Chinibu? Lord Carl, please assist the Divine Realm. Divine Realm, I can offer assistance, but there are currently no tasks posted in the chat group for me to engage with. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, how can we post a task? Divine Realm, I'm not entirely sure, as I lack experience. Thousand-handed princess. Heaven's Blade King, by the way, didn't Tsunade post a task last time? What was the process? Thousand-handed princess, I am uncertain as well. I was simply eager to rescue Rope Tree, and thus I posted it. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army, I too am very keen to defeat the demons and save the civilians in Guan City. However, there is currently no task available. Thousand-handed princess, I am not quite sure. Heaven's Blade King, could it be that a certain reward is required to post a task? Heaven's Blade King, I recall the last task's reward was all of Tsunade's personal points. Thousand-handed princess, that makes sense. Thousand-handed princess, indeed. The points I signed in for last time were used as a reward. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. Is that so? Then I shall give it a try. Commander of the Great Wall Guardian Army. I hope someone will assist me in repelling the demons. I am willing to offer 49 points as a reward. This is all the points I have. After purchasing Busashoku Haki, Sulai had sent out all his points as a red envelope. Had he not claimed some himself, he would be left with none. Notification. The commander of the Great Wall Guard has issued a task to repel the demonic forces. The task rewards 49 points. A friendly reminder. This task is exceedingly difficult. The chat group encourages members to assist one another, and all members may accept this task. Upon completion, additional points may be awarded based on the task rating. Sister, afflicted by a sense of grandeur, exclaimed, "Wow, a task has truly appeared." She continued, "Now that I know how to issue tasks, I too can post them in the future." Regrettably, she lamented, "It's a pity the difficulty is so high. As an ordinary person, I could never accomplish it." Princess of 1,000 Hands remarked, "Exceedingly difficult? It shows as merely high for me." Tianren Wang responded, "That's odd. It also displays as exceedingly difficult on my end. Perhaps it varies according to one's strength, and each person perceives it differently?" The sister mused, "That seems somewhat plausible." The commander of the Great Wall Guard addressed Carl, "Esteemed Carl, the task awaits." The sister added, "Life is precious. Carl, do hasten, save the world, O God of humanity." In response, the group member known as the God of Humanity accepted the mission to repel the demonic forces. In the realm of kings, Sulai observed the chat group's alert. His previously taut expression finally relaxed. With Carl having accepted the task, there was little left to worry about. After all, this esteemed individual possessed the ability to traverse time and resurrect the fallen. Sulai doubted that hundreds of demonic entities would pose a challenge to such a formidable ally. At that moment, the leading trio of demonic beings charged towards Sulai. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the human before them, their fury ignited. "Do you take us lightly? You dare press us down?" They roared, launching an assault against Sulai. Once again, he employed his armed color domineering to engage them in combat, while the hundreds of demonic entities surged directly into the city of Guan. Indeed, several of the foremost demons had already breached the city's territory. Roaring in excitement upon witnessing the throngs of people in the city, the demons emitted incomprehensible howls filled with exhilaration. Just then, a figure emerged, with raven hair and dark eyes, exuding an aura of striking handsomeness. Clad in a black uniform that accentuated his physique, and a flowing cape billowing behind him, there stood Carl. Chapter 19. The frightened crowd and the crimson light. At this moment, a contingent of the Great Wall Guard was hastening towards the location of Guan City. Leading them was a young man with black hair. Beside him, an old soldier remarked, "Li Xin, General Su has come to an agreement with Lord Yucheng. Our presence here might appear somewhat irregular." Li Xin, maintaining an air of calm, replied, "No matter. We shall not enter. We will simply remain at a distance around the outskirts of Guan City, just in case. Once the situation has concluded, if all is well, we shall return by the same path. Should Yen Cheng harbor sinister intentions, we shall indeed be of service." This sentiment is not without merit. A nearby individual sneered. A mere rookie, with a modicum of achievements, now believes himself above the heavens. Upon encountering General Su, I shall surely report your misdeeds in their entirety. Li Xian, upon hearing this, remained silent, scarcely casting a glance at the speaker. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he recalled the words of the peony sage. You have lost the city of Chang'an, and I too have lost my beloved possession. Why not assist me in reclaiming that which I cherish, and I shall aid you in regaining the city of Chang'an. What say you? From that moment forth, Li Xian arrived at the Great Wall, becoming a sentinel of its defense, and he distinguished himself with numerous feats of valor. Privately, he maintained close correspondence with the peony sage. Presently, he had received advance notice of the impending invasion of demonic entities on the day the city gates would open. The repercussions would be catastrophic, and as one who consented to the opening of the gates, Commander Su Lai would undoubtedly face accountability. The peony sage had long since made arrangements. Thus, Li Xian would naturally gain recognition for his contributions and ascend in rank, drawing ever closer to reclaiming the city of Chang'an. Is it finally about to commence? Li Xian murmured to himself. At the gates of the Great Wall, many denizens had already caught sight of the demonic beings at the entrance. After all, numerous individuals were situated nearby, and some of these fiends were of considerable size. A mere glance toward the entrance revealed a vast congregation of demons, rendering it impossible to overlook. How could this be? Is today not the day for the Great Wall's defenders and the city of Yu to open the gates? Why are there demons here? Wait for me, my books. Forget those things, flee quickly. In an instant, the once bustling and harmonious marketplace, reminiscent of a prosperous era, devolved into chaos. The common folk scattered in a panic, while merchants abandoned their wares, fleeing for their lives. After all, they were residents of the borderlands, whether from the Great Wall or the city of Yu. Each was acutely aware of the terror these demons inspired. Not only the defenseless civilians, but even the seasoned defenders of the Great Wall faced casualties in battle against the fiends. Therefore, the majority of the populace, upon seeing the demons, fled in disarray, with only a handful of those possessing combat prowess opting to confront the threat. For instance, a silver-haired youth at a stall, his beast-like ears twitching, narrowed his gaze and lifted a colossal weapon nearly his own height, charging toward the marketplace's entrance. Meanwhile, a violet-haired man perusing a collection of Li Bai's poetry also noticed the demons at the gates. Sister Kyra said that Senior Su Lai is a friend of Li Bai. Is that true? At that moment, just as the demons were about to breach the marketplace and chaos ensued, a dark figure hovered above the scene. Carl, having accepted the mission upon its announcement by Su Lai, was instantaneously transported to the realm of the kings. Before accepting the task, he returned home to don his black battle attire. After all, he possessed the means, 2 or 3 sets of such garments. To let them go to waste would be a shame, and the black ensemble looked undeniably striking. In an instant, Carl surveyed the entire situation in Guan City, Su Lai, the demonic entities, and the panicked populace. The young man wielding a massive firearm. Could that be Bai Li Shouyu? And there was Shun Mingxi, alongside another figure brandishing a curved blade, unmistakably not a mere supporting character. How lively it all was. Carl mused, then greeted Su Lai from a distance. General Su Lai? Greetings, I am Carl. At that moment, Su Lai, utilizing his armed color domineering, was fending off 3 formidable demonic entities. Upon hearing Carl's words, he instinctively glanced over. Having previously perused records in their group, Su Lai had seen a photograph of Carl and was not surprised by his age. However, witnessing Carl soaring through the air left him in silent astonishment. Although he had heard from Gang Shou that Carl possessed the ability to traverse time, the sight of him flying was truly remarkable. Yet, there was no time for astonishment now. Hurriedly, Su Lai shouted to Carl, Carl, those creatures charging towards Guan City are indeed the demonic entities. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 brilliant beams of red light erupted from Carl's form. The 2 red rays, akin to lasers, instantly struck the demonic entities. In mere moments, the foremost 2 creatures engulfed in the red light dissolved completely, leaving not a trace behind. The red light swept horizontally, and in an instant, all the demonic entities were obliterated as if shredded by primordial divine weapons. The entire ordeal took less than 2 seconds. At this juncture in Guan City, the civilians were still in a state of frantic flight. Some, catching a glimpse of the red light vanquishing the demonic creatures, halted in disbelief. One individual, inadvertently colliding with another fleeing civilian, stumbled and fell, utterly disoriented. As he struggled to rise, he exclaimed in frustration, "Watch where you're going. If you don't care for your life, I certainly do." Yet, the other person paid him no heed, instead pointing towards the city entrance with an uncertain tone. "The demonic entities, they seem to be dead? What nonsense are you spouting?" The bumped individual retorted, his tone still unkind. However, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the entrance of Guan City. Indeed, the towering demonic entities that had once stood there had vanished. They were positioned close to the entrance, thus affording them a view of the outside world. They could even see General Su Lai engaged in battle with the remaining entities. But the demons had truly disappeared. Many bystanders noticed the earlier flash of red light and the subsequent absence of the demonic entities. Am I seeing things? I think I just saw a red flash. And then the demons vanished. You are not imagining things. I saw it too. The demons are gone. Upon witnessing the empty entrance, the civilians erupted into cheers. As the crowd swelled, even those a bit farther from the entrance instinctively paused in their tracks. However, they had not witnessed the preceding events and were unaware of the circumstances. Thus, they merely gazed around in bewilderment. At the slightest hint of demonic presence, they would flee once more. Yet after a considerable wait, no sign of the demons appeared, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and join in the jubilant cheers of the crowd. In Chapter 20, the task was completed, and Sulai felt a profound sense of gratitude. The common folk of Guan City were only aware of the demons' disappearance and celebrated with excitement. Meanwhile, some individuals rushing toward the entrance of Guan City clearly saw a figure floating in the sky, radiating a searing crimson glow. Subsequently, the demons were obliterated. The young man, Shoyu, gazed at the silhouette in the sky, murmuring to himself, "Is that a human? So formidable." The purple-haired youth wielding a curved blade exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, that is incredibly impressive." Amongst all present, none were more astonished than Sulai. Just moments ago, he had entrusted Carl with a task, and before he could finish his thought, Carl had annihilated all the demons. Staring at the now empty entrance of Guan City, Sulai even began to question whether the demons he had encountered were merely a figment of his imagination. At that moment, a beam of red light shot towards him. Startled, Sulai instinctively attempted to dodge. However, before he could react, he noticed that the three demons before him simply vanished upon being struck by the red light. Sulai was taken aback. These three demons were incredibly powerful entities. Even after a decade of service in the Great Wall Guard, he recognized that he was no match for them. If it weren't for his mastery of armed color hockey, he would have been unable to retaliate. Yet now, they were instantaneously vanquished by Carl. The disparity in strength was staggering. Truly, he was a being capable of traversing time and resurrecting others, undoubtedly formidable. No wonder Carl was referred to as the god of the mortal realm in their group. His power was reminiscent of that of the divine. At this juncture, some ordinary individuals also noticed Carl soaring through the air. "Old Zhang, do you see that silhouette in the sky?" "What silhouette? You're talking nonsense. There is indeed a figure. It must be a demon, right? How could a human possibly fly? Impossible. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That figure emitted a red glow and obliterated the demons. How could demons attack their own kind? It has to be a human, perhaps even a deity. How could a mere human possess such immense power?" This reasoning held merit. In truth, others had seen it before but had not paid much attention. After all, both the dazzling red light and the demons were captivating. In comparison, Carl seemed less remarkable. Now that the demons had vanished and the red light was gone, they naturally noticed Carl. However, Carl landed beside Sulai. Observing this, Sulai immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Carl. Your timely intervention has saved Guan City and its people from certain doom. I am fully aware of the gravity of this situation." Alone, Sulai found himself capable of withstanding only 3 formidable demon invaders. The onslaught of hundreds of these fiends upon Guan City would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic outcome. Fortunately, Sulai had joined a chat group, where the esteemed Carl offered his assistance, swiftly obliterating the demonic horde. Hence, Sulai felt a profound gratitude towards Carl. "Do not mention it," Carl replied with a smile. "If the opportunity arises, I would certainly not mind performing acts of kindness, especially considering my background in higher education. Twice, no less." Moreover, he had received a reward for the task. As he vanquished the demons, he heard the notification sound from the chat group. Ding. Group member, the god of humanity, has completed the task of exterminating the demon horde, earning 49 points. Task rated as level A, additional reward of 100,000 points. You may return to your world at any time. Would you like to return immediately, with the prospect of doing good while earning points? Carl saw no reason to depart at once. Sulai, with a look of apology, said to Carl, "Esteemed Carl, I must first reassure the populace. We shall converse further afterward." Carl nodded. "Very well, attend to your duties." Upon hearing this, Sulai promptly entered Guan City, fully aware that some citizens had undoubtedly witnessed the demon's assault. Perhaps some had even lost faith in Guan City. After all, the foundation of reopening the city relied on the mutual trust between Sulai and Lord Yuqing. During the city's reopening, neither the Great Wall Guard nor Lord Yuqing had employed their armed forces, allowing the citizens to engage in trade without pressure, thus fostering economic growth and vibrant activity. Yet now, merely on the first day of its reopening, Guan City had already faced a demon attack. It was only natural that both the citizens of the Great Wall and those of Yuqing harbored reservations. Not to mention, even Sulai himself felt quite unsettled. A purple-haired youth flashed through his mind. Could this be your true intention? Sulai clenched his fists in silence. With idle time on his hands, Carl followed Sulai into Guan City. It must be said that Sulai was indeed a remarkably charismatic leader. Initially, Many citizens were in a state of panic and fear. However, after Su Lai's comforting words, most of them felt considerably more at ease. At that moment, someone noticed Carl standing beside Su Lai. This individual was among those who had previously seen Carl and could not help but inquire, "General Su Lai, did this gentleman by your side just vanquish the demon army?" Upon hearing this, many turned their gaze towards Su Lai, for numerous witnesses had seen Carl's intervention. Su Lai, instead of responding immediately, looked towards Carl, evidently seeking his approval. Carl chuckled lightly and nodded. Seeing this, Su Lai's expression brightened. He proclaimed, "Indeed. As many of you have undoubtedly observed, demons attacked outside of Guan City. This man is the hero who just eliminated the demon army and saved our city. His name is Carl. You may also refer to him as the god of humanity." As these words left his lips, the people in the city of Guan were momentarily taken aback, instinctively casting their gazes toward Carl. Previously, some had glimpsed the dark figure in the sky, yet uncertainty lingered. Su Lai's declaration, without a doubt, affirmed their suspicions. In the next instant, the crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers. "Truly remarkable. Thank you immensely." The appellation of God of Humanity carries a certain gravitas. Had it not been for your intervention, my life would have likely been forfeit. Here are some delicacies I have prepared. If you do not find them unworthy, please accept them. These vegetables are of my own cultivation and quite delectable. Many citizens pressed forward, eager to express their gratitude to Carl. Observing this, Carl elevated himself, soaring into the air. He gazed down at the enthusiastic populace and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formality." The triumph over the demonic entities was solely due to General Su Lai. He valiantly faced 3 formidable foes alone. "I am merely a friend of General Su Lai. There is no need for thanks. I shall partake of some delicacies instead." With that, Carl descended before the young woman selling snacks and took a few. In response, the crowd encircled Su Lai, showering him with thanks. Su Lai, wearing a warm smile, reciprocated their appreciation. At that moment, Carl noticed a group approaching from beyond the city gates. Chapter 21. The Wrath of Li Xian, taking action. Are others arriving? It appears they are all human. The leading figure looks somewhat familiar. Li Xian? Carl mused, slightly taken aback. Li Xian is here as well. His understanding of the narrative within the realm of kings was limited, as he had spent most of his time engaged in battle, leaving little opportunity to observe. At this moment, Li Xian was leading a contingent of the Great Wall Guardian Army towards the city of Guan. Previously, they had encountered Vice General Su Lai along the way, dispelling any doubts regarding Li Xian's presence. Although Li Xian's initial pretext was concern for the Yuqing forces, he had nevertheless proven to be of use. The crowd regarded Li Xian with newfound respect. The group hastened their steeds, racing towards the city of Guan. Fully aware that there were no defenders present, General Su Lai and numerous civilians were within, facing a dire threat from the demonic entities. As Li Xian beheld the approaching city, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Should this endeavor succeed, his standing within the Great Wall would undoubtedly rise. He believed that soon he would command the Great Wall. At that time, according to the words of the Peony Alchemist, he would acquire Chang'an City. After all, it was rightfully his. Contemplating this, even someone as composed as Li Xian felt a swell of emotions. Before long, the group neared the city of Guan, and what they beheld astonished them. Before them lay the city of Guan, devoid of any traces of demonic presence. No one was injured, nor were the stalls damaged. Instead, the people were joyously surrounding Su Lai and an unfamiliar man. Especially notable were Vice General Su Lai and Li Xian, as the former had witnessed the onslaught of numerous demonic entities firsthand. Li Xian had received news from the Peony Sorcerer and had prepared himself well in advance. Arriving at Guanshi, however, he found no trace of the demonic seeds. What could be the reason for this? At that moment, Su Lai also spotted Li Xian and his companions at the entrance of Guanshi and was slightly taken aback. How could the support from the Great Wall Guard arrive so swiftly? It had only been a short while since the vice commander had departed. As Li Xian and his party dismounted and approached Su Lai, the vice commander, after exchanging pleasantries, could not help but inquire about the demonic seeds. He had witnessed their onslaught firsthand. With Su Lai preoccupied and having taken a detour, he had managed to escape. Yet now, where were the demonic seeds? Su Lai laughed heartily. There is no need for concern. The demonic seeds have been eradicated. What? The vice commander was taken aback. He had seen the sheer number of those seeds, which were indeed substantial, hundreds, in fact. As Su Lai's subordinate, he was well aware of Su Lai's prowess in battle. But the notion that he could vanquish hundreds of demonic seeds was beyond belief. The demonic seeds were formidable beasts, and it was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to withstand even a single one. Even if Su Lai were extraordinarily strong, it seemed implausible that he could fend off such a multitude. Yet here was Su Lai declaring that they had all been destroyed. Nearby, Li Xian and the arriving members of the Great Wall Guard were equally astonished. Ha! Upon witnessing their expressions, Su Lai understood their thoughts. He exclaimed, "It was not I who defeated the demonic seeds, but rather this individual." He gestured towards Carl, saying, "This is my old friend. who has recently come to the Great Wall and fortuitously encountered this situation. I fought valiantly against 3 demonic seeds, but it was Karl who vanquished them all. Indeed. You may refer to him as the god of humanity. What? The crowd gasped, gazing at Karl in disbelief. One person had single-handedly annihilated hundreds of demonic seeds. The members of the Great Wall Guard, seasoned in combating these seeds, were acutely aware of their might. Even if the strength of the seeds varied among hundreds, there would certainly be a few formidable leaders. And with such a massive number, it could easily overwhelm the unprepared. Who exactly was this god of humanity? In that moment, the members of the Great Wall Guard held Karl in profound reverence, save for one, Li Exan. He regarded Karl with a darkened expression, for this unexpected arrival had altered the course of his plans. The complete annihilation of the demonic seeds meant Guanxi had suffered no losses. In fact, the seeds had not even breached its gates. Thus, Sulai bore no fault, at least not a significant one. As for Li Exan, he had failed to rescue Guanxi from peril, resulting in no merit to claim and no promotion in sight. Contemplating this, Li Exan was consumed by resentment towards Karl. Why had this occurred? According to the peony sorcerer, further preparations were in motion. Sulai might face demotion due to this incident, reducing him to an ordinary member of the Great Wall Guard. Meanwhile, Li Exan believed he should have been the one to accrue merit and rise in rank. Little by little, gradually mastering the Great Wall, ultimately exchanging it for Chang'an. Why? Li Exan seethed with rage internally, yet he restrained his fury, concealing it from view. Are you enduring great hardship? At that moment, a voice laced with amusement reached his ears. Before Li Exan could react, he felt as though his neck were ensnared by iron shackles. His feet left the ground, rendering him breathless. Before him stood a young man with raven hair and dark eyes, clad in a voluminous cloak and form-fitting, dashing battle attire. It was Karl. With a single hand, he effortlessly grasped Li Exan, lifting him with ease. Instinctively, Li Exan reached out, desperately pounding against Karl's palm, attempting to free himself. However, his efforts were utterly futile. His fist striking Karl's hand felt akin to hammering against steel, inflicting pain only upon himself. The onlookers were instantly struck with astonishment at this scene. The Great Wall Guards swiftly drew their weapons, standing ready to confront Karl. Release Li Exan. Despite their previous admiration for Karl's strength, Li Exan was ultimately a member of the Great Wall Guard, their comrade. In such a moment, the guard naturally sought to defend him. Meanwhile, Sulai, witnessing the unfolding situation, hurried to position himself between the two parties. He whispered to the Great Wall Guard, "What are you doing? Lower your weapons." Yet, upon seeing the tense standoff, the group had no choice but to sheath their arms. Sulai breathed a quiet sigh of relief, for he was acutely aware of Karl's formidable power. On the surface, Sulai appeared to be upholding Karl's authority, but in truth, he was safeguarding the Great Wall Guard. The memory of the fate of hundreds of demonic beings was still vivid. Should these individuals provoke Karl, their end would not be more favorable than that of the demons. Sulai did not believe that Karl was incapable of taking a life. Seeing the Great Wall Guard relent, he offered a smile. "Karl, is there a misunderstanding? Would you kindly release Li Exan?" At this, Karl glanced at Li Exan, then at Sulai, before unceremoniously tossing Li Exan to the ground. Li Exan knelt, gasping for the fresh air. Before he could regain his composure, he heard the same voice, now tinged with amusement. There is indeed no misunderstanding. This man is a traitor to the Great Wall Guard. Chapter 22. My country, my family. My land, my people. Hearing those words, Li Exan, who had been kneeling and breathing heavily, felt his heart constrict. After all, he had sought to seize control of the Great Wall in exchange for Chang'an with the sorcerer Mu Dan. Li Exan's father had once been the crown prince, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had met his demise. Thus, claiming Chang'an as his own was not entirely erroneous. Yet, alone and isolated, he found himself unable to confront the might of the empire and reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Subsequently, Li Exan was taken away by the sorcerer Mu Dan and tasked with numerous missions. On one occasion, after a failed assignment, Li Exan was captured, only to be rescued by Mu Dan. A proposal was made to exchange the Great Wall for Chang'an. Subsequently, Li Exan arrived at the Great Wall. On this occasion, there was an invasion of demonic entities. Li Exan had already heard of this news from the peony sorcerer several days prior and had made preparations accordingly. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to label him a traitor to the Great Wall Guard. The impending attack from the demonic forces would undoubtedly result in significant losses. However, the stranger before him seemed to possess knowledge of his affairs. Though anxiety stirred within him, his extensive experience and composed demeanor allowed him to feign nonchalance. Li Exan took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He regarded Karl with an unperturbed expression, stating, "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating," which aligned with his characteristic reticence. The other members of the Great Wall Guard rallied to Li Exan's side. A traitor? Impossible. There could be no traitors among the Great Wall Guard. Indeed, although Li Exan was a newcomer, he was nonetheless one of us in the Great Wall Guard. Do not speak such nonsense. Not only did the members of the Great Wall Guard who accompanied Li Xian stand by him, but even Su Lai, at that moment, also believed in him. This was due to Li Xian's numerous contributions and his repeated collaboration alongside the Great Wall Guard in battles. Su Lai himself held Li Xian in high regard, his intentions for promotion unmistakable. Consequently, when Karl declared Li Xian a traitor, not only did the other members of the Great Wall Guard refuse to believe it, but Su Lai also remained unconvinced. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Karl was not taken aback. He looked at Su Lai with a smile. General Su Lai, I am aware that you harbor doubts. Li Xian has fought alongside you, sharing life and death as comrades. Regrettably, I possess the ability to read minds and know what others are contemplating. Having said that, Karl turned his gaze to the stern-faced Li Xian. Are you wondering how I came to know this? Your communications with the peony sorcerer have been rather discreet, and it should not have been detected. It is rather unfortunate. I do not harbor any animosity towards you. Your background as the son of a former prince elicits some sympathy from me. At these words, Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Karl. The facade of calm and aloofness he had maintained cracked entirely, for he had never disclosed his lineage to anyone since arriving at the Great Wall. Thus, no one should have been aware of it. Even in Chang'an, those who knew of his identity were exceedingly few. Could this person truly possess the ability to discern the thoughts of others? Indeed, I have stated that I can know what others are thinking, Karl chuckled lightly. This includes your identity and your strategies with the peony sorcerer. You were already aware that today, the border city would be ambushed by demonic forces. This was all part of the plans devised by the peony sorcerer and yourself. Su Lai would be demoted to a common soldier for consenting to develop the border city, while you, by promptly eliminating the demonic entities, would rise in rank. With each of Karl's statements, Li Xian's countenance grew increasingly grim. Su Lai and the Wall Guard army had initially paid little heed to the situation, remaining steadfast in their support of Li Xian. However, upon witnessing Li Xian's demeanor, an ominous premonition took root within their hearts. Before Li Xian could utter a word, a youth with violet hair suddenly burst forth from the crowd and charged towards him. With a swift punch, he struck Li Xian squarely in the face, then seized his collar, demanding in an agitated voice whether the allegations were true. This youth, named Cheng, was the son of the Lord of Yuqing and had long harbored deep admiration for Su Lai, viewing him as an idol. Their rapport was strong. Having hit it off from their first encounter, Cheng had been the one to propose the opening of the trade city, and thus, upon hearing Karl's claims, his fury surpassed that of anyone else present. If Karl's words proved to be accurate, the esteemed Su Lai, whom he idolized, would face demotion, and Cheng himself would likely be scapegoated as the mastermind behind the invasion of the demonic forces, given that the initiative to open the trade city originated from him. It was inconceivable for Cheng to remain calm under such circumstances. Li Xian, with a mere flick of his hand, effortlessly wrenched Cheng's grip away. With a resounding thud, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Li Xian's relationship with Cheng was merely acquaintanceship. They knew each other's names, but shared no deeper bond, and he would not allow Cheng to strike him unimpeded. Li Xian laughed maniacally, declaring, "Indeed, what he says is the truth. I merely wish to reclaim what is mine. Is there any fault in that?" In an instant, Li Xian's black hair transformed into a hue reminiscent of blood, and a torrent of abyssal, crimson demonic energy erupted from him, sending the surrounding Wall Guard army sprawling. I am not unlike a beast, yet this is ultimately my homeland, he roared, brandishing his sword and darting towards Karl with blinding speed. This velocity was not merely superior to that of an ordinary human. Even the formidable demonic entities would find it lacking. In mere moments, he stood before Karl, raising his sword to deliver a decisive blow. This individual had disrupted his plans, and Li Xian was determined to eliminate him. As for the Wall Guard army, Li Xian harbored no desire to engage with them. He would deal with this threat first and strategize thereafter. However, in the next heartbeat, Li Xian found himself momentarily stunned. The blade of his sword struck Karl's neck with force, yet contrary to his expectations, Karl's head did not tumble to the ground. Instead, Li Xian's sword shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Before Li Xian could voice his confusion, he witnessed a faint smile spreading across Karl's face. Though your background evokes sympathy, I shall not grant my adversary the opportunity. As the words fell, Li Xian beheld a vision of crimson radiance enveloping his surroundings. In that fleeting moment, inexplicably, memories of his childhood surged forth. The grandfather, with evident joy, received his offspring from the hands of his father. The words echoed in his ears, my country, my family, my land, my people. At last, he could find solace. Farewell, Great Wall. Chapter 23. Slaying the Demon Seed, Summoning Li Xian. Karl had slain Li Xian. Even in the final moments, an immense power erupted from Li Xian, yet he remained no match for Karl. Karl possessed the template of a silver Superman. His heat vision capable of dissolving and evaporating nearly all matter, unlike the seemingly ineffective heat vision depicted in films. Thus, Li Xian was swiftly vanquished by Karl. After all, Li Xian, by attacking him, had become Carl's adversary. In the face of an enemy, there was little to discuss. Resolution was paramount. However, Carl possessed the ability to read minds. He knew Lee Exion's thoughts and understood his circumstances. In a previous life, Carl had fought with this hero and had diligently practiced his techniques for a considerable time. Yet, he was unaware of the narrative that Lee Exion carried. Given another chance, Carl would still choose to eliminate his foe. There was nothing to regret, but he felt a twinge of discomfort. At that moment, the Great Wall's guard, who had been thrown back by Lee Exion, rose to their feet. What greeted their eyes was the image of Lee Exion, engulfed in crimson light, fading into nothingness. It was clear without a doubt that Lee Exion had been slain by Carl. The guards hastily drew their weapons. To be honest, they had witnessed the preceding events and largely understood that Lee Exion was the traitor. Nevertheless, the devoted and loyal guards of the Great Wall still regarded Lee Exion as a comrade, having once fought alongside him. The news of Lee Exion's death at the hands of Carl weighed heavily on their hearts. At this juncture, Sulai admonished, "Lower your weapons." A multitude exchanged glances. Yet none retracted their arms. Carl felt a sense of discomfort, but chose not to escalate matters with these individuals. He yearned for vengeance, but would not misplace his wrath. Using his supervision, Carl scanned the surroundings and discovered that, several dozen kilometers from Guanxi, a city was under siege by demon seeds. Ignoring the tense guards of the Great Wall, he soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the guards of the Great Wall gazed skyward, staring at the disappearing figure, rendered speechless. Almost simultaneously, Carl arrived in the besieged city. The troops within were valiantly resisting the demon seeds, the battle brutal, with many of the human soldiers injured and retreating under pressure. Not everyone possessed the battle-hardened prowess of Sulai. Due to his vexation over Lee Exion's fate, Carl was determined to exact retribution. He refrained from using his heat vision. Instead, in a flash, he appeared before a colossal demon seed that was in the act of seizing a soldier, preparing to consume him. With a powerful punch, he struck. Bam! The towering demon species, standing 3 to 4 meters high, was instantly reduced to mere fragments, with blood and flesh scattering across the sky. In the next moment, Carl's figure darted across the battlefield, delivering powerful punches that shattered the demons into pieces. In the span of a single breath, he eradicated all the demons within the city. The number of demons here was comparable to that in the city of Guan, where Sulai resided, perhaps even exceeding it by a few hundred. Initially, the human army was engaged in a fierce battle. However, it took only a brief moment for them to realize something was amiss. The formidable and vicious demons vanished without a trace. Nearby, a man adorned in peculiar attire floated in the air. The soldiers, momentarily stunned, soon erupted in jubilant cheers. The demons had disappeared. Was the blood and flesh on the ground truly that of the demons? It seemed indeed to be. This meant that the demons had not merely disappeared, they had all been slain. But how had these demons met their end? Uncertain. Yet the complete annihilation of the demons was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Previously, they had been retreating in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Now, with the demons gone, their joy was palpable. "Who are you?" The foremost figure, a white-haired elder, regarded Carl with a look of confusion. He appeared to be either the commander or the local lord. "The god of humanity," Carl replied calmly. "The god of humanity?" The elder instinctively echoed this peculiar title. He gazed at Carl and respectfully inquired, "Did you eliminate the demons in the city?" Although he was entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired, the sudden disappearance of the demons coinciding with the appearance of such a figure surely indicated a connection. Carl remained silent. Suddenly, he felt as though he had acquired a new ability. After a moment of introspection, he focused intently ahead. In the next instant, a figure materialized not far from him. This individual wielded a black blade and possessed flowing red hair, adorned with strange markings upon their body. It was none other than Lee Exion, who had recently perished. "Master." Lee Exion bowed respectfully to Carl. Indeed, Carl nodded. He felt a twinge of discomfort within, having just slain Lee Exion, though he harbored no regrets. It was a disquieting feeling. Thus, he had come to this place to vanquish the demons. Yet now, he found himself endowed with an unexpected power, the ability to command souls, summoning the spirits of the deceased. The summoned souls would coalesce into physical forms, appearing indistinguishable from their living selves, viewing Carl as their master and obeying his commands. In the absence of directives, they would behave as they had in life. Should a soul perish, Carl could summon them anew. The silver superhero template he had acquired through the system did not possess this ability. The mastery over souls was a newly emerged power. Carl gazed at Lee Exion, his mind deep in contemplation. During the Silver Age, Superman faced a multitude of formidable adversaries. Consequently, he would occasionally acquire new abilities. Possessing the Silver Superman template, he could continuously augment his powers. This was indeed quite splendid. With this in mind, he contemplated the acquisition of the power to traverse worlds. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he already possessed the ability to cross dimensions, albeit intermittently. After a few moments, he suddenly waved his hand, and the space before him began to shimmer and distort. Without hesitation, he stepped into the warped realm. In the next instant, he found himself in his own home. My home. After a brief reflection, he utilized his supervision to search for Sky. Instantly, he spotted Sky resting peacefully. Indeed, I have acquired the power to traverse worlds, he mused, nodding in affirmation. This time, he had not employed the chat group as teleportation, but rather his newfound ability. The Silver Superman was truly remarkable, capable of manifesting any power he desired. A light chuckle escaped him, and he returned to the realm of the kings. Gazing upon Lee Xian, he spoke, "You shall remain in this world to pursue your aspirations." "Yes," Lee Xian replied with a bow before turning to depart. Carl watched as Lee Xian's figure, seen through his supervision, continued to run westward, towards the direction of the Great Wall's guardians. Chapter 24. Subsequent Effects and Return to the World. Returning to the Great Wall? Carl pondered, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. At that moment, a figure clad in a graceful silhouette approached him, a young woman with flowing pink hair. She rushed towards an elderly man nearby. "Father, are you unharmed?" she inquired with concern. Many buildings in the city had been destroyed, and numerous soldiers were injured. Carl glanced at the young woman and recognized her. She was none other than Garo from the Realm of Kings. This meant that the elderly man was Garo's father. Carl felt a twinge of surprise. He had been unaware of the backstory during his previous life, as combat had taken precedence. Little did he expect to find himself in Garo's city. However, this was not of great consequence. He observed as Garo conversed with her father before he decided to return to his own world. The silver-haired elder was recounting the events that had transpired. "Just now, we were engaged in battle against the demonic forces assaulting Qianku City. Suddenly, all the demons perished, their bodies shattering under the onslaught. Then, a figure appeared, cloaked in black, floating in the air. He proclaimed himself the god of humanity. Where is he now?" The elder gestured towards Carl's location, only to find that the figure had vanished. Garo glanced in that direction and inquired, was it he who saved Qianku City? As Jalua entered, he noticed Carl, who was gracefully hovering in the air, adorned in distinctive attire that was difficult to overlook. However, the well-being of his kin took precedence in his mind. Thus, Jalua refrained from dwelling on Carl for too long. Now aware that this individual might be his father and the savior of the city, Jalua felt compelled to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, the enigmatic figure had vanished. Truly, he was a mysterious and formidable presence, Jalua mused. In Chang'an City, within a secluded estate of the empire, the courtyard was adorned with lush, blooming peonies. A man with long, snow-white hair, dressed in the garb of a Taoist practitioner, sat solemnly before a chessboard. Opposite him was a youth with azure hair. They played swiftly, their moves executed with such dexterity that it seemed thought was unnecessary. The Taoist's attention, however, was not on the chessboard but rather on other matters. The conditions of the Great Wall City and the Thousand Cave City were likely reaching a critical juncture. Both the demonic entities and their human counterparts were prepared. Thus, the omens concerning the Great Wall would soon manifest, and the Empress would surely take greater notice. While he pondered, a figure bearing an oiled paper umbrella suddenly appeared. It was a girl with rabbit-like ears. After greeting the Taoist, she presented him with a letter. As soon as he accepted it, she swiftly departed. With a calm demeanor, the Taoist opened the letter. However, as he read its contents, his pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be? The demonic entities in both Great Wall City and Thousand Cave City had been eradicated? Who was this god of humanity? The letter detailed all that had transpired in those cities. The youth, who had been engrossed in the game, glanced at the Taoist, perplexed by the sudden change in his master's expression. Carl returned to the Marvel Universe, finding himself in the comfort of his home. Before embarking on his mission, he had retrieved his black battle suit, which he now exchanged for casual attire. In an instant, he materialized in Sky's residence. It was still midday. However, Sky had been engaged in a battle against him while clad in her Supergirl outfit for several hours, leaving her utterly exhausted and in need of rest. At that moment, Carl felt a tug of intuition and entered the chat group. Princess Cannon, Carl, you've completed your mission quite swiftly. Princess Cannon, have you returned to your world? Sister with Chinibu, you must have returned by now, right? After all, it's been quite a while since the mission was accomplished. As group members posted tasks and updates, not only could the individual see the notifications, but the entire chat group would also be notified. Therefore, at the moment Carl vanquished the demonic entities, all members were made aware. Tianren Wang, it seems our esteemed Carl is absent. King of the Blade. Then perhaps we should inquire with General Su Lai, Commander of the Great Wall Guard. King of the Blade. General Su Lai, has the mission been accomplished? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Yes, it has been fulfilled. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Lord Carl is truly formidable. He effortlessly dispatched hundreds of demonic entities in an instant. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. My gratitude to Lord Carl, the deity of our realm. Princess of a Thousand Hands, General Su Lai. Did you capture any footage of Lord Carl during the battle? Princess of a Thousand Hands. I wish to witness Lord Carl's gallant form. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I want to see it. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I have yet to witness Lord Carl in combat. King of the Blade. I too wish to see it. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. No. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. At that moment, I was engaged in combat with 3 formidable demonic entities. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Though I hesitate to admit it, I was indeed at a disadvantage. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The moment Lord Carl appeared, he annihilated hundreds of demons in the blink of an eye. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I had not even contemplated recording the battle before it concluded. Princess of 1,000 Hands. I see. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? That's unfortunate. King of the Blade. Indeed, it is regrettable. King of the Blade. We can only hope that next time, during our mission, we remember to record. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Precisely. Princess of 1,000 Hands. If Lord Carl accepts my task next time, I shall ensure to record it. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I too will. Deity of the Realm. I have returned. There is no need for concern. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Deity of the Realm. General Su Lai. No need for formality. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Deity of the Realm. After all, there are point rewards to consider. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Indeed. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Lord Carl has acquired 100,000 points from this mission. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? How enviable. I can hardly afford an iron battle suit. King of the Blade. Envy, indeed, after purchasing the Sharingan. My points have dwindled. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Envy multiplied. Lord Carl is truly impressive. Deity of the Realm. Allow me to distribute a red envelope. The group member, Deity of the Realm, has sent a red envelope. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu has received 220 points. Princess of 1,000 Hands has received 300 points. King of the Blade has received 120 points. Carl, observing the record of red envelope claims, noticed that Su Lai's name was absent from the list. Chapter 25. Su Lai's reaction. The leisurely members of the group. Carl sent a red envelope and noted that Su Lai's name was missing from the claims. It seemed likely due to the matter concerning Li Xin, as there was some lingering resentment. Although Carl permitted Li Xin to remain in the realm of the heroes, he did not interfere with the latter's actions. Li Xin's departure was in the direction of the Great Wall Guard. However, it cannot be said that Li Xin would necessarily return to the Great Wall Guard. Perhaps he desires to quietly safeguard the Great Wall instead? What he chooses to do is his own affair, irrelevant to Carl. Moreover, even if Li Xin intends to return to the Great Wall Guard, it is doubtful he would arrive in such a short span of time. After all, Carl summoned Li Xin to the city of Qianku. It was still quite a distance from the location of the Great Wall Guard. After a brief conversation, Su Lai excused himself, citing urgent matters. Sister, a quintessential Nibio, remarked, General Su Lai seems rather busy. He hasn't even claimed his red envelope. Tian Renwang replied. Indeed, he has not. It is likely due to the situation in Guan City. He continued, wasn't it mentioned that Guan City was under invasion by demonic entities? Now that the esteemed Carl has resolved the matter, General Su, as the head of Guan City, must attend to the aftermath. Qinsho Gongju concurred, that makes sense. It truly seems to be the case. After all, status entails not only glory and privilege, but also responsibility. The group members noticed Su Lai had not collected his red envelope, though they did not speculate further. They merely assumed he was preoccupied with official duties, not considering how little time it would take to claim a red envelope, perhaps a mere second, if that. How could there be time for conversation, yet none to collect a red envelope? They did not ponder deeply. As Carl was privy to happenings in the realm of kings that the others were not, Carl said little and paid no heed to Su Lai's actions, likely due to matters concerning Li Xin, but felt no need to explain. He acted as he wished, without obligation to justify himself to anyone. Sister, the Nibio, exclaimed. Wow, you speak so wisely, Tsunade, and you seem to empathize deeply. She continued, by the way, your group nickname shall be Qinsho Gongju. There is but one truth. Indeed, Tsunade must be a princess of a kingdom, which explains your profound sense of empathy, she mused. Am I wrong? The Qinsho Gongju is a deity among mortals. Tian Renwang chimed in. Wow. Sister Shihua, your reasoning is impeccable. How marvelous. Sister, the Nibio, laughed heartily. Exactly. Keep striving, little Kaisha. One day, you too shall be as remarkably astute as I. Understood, Sister Shihua. Tian Yu Shihua, as if uncovering a grand secret, suddenly became animated. Kaisha too found merit in Shihua's words. The two seemed to perform a comedic duet. One dared to speak while the other not only believed but also applauded. Carl, observing the chatter in the group, couldn't help but chuckle. Tian Yu Shihua had quite the imagination. He was well aware that Tsunade was not a princess of any nation but a member of the Senju clan, with her grandfather being the clan leader. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is the doting grandfather of Tsunade. Her status surpasses that of a princess from any other nation. For Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, revered as the god of shinobi. If he so desired, he could obliterate not just a single country, but potentially the entire world of Hokage. Thus, while Tsunade may not be a royal princess in the conventional sense, Her standing is far beyond that of an ordinary princess. Therefore, could it be said that Kamishiro Tsubaki's words hold some truth? What perplexes Carl further is the demeanor of Kamishiro Tsubaki and Kaisa. One is constantly active in the group chat, while the other presents herself as an adorable young girl. This starkly contrasts with Carl's previous impressions of them. Kaisa, being quite young, is excusable. She is merely a teenager and not yet the formidable angel king she will eventually become. However, Kamishiro Tsubaki, has she not already become the head chef of a restaurant? It seems that during this time, reminiscent of a Chinibu anime, her personality has undergone considerable transformation. Carl, who often observes from the sidelines, has not directly inquired but has managed to ascertain the ages of the group members. After some contemplation, he could not resist chiming in. God of humanity, by the way, are you all so free? God of humanity, no work, study, or battles. Sister with Chinibu, I work at a restaurant and was originally quite busy. Sister with Chinibu, however, now that we have this chat group, it's not as strenuous anymore. Sister with Chinibu, after all, 1 point can be exchanged for over 10,000 yen. Sister with Chinibu, I can just check in casually and get a meal. Work? Sister with Chinibu, I only go to work when I feel like it. Sister with Chinibu, besides, the manager's daughter loves the cakes I make. And I have a good relationship with the manager. Sister with Chinibu, not having to work frequently, of course, I'm quite leisurely. In truth, what Kamishiro Tsubaki did not mention is that her original dream was not to become a chef. Unfortunately, due to her father's passing, she had to abandon her studies upon graduating high school to pursue culinary skills. Now, free from economic pressures, she naturally prefers not to work. Princess Senju, I have temporarily completed my tasks and am awaiting orders. Heavenly Blade King, I have nothing much to occupy my time either. God of humanity, well, it seems these individuals truly have ample leisure time. Carl, however, felt unqualified to comment on others, having sold his own company out of a desire to avoid management while needing funds. Sister with Chinibu, Tsunade, you haven't responded to me yet. Was my analysis correct? Princess Senju, Heavenly Blade King, I am curious as well. Princess Senju, not quite right. Princess Senju, I am unsure why my nickname is this. Princess Senju, the Senju clan is. Tsunade then proceeded to explain the circumstances of the Senju clan. Sister with Chinibu, wow, so that is how it is. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Isn't that more impressive than a princess? Tianren Wang, indeed. Chincho princess, not at all. After chatting for a while in the group, Carl exited the chat upon realizing that Sky had awakened. Chapter 26. The awkward situation of Su Lai and the cleverness of Shihua. Carl discovered that Sky was awake and promptly left the chat group. With a smile, he inquired. Awake? Sky nodded, feeling somewhat hungry. Shall we go eat? Sure. After freshening up, the two stepped outside. Following their meal, instead of returning home, they ventured to the seaside for some leisure. While Carl was enjoying his dinner, he sensed something and re-entered the chat group. Great Wall Guardian Commander, thank you so much. Carl, divine being of the mortal realm. Tianren Wang. Tianren Wang, General Su Lai, why are you thanking Carl again? Didn't you already express your gratitude before? What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Confused. Great Wall Guardian Commander, the previous thanks were for the matter regarding the demon seed. Now it is for a companion. Tianren Wang. Oh, I see. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Eagerly observing. Tianren Wang. Did Carl also rescue your companion? Great Wall Guardian Commander, indeed. Great Wall Guardian Commander. Not only did Carl eliminate the demon seed in Guanchu City, but he also saved my companion. Great Wall Guardian Commander. Although the process was rather complicated, this is essentially the situation. Tianren Wang. I understand now. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Impressive. Upon entering the chat, Carl immediately noticed the exchanges among Su Lai and others. He surmised that it was likely Li Xin who had returned to the Great Wall Guardian forces, prompting Su Lai to express his gratitude once more. The tone of the conversation had shifted significantly. However, Carl held no particular thoughts on the matter. He acted out of his own volition, unaffected by others. Divine being of the mortal realm. General Su Lai, no need for formality. Great Wall Guardian Commander, I truly appreciate your help. I understand that your strength far surpasses that of a mere mortal like myself. Great Wall Guardian Commander. Nevertheless, I must say that you have saved the Great Wall, the people of Yuqing, and assisted Li Xin. Great Wall Guardian Commander. This immense favor is something I, Su Lai, will never forget. Great Wall Guardian Commander. Should you ever require anything in the future, I, Su Lai, shall not hesitate to plunge into danger for you. Tianren Wang, astonished. What should I do if my sister is a bit eccentric? Observing. Divine being of the mortal realm. Very well, I shall graciously accept your goodwill, General Su Lai. One does not strike a smiling face. Although Carl felt that he would likely never need Su Lai's assistance, he could not bring himself to utter anything unkind in response to such an attitude. Noticing Carl's reply, Su Lai appeared visibly pleased, engaging in a lively discussion with the group members for quite some time. Suddenly, Kaisha seemed to recall something and curiously spoke up. Tianren Wang, General Su Lai. I have a matter I wish to inquire about. The commander of the Great Wall Guard replied, "Do not hesitate to ask. I shall tell you whatever I know." Was the commander of the Great Wall Guard inquiring about the strength of Lord Carl? Not quite, Tianren Wang responded, though I am indeed intrigued by Lord Carl's powers. What I wish to ask is whether you, General Su Lai, have completed your official duties. I noticed you appeared quite busy a few hours ago. Tianren Wang continued. It seems you have no pressing matters now, chatting away in the group. Ah, indeed, came the response from what to do if my sister has a Chinibyu. Have all matters been resolved? The chat group fell into a prolonged silence for several seconds. Initially, Taka Yoshika and Kaisha awaited Su Lai's response. But as time passed without a reply, they began to suspect the chat had frozen. Unable to restrain herself, Kaisha chimed in, General Su Lai? The commander of the Great Wall Guard replied, those official matters have indeed been taken care of. However, I have a few things to attend to now. I must step away for a moment. You all continue your conversation. Thank you, Lord Carl, he added. In truth, Su Lai expressed his gratitude twice. And his demeanor had notably changed. He now had time to chat, not due to any official duties, but because of his feelings regarding Li Xian's fate. He harbored resentment towards Carl for having killed Li Xian, for they had fought together as comrades. Even if there were faults, the appropriate course of action would have been imprisonment or reporting to Chang'an. Even for severe charges, imprisonment would not necessarily lead to death. Consequently, he felt he had wronged Carl, leading to a sense of guilt. Lord Carl is truly a good person. Su Lai was not one to lie. Feeling somewhat awkward, he chose to make a hasty exit. How polite, said God of Humanity. Tianren Wang remarked. Why does it feel like General Su Lai is acting strangely? What transpired over there? What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu replied. It seems so. I too sense an unusual atmosphere. What could it be? She pondered. Lord Carl, do you know what is going on with General Su Lai? I do not, came the response. Didn't he say he had matters to attend to? Carl had an inkling of the transformation within Su Lai, yet such matters need not be divulged. I'm stepping outside for a moment, said God of Humanity. Very well. Farewell, Lord Carl, Tianren Wang replied. Goodbye, came the response. What to do if my sister has a Chinibyu noted? Lord Carl has also departed. My intuition tells me that something unknown to us has transpired with General Su Lai. Moreover, Lord Carl likely knows about it. My younger sister is rather eccentric. What should I do? The two of them seem quite suspicious. Tianren Wang, wow? Sister Shihua, your words resonate with great wisdom. My younger sister is rather eccentric. What should I do? Ha. At this moment, Carl had not yet departed from the chat group. Observing the discussions within, he wore a peculiar expression. After a brief chuckle, he exited the chat. Presently, Carl was dining with Sky at a restaurant. Noticing Carl's smile, Sky, who was eating, looked on with curiosity. What could have transpired to elicit such joy? The stock of Stark Industries has surged significantly. Carl took a sip of red wine, maintaining a calm demeanor. Oh, that indeed is splendid news, Sky nodded in agreement. It was unexpected that such stocks from Stark Industries still had room for growth. Naturally, Stark Industries has a close collaboration with the authorities, and it is a venerable establishment. Well, Sky was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. Yet she had heard of Stark Industries. Surely, few in the entire nation were unaware of it. Chapter 27. An Inconvenient Reward, the Expulsion of Carl. After dinner, Carl and Sky took a stroll home. Upon arriving at Sky's residence, Carl once again experienced the remarkable qualities of Wonder Woman's attire. However, it seemed that this costume needed a wash. Yet, would it be of any use afterward? At midnight, Sky fell into a deep slumber without even freshening up. As she was utterly exhausted, Carl had been physically active since childhood, honing his combat skills. After all, this is the Marvel Universe. While there are many superheroes, there are also numerous supervillains. Even though he was an ordinary person previously, honing his skills might prove life-saving in critical moments. Surprisingly, over the past 25 years, Carl had seldom engaged in a fight. The physique he cultivated found its utility in other areas. Although Carl had several girlfriends, Sky had merely managed to hold her ground previously. Now, with Carl acquiring the Silver Superman template, Sky seemed overwhelmed. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. The host can sign in today. Would you like to sign in immediately? Without hesitation, Carl nodded, saying, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Catwoman's attire. Catwoman? Carl was slightly taken aback, momentarily unable to recall who Catwoman was. A superhero? As the system notification concluded, an assortment of garments appeared before Carl. Instinctively, he grasped them. This time, the attire appeared rather simplistic, consisting of a single bodysuit and a mask, both black and seemingly made of leather. So, this is Catwoman. As Carl gazed at the costume in his hands, he recognized it as the outfit worn by Catwoman in the film, The Dark Knight Rises. It certainly seems to be quite impressive. Kara beamed with an innocent smile. Indeed, even Supergirl's attire could use a wash. Setting Catwoman's costume aside, Kara joyfully proceeded to freshen up. After completing her ablutions, she retired for the evening. The following day, Kara experienced the remarkable qualities of Catwoman's costume. To be honest, This outfit was undeniably beautiful, possessing a distinct aesthetic that diverged completely from that of Supergirl's. However, there was one aspect in which it fell short: its convenience. A few manual adjustments were necessary. After making those changes, the costume proved to be quite satisfactory. On the third day, Kara donned Wonder Woman's attire. By the fourth day, it was the Flash's suit. This particular piece, however, was not bestowed upon Skye, as its design was evidently unsuitable for female wear. Kara had no desire to wear it either, so she left it untouched. The Flash's costume simply did not align with her taste. On that very day, Skye, somewhat exasperated, urged Kara to step outside. "Hey, Kara, you ought to return home. Don't you have many relatives and friends waiting for you? Go find them." She could no longer tolerate the situation and insisted on sending Kara out. There was little she could do. She simply could not compete. Battling daily several times was exhausting. Kara chuckled as she gazed at the firmly shut door, shrugging her shoulders. As a mere mortal, Skye was powerless to impede her if she so wished. However, Kara chose not to resist. "Very well," she replied with a smile. "I shall return home for now and come back to visit you later." From beyond the door, Skye's weary voice echoed. "All right. Just let me have a proper rest for a while." Kara peered through the door and saw Skye returning to bed to continue her rest. She smiled and instantly vanished from sight. In that very moment, she found herself back at her own home, preparing to freshen up. The next morning, Skye had promptly sent Kara away, to the extent that Kara hadn't even washed her face. To be honest, Kara felt this treatment was a bit excessive. If Skye wanted her to go home, she should at least allow her the courtesy of washing up and having breakfast. It would have been preferable to leave after a meal. Kara resolved to educate Skye on proper hospitality in the future. In a quaint CAF, Daredevil Matt was sipping coffee with his colleagues. "Listen, Matt, I hope you'll consider taking on cases against the wealthy. The crucial factor isn't whether they are guilty, but whether you can profit from it." "Absolutely not," Matt firmly rejected. As Daredevil, he was naturally committed to being a champion of justice. His colleague sighed, offering no further comment. As Daredevil savored his coffee, his mind wandered back to recent events. The mysterious individual who had swiftly dispatched Kingpin's associates and subsequently extorted Kingpin himself. Although Daredevil could not see him, his extraordinary sensory abilities made it clear that this person was formidable, whether through the use of that peculiar energy or sheer physical strength. After all, Daredevil had first-hand experience. He had barely managed to crawl out of the sea after being struck by Kara. He had been rendered immobile at that moment, and it took him several hours to reach the hospital. After several days of rest at home, he had recovered significantly. It is worth noting that Daredevil possesses the extraordinary ability to hear sounds from several kilometers away, along with radar-like senses. He also boasts physical attributes that surpass those of ordinary humans, excelling in speed, strength, and endurance. Yet, despite these remarkable qualities, Daredevil found himself incapacitated for an extended period after being struck directly by Carl. This was the gravest injury he had ever sustained, without exception. Fortunately, his recuperative abilities were formidable, and he was now able to resume normal activities, though high-intensity combat remained beyond his capacity. Unbeknownst to Daredevil, Carl had no intention of killing him at that moment. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the demons of the King's world. At this juncture, Matthew detected a delightful aroma. A striking woman with chestnut hair entered the CAF, her physique commendable and her features exquisite. Upon entering, she selected a seat, placed her order, and awaited her meal with an air of nobility and grace. Contemplating this, Daredevil grasped his cane and made his way toward her location. Initially, the woman paid no heed to him, but upon realizing he was disabled, her demeanor softened. They exchanged a few words, but as she glanced at her watch, she remarked, "I have other matters to attend to," and promptly departed from the CAF. Matthew felt a surge of joy during their conversation, only to realize with dismay that he had forgotten to inquire about her name. He hurried after her outside the CAF, but the woman, spotting Daredevil, mistakenly perceived him to be a stalker. Without further ado, she engaged him in a physical altercation. Meanwhile, after finishing breakfast, Carl sat idly on the sofa, sipping his drink. Feeling somewhat bored, with Skye absent, he could not experience the excellence of his battle suit. Should he visit his bar? Alas, it was still morning, and the establishment had yet to open. Perhaps he could see what his other girlfriends were up to. With this thought in mind, Carl activated his supervision to search for his companions. Moments later, he spotted a striking figure with flowing brown hair. At that moment, this woman was embroiled in combat with a man wearing sunglasses. Chapter 28. Carl's girlfriend and the stressed Daredevil. The captivating figure with chestnut hair was named Erica. Though devoid of superpowers, she was well-versed in various martial arts and skilled in multiple weaponry, with physical capabilities rivaling those of Olympic champions, meeting all benchmarks of human excellence. Her profound interest in martial arts stemmed from her childhood experiences. Carl had encountered Erica while attending the same university, and naturally, they became a couple. Now, upon seeing Erica, Carl raised an eyebrow, for he not only spotted her, but also Daredevil. The two were engaged in a one-on-one battle on the street. Although Daredevil now donned sunglasses and appeared in business attire, starkly contrasting the red costume reminiscent of Captain America he had previously worn, Carl still recognized him. Engaged in combat with Erica was none other than Daredevil himself. From the moment he first encountered Daredevil, he had glimpsed the true essence of his opponent. Carl possessed extraordinary vision, enabling him to perceive vast distances and observe the cosmos in its entirety. Furthermore, he wielded the power of X-ray vision and various other abilities. Daredevil, astonishingly, was embroiled in a skirmish with his girlfriend. A smile crossed Carl's face as he vanished in an instant, reappearing almost simultaneously near the CAF's entrance, where Erica and Daredevil were locked in a struggle. Of course, this was not a battle to the death. After all, Daredevil was a paragon of justice. His current objective was merely to flirt. Therefore, he refrained from unleashing his full might, engaging in only a few exchanges before discerning his opponent's capabilities. She was formidable, significantly stronger than an average person, and indeed, most individuals would find themselves outmatched. Yet, in comparison to Daredevil, she fell short by a considerable margin. His interest in this woman grew. She was unlikely to cause him harm, given her ordinary nature and the fact that it was still daylight. Feigning inferiority and allowing her to best him seemed prudent. This would likely facilitate his flirtation efforts. Defeating her might provoke an angry retreat. Thus, pretending to be vanquished was the decision Daredevil ultimately made. However, at that moment, a voice, laced with mirth, rang out. Bullying women is hardly a gentlemanly act. Simultaneously, Daredevil felt an iron grip constraining his arm. A frown creased his brow as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as this thought arose, he experienced a dizzying sensation, followed by a heavy crash against the ground. The fragrant aroma of grass filled his nostrils, startling him. Instinctively, he pushed himself up, his palm meeting the soft earth beneath him, realizing he had landed on a nearby lawn. Daredevil found it hard to believe he was on the grass. Though he was blind, his sensory perception was immensely powerful, with hearing, touch, smell, and taste far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Through rigorous training, he had developed a radar-like ability. Even without sight, he could sense activities within several kilometers. This CF was not unfamiliar to him. There was no lawn outside, and the nearest one lay several meters away. To be thrown over 10 meters was inconceivable. The woman he had just battled could not possess such strength. If she did, he would not have found their skirmish so manageable. He expanded his senses to their fullest extent. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds and scents flooded his awareness, painting a vivid picture of his surroundings in his mind. Indeed, he was on the grass over 10 meters away from the CAF, and the woman who had just fought him. At that moment, he was unexpectedly kissing a man. The Daredevil was instantly enraged, unable to contain his expletives. What on earth? The enchanting woman he had just endeavored to approach was now locked in an embrace with another? Furious, he stormed over. Just then, a voice pierced the air. Daredevil, we seem to have quite the connection. Upon hearing those words, the Daredevil was momentarily taken aback. This voice was eerily familiar. With his heightened senses, he could discern every individual's voice. This particular tone resonated within his memory. Upon reflection, it belonged to that formidable presence he had encountered a few days prior when confronting Kingpin. In an instant, the previously imposing Daredevil found himself frozen. He was at a loss for how to respond. Should he confront this individual and assert his authority? Perhaps not. He wished to live a little longer. After all, he had recently sustained injuries and was still recovering, feeling a dull ache throughout his body. Moreover, in his radar-like perception, the man and the woman appeared to be intimately entwined, with the lady not resisting but rather leaning into his embrace. It was evident that their relationship was close, and given the recent kiss, they were likely either a couple or married. As a stranger to this scene, the Daredevil found little to say. Initially, he had felt a surge of anger, but now he considered the fact that the woman was indeed beautiful. Having a partner was hardly astonishing. As a superhero, the Daredevil quickly recalibrated his mindset. Yet, a frown soon creased his brow. After being battered by Carl, the Daredevil realized this was not a fellow hero advocating for justice like himself. His previous encounter with Carl had been unfortunate, and he had no business speaking out of turn. How was it that today, upon fortuitously meeting a lovely lady, she happened to be the girlfriend of this adversary? The Daredevil lamented his woeful luck. What is the matter? Why are you just standing there? You look lively, have you healed? A voice interjected. Carl was grinning as he regarded the Daredevil, while Matthew felt immense pressure, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, he finally murmured, I apologize. This was merely a misunderstanding. The Daredevil understood he could not possibly win against Carl. More importantly, as a superhero, he recognized that he had erred. Had he known the woman had a boyfriend, he would have acted differently. Carl, with a smile, scrutinized the Daredevil. Possessing telepathic abilities, he gleaned the Daredevil's thoughts completely. Initially, upon witnessing the Daredevil battling Erica, Carl had contemplated delivering a thrashing. Well, killing him was not out of the question. However, his perspective had shifted. Perhaps sparing the Daredevil could help diminish the number of villains and criminals? At that moment, Erica, filled with exuberance, inquired, Carl, what brings you here? I specifically came to find you, he replied. Really? Then let us go shopping. Erica appeared exceedingly thrilled. Carl smiled and agreed. Chapter 29. Has the Chinibu struck again? A shocked Erica, Carl, and Erica paid no heed to the nearby Night Demon. They exchanged a glance, embracing each other as they departed. Night Demon, on the other hand, sensed their retreating figures, remaining silent for a long while, feeling a sense of frustration at being overlooked. Fortunately, this formidable presence refrained from taking action. His wounds had yet to heal properly. Any further injury would be dire. Naturally, there were fates far more tragic than mere injury. Though Night Demon chose not to dwell on such thoughts. After a considerable time, he turned and returned to the CF, resuming his seat. At that moment, Night Demon felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have chased after them. A colleague wore a mischievous grin, asking, "So Matthew? Did you manage to get that girl's contact information? I must say, she is truly beautiful. Why do you have weeds on you?" Night Demon simply offered a wry smile, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Carl had his arm around Erica as they walked down the street. Suddenly, Erica recalled the earlier incident, regarding Carl with a curious gaze. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you really send that person flying over 10 meters just now? And when did you arrive? Weren't you in Queens recently?" She questioned, intrigued. Previously, upon seeing Carl, she had been too preoccupied with joy to ponder deeply. Now, her thoughts began to settle, and she noticed several peculiarities. For instance, just a second ago, she was engaged in combat with Night Demon, and the next moment, he had vanished. She vaguely recalled a shadow soaring away, presumably Night Demon, only to find Carl suddenly before her. When she turned again, Night Demon was standing on the grass several meters away. Then, Carl kissed her, and she instinctively responded with warmth. This situation was clearly abnormal. Carl and Erica had been in a relationship for many years, having started dating during his freshman year of college. He had even met Erica's father. Thus, without hesitation, Erica voiced her thoughts. "Oh, I just arrived." Carl nodded. "I was at home when I saw you fighting someone, so I came to help you. As for that person, I indeed threw him out. You came from home. Aren't you in Queens?" "That's correct." "Queens?" Erica gazed at Carl in disbelief. "Queens?" She was currently in Manhattan. There was a considerable distance between Queens and Manhattan. Even by subway, it would take dozens of minutes. Yet, Carl's statement implied he had seen her fighting and then arrived here. There seemed to be something amiss in his words. First of all, the distance between Queens and Manhattan is quite considerable, at least from a human perspective. It is impossible to observe the happenings in Manhattan from Queens. Furthermore, even if Carl could see her engaged in a brawl, it defies logic that he could arrive before the fight concluded. The subway journey alone takes several minutes. Are you suggesting you flew here faster than the subway? How did you manage that? If you truly flew, it must have taken less than a second. Are you jesting? Carl? Erica gazed at him in bemusement, suspecting he was merely making a joke. After all, they had shared laughs in the past, albeit not particularly amusing ones. "I'm not joking," Carl replied, shaking his head. "Have you forgotten that person I hurled over 10 meters? Do you believe you could achieve that? That was my doing." Erica hesitated. She indeed could not replicate such a feat. Moreover, she found it hard to believe that Carl had thrown that individual such a distance. Erica and Carl were university alumni, having attended the same school. On one occasion, she witnessed Carl engage in a match against a member of the sparring club. Having trained his body and combat skills from a young age, Carl easily defeated numerous opponents, piquing Erica's interest. Thus, they gradually became closer. Erica was aware of Carl's fighting capabilities, which were likely comparable to her own. Yet, even so, it seemed implausible that he could toss someone over 10 meters. After all, she could not do it, and no ordinary person could either. However, despite her disbelief, she could not dismiss the earlier incident, as that individual indeed appeared over 10 meters away. In a moment of confusion, Erica struggled to comprehend the situation. Carl smiled and said, "To put it simply, I suddenly acquired extraordinary powers. Not only can I fly, but I also possess a speed surpassing that of an airplane. I even have telepathy." "I know what you were thinking." Carl was forthright about his abilities, showing no intention of concealing them. If he were to be discovered by officials or reporters during a fight or while flying, he had no plans to hide it. He saw no reason to do so. Why conceal it? Worrying about others discovering his powers and causing him trouble seemed foolish to him. Such individuals were no different from those courting death. Carl held no fear of them and would not hesitate to confront them. There was even less reason to hide this from close friends like Sky and Erica. However, Erica laughed so hard she could barely stand. She leaned on Carl's shoulder, her laughter vibrant and infectious. "Ha ha, Carl, your joke is quite amusing. Superpowers? Have you succumbed to a midlife crisis? That shouldn't be the case. You graduated from university years ago." Carl, meanwhile, admired Erica's figure. She had always possessed a remarkable physique, and her smile added to her allure. After watching her for a while, Carl too broke into a smile. "I merely speak the truth. I possess the ability of telepathy. You are pondering what transpired moments ago. As I have already disclosed, it was I who expelled that individual. You may now attempt to think of something else for me to discern." "Very well." Erica maintained her smile, believing Carl was merely jesting. After all, such matters are rather difficult for an ordinary person to accept. Carl remained indifferent. In the next instant, he remarked, You harbor resentment towards your father for compelling you to attend the soiree. Upon hearing Carl's words, Erica was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed been contemplating this very issue. She exhaled, attempting to calm herself, rationalizing that it was merely a coincidence, as Carl had always exhibited an understanding of her. At that moment, Carl spoke again. Do you believe my accurate guess was merely serendipitous? I'm still reflecting on how adorably juvenile I was today. Erica widened her eyes, gazing at Carl in disbelief. Are you actually suggesting I might possess the ability of telepathy? If you remain skeptical, I can provide you with a first-hand experience, he replied, wrapping his arm around Erica's waist. In the next moment, their figures vanished instantaneously. Almost simultaneously, they appeared suspended in the air. Erica was utterly astonished, gazing in awe at the architecture below. Chapter 30. The Perks, Poor Matthew. Before long, they arrived at Carl's residence. Carl looked at Erica and smiled. So what do you think? This is truly unbelievable, Erica exclaimed. She had not anticipated that Carl was not jesting. Nor was it merely a case of youthful folly. He genuinely possessed extraordinary abilities. He could even soar through the skies. Actions speak louder than words. Carl's earlier assertions paled in comparison to the experience of flying with Erica. Perhaps, Carl did not elaborate on Erica's astonishment, simply shrugging. Erica, with a face full of wonder, inquired, How did you acquire such a remarkable ability? When did you discover it? A few days ago. It just manifested suddenly, he replied. Wow, I am so envious. Erica lamented. She had always harbored a fondness for combat and martial arts, hence her practice. Now, learning of Carl's extraordinary powers, she felt a surge of envy. Carl chuckled and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator. At that moment, Erica's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was her father's call. Oh no, my father is urging me to attend the soiree. She then answered the call, exchanged a few words, and hung up. After sipping a glass of wine, Carl casually asked, What's the matter? It's just my father. He insists I attend the soiree. He claims the driver cannot locate me and is pressing me to go. Erica nonchalantly took Carl's wine glass and took a sip. Carl, unfazed, retrieved another glass. A soiree, huh? Quite commonplace. After all, his business is thriving, so it's natural for him to attend such events. Carl possessed shares in several large companies, granting him frequent invitations to various soirees. It was not that he held a particular fondness for such gatherings. Rather, in his boredom, he regarded them as a form of amusement. The soirees he attended were predominantly hosted by major corporations, replete with exquisite wines and often featuring appearances by film and television stars. After all, large companies must maintain their prestige, and those celebrities were eager to attend such upscale events in search of advantageous connections. In this industry, resources and connections hold considerable significance. Having attended numerous soirees, Carl had grown accustomed to their atmosphere. Why should I care about how well his business is doing? I don't work for him, and I certainly don't need to be dragged along to these events, Erica complained. You have no idea how insufferable the people at these soirees can be, each one more self-important than the last, attempting to strike up conversations. Carl raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then I shall accompany you to this soiree. Wonderful, Erica replied, her excitement evident. My father's chauffeur is currently in Manhattan, near the CAF we were just at. We need to go there first. I must change my outfit before we proceed. Carl, slightly surprised, responded, So early? Are the soirees starting this soon? Most of the events he had attended in the past had taken place in the afternoon or evening, allowing time for various entertainment segments. When he heard Erica mention her father urging her to attend the soiree, he initially assumed it was merely a suggestion, not realizing it was to be so early. Well, it's not too bad, Erica explained. The event starts at 10:30 in the morning, but we need to arrive a bit earlier. Ah, I see, Carl nodded, finishing his glass of red wine. Since we are to attend the gathering, I shall change my attire. With that, Carl quickly donned a wine-red suit and tidied his hair. Having previously attended many soirees, he knew that casual attire was inappropriate for such occasions. Basic etiquette must be observed. He had seen the embarrassing scenarios of individuals attending gatherings in torn t-shirts, shorts, and flip-flops, only to face humiliation, a situation he wished to avoid. Carl, a dashing figure, had initially been introduced to these soirees by his esteemed elder, who was a man of great decorum. The attire for those occasions had been meticulously chosen by the elder. Since then, Carl had maintained a commitment to basic etiquette at such events, not out of concern for others, but as a reflection of self-respect. He had never attended a morning soiree at 10:30, nor was he aware of whether there would be entertainment at that hour. Upon seeing Carl in his suit, Erica's eyes lit up, and she dashed over to plant a kiss on his cheek. Darling, you look so handsome. Although Carl was charming in any attire, Erica had a particular fondness for formal wear. Carl raised an eyebrow, offering a faint smile. That is only natural. Now, let us go. I will take you to that CF first. All right. Carl tidied up the red wine and glasses before departing his home with Erica. In the next moment, they found themselves near the CAF they had visited earlier. After walking for a while, they spotted a black luxury sedan. The driver, upon seeing Carl, momentarily hesitated but quickly bowed and opened the rear door. Mr. Carl, he said. Carl nodded and entered the vehicle with Erica. At that moment, Daredevil and his colleague happened to exit the CAF. The car that Carl occupied was parked just a few dozen meters in front of the CAF. They instantly recognized Carl and Erica. Carl, impeccably dressed and handsome. Erica, strikingly beautiful with an impressive figure. They were a perfect match. As the two got into the car and drove away, the colleague gazed in astonishment at the car's rear. He then turned to Daredevil. Matthew, do you know what I just saw? The stunning woman from the CAF, the one you chased after, is now in a luxury car with a handsome man. At that moment, he began to understand why Matthew had been so quiet upon returning to the CAF, barely touching his food. Surely, he had learned that the beauty had a boyfriend, and a wealthy one at that, which must have saddened him. He even noticed some grass on Matthew's clothes. Could it be that he attempted to flirt with the lady's boyfriend and ended up tossed into the lawn? Oh, poor Matthew, the colleague sighed. Daredevil, however, said little, simply responding, I see. He had no idea what his colleague was imagining. As for Carl and Erica driving away, he sensed it, but during the day, especially in the law firm, he was merely an ordinary blind lawyer. It was only at night that he transformed into Daredevil, with many enemies. He wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Regarding Carl and Erica, Daredevil did not dwell on it. After all, she already had a boyfriend, and it was futile to ponder further. Chapter 31. Gene Bing's Profit-Making Scheme, The Threat. Manhattan is the heart of New York City, where the iconic Statue of Liberty stands on a small island. The renowned Empire State Building and Wall Street are also located here. It can truly be said that this is the affluent district, the economic and cultural center of the United States. The car driven by Erica's chauffeur stopped in the garage of a towering skyscraper. Carl and Erica exited the vehicle and took the elevator to the 53rd floor. Do not assume that the 53rd floor is particularly high. This building boasts a total of 98 floors, reaching a height of 472 meters. The property prices are not modest, ranging from $4 to $5 million to $20 to $30 million. As for why Carl was so well informed, it was because the elderly gentleman who adopted him owned property here, which now naturally belonged to Carl. On the 62nd floor, Carl seldom visited this place, let alone stayed here, as the height of this residence was indeed somewhat beyond the norm. Although there is an elevator, ascending the stairs is not particularly laborious. However, should an accident occur with the elevator, Carl could find himself in a dire situation. He believes that he cannot take such a risk. In any case, Carl possesses numerous properties and is not particularly concerned about this one. Thus, he seldom resides here. The property is generally managed by a property management service. In contrast, Erica has a different perspective. She enjoys the lofty heights that offer breathtaking views, which is why she chooses to live here. Upon arriving at the room, Erica immediately went to change her attire, while Carl leisurely settled onto the sofa. Before long, Erica emerged, adorned in a stunning deep red gown, a hue that, while distinct from Carl's suit, bore a striking resemblance, indicating it was a deliberate choice on her part. How do I look? Erica inquired, spreading her arms to present herself to Carl. Absolutely beautiful, Carl replied with a smile, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her. Erica, basking in the compliment, radiated joy, her delight unmistakable in her eyes. Were it not for her father's pressing schedule, she might have engaged in more intimate activities with Carl at that moment. Let us head to the gala. Otherwise, my father will start urging me again, she suggested. Indeed, Carl responded, and together they descended the stairs. Previously, Carl had refrained from visiting this high floor, but now, endowed with the abilities of a superhuman, he was unperturbed by such heights. In fact, he could return home without the use of the elevator, as his flying speed far surpassed that of any lift. Once in the car, they set off smoothly towards the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan, specifically to an 8th-floor banquet hall. There, numerous impeccably dressed business elites mingled, wine glasses in hand, engaged in conversation. Among them stood a towering figure, Gene Bing, who was conversing with an elderly gentleman named Nicholas, whose hair had begun to gray. I have invited representatives from Stark Industries to this gala, Gene Bing informed Nicholas. I intend to discuss potential procurement of weaponry with him. We can purchase arms from Stark Industries and then sell them at a premium through my channels. After all, these commodities are in high demand, with certain war-torn regions still embroiled in conflict. This venture guarantees profit. We can split the costs equally and allocate the profits with a 73 to 27 distribution. Gene Bing still owed Carl $80 billion and was eager to earn more money, as he could easily conduct such business on his own. However, having recently provided Carl with $20 billion, his funds were dwindling, prompting him to seek a partner. Nicholas, having been his longtime collaborator, was not only a business associate, but also Erica's father. Together, they had amassed considerable wealth, albeit through somewhat dubious means. Yet, at that moment, Nicholas did not respond with his usual decisiveness. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Mr. Gene Bing, I am willing to invest in this collaboration. In fact, I can cover the entire amount if necessary. Subsequent profit sharing shall remain at 70-30 in your favor. However, I intend to pursue some projects independently moving forward. His words were merely a pretext. In business, one must seek partners to share risks, which is indeed a sagacious choice. After all, every venture carries inherent risks. The notion of earning together is undoubtedly a commendable approach. Yet, Nicholas harbored no desire to remain entwined in collaboration with Jean Bing, as their undertakings bore a certain disrepute. Furthermore, Jean Bing's frequent appearances in the headlines of late caused Nicholas to worry that, over time, he might be dragged into scandal. Thus, he resolved to spend some money to placate the other party and subsequently sever ties. Jean Bing, not lacking in acumen, discerned the underlying intent in Nicholas's words. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Are you saying you no longer wish to seek collaboration?" Observing Jean Bing's demeanor, Nicholas recognized the discontent. It seemed the latter was reluctant to let him withdraw. Nevertheless, the declaration had been made, and it was a decision long contemplated. He certainly wished to cease collaboration with Jean Bing. Nicholas nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, our company has resolved not to engage in partnerships for the foreseeable future. For the sake of our previous association, we may collaborate once more on this arms deal, with the funding entirely from my end." Before he could finish, Jean Bing interjected with a casual inquiry, "How is your daughter?" Nicholas, upon hearing this, turned to face Jean Bing. The threat was all too palpable. However, he was a man of some standing and was well aware of Jean Bing's background, understanding that withdrawing from the partnership could invite retaliation. Thus, he had prepared for such eventualities, having recently hired numerous bodyguards. Glancing at the two imposing figures in black nearby, Nicholas felt his anxiety ease considerably. These were elite veterans from the Marine Corps. "Erica is doing quite well, so you need not concern yourself," he replied. "As previously stated, I will participate in this collaboration. Thereafter, I plan to operate independently for a while. We may converse again should any opportunities arise." With that, Nicholas raised his glass and made his way towards the other guests. Jean Bing watched Nicholas's retreating figure in silence. Having profited significantly from their partnership, Nicholas now sought to withdraw, savoring his gains, a move Jean Bing would not permit. To safeguard against any eventualities, he had already conducted a thorough investigation into Nicholas's background, knowing that Nicholas's wife had passed away and that he had a daughter. As for the two bodyguards, Jean Bing had certainly taken note. Yet he did not regard them as a threat. Even unarmed, he possessed the confidence to eliminate them within 10 seconds. "Since you no longer wish to collaborate, then perish," he mused coldly, a smirk playing on his lips as he beckoned to his subordinate. The young man approached with alacrity, fully aware of the task at hand. "Send a few men to keep an eye on Nicholas and his daughter. Once the soiree concludes, seize the opportunity to dispose of them." "Understood." The subordinate nodded and departed promptly. Chapter 32, The Affable Star, Jean Bing's Dread. In a short while, the atmosphere shifted. Carl and Erica's vehicle came to a halt before a towering skyscraper, nestled in the heart of Manhattan. As Carl alighted, he was taken aback to see the name of the establishment, the Four Seasons Hotel. Interestingly, he had encountered this luxurious five-star hotel in his previous life, situated not far from their university. Such opulent hotels, indeed, exist all over the globe. Following Erica, Carl made his way to a banquet hall on the 8th floor, where a considerable number of guests had already gathered. He requested 2 glasses of red wine from a waiter and handed one to Erica. "Thank you," she said. "You're welcome," he replied. At that moment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you both," a voice chimed. Looking up, Carl beheld a woman clad in a soft golden gown, her features exquisitely refined. She wore a warm smile as she greeted Carl and Erica, extending her hand in a gesture of introduction. "Isabella?" Erica exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she immediately reached out to shake the woman's hand. "Miss Isabella, I adored your performance in Twilight." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Hollywood star Isabella. "Oh, is that so?" Isabella responded, somewhat taken aback. Her presence here was not specifically for Erica, yet propriety dictated she refrain from any dismissive remarks, for few in this soiree were of ordinary standing. "Of course," Erica said, retrieving her phone. "Would it be all right to take a picture together?" "Absolutely," Isabella agreed with a friendly smile, appearing quite amiable. "Carl, could you please take our picture?" Erica placed her wine glass aside and handed her phone to him. "Sure," Carl nodded, preparing to step back to capture the moment. However, at that instant, Isabella spoke up. "Doesn't this gentleman want to join the photo? He.S. so tall, he could easily fit us all in a selfie." "Oh right," Erica acknowledged, turning to Carl. "Would you like to be in the picture?" He glanced at Erica and then at the smiling Isabella. "All right, let us take one," he said, moving closer to the two women. Initially, Erica intended to stand in the middle, but surprisingly, Isabella took her place at Carl's other side, positioning him at the center. Isabella gently leaned against Carl, smiling as she urged, "Let us take the picture." Carl, feeling her hand grasping his left, maintained his composure as he snapped several photos. Afterward, he returned the phone to Erica, who eagerly began to scroll through the images, with Isabella joining her in admiration. These photos are truly lovely, Isabella remarked. Let us exchange phone numbers, and you can send me the pictures. Of course, Erica replied, her excitement evident. After all, this individual is a Hollywood star, and she seems quite fond of him. Consequently, the two exchanged contact information and shared photographs. Following this, Isabella took her leave. However, before departing, she cast a peculiar smile at Carl from a vantage point unseen by Erica, subtly gesturing with her phone. Carl watched her retreat, raising an eyebrow but remaining silent. Beside him, Erica remarked in astonishment, expressing her surprise at encountering Isabella, noting her amiable demeanor. Carl chuckled softly, contemplatively responding, "Indeed, she's quite warm-hearted." He had previously met Isabella at a gala, during which they engaged in meaningful conversations more than once, enjoying the experience she described. She often sought him out, after all. Having watched Twilight in his former life, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to meet her at such an event. Just moments after Isabella's departure, an elderly man with graying hair approached. "Father," Erica greeted him. The old man, upon seeing Carl, smiled and acknowledged him. "Carl, you made it." "Yes. Hello, Nicholas. How have you been lately?" Carl replied with a smile. "Thanks to you, I'm doing well." After chatting for a while, Nicholas noticed a portly middle-aged man and said to Carl, "I see a friend over there. I'll be right back. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. I'll call for you when it's time to leave." "All right." Nicholas then departed. Carl had known Erica's father for a few years. Initially, Erica had mentioned that he opposed their relationship, but unexpectedly, just days later, he consented. Erica was puzzled at the sudden change, but Carl had a vague suspicion. Perhaps he had uncovered some details about his wealth? Otherwise, there seemed no other explanation. At that moment, Carl unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the distance, a robust figure resembling a small mountain, holding a cane, Jean Bing. Noticing Carl's gaze, Jean Bing raised his glass in acknowledgement before downing the champagne in one go. Carl, in response, took a sip of his drink, though only a small amount. Jean Bing, unconcerned by this, felt reassured that Carl was respecting him. He was well aware of Carl's formidable nature and preferred to keep his distance, especially now, feeling anxious and guilty. He needed to quickly find his associates to retract the order to assassinate Nicholas and his daughter. How did Nicholas's daughter come to know Carl? And they seemed to share a close familiarity. Given their intimate demeanor, there could be some connection between them. Just to be safe, it was better to exercise caution. Regardless of the circumstances, Jean Bing resolved to cease his concern for Nicholas. After all, he could find other partners. If necessary, he could fund himself and purchase fewer arms. Engaging with Carl was no trivial matter. One misstep could cost him his life. Unbeknownst to Jean Bing, Carl had no immediate intentions of eliminating him, as this man still owed him $8 billion. What would be the point of killing him? Would Carl simply take his possessions? That was not what he desired. Carl already possessed ample real estate and had no interest in managing companies, having even sold off the business left to him by his father. He lacked both interest and aptitude in such matters. Thus, the thought of killing Jean Bing never crossed Carl's mind, unless provoked. Chapter 33. Ironmonger Father and Son. Obadiah's scheme. After some searching, Jean Bing finally located his subordinate. The assassination of Nicholas and his daughter had been called off, though his subordinate harbored doubts. He wisely refrained from voicing them. After all, Jean Bing's authority was indisputable. That scoundrel Tony Stark, who indulged in a life of excess, had the audacity to oversee Stark Industries while his father managed its affairs. Why should he be the chairman? Moreover, Stark's arrogance was insufferable. I detest him for not even remembering my name. Inside a luxurious automobile, the young man in the driver's seat incessantly complained to the bald man in the back. "Rest assured, I have a plan," the bald elder replied with a confident smile. "Before long, Stark Industries will be mine." "Really? That's fantastic. When that moment arrives, I will ensure Tony Stark is thoroughly humiliated." The elder merely smiled, pondering that if the plan unfolded as intended, it was likely that by then, the young man would no longer be able to see Stark. The bald man in the back seat was Obadiah Stane, known as Ironmonger in the Marvel Universe. A veteran of Stark Industries, Obadiah had long coveted the position of chairman. Recently, he had orchestrated a scheme to have Tony kidnapped and murdered by the Ten Rings while he was in the Middle East. This would enable him to seize control of Stark Industries. The driver was his son, Zachary Stane. Indeed, he was his biological son. With his father being a veteran of Stark Industries, Zachary was a quintessential wealthy heir. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Tony Stark, as Tony's life was enviable, filled with accolades. Truth be told, as a fellow heir, Zachary admired Tony's brilliance. However, at a recent gala hosted by Stark Industries, after being called by the wrong name twice by Tony, Zachary could no longer contain himself and nearly erupted in confrontation, only to be restrained by his father. This made Zach increasingly displeased with Tony Stark. Upon hearing his father's intention to replace Tony, Zach felt a surge of delight. "By the way, Dad," Zach cautiously inquired, "will our presence at this soiree raise suspicions with Stark?" Obadiah responded with a confident chuckle, "Rest assured, my child. He is far too preoccupied to concern himself with us. If my plan unfolds successfully, Tony Stark shall never return." That is splendid, Zack exclaimed with joy. Now, let us be on our way. Very well. Moments later, the vehicle came to a halt at the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan. The father and son disembarked and made their way directly to the 8th floor. Father, I've heard of this Kingpin. Zack could not resist asking along the way. He seems rather unsavory. Could collaborating with him yield adverse consequences for us? While Zack had no qualms about profiting from the illicit arms trade, after all, it was indeed lucrative. Partnering with the infamous Kingpin warranted careful consideration. Given that Kingpin operated within New York City, any clandestine dealings could attract unwanted scrutiny from the authorities. Stark Industries, after all, maintained a close relationship with official entities. Obadiah felt a swell of pride at Zack's insight, though his son lacked Tony Stark's brilliance. He was certainly not dim-witted. Do not worry, he replied calmly. I have already contemplated this aspect. My reluctance to collaborate with him previously stemmed from such concerns. However, this time, Kingpin approached us directly, assuring that any arms purchased would not be used but rather sold through his own channels for profit. Should I discover any breach of agreement on his part, I can terminate the transaction at any time. Zack's understanding deepened, and he chuckled. So that is the case. This Kingpin, reputed to be the underground emperor of New York, is indeed formidable. Why would he personally seek us out for such trade? Obadiah frowned slightly at Zack's dismissive tone, cautioning, do not underestimate Kingpin. He possesses considerable power. Understood, Zack nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yet, the astute Obadiah discerned that his son did not regard Kingpin with the seriousness warranted. Reflecting on this, he reassured himself that with his presence, Zack would not stir any trouble. He then stated, when I negotiate with Kingpin, you shall remain silent. All right, Zack replied, his expression slightly troubled, yet he held his tongue. Before long, they arrived at the 8th floor. Obadiah surveyed the area, soon locating Kingpin. He approached with a hearty laugh. Hey, Kingpin. Although Obadiah was not well acquainted with him, being a businessman, he understood the importance of pleasantries. Kingpin, eager to earn money to settle debts, did not display any hostility. In no time, the two appeared as old friends, engaged in lively conversation. Obadiah introduced his son and then retreated to a corner with Jean to discuss matters pertaining to the arms trade. Zack, witnessing this, refrained from following them, as he still held a deep respect for Obadiah's authority. He dared not oppose his father, and given his privileged background, he looked down upon Jean, whose origins were less than reputable. Thus, he wandered aimlessly around the banquet hall until, quite unexpectedly, his gaze was captured by a striking figure nearby. Dressed in a delicate golden gown, her exquisite beauty was none other than Isabella. Zack seized 2 glasses of champagne and swiftly approached her. After all, this Hollywood star was renowned for her stunning looks. Following the immense success of Twilight this year, she had rapidly ascended to global stardom. Naturally, Zack was eager to make her acquaintance. In his mind, being the son of a Stark Industries shareholder, he was undoubtedly a true heir to wealth. Moreover, his father was poised to take control of Stark Industries soon. A mere actress seemed easily within his reach. With a feigned air of sophistication, he greeted her. Hello, may I inquire if you are Miss Isabella? Isabella glanced at Zack and instinctively took a step back. Nevertheless, she maintained her politeness, responding with a simple, hello. Observing her retreat, Zack felt a flicker of annoyance. It was evident to anyone that she was not particularly interested in engaging with him. What was she trying to prove, being just a minor celebrity? Chapter 34. The Indignant Zack, the Entrance of Carl. In New York City, Manhattan District, at the Four Seasons Hotel on the 8th floor, Zack held 2 glasses of champagne. His brow slightly furrowed. He had not anticipated that upon his approach, Isabella would choose to distance herself. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his thoughts. To him, Isabella was merely a small-time star with no valid reason to reject his overture. After all, Zack's father was a prominent figure at Stark Industries, a major shareholder, no less. Furthermore, Obadiah was scheming to replace Tony Stark himself. Even if Isabella was a Hollywood star, her status paled in comparison to his own. The disparity in their identities was far too great. Besides, Zack had said nothing of substance. He had merely offered a greeting. His true intentions remained unvoiced. So why would she pull away? Zack pondered the situation, surmising that there must be some misunderstanding. While he was aware of Isabella's status, she was likely oblivious to his. He was not Tony Stark, perpetually making headlines with scandalous news, a figure recognized by the majority of Americans. A wealthy heir, a genius, a playboy, he was perhaps more famous than many official leaders and numerous Hollywood stars. Zack was merely an ordinary scion of wealth, and it was understandable that Isabella would not recognize him. He looked again at Isabella, who truly embodied the remarkable beauty that had garnered her international acclaim. As Zack watched Twilight, he found himself captivated by Isabella's beauty. He had looked up the actress online and discovered that it was now 2008, and Isabella, born in 1990, had just turned 18. Perhaps she had not yet experienced a romantic relationship. Although Zack was not particularly concerned about such matters, if that were indeed the case, he felt fortunate. In any event, he decided to introduce himself and engage in conversation to gauge the situation. After calming his nerves, Zach displayed a warm smile. Miss Isabella. My name is Zach. I am an admirer of your work, and it is a pleasure to meet you here. Isabella nodded politely, expressing her gratitude. Her demeanor was satisfactory, prompting Zach to smile again. He then casually remarked, Miss Isabella, many at Stark Industries are your fans. If they knew I encountered you today, they would undoubtedly feel envious. Unintentionally, Zach revealed his affiliation with Stark Industries. Thanks to Tony Stark's frequent appearances in the news, many were aware of this affluent individual. Likewise, many Americans recognize Stark Industries as a formidable company. Typically, if someone learned of his connection to Stark Industries, their interest would undoubtedly be piqued. Indeed, the previously polite Isabella exhibited a flicker of surprise upon hearing Stark Industries. However, she remained aware that, despite Zach's connection, he was merely a minor celebrity in comparison to genuine wealth. Zach smirked with satisfaction and continued, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zach Stain. My father, Obadiah Stain, serves as the executive vice president of Stark Industries. He is a founding member of the company, contributing significantly more than Tony Stark. As he spoke, he offered Isabella a glass of champagne. In Zach's estimation, he was on the verge of success. Isabella had already shown interest in Stark Industries, and now, knowing he was the son of a company stalwart, she would surely regard him with newfound respect. Eventually, through casual exchanges, he hoped to fulfill his desires. To his surprise, however, Isabella did not accept the champagne he offered. Instead, she regarded him with mild astonishment and, with a hint of apology, replied, I'm sorry, but I do not enjoy champagne. I see a few friends and must excuse myself for a moment. With that, Isabella turned to leave. She was indeed taken aback by his identity, having not anticipated that he, too, was associated with Stark Industries, much like Carl. Yet, Isabella had no intention of acknowledging him. She held a strong disdain for such privileged individuals, attending the soiree only because her role as a star left her unable to refuse her management. Who could deny that Stark Industries is a titan? Isabella had no expectations when she decided to attend. After all, as a former child star, she was bound by her contract with the agency. Before the age of 25, romance was best avoided. Even if she were to engage in a relationship, it must remain discreet. Unexpectedly, she encountered Carl at the gala. Initially, her intention was merely to exchange contact information, for Carl was youthful, affluent, and undeniably handsome, aligning perfectly with Isabella's aesthetic preferences. Such a charming and wealthy gentleman was certainly not out of the question for romance. However, that evening, in a moment of indulgence, she found herself rather enjoying his company. With her carefree nature, Isabella did not dwell on it for long. She sought Carl out a few more times. In such circumstances, it was clear that she held no favorable impression of Zach. He was insufferably boastful about being the son of a Stark shareholder, and his looks were unremarkable at best, neither ugly nor striking, just ordinary. Isabella could hardly be bothered to cast him a glance, and decided it was time to make her exit. Zach stood in disbelief, watching Isabella walk away, perplexed by the turn of events. This was not the script he had envisioned. Surely, she should have been more enthusiastic, even if nothing further was to develop that night. Her demeanor ought to have been different, perhaps even exchanging contact details. Instead, she simply walked away, completely disregarding him. The disparity between his expectations and reality ignited a surge of anger within him. As he watched Isabella retreat, his fury intensified. You wretched woman, Zach shouted, hurling his champagne at her. In that moment, he felt a release of pent-up frustration, envisioning Isabella drenched and shrieking in surprise. Yet, the next instant, the scene he imagined did not unfold. Isabella remained unscathed and silent. Instead, it was Zach who found himself in distress. He cried out in agony, feeling as though an iron grip had ensnared his wrist. The pain was excruciating, rendering him powerless. Simultaneously, a cool sensation enveloped him as liquid cascaded down his hair, stinging his eyes. What was happening? Zach hurriedly attempted to wipe his eyes, but his right hand remained ensnared, leaving him no choice but to use his left. As he did, he beheld a young man with black hair and dark eyes, clad in a burgundy suit, standing before him. Chapter 35. The Iron Tyrant takes action at the Four Seasons Hotel, in the 8th floor banquet hall. Carl seized Zach's left hand while pouring wine from a glass on his Zach's head. Observing the man transformed into a drenched figure, Carl chuckled softly. What a pity for my glass of red wine. The glass he held was a burgundy, notably wide and elegant. The capacity is approximately double that of the wine glass held by Zach. Of course, the glass in Carl's hand was not filled to the brim either, yet assuredly contained more than his counterpart's drink. In truth, ever since Isabella departed, Carl had been keenly observing her. After all, this Hollywood starlet was unattached prior to engaging in an enjoyable interlude with Carl. When asked how he knew, Carl claimed personal experience. Thus, he naturally could not allow her to be disregarded. He did not intentionally eavesdrop on Isabella's conversations with others. Rather, he merely utilized his extraordinary vision to keep her in focus. As for what she discussed with others, Carl was entirely unaware. Initially, Carl presumed that she had merely encountered a flirtatious individual and paid little mind to it. assuming it would conclude with rejection. To his surprise, the man became enraged, contemplating throwing his drink on Isabella. Carl, of course, could not witness this scenario unfold. Therefore, he approached the man directly to intervene, pouring the red wine he had just acquired over the offender's head, employing a fitting retribution. Carl did not consider himself magnanimous. Anyone who dared to act aggressively must be prepared for consequences. In the grand hall, Zach's cries echoed loudly, audible to nearly everyone present. Many engaged in conversation instinctively turned their attention toward the commotion, witnessing the standoff between Carl and Zach, who was drenched in wine as if he had been doused entirely. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What on earth is happening? One might have wondered. It appears to be a confrontation. Did you not see that man get drenched? Others remarked. That gentleman in the burgundy suit is quite dashing. It was remarkable that such a scene unfolded here. I am aware that several top-tier elites are in attendance at this gathering. This incident could lead to an undesirable outcome. Indeed, two young men seemed oblivious to the gravity of their actions. The event held an exceptionally high standard. The attendees consisted either of distinguished individuals or their invited companions, implying that most guests wielded considerable influence. It was truly rare to witness one person drenched in drink by another at such a soiree. Nonetheless, none among the spectators intervened. Rather, they appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Erica and Isabella also noticed the scene and hurried over. Isabella regarded Carl with a sweet smile, having a fair understanding of the situation. After all, Zach had previously hurled an insult at her and had shown no sign of restraint. It was likely that Carl had clashed with someone on her behalf. Isabella felt no concern for Carl's well-being, knowing full well the robustness of his physical prowess. Conversely, Erica remained entirely in the dark. Just moments ago, she had been conversing with Carl, only to find him suddenly absent, followed by the sound of Zach's screams. As Zach wiped the wine from his eyes, he beheld Carl before him, simultaneously taking note of the unfolding chaos. The guests surrounding the soiree were predominantly focused on this side, engaged in hushed discussions. Despite the throng and the distance, Zach could sense that they were undoubtedly mocking him. Even Isabella, the very person he had intended to approach, seemed to be observing him. After all, he had just been doused in wine by the individual before him. In an instant, an overwhelming rage surged within Zach. As a privileged heir of immense wealth, he had never endured such humiliation. Well, perhaps there was one instance, in the presence of Tony Stark. However, he had not been drenched in wine then. And what was Tony Stark's standing compared to the man before him? If he were to be splashed with wine by Stark, Zach would hardly dare to retaliate, considering Stark was the head of Stark Industries, a renowned billionaire. But who was this man? With a furious curse, Zach raised his foot to kick Carl. Unbeknownst to Zach, he had no idea who this man was or when he had appeared before him. These details were inconsequential. What mattered was that he had been humiliated. Zach vowed to make this man regret his actions for eternity, whether through pleading with his father or devising a plan on his own. He was determined to ensure this individual would rue the day he had crossed him. Suddenly, before Zach could even contemplate his revenge, a sharp crack resonated through the air, followed by an excruciating pain surging through his right leg. To his astonishment, it had been fractured. Zach cried out in agony, unable to contain his distress. What manner of creature was this man? With a single kick, he had broken his leg. Did he even comprehend who he was daring to harm? In truth, Carl was entirely unaware of Zach's identity. He had not employed telepathy or superhearing, having focused instead on Isabella's vicinity. Typically, Carl refrained from using his supervision or hearing, as doing so would engulf him in the cacophony of the universe. He only utilized these abilities when absolutely necessary. He did not recognize the man before him, as he had never encountered him in the Marvel films of his previous life. Nevertheless, regardless of who this individual was, the moment he struck, Carl had no intention of refraining from retaliation. Had his opponent not been so feeble, merely an ordinary person, Carl would have done more than just break his leg. He would have ended his life. After all, ordinary individuals posed little threat. Even when Carl himself was an ordinary person, Zach could not have killed him. If he could have, Carl would have dealt with him then and there, an equitable resolution. With a resounding thud, Carl delivered a punch to Zach. A wave of searing pain coursed through Zach's body, causing his insides to churn. He could not suppress the urge to retch, collapsing onto the ground in a contorted heap. Observing Zach on the ground, Carl chuckled softly. It appears your family did not raise you well. Uncertain of the necessity for politeness towards ladies, an oppressive voice filled with barely contained anger echoed from a distance. Indeed, I had not instructed him on the importance of treating women with courtesy. However, that hardly justifies your actions towards my son, Carl. The crowd turned their attention to the source of the voice, revealing a bald man with a white beard, his face contorted with fury, striding towards them. Beside him was another bald man, wielding a staff, his imposing figure reminiscent of a robust mountain. Chapter 36. Do as you see fit? I shall handle you. Within the banquet hall, the audience erupted into a cacophony upon spotting the two approaching bald men. Is that not Obadiah from Stark Industries, alongside Kingpin? What brings them together? I am familiar with Stark Industries, but who is Kingpin? You've never heard of Kingpin? He is the reigning monarch of the entire New York underground. Indeed, the most formidable force across the nation. Is that truly so? How impressive. Huh. If you doubt it, try provoking him and see what happens. Best not to. Yet. What could Obadiah's words imply? Could it be that the frightened young man who had just been struck is a relative of Obadiah? Perhaps a son or a nephew? Otherwise, what reason would he have to speak up? Indeed, unlike Carl and Zach, the two young men, most attendees at the soiree recognized the significance of Obadiah and Kingpin. After all, Obadiah, as an executive at Stark Industries, frequently appeared in media and various events, making him nearly as renowned as the genius billionaire Tony Stark himself. While fewer were familiar with the name Kingpin, many still recognized it. And those who understood his identity regarded him with trepidation. He is the emperor of the underground in New York and, indeed, across the nation. Suddenly, a whisper broke through the murmurs. How could Kingpin be associated with someone from Stark Industries? I have heard of no collaboration between them. Neither have I, fool. Even if they did have a joint venture, would they owe you an explanation? The group fell silent, glancing at Carl with pity. What a shame for this young man. To have offended someone from Stark Industries is perilous enough. Now, with Stark Industries aligning with Kingpin, his prospects appear grim. Nearby, those aware of Kingpin's formidable reputation nodded in agreement. Indeed, one could only blame himself. Both Obadiah and Kingpin are titans of influence. And to cross such individuals equates to courting one's own demise. Even Obadiah shared this sentiment. He recognized Carl as a stakeholder in Stark Industries, possessing a significant share. Indeed, he is considered a major shareholder. Obadiah sought to seize control of Stark Industries, naturally well acquainted with its shareholders. Undoubtedly, his holdings surpassed those of Carl. Yet Carl's shares were not to be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, he would not have resorted to such blatant hostility. However, with Tony Stark currently in the Middle East, soon to face abduction and assassination, Stark Industries would soon fall into his grasp. Recently, he had also forged an alliance with Jean Bing. How could he possibly regard Carl, a mere shareholder, with any seriousness? Indeed, Obadiah felt that he need not lift a finger. Jean Bing could effortlessly deal with Carl, especially since the latter was seeking collaboration with him. Engaging in minor tasks was hardly a challenge, as such matters were well within Jean Bing's expertise. Zach, who lay on the ground in agony, caught sight of Obadiah and felt a significant alleviation of his pain. His father had arrived, accompanied by Jean Bing. Although he had previously dismissed Jean Bing, he could not deny that in this moment, Jean Bing was an invaluable ally. With Jean Bing at his side, could the dark-haired man before him possibly survive? In that instant, Zach envisioned Carl's grim fate. Carl regarded the approaching Jean Bing and Obadiah with surprise. He was certainly aware that Obadiah was the antagonist from the film Iron Man, but he could not fathom the relationship between him and the man he had just assaulted. Carl turned to Obadiah, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. What does this mean? Do you know this person? Indeed, Zach is my son. Obadiah glared furiously at Carl. How dare you harm him? This matter shall not be easily settled. Carl, taken aback by Obadiah's revelation, had no inkling that Obadiah had a son. However, considering the man's age and wealth, it was not surprising. Nevertheless, even if Zach were Obadiah's son, what did it matter? Carl certainly did not regard them with any respect. He looked at Obadiah and chuckled softly. So what? What do you intend to do? Obadiah's calm demeanor appeared to momentarily bewilder him. As a veteran of Stark Industries and a figure of significant power, he held a higher status than Carl, who was merely a major shareholder with lesser holdings. Shouldn't he be apologizing for assaulting his son? Initially, Obadiah had intended to intimidate Carl and acquire his shares at a low price. But it was evident that such a resolution would not come easily. Youth today are unaware of their own limitations without experiencing hardship, he remarked, turning to Jean Bing. Mr. Jean, this is your domain. Handle it as you see fit. Jean Bing glanced at him without a word, then pointed to Obadiah and Zach, instructing his subordinate. Seize both of them and break their legs. The younger brother was taken aback, gazing at Jean Bing in astonishment. Noticing this, Jean Bing furrowed his brow and exclaimed, What are you dawdling for? Yes. Several subordinates promptly responded, hastily escorting Obadiah and Zach away. Obadiah was momentarily stunned, struggling while incredulously staring at Jean Bing. Mr. Jean Bing, what does this mean? What is going on with Jean Bing? Has he lost his mind? Jean Bing cast a glance at him, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, It means nothing. Originally, due to the affair involving Erica and her father, Jean Bing felt somewhat guilty when confronting Carl. Now, Obadiah was leaving him with the decision. What should he do? Deal with Carl? That was simply out of the question. Jean Bing was no fool. He wished to preserve his own life. Thus, he could only handle Obadiah. As for the implications of dealing with Obadiah and the cooperation thereafter, it might be a bit troublesome. However, it was not insurmountable. He could always seek out other arms companies. After all, Stark Industries was not the sole entity manufacturing weaponry in this world. You scoundrel, Jean Bing, how dare you treat me this way? Obadiah bellowed as he was dragged away by the subordinates. Zach experienced a similar fate, feeling pain coursing through his body along with a deep sense of humiliation. After all, so many people were present to witness it. Not only had he been beaten, but he was also carried out. Even Isabella was among the onlookers, making it all the more disgraceful. Zack lowered his head, striving to shield his face from the gazes of others. Chapter 37. The crowd in shock. The just Jean Bing? Obadiah and Zack, father and son, were dragged out by Jean Bing's subordinates and given a beating, with the instruction to break their legs. Throughout the ordeal, they failed to comprehend what had prompted Jean Bing to act against them. Logically, even without cooperation, Jean Bing should not have treated them in such a manner. After all, Obadiah was a man of stature. Could it be due to Carl, the Stark Industries shareholder? Obadiah quickly dismissed this notion. While Carl held considerable shares, he possessed no real power, and besides, Obadiah had more shares than Carl. Clearly, it was not owing to Carl's position as a Stark shareholder. Then what could it be? Obadiah was at a loss. Regardless, this matter would not simply end here. Neither would he let Carl, who had assaulted his son, nor Jean Bing escape his wrath. Even though Jean Bing wielded substantial influence in America, Obadiah was not particularly intimidated. He was, after all, a well-known figure in the country, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a socialite. Recently, he had even devised a plan against Tony Stark, with hopes of seizing control of Stark Industries. No matter what, he could not swallow this humiliation. However, Jean Bing's power was not to be underestimated, especially as he was an underground kingpin. He would have to wait until he secured Stark Industries before plotting his revenge. Perhaps he could leverage the collaboration between Stark Industries and the authorities. As for Carl, Obadiah did not need to wait that long. The sooner, the better. However, it is imperative to attend to my injuries without delay. The banquet hall buzzes with whispers among the guests as they witness Jean Bing's actions. What is happening? The esteemed Jean Bing has actually laid hands on Obadiah? I thought they were allies, walking together. Does Jean Bing not fear the U.S. authorities? After all, Stark Industries has a close collaboration with the government. Who knows? In the realm of powerful figures, it is best not to speculate. Perhaps Jean Bing merely finds Obadiah insufferable. Well, there is no helping it. What transpired moments ago was utterly astonishing. Both individuals hold significant stature in the United States, making it difficult to determine who is superior. Yet, they are undoubtedly formidable figures. Even if there were conflicts behind closed doors, such public astonishment would be unwarranted. However, now, in an open gathering, to resort to violence and threaten to break limbs? Many cannot comprehend Jean Bing's actions. Only Jean Bing understands the nature of the young man before him. Coupled with the matter concerning Erica and her daughter, he must take a firm stance against Carl's adversaries. After all, this could safeguard his own life. Furthermore, he might even secure an alliance with such a powerful individual. If an opportunity to forge such a connection arises, Jean Bing believes that not just $100 billion, but 1,000 or even $10,000 billion would be worth it. Although, he does not possess such wealth. Jean Bing slightly bows to Carl, inquiring respectfully, "Mr. Carl, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Carl gazes at Jean Bing, offering a nonchalant smile. "It's adequate. You may attend to your affairs. There's no need to linger here." Jean Bing demonstrates his social acumen. Although Carl could have resolved the situation with Obadiah himself, perhaps the consequences for Obadiah and his son extend beyond mere injury. Regardless, Jean Bing's conduct leaves a favorable impression. Indeed, Jean Bing nods slightly before departing from Carl's vicinity. Not far away, Erica and Isabella have already arrived nearby, albeit with a vague awareness of Jean Bing's true nature. The name of this powerful figure alone carries an immense weight. Thus, they stand silently, refraining from speaking. Earlier, they were nearby and were profoundly astonished by Jean Bing's actions, particularly Isabella. Within their Hollywood circle, they too are aware of Jean Bing's formidable reputation. There was once a highly acclaimed male actor, a multiple award winner, who, after a night of revelry, insulted Jean Bing. The following day, the actor vanished without a trace. Many days later, his body was discovered in the sea, with rumors suggesting he had provoked a force he should not have. This incident has made many Hollywood stars acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Jean Bing. Yet, what about Jean Bing's demeanor towards Carl? Although she knows that Carl is a stakeholder in Stark Industries. However, Obadiah is also a shareholder of Stark Industries. Considering Obadiah's demeanor, he seems to possess greater prowess than Carl, primarily due to his age. Yet, the disparity in Jean Bing's treatment of the two is stark, leaving Isabella utterly astonished and rendering Carl even more enigmatic. In truth, it is not merely Isabella and Erica who are taken aback. The entire gathering, comprising individuals familiar with Jean Bing, wears expressions of incredulity. Am I mistaken? Did the esteemed Jean Bing actually bow to that young man? I have never witnessed Jean Bing bowing to anyone, nor have I even heard whispers of such a legend. Who is this young man? And why have I never encountered him before? He appears too youthful. Perhaps he is the offspring of a prominent figure? It turns out that the confrontation between Jean Bing and Obadiah is instigated by this young man. How terrifying. Initially, upon witnessing the clash between Jean Bing and Obadiah, they were simply astonished, as both are titans in their own right. However, Should they truly engage, the ramifications could be significant. No one anticipated that Jean Bing would bow to Carl. Carl is undeniably quite young. Simultaneously, they come to a sudden realization. The encounter between Jean Bing and Obadiah is indeed due to the presence of this young man. Speculations abound regarding Carl's identity. Some suggest he is the son of an official high-ranking individual, while others propose he is the heir of a grand family. Opinions are varied. Meanwhile, Erica cannot restrain her curiosity and asks, "Do you know Jean Bing?" Isabella also gazes at Carl with keen interest. Carl nods, acknowledging their acquaintance, stating that this is only the second time he has met him. Then why does he treat you this way? Who knows? Carl chuckles lightly. Perhaps it is because he is a man of justice who cannot abide the oppression of the weak. Upon hearing this, Erica cannot help but roll her eyes. Is Carl truly weak? Erica is well aware that Carl possesses various extraordinary abilities and is thus hardly intimidated by Obadiah. Since Carl is reluctant to elaborate, Erica refrains from pressing further and instead inquires, what transpired earlier? Well, earlier Carl recounts the events that transpired. Now I understand. That person was utterly detestable. Erica concurs, exclaiming, "Carl, you did the right thing." Isabella then smiles and expresses her gratitude to Carl. After a brief conversation, Isabella graciously bids farewell. Before departing, she sends several texts to Carl, the content of which is rather suggestive. Chapter 38, Assassination, the Iron Overlord's Demise. Seeing the messages from Isabella, Carl smiles softly. It appears that he should seek out Isabella in the coming days. After Isabella leaves, a while later, Erica's father, Nicholas, approaches Carl and Erica. He regards them with a peculiar expression, stating, "I have some matters to attend to and must return. Are you both joining me?" Naturally, the two do not choose to linger, but rather depart alongside Nicholas. Thus, the three set off together. Along the way, Nicholas cannot help but inquire Carl. Carl glanced at the other person, intrigued. "Do you know Jean Bing?" In truth, Nicholas wished to directly inquire about the relationship between Carl and Jean Bing. Having witnessed the events at the gala, as a partner of Jean Bing, Nicholas possessed insights beyond that of an ordinary observer. He was aware that Jean Bing had initiated the collaboration with Obadiah, despite not fully understanding the rationale behind such a decision. Nevertheless, it was evident that Jean Bing was willing to place himself in opposition to Obadiah and Stark Industries for Carl's sake, which genuinely astonished Nicholas. Should anyone claim that Carl and Jean Bing were not acquainted or lacked any special connection, Nicholas would vehemently reject such assertions. However, to articulate this sentiment directly felt somewhat awkward, prompting Nicholas to adopt a more tactful approach. Carl smiled softly, acknowledging their acquaintance. "I have met Jean Bing a few times. To be precise, counting this occasion, it is our second meeting." "I see," Nicholas replied with an insincere nod, refraining from further comment. He did not believe Carl's words. After all, as a partner of Jean Bing, he understood that it was improbable for Jean Bing to go to such lengths simply due to having met Carl twice. Although Carl held a significant stake in Stark Industries, he evidently paled in comparison to Obadiah. Any rational individual would choose Obadiah over Carl in a competitive scenario. Nicholas suspected that there were circumstances concerning Carl and Jean Bing that he remained oblivious to. Yet, since Carl clearly preferred not to elaborate, Nicholas did not press the matter further. In any case, it appeared that events were unfolding favorably for him and his daughter. Jean Bing's courteous demeanor towards Carl suggested that he would not seek retribution for Nicholas's withdrawal from their dealings. Moreover, Nicholas was acutely aware as he took his seat in the passenger side, while Carl and Erica occupied the back. After a brief drive, Carl glanced out the window, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he spoke. "Nicholas, I've just remembered something I need to attend to. Could you please stop at the station up ahead?" Nicholas, seated in the passenger seat, nodded in agreement. "No problem." Erica, sitting beside Carl, inquired curiously, "What's going on? Do you have something to take care of?" She had been with Carl the entire time and had not heard him mention any pressing matters. Carl chuckled softly. "I just remembered a small matter I need to address." "All right, just make sure to come find me once you're done." The vehicle halted at a nearby station, and Carl exited Nicholas's car. At that moment, approximately 10 meters away, a white van harbored 3 robust men clad in black suits. Upon noticing Carl's departure from the vehicle, one of the men in the back seat remarked, "The target has disembarked. William, disembark with me and continue the pursuit. Remain poised for action." The man in the passenger seat promptly responded. Suddenly, the individual in the passenger seat exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss, the target has vanished." "What?" The man seated in the back glanced outside. Indeed, there was no sign of Carl at the bus station ahead. Just moments ago, they had clearly seen him disembark there. Where could he have gone? "I don't know." At that moment, a voice laced with amusement interjected, "Are you looking for me?" The 3 men clad in black instinctively turned towards the voice. To their surprise, a figure had materialized in the back seat, where only one person should have been. This person, with black hair and dark eyes, donned a burgundy suit. It was none other than their target, Carl. The black-clad man seated in the back stiffened, swiftly retrieving a firearm from his waist. However, at that instant, Carl regarded the trio with a tranquil smile, urging them to relax. Now, do enlighten me. What is your purpose, and who dispatched you? The man who was about to draw his weapon abruptly halted his motion and replied calmly, Our goal is to assassinate you. We were sent by Obadiah. Oh, Carl nodded, unfazed by their revelation. Earlier, while seated in Nicholas's vehicle, he had noticed he was being followed. Thus, he decided to disembark and investigate. The identity of his pursuers was of little consequence. It seemed that Obadiah was courting death. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched these individuals. Carl addressed the driver, Proceed. Accelerate to full speed and find a more open area. Yes, the driver replied with an impassive nod, and the vehicle gradually picked up speed, 90, 100, 120 miles per hour. Soon, they arrived at a remarkably spacious road with scarcely any other vehicles in sight. Carl flung open the car door and swiftly soared away. Before departing, he cast a piercing gaze that emanated a crimson heat vision, instantly incinerating the vehicle. Simultaneously, Carl began to swiftly search for Obadiah's presence. In no time, Carl's figure vanished. The next moment, he materialized in an opulent room filled with medical equipment. Several medical personnel were attending to Obadiah, who was undergoing surgery due to a broken leg inflicted by Gold's underlings. Upon noticing Carl, one of the medical staff scowled. Who are you? Unauthorized personnel must vacate the premises immediately. With a resounding slap, Carl sent the medical worker flying. Carl? Obadiah also recognized him. You dare come here. He commanded the black-clad individuals nearby. Eliminate him. Upon hearing this, they all drew their firearms, aiming them at Carl. Faced with the threat of multiple guns, Carl merely smiled and softly uttered, Kill him. In the next instant, the black-clad men redirected their weapons towards Obadiah. What are you doing? In the incredulous gaze of Obadiah, the men in black opened fire, transforming him into a mere sieve. Chapter 39. What does Carl do every day? A newcomer joins the group. Obadiah is dead. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how his heavily paid, fiercely loyal bodyguards would heed Carl's commands to take his life. Could it be that these bodyguards were Carl's undercover agents? Infuriating. Tony Stark had already ventured to the Middle East, poised to seize control of Stark Industries. To perish in such a manner was utterly unacceptable to Obadiah. Carl observed the black-clad figures and commanded, You may end your own lives. Subsequently, he erased the memories of the medical personnel present. In truth, these individuals were certainly not Carl's spies. He merely employed hypnosis to put everyone in the vicinity under a spell, including those who had been in the vehicle moments earlier. Carl vanished in an instant, reappearing in a hospital room nearly identical to the previous one. This time, however, the patient on the bed was not Obadiah, but his son, Zach. You dare come to my home? Zach spat at Carl, before instructing his bodyguards, Seize him. I intend to make him suffer. The bodyguards, upon hearing this, advanced toward Carl. At that moment, a crimson light erupted, and several of the bodyguards disintegrated instantaneously. Monster! Zach trembled as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. Carl approached the bedside, and the surrounding medical staff abruptly exited the room as if they were strangers. With a smile, Carl regarded Zach. You wish to torment me? Panic set in as Zach trembled uncontrollably. Previously, he had relished the thought of his father's attempts on Carl's life, but now, witnessing the red glow in Carl's eyes and the immediate dissolution of the bodyguards upon contact with the light, fear consumed him. Why you cannot kill me? My father is a shareholder in Stark Industries and is about to gain control of the company. You cannot. Before he could finish his desperate plea, Zach beheld the eruption of crimson light before him. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. He pondered Carl's true nature and how he had come to be in conflict with him. Having dealt with the Obadiah father and son, Carl took his leave, having nothing further to say to them. Earlier, at the gala, it was Jean who had made the first move, instructing his subordinates to remove the two. At that time, Carl had harbored no murderous intent. Breaking their legs had seemed a sufficiently severe punishment. At least, it was so for an ordinary individual. He had not intended to escalate the situation further. However, it appeared that the two had chosen to intensify the drama themselves. Very well, Carl would grant them their wish. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, he searched the surroundings. In an instant, Carl's figure vanished. At the same time, he arrived at Erica's home. Upon seeing Carl, Erica was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully rushed over to him. Have you completed your tasks? Indeed, he replied. By the way, your ability to fly is truly impressive. It's not too shabby, Carl chuckled. In truth, he was employing the power of spatial traversal. While he could traverse worlds, he could likewise navigate through space. Otherwise, despite his rapid flight, he would still have to open the door to enter the house. However, such trivialities need not be elaborated upon. Your performance at the party was absolutely stunning, Erica remarked, tilting her head to kiss Carl. The two shared a passionate embrace. Subsequently, Carl held Erica close as they made their way to the bed. At 4 o'clock, after concluding his battle, Carl freshened up and rummaged through the refrigerator, only to find beverages without any alcohol. He then returned to his own home to fetch some drinks. Meanwhile, Erica rested on the bed, having already passed 4 hours since their last encounter. Erica's combat prowess surpasses skies, Carl mused. He typically resided in Manhattan, possessing another place of abode. Otherwise, he would not have acted in this manner. Speaking of which, he had yet to check in with the chat group today. With that thought, Carl entered the chat. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? I didn't go to work today and feel a bit bored. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? Let's go to the restaurant tomorrow and work for a while. Thousand-handed princess. Sister, you truly have a leisurely life. I envy you. Great Wall Guard Commander. My daily tasks are rather tedious. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? Ha ha ha, there's no helping it. After all, I'm just a lazy person in this ordinary world. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? With this chat group, signing in can earn money. So there's no need to go out and work. Thousand-handed princess. 666. Ding. Group member, God of Humanity. Sign in successful, earning 10 points. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? Is the Great Carl online? Heaven's Blade King. Salutations, Great One. Great Wall Guard Commander. Hello, Great Carl. Thousand-handed princess. Greetings, Carl Cohen. God of Humanity. Is everyone here? Hello to you all. Heaven's Blade King. By the way, it seems like the Great Carl is rather busy. Heaven's Blade King. He often spends long periods away from the group. Great Wall Guard Commander. Someone of Carl's stature must indeed be quite occupied. Great Wall Guard Commander. Surely, the Great Carl is engaged in punishing evil and promoting good. Thousand-handed princess. Exactly, Carl Cohen is exceptionally kind-hearted. Thousand-handed princess. He must be helping those in need. Truly a noble ally. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? He must be a superhero. We have such urban legends here too. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? However, in our world, there are likely no real superheroes. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibyu? The Great Carl is so busy, he probably spends his days saving the world. Heaven's Blade King. Oh, it certainly seems that way. Tianren Wang. Once my points are sufficient, I shall purchase more items in the chat group and become powerful enough to save the world. Great Wall Guard Commander. Kaisha is truly commendable. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional dreamer? Excellent. Thousand-handed princess. A noble aspiration. Keep it up. God of Humanity. Keep it up. Tianren Wang. Carl observed the messages in the chat group, momentarily at a loss for words. The members of this group possessed quite the imagination. Every day, they were engaged in saving the world, rallying as righteous companions. In reality, however, Carl had not engaged deeply with that girl. They had simply conversed for several hours. It was far too lengthy a time to merely be in the chat group. Upon reflection, perhaps the group's sentiments were not entirely misplaced. After all, the individuals Carl had slain were indeed villains, such as Jean Bing's subordinates, the Bullseye, and Iron Overlord along with his bodyguards and son. Though he was uncertain if Iron Overlord's son was a villain, judging by his demeanor, he was likely not a person of virtue. At that moment, a notification chimed from the chat group. Chapter 40. The calm newcomer unveils identities. A newcomer has arrived? Carl was slightly taken aback. These two names seemed somewhat familiar. The passing Kamen Rider, a name that was rather too predictable. It was highly probable that this referred to the protagonist from Kamen Rider, Gates, also known as the esteemed Little Ming. As for Sherry, that name had appeared numerous times in Carl's previous life, including Shiho Miyano from Detective Conan and characters from Twilight. It was said that a certain kingdom of KR could also boast a bearer of that name. For now, he was uncertain of this individual's identity. Instantly, the chat group began to overflow with messages. What should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional dreamer? Welcome, newcomer. Tianren Wang. Another newcomer? Welcome. I wonder if there are any experts this time. Great Wall Guard Commander. Welcome, newcomer. Thousand-handed princess. Our chat group has gained 2 new members. Welcome. However, after the welcoming messages were sent, there was a prolonged silence before a response was received. Passing Kamen Rider. What is this chat interface? Why does it appear in my mind? Tianren Wang. Allow me to explain. Tianren Wang. This is a chat group that connects different worlds, where members can engage in cross-dimensional communication. Tianren Wang. To speak, simply imagine your words in your mind. Tianren Wang. The chat group encourages mutual assistance among members and offers various functions such as task postings, point acquisition, and a marketplace. Ding. Group member Tianren Wang has clarified for the 2 new members, earning 200 points as a reward. Tianren Wang. Hee, indeed there is a points reward. How delightful. Thousand-handed princess. Wow, you actually got to them before I could. Kaisha. Thousand-handed princess. I had intended to introduce them myself. Tianren Wang. Haha. After all, I am quite formidable. Proud. Thousand-handed princess. 666. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Welcome, newcomers. In this group, you will find many kind-hearted individuals. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. We even have esteemed members capable of resurrecting others, essentially resolving any dilemma. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The marketplace is replete with intriguing items. Do take a moment to peruse the offerings, including the passing Kamen Rider Shiri. Shiri, connecting different dimensions to facilitate interworld communication. Shiri, how did this chat group come into existence? Is there any scientific basis for it? Shiri, furthermore, the ability to resurrect individuals? May I inquire how this process occurs? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I am not entirely certain myself. Tianren Wang. General Su Lai is merely here to clarify your uncertainties. Must you take it so seriously? Shiri, I apologize. I simply seek objective truths. Shiri, if I have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. No harm done. No harm done. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to post tasks within the chat group. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The sign-in is located in the upper right corner. Ding. Group member passing Kamen Rider signs in successfully, earning 5 points. Passing Kamen Rider. It truly works. Passing Kamen Rider. The items in the marketplace are indeed fascinating. Passing Kamen Rider. If this chat group is as remarkable as you claim, then it is rather splendid. Passing Kamen Rider. I am Minya Shur, a photographer. Passing Kamen Rider. Currently, I am traveling across various worlds in hopes of discovering my own. I appreciate your support. Due to Xiao Ming's extensive travels across different realms, he is quite open to the concept of a cross-dimensional chat group. Moreover, he believes that if this chat group is truly as powerful as its members assert, it may assist him in finding his own world. Thus, he made a rather earnest self-introduction, which is quite rare for him. Shiri, a photographer? Are you not a Kamen Rider? Shiri, by the way, are you a child? Shiri, we do have Kamen Riders here, a form of special effects drama. Shiri, it seems to be quite popular among children. Passing Kamen Rider, what nonsense. How could I be a child? Passing Kamen Rider, I am a Kamen Rider and also a photographer. In another realm, a beautiful young woman clad in a white lab coat and possessing chestnut hair is resting in her room. This is Shiho Mayano. At this moment, she is working for the Black Organization. However, the atmosphere here is anything but pleasant. A chat group connecting different dimensions and resurrecting individuals? Although it seems rather implausible and unclear how it came to be, engaging in conversation with them could be enjoyable. As a scientist, Shiho Mayano harbors some skepticism regarding these matters. Presently, not even other life-bearing planets in the universe have been discovered. Certainly, some scientists believe that extraterrestrial life must exist. However, as a materialist, Shiho Mayano remains unconvinced without tangible evidence. The notion of resurrection seems utterly implausible to her. The concept of chat groups is simply too incredulous to foster her belief. After all, this place is rather mundane. She treats it as mere amusement. After a moment of contemplation, Shiho Mayano allows a smile to grace her lips. Surely, very well. Surely, speaking of which, I am quite intrigued by the individual who claims to resurrect others. Surely, if convenient, could they introduce themselves? Princess Chickage, although it sounds unbelievable. Princess Chickage, Lord Carl truly traversed into my world and resurrected my brother. Princess Chickage, all tasks in the chat group have been completed. Feel free to inquire with others for confirmation. Sister with a Chinibyu. Haha, this newcomer is remarkably composed, questioning the chat group with such calmness. Sister with a Chinibyu. Lord Carl, someone is seeking the god of humanity. Blade King. Indeed, very composed. They seem quite mature. God of humanity, greetings. Shirley, hello. Shirley, I have a question for you. God of humanity, speak freely. Shirley, others have mentioned that you can resurrect people. How is this achieved? God of humanity, may I ask you to disclose your profession? Shirley, certainly. God of humanity, I possess the ability to traverse time and resurrect individuals. Shirley, how do you traverse time? God of humanity, first, disclose your profession. Shirley, I am a scientist. God of humanity, I can fly and my speed is extraordinary. Shirley, is this truly feasible? Princess Chickage, of course, after all, Lord Carl resurrected my brother. Carl ceased to respond, for he had already gleaned the information he sought. A scientist, surely. These two elements intertwined revealed to Carl the identity of the other. Shiho Mayano from Detective Conan. Chapter 41. 2 news items, the truth-knowing gene. 2 newcomers joined the chat group, and Carl had already discerned their identities. One was Tsukasa Kadoya from Kamen Rider, also known as Kamen Rider Denno. The other was Shiho Mayano from Detective Conan, or rather, the unaltered AI Hybra. Upon realizing their identities, Carl chose not to reply, as he recognized that Erika had awakened. Carl and Erika shared a tender moment before watching her prepare for the day. Subsequently, the two ventured out for a meal. Today was an unusual day for the American populace, rife with sensational news. The announcement of Obadiah's demise swiftly permeated the American consciousness. Within an hour of Carl addressing Obadiah, numerous media outlets reported the event. Many Americans, bewildered by the news, found themselves questioning who this individual was and how they had garnered such headlines. Eventually, with clarification, the public began to comprehend the situation. Indeed. It turns out that he was an executive at Stark Industries, and even a major shareholder. A man of considerable wealth. What a pity. One wonders if his fortune has been exhausted. What piques the public's curiosity even more is the cause of his demise. According to reports, Obadiah perished amidst a hail of bullets. The bullets recovered from his body matched those of his bodyguards. The number of bullets was entirely consistent. Many speculate that the bodyguards, lured by greed, murdered Obadiah. Others suggest that his enemies offered a handsome sum to corrupt Obadiah's guards, inciting them to betray him. Yet, no one can elucidate why those bodyguards met the same fate, seemingly having taken their own lives. Were they desperate warriors? In an instant, opinions were rife. However, across the entirety of the United States, only one individual, upon seeing the news, discerned the identity of Obadiah's killer, the underground emperor of America, Kingpin. Initially, Kingpin was taken aback by the news. He instinctively reflected that he had intended to collaborate with Obadiah and had just met him that very day. What a shame. That old rogue had crossed a formidable entity, thwarting Kingpin's aspirations for profit and forcing him to seek alternative avenues. Before retribution could strike, Obadiah had already met his fate. As this realization dawned upon him, Kingpin felt as though he had grasped a pivotal clue. Carl, Obadiah's death. Could it be that Carl himself had taken action against Obadiah? Kingpin found this highly plausible, for he was aware that Carl possessed a plethora of superhuman abilities, including flight, laser projection, and immense strength. Although the cause of Obadiah's death was simply being struck by the weaponry of his bodyguards, Kingpin was resolute in his suspicion that Carl was behind it all. No, wait. Wasn't it true that today, Obadiah's downfall stemmed from his son's confrontation with the formidable Carl? Although he ultimately aligned himself with Carl and delivered a slight reprimand to Obadiah and his son, could it not be that Carl, seeking retribution, acted personally to eliminate them? Moreover, the reports indicated that Obadiah's son was missing, presumably kidnapped. Surely, he had not been obliterated by a red laser? Kingpin had witnessed Carl utilize that crimson light to obliterate a target, making such a connection all too easy. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Carl had abducted him for torment. The more Kingpin pondered, the more convinced he became that this was the truth. At that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of uncovering the truth. It was a sensation of being the sole bearer of knowledge amidst a world shrouded in ignorance. Yet, a thread of fear coursed through him. Would this powerful figure resort to silencing him? Kingpin resolved to remain tight-lipped, feigning ignorance. After all, he truly had witnessed nothing. If Obadiah's death instilled a sense of fear and curiosity among the American populace, the afternoon news would undoubtedly ignite a firestorm across the nation. Tony Stark, the illustrious playboy and billionaire of national renown, has mysteriously vanished. Due to the considerable distance, news of his disappearance has arrived with a delay, only surfacing in the afternoon. In an instant, the headlines that had previously focused on Obadiah were eclipsed, transforming entirely to center on the enigma of Stark's disappearance. The public's interest in Stark has surged, as this wealthy figure is undeniably famous, and they have always been captivated by the tales surrounding this charming rogue. However, this time, the news diverges from the usual sensational gossip. It bears an air of somber gravity. The populace swiftly forgot about Obadiah, and Stark Industries stock experienced a significant decline in value due to the unfolding events. While the news of Obadiah's demise had also provoked a drop in stock prices, it remained within normal parameters. Such is the harsh reality. Obadiah had schemed meticulously to seize control of Stark Industries. Yet the news of his death pales in comparison to the weight of Stark's situation. Erica's father, Nicholas, is also a man of considerable wealth, having partnered with Jean to amass a fortune through his own enterprise, which stands as a substantial business. After attending a soiree, he returned to his work, only to take a respite at this juncture. As he turned on the television, he was taken aback by the news of Tony Stark's disappearance. Could it be that Stark had gone missing? In the tumultuous Middle East, one wonders if he remains alive. He had been living lavishly before, but now, misfortune has struck? Nicholas chuckled, a hint of derision lacing his thoughts. Naturally, he recognized Tony Stark, the preeminent billionaire of America, though Stark would not know him. Nicholas could only look up to such a figure. Flipping through several channels, Nicholas found them all fixated on the Stark saga. Yet, he paid little heed. He merely sought a moment of relaxation, indifferent to what he might watch. Suddenly, he switched to another channel, only to find it discussing matters unrelated to Tony Stark, but rather focused on Obadiah. This man is dead, Nicholas pondered, having seen him earlier that day. He found it peculiar. However, the broadcast soon returned to Stark's plight. After some time, a thought struck Nicholas regarding the soiree. Obadiah's death could not possibly be linked to Carl, could it? After all, the commotion surrounding Carl and Obadiah had stirred quite a ripple within the affluent circles. Rumors had spread that Jean broke Obadiah's leg for the sake of a young man. Surely, it was not Carl's own hand that dealt such a blow, but rather Jean's intervention? Nicholas mused, contemplating the connection. It seemed plausible that Jean had acted. Whether there was any direct relation to Carl remained uncertain, though Nicholas suspected there must be some link. It appears indeed. Carl has proven to be far more formidable than he had anticipated, managing to compel Jean to eliminate Obadiah. Chapter 42, a new ability. It turns out there is a tycoon in the group. In an office of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a bald, one-eyed black man sits in a chair. This man is Nick Fury, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before him, Two pieces of information are displayed: the death of Obadiah and the disappearance of Tony Stark. He lifts his gaze to the two individuals standing before the desk. One is a sultry red-haired woman clad in leather, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. The other is a middle-aged man with a benign demeanor and a perilously receding hairline, Phil Coulson. Both are exceptional agents of the Department of Homeland Security. Tony Stark is a significant figure in the United States, and his father shares a deep connection with our organization. Coulson, you are to seek out leads regarding Stark's whereabouts. Understood. Coulson nods and promptly departs. Natasha, you will investigate the circumstances surrounding Obadiah's death. This matter appears rather enigmatic, so exercise caution. Of course, Black Widow replies with a nod. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D. is probing into these incidents, various official entities are dispatching personnel to investigate as well. At this moment, Carl is taking a leisurely stroll with Erica after having dinner. As they walk, Erica suddenly speaks up. Carl, aren't you able to fly? How about we go see the Statue of Liberty from above? Sure, Carl responds without hesitation, wrapping an arm around Erica and soaring skyward. In an instant, they find themselves atop the Statue of Liberty, for they are currently in Manhattan, and the distance is quite close. Wow, that was fast, Erica exclaims, gazing down with a hint of exhilaration. She relishes the sensation of being high above. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to reside so high up at home. Suddenly, Erica leans in and gently kisses Carl. Carl, should we? Carl looks at her with surprise. Here? What a bold idea. However, it's not out of the question. Wait a moment, he says. Erica, taken aback, asks why. All right, let us proceed, Carl replies, enveloping Erica in a biological shield. In the next moment, their figures vanish. This is his newfound ability, cloaking. Given the outdoor setting, being captured by satellites would be undesirable. So Carl hoped for an ability to remain concealed. The Silver Superman template indeed proves to be remarkably effective, granting him this capability in less than 2 seconds. By 7 o'clock, Carl returns to their Manhattan residence, cradling Erica in his arms. The outdoors can be quite exhausting, though Carl himself feels no fatigue. He merely worries that Erica might tire too easily. Around 9 o'clock, after concluding a battle and freshening up, Carl relaxes in the living room. He casually turns on the television and sees the news about Tony Stark's disappearance. Is it already this late? Iron Man will be making an appearance soon. What shall I do? Carl pondered, reflecting on the moment in the past when Dr. Ethan perished in Iron Man, which left him with a sense of regret. Perhaps I shall explore. The news seemed rather tedious, endlessly repeating the same mundane stories. After some contemplation, Carl decided to join the chat group. Surely, the items in the mall appear quite appealing based on the descriptions. Surely, however, the prices are rather exorbitant. Surely, at such rates, even with 100 days of check-ins, one could scarcely afford any decent items, right? After all, the points earned from each check-in are merely single digits. 100 days would yield just a few hundred points. What can one acquire with a few hundred points? Sister with a Chinibu, indeed. I have long desired an iron suit. Sister with a Chinibu. Yet here I am, still lacking sufficient points. Sister with a Chinibu. It's truly disheartening. Surely, quite so. Surely, there are many things I fancy, yet they remain unattainable. Passing Kamen Rider. Oh, this is intriguing. Passing Kamen Rider. You previously exhibited skepticism toward the chat group. Passing Kamen Rider. What has prompted your sudden faith in it? Blade King. Indeed, why is that? Thousand-handed princess. I am curious. Sister with a Chinibu. Curiosity indeed. Surely, initially, I harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of this chat group. Surely, this is quite normal, given the notion of a dimensional chat group. Surely, few can accept such a concept at first glance. Surely, it was only when I encountered the option to exchange points for currency in the mall that my perspective shifted. Surely, I approached it with a mere trial mindset. Surely, to my astonishment, I successfully exchanged over 10,000 yuan. Surely, I exchanged 6 times in total, converting all my points into cash. Surely, under such circumstances, despite my earlier skepticism, surely, I now find it impossible to disbelieve. Surely, after all, in our world, surely, there exists no technology capable of extracting cash from one's mind. Sister with a Chinibu. I see now. Thousand-handed princess. Quite astute. Blade King. Speaking of which, I have yet to exchange any currency. Sister with a Chinibu. I have exchanged quite a bit. Kaisa, why haven't you converted yours? Blade King. Points are far too precious to be squandered for cash. Blade King. My father once said that the wealth of our family would last me a lifetime. Blade King. Therefore, I would never consider using points to acquire money. Sister with a Chinibu. How disheartening. Sister with a Chinibu. I had no idea you were such a little tycoon. Kaisa. Sister with a Chinibu. Tycoon, please lend your support. Thousand-handed princess. Tycoon, please lend your support. God of humanity. Tycoon, please lend your support. Blade King. Oh, Carl, you've arrived? Blade King, do refrain from jesting. Nearly 200,000 points could procure a multitude of splendid items. Blade King. If it were possible to purchase points, I would undoubtedly spend all my wealth to do so. Surely, nearing 200,000? Yet a single check-in yields only single-digit points. Surely. How did you acquire 200,000 points? Senja Princess. By completing tasks, of course. Senja Princess. Master Carl accomplished 2 tasks, each granting 100,000 points. Surely. Signing in yields single-digit points, while tasks provide 100,000. Surely. This disparity seems rather excessive. It appears the chat group encourages us to undertake tasks. Senja Princess. Not necessarily. Typically, ordinary tasks do not reward such substantial points. Senja Princess. Master Carl's task ratings are exceptionally high, which is why he received such a bounty of points. Surely. Alright, it seems to be quite challenging. What to do about my sister, who is a bit of a daydreamer? Sister. Of course it's difficult. Otherwise, why would there be so many wonderful rewards? Surely, that does make some sense. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Speaking of which, what about that masked rider? Why has he fallen silent? Masked rider passing by. I recently resolved the evil entity with the true swordsman. Masked rider passing by. Now I have arrived in this new world, though I am uncertain of my purpose here. Chapter 43. Astonished group members. Brother Xiaoming is excited. Surely. Wait, a new world? Surely, what does that mean? Sister, curious. Heavenly Blade King. Could it be that you can traverse worlds? Masked rider passing by. Although the world described in the chat group differs somewhat from reality. Masked rider passing by. I indeed travel across various realms. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. That sounds rather impressive. Heavenly Blade King. Incredible. Sister, truly remarkable. The members of the group envisioned world traversal, which differed somewhat from Brother Xiaoming's description, yet everyone still found it impressive. Carl, observing Brother Xiaoming's remarks, pondered for a moment. It turned out that Brother Xiaoming had already reached the later timeline of the current arc. At this juncture, he should have traversed numerous parallel worlds. It appeared that each member of the chat group existed in different timelines. In the world of Decade, Brother Xiaoming gazed at the messages from group members, feeling somewhat elated. The sensation of being praised by others was rather pleasant. After replying, Brother Xiaoming opened the shop. An array of peculiar items. This was his first time exploring the shop. Ninjutsu, domineering aura, infinity stones. Upon reading the descriptions, he discovered they were items from other worlds. However, there were also items he was somewhat familiar with. Drivers, new drivers, and Omgad cards. These items felt both familiar and foreign. The driver was his transformation belt. But what was the new driver? And who was Omgad? Yet, after perusing the item descriptions, Brother Xiaoming grew increasingly excited. Each item was more formidable than the last. Especially the Omgad cards. Once utilized, they could harness the power of Omgad, which included summoning any Heisei rider, wielding their powers, and opening portals through time and space. However, despite the overwhelming power, the multitude of zeros was quite disheartening. It was utterly unaffordable indeed. Indeed, the members of the group were correct, relying solely on attendance. One could not foresee when they might acquire the coveted items. At this moment, Brother Xiaoming was strolling down the path with Xiaobai and Yanetara Yusuke. Sure. What troubles you? Xiaobai inquired, observing the peculiar expression on Minyashure's face. Oh. Minyashure snapped back to reality and nonchalantly replied, It's nothing. I was merely contemplating what we ought to accomplish in this world. Perhaps this is indeed your realm. The trio engaged in a friendly discourse. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds echoed from behind them. The three turned to see a group of bizarre entities approaching. Brother Xiaoming furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger. Who are these fiends? He wondered. Before anyone could respond, a chilling laughter resonated nearby. The trio turned, but before they could discern their assailants' forms, energy projectiles hurtled towards them. They instinctively shielded their heads and fled. After a brief sprint, they were pursued by a metallic humanoid creature. The being erupted in laughter. I am the mightiest warrior of the Klesis Empire, the monstrous robot, Shibarian. Pointing at Brother Xiaoming, he commanded, Eliminate Kamen Rider. Surrounding them, a multitude of monsters advanced towards the trio. Brother Xiaoming, bewildered, muttered, Am I Kamen Rider? At that moment, a deep growl echoed. Klesis. The monsters recoiled in shock. Retreating hastily, a middle-aged man clad in white stood before Brother Xiaoming and his companions. I shall protect Kamen Rider. He struck a pose and proclaimed, Henshin. With his words, a belt materialized at his waist, transforming him into a green knight resembling a beetle. I am the child of the sun, Kamen Rider Dark Sun Rebirth. Without hesitation, Dark Sun Rebirth engaged in battle with the forces of the Klesis Empire. Brother Xiaoming recognized this Kamen Rider and understood whose world this was. Dark Sun Rebirth swiftly defeated the minions and then confronted Shibarian. Initially, he was overpowered, but after transforming into the Rebirth mechanized rider, he gained the upper hand. Just as Dark Sun Rebirth prepared to launch another attack, an eerie distortion rippled through the space behind Shibarian. To their astonishment, two creatures emerged from thin air. As soon as they appeared, they advanced towards Dark Sun Rebirth. Overwhelmed 2-1, he was swiftly defeated. Yanetara Yusuke, witnessing the two monsters, exclaimed in astonishment. How could there be vampires and demon gods here? Observing Dark Sun Rebirth's defeat, Brother Xiaoming realized he could no longer remain a bystander. Henshin. He stepped forward, produced a card, and flung it into the driver. Then, with a vigorous push of his hands, a passionate voice resounded. Kamen Drive. He transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. Dark Sun Rebirth, witnessing the transformation, could not help but exclaim, how could Kamen Rider become Decade? Regardless of whether it is Kamen Rider Dark Day Rebirth or the adversaries, all exhibit expressions of disbelief. Xiaoming, without paying them much heed, merely uttered, once again, that name, before charging at the foes. His combat was remarkably effortless. Despite facing two opponents, he maintained a dominant offensive throughout. After transforming into Agito, he swiftly dispatched one enemy. The remaining adversary, sensing the dire situation, chose to flee. The monstrous robot also uttered a menacing remark before retreating. At this moment, Kamen Rider Dark Day Rebirth approached Xiaoming. The destroyer of worlds, the end. I shall not allow you to wreak havoc upon this realm, he declared, preparing to strike. Xiaoming was ready to retaliate, but was halted by the rushing Natsumi Orange. Observing this, Xiaoming reverted his transformation, as did Kamen Rider Dark Day Rebirth. Natsumi sincerely explained that he had been striving to save the world of riders. After exchanging glances, Kamen Rider Dark Day Rebirth smiled, placing his trust in Natsumi. Subsequently, both parties engaged in dialogue, during which Xiaoming and his companions learned about Kamen Rider Dark Day Rebirth and the adversaries they faced. They also discovered the emergence of a new hostile force, concluding that the world was on the brink of destruction and fusion. As the conversation progressed, Xiaoming abruptly departed, prompting Natsumi and Yusuke Onodera to follow him. Suddenly, the space around them warped and blurred, from which three figures emerged. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, flanked by two demon gods. The man sneered, "The end. At last, I have found you." After a brief exchange, Xiaoming and his companions realized their adversaries hailed from Daishocker. The middle-aged man then transformed, donning a set of dark crimson armor, wielding a shield adorned with sharp blades. Before Xiaoming could transform, his belt was struck down, and he himself was knocked to the ground. "I shall claim your life force," Apollo Kest declared, aiming a dual-sided energy mirror at Xiaoming. In a critical moment, Natsumi positioned himself before Xiaoming, instantly falling unconscious, while Yusuke transformed into Kuga, forcing the enemy to retreat. Chapter 44. The embarrassed Xiaoming and the task at hand. Xiaoming and Yusuke hurriedly transported Natsumi to the hospital. However, Natsumi's condition was grim. The cause of his peril remained unknown, and he was in a life-threatening state. Lingering in unconsciousness, with no discernible reason for his plight, treatment was unattainable. Xiaoming gazed at Natsumi's anguished visage, rendered speechless. Memories of their past encounters flooded his mind. What should he do? Who could save Natsumi? Xiaoming was engulfed in sorrow, lamenting his own inability to rescue him. If only he possessed that demon-slaying card from the chat group shop, perhaps he could save Natsumi, for the card's power was immensely formidable. Alas, Xiaoming currently had but 5 points from his daily check-in. Even multiplying that by 10,000 would not suffice to procure the coveted card. How infuriating! Xiaoming clenched his fist in anger. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. The chat group store. Indeed, there was the chat group. Although his points were insufficient to purchase the valuable items within the store, the chat group offered more than just commerce. It also boasted members from other worlds. The essence of the chat group was, undoubtedly, conversation. Otherwise, it would simply be a store group. Xiaoming recalled previous discussions with group members, where he had heard tales of a member known as the God of Humanity, who purportedly possessed the ability to resurrect others and even traverse time. Xiaoming himself held a skeptical view regarding such claims, as they seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, given the current circumstances, he found himself hoping against hope that these stories were true. In past conversations, group members had also mentioned the steps for publishing tasks. Were it not for the chat group, Xiaoming would have been left to ponder his plight in despair, perhaps ultimately seeking out Apollo Kest. However, at this moment, his foremost thought was the chat group. Xiaoming's consciousness entered the chat group. A passing Kamen Rider implored, "My friend's life hangs by a thread. I earnestly request your assistance." All members were notified. God of Humanity. The passing Kamen Rider added, "I am willing to offer all my points as a reward." Ding. Group member passing Kamen Rider has published a task. Save Xiahaiju. Task reward, 5 points. Friendly reminder. This task is of extreme difficulty. The chat group encourages members to assist one another. All members may accept this task. Wonderful. Xiaoming's heart soared at the notification from the chat group. Previously, he had only heard about task publishing, but had never attempted it himself, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Seeing the prompt eased a portion of his anxiety. Fortunately, he had not visited the store earlier, and the points he had earned from signing in remained intact. Otherwise, he would have had to find a way to exchange for money. Despite being a Kamen Rider, Xiaoming was not particularly affluent. Luckily, now he simply needed to wait for the group members to accept the task. He anxiously watched the chat group, for this was a matter of life and death for Xiahaiju. Surely, Is it truly possible to trigger a task? Surely. By the way, aren't you the Kamen Rider capable of traversing worlds? Surely. Why can't you save your own friend and must resort to posting a task in the chat group? Surely. Passing Kamen Rider. Passing Kamen Rider. Upon reading the messages, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, when he mentioned his ability to traverse worlds, many had assumed he was an immensely powerful figure. Numerous individuals believed that apart from the formidable Carl, this Kamen Rider was the strongest. Many even showered him with praise. In reality, this perception held some truth. After all, the majority of the group comprised ordinary individuals, or at least, ninjas and warriors. Yet now, this individual appeared to be the second most powerful presence within the group, unable to save even a single friend. On the very first day of entering the group, a task for assistance was posted. Moreover, the reward for the task appeared rather trivial, merely 5 points. This situation indeed seemed rather disappointing. Those who had previously incurred a deduction of 666 points were now filled with regret. This individual appeared to be quite different from what was initially imagined. Not only did those members who faced the deduction feel somewhat uncomfortable, but even Xiao Ming himself was left in an awkward position. Nonetheless, considering that Xia Haiju's life depended on the help of those in the chat group, he took the time to explain. The passing Kamen Rider remarked, "This world of traversal is not under my active control at the moment." The passing Kamen Rider continued, "Moreover, we Kamen Riders primarily excel in combat abilities." He added, "I am not well versed in other matters." He then stated, "I am unique, aside from cinematography. I am proficient in all things." He concluded, "Of course, this is limited to normal phenomena." Shirley interjected, "Oh, the sister, afflicted with a case of Chinibyu." Mused, "It seems this is yet another troublesome task." She continued, "Though I long to undertake a mission, the urgency of saving a life complicates matters." She resolved, "Given the pressing circumstances, I shall not waste any time." She called out, "Carl, O divine being of the mortal realm, it's your turn." Tian Ren Wang inquired, "Is it convenient for you, Carl? If so, please lend your assistance." The commander of the Great Wall Guard expressed, "I am willing. Though my strength is limited, I can only offer a small amount of help, Carl." The commander of the Great Wall Guard added, "O divine being of the mortal realm." Xiao Ming, upon reading these messages, felt deeply touched. The passing Kamen Rider expressed gratitude. "I sincerely thank everyone." He continued, "Should you ever require assistance in the future, I will not hesitate." Tian Ren Wang replied, "No need for formalities." The commander of the Great Wall Guard reassured, "There is no need for thanks. This chat group advocates mutual assistance." Meanwhile, Carl was indeed present in the group. Upon seeing the task, he reflected on the narrative of Kamen Rider Wang Xiaoming. It was evident that Xia Haiju had been drained of life energy by the dual-faced energy mirror, putting her life in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Carl took a second to return home, donning his black battle attire, and accepted the task. In the Imperial world, within the hospital room, the sight of the pain Xia Haiju filled Kamen Rider Yusuke with urgency. At that moment, Xiao Ming, for reasons unknown, unexpectedly closed his eyes, remaining unresponsive for several seconds. "Sure, what is wrong? We must seek out Apollo Kester to rescue Xia Haiju." Suddenly, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. His previously despondent expression now brightened with clarity, for he had just seen the notification from the chat group. Ding! Group member, the divine being of the mortal realm, has accepted the task to rescue Xia Haiju. Xiao Ming's countenance was filled with anticipation. It seemed there would be no need to seek out Apollo Kester after all. Yusuke was taken aback. "Huh? But what about Xia Hai?" No sooner had he spoken than a new figure appeared in the room, which had previously housed only 3 individuals. With black hair and eyes, a handsome visage, and a wide cloak, the black attire accentuated a perfect physique. In the hospital room, a new figure appeared. Yusuke Onodera was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the unexpected presence. Beside him, Xiao Ming's attention was drawn to the newcomer, instinctively glancing over. Upon seeing the individual, Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The emblem on the upper garment, the form-fitting attire, and the cape. Was this not the legendary Superman? Superman. Yusuke Onodera instinctively remarked, gazing at Carl. Previously, he had been discussing with Xiao Ming the prospect of seeking out their adversary. Yet now, confronted with Carl's figure, he was utterly dumbfounded. Their nightly world, akin to the Marvel universe to which Carl belonged, was populated with comics and films featuring Superman. Thus, the moment both Yusuke and Xiao Ming laid eyes on Carl, the connection to Superman was immediate. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. The surprise was overwhelming. After all, Superman seemed to be a mythical being, and now he stood before them. Naturally, the Superman before them differed slightly from their conception. Firstly, there was his East Asian visage, and then the colors of his costume. In their world, Superman's attire was also red and blue. Yet aside from these minor details, the resemblance was striking. Both individuals were so taken aback that they found themselves at a loss for words. Even Xiao Ming, who typically issued tasks in their chat group, was rendered incredulous upon seeing Carl. Noticing their silence, Carl raised an eyebrow and took the initiative to speak. Hello, Tsukasa Kadoya. I am Carl, and I have accepted a task from the group. The group? What group? Yusuke Onodera asked, bewildered, glancing at Xiaoming. Tsukasa, do you know Superman? He then absurdly shook his head, muttering to himself, impossible. How could Superman exist in this world? It must be a joke. Indeed. The notion of Superman was difficult to fathom. Meanwhile, Xiaoming stared at Carl, astonished. You mentioned a group? A chat group? Carl chuckled. What else could it be? As a passing Kamen Rider, he had heard the mention of the group and the task, and knowing his nickname in the group only heightened Xiaoming's certainty. He was increasingly convinced that this Superman-like figure before him was indeed the deity of the human realm. Is it truly you, the deity of the human realm? Xiaoming inquired, though he hesitated to fully affirm it, as the existence of someone like Superman was incredibly hard to accept. Carl, unfazed by their disbelief, glanced at the pained expression of Natsumi Orange lying on the hospital bed. He slowly approached her, saying, this must be her. Now, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space. Soon after, a figure appeared at the entrance of the ward. This individual appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a fisherman's hat and clad in a beige coat, with glasses perched upon his face. It was Ming Long. He gazed coldly at the bedridden Xia Haiju, lamenting. How pitiful. This voice drew the attention of Xiaoming and Xiongja. Instinctively, Xiongja spoke up upon seeing him, Ming Long. Ming Long replied icily. Those connected to Emperor Rider are destined to perish. You are, as is Xiao Hai. As he spoke, he pointed a menacing finger at Xiaoming, adding, and you as well, including that Superman. At this, Carl raised an eyebrow. Me too. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming and Xiongjia's expressions hardened. Ming Long, his demeanor chilling, warned. Do not entangle yourselves further with Emperor Rider if you wish to avoid annihilation. With that, Ming Long turned to traverse the space and depart. After all, this was his usual tactic. Each time he interacted with Xiaoming or other Kamen Riders, he would spout a plethora of words, whether meaningful or not, before making a hasty retreat. It was exhilarating and satisfying. Even if his combat prowess paled in comparison to those Kamen Riders, it mattered not. He could still leap across the world, for no one could capture him. Utilizing his ability to traverse dimensions, even if he could not win, he could still pose. Today, he had once again mocked Emperor Rider and indulged in a bit of showmanship, leaving him in high spirits. However, suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He found himself unable to traverse space. How could this be? What of the dimensional wall? A power that had never failed him before, now rendered ineffective? Unwilling to accept this fate, Ming Long attempted to employ his dimensional wall ability once more, yet nothing manifested before him. Just then, a voice echoed, "What's this? Finished with your charade and planning to leave?" Startled, Ming Long instinctively turned his head. Within the ward, the black-haired youth, whom he had scarcely noticed before, was smiling at him. Previously, Ming Long had paid little attention to this individual, merely viewing Carl as a mere passerby, at best, a fan of Superman. However, he thought, even the color of your costume is off. It seems rather unprofessional. Clearly, he was not a Kamen Rider. Ming Long harbored animosity towards Xiaoming, believing him to be the architect of world destruction, currently traversing multiple realms and disseminating rumors of being a world destroyer. Hence, he held no interest in ordinary people. Only those Kamen Riders and monsters piqued his curiosity. But now, it seemed his dimensional wall was unusable. Was it connected to this person? Ming Long scrutinized Carl, his brow furrowing. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence, Carl replied, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared before Ming Long. Looking at him, he chuckled softly. I see you are quite the performer, and after your act, you flee. Is it thrilling? Ming Long, perplexed, responded, Huh? What are you talking about? However, the reply to his inquiry was a brilliant flash of red light. Heat vision. In but a fleeting moment, Mingtaki's form was utterly dissolved. After all, his combat prowess was hardly formidable. Otherwise, he would have taken matters into his own hands and eliminated Xiaoming long ago. He could not withstand Carl's searing gaze, leading him to his self-imposed demise. Carl chuckled softly, feeling rather pleased. In his previous life, while watching Kamen Rider, he harbored a strong disdain for certain characters, with Mingtaki being the foremost among them. From the very first episode, he would frequently utter proclamations that D-End was a demon bent on the world's destruction, deceiving the riders of various realms, along with Natsumi. Consequently, every time Xiaoming ventured into another world, he was compelled to engage in battle with that world's Kamen Rider. Natsumi was likewise swayed multiple times by Mingtaki, causing Xiaoming considerable inconvenience. Indeed, in his past life, Carl was thoroughly infuriated by this. Now, confronted with someone he loathed, he felt no need for dialogue and opted to resolve the matter with decisive action. Chapter 46. The astonished duo takes action. Upon witnessing the swift demise of his detested adversary, Carl's heat vision proved capable of melting and vaporizing any substance. Not only this individual, but even Apollo Geist would find it insurmountable. As for why Mingtaki was unable to utilize the dimensional barrier moments ago, it was, of course, due to Carl. Since acquiring the ability to traverse worlds, Carl discovered he could not only navigate between realms, but also exert control over space itself. Sensing spatial fluctuations once more, Carl surmised that Mingtaki likely intended to flee. Hence, he confined that portion of space, preventing any escape. This posed little challenge. Beside him, Xiaoming and Yu Suk, who had witnessed Carl's red lasers obliterate Mingtaki, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. After all, this enigmatic figure had been encountered numerous times before, particularly by Xiaoming, who was taken aback. Mingtaki frequently spread rumors of himself as a harbinger of destruction across various worlds and had repeatedly opposed Xiaoming, causing him considerable vexation. Xiaoming had attempted to attack Mingtaki on several occasions, but the latter's ability to utilize the dimensional barrier for escape thwarted him by the time he launched an assault. Mingtaki had vanished without a trace. Yet now, the dimensional traveler Mingtaki had met his end in such a manner? How could Xiaoming not be astonished? Moreover, what left Xiaoming and Yusuk most astounded was not Mingtaki's demise, but rather the method of attack employed by Carl. Was this not the heat vision of Superman? Thus, was the figure before them truly the Superman from films and comics? Xiaoming remained somewhat skeptical, asking, "Are you really Superman?" "In a sense, yes, you may call me Carl," came the reply. "We shall converse further shortly." Carl then turned his attention to Natsumi, who lay on the hospital bed, and stated, "Right now, saving lives is paramount." With these words, Xiaoming and Yusuk recalled Natsumi's dire predicament. Suddenly, Onodera Yusuk bowed deeply to Carl. With utmost sincerity, he implored, "Mr. Superman Cal, please save Summer Heike. I beseech you." Cal glanced at him momentarily before seeking out Apollo Kester. In an instant, Cal vanished. "Mr. Cal?" Yosuke Kanadara was left bewildered. "Where has he gone?" After searching for a while, Yosuke turned to Xiaoming, asking excitedly, "How do you know Superman?" We met by chance," Xiaoming thought to himself. Realizing that he had initially been unaware that the divine being in their group chat was none other than Superman. No wonder he possessed such extraordinary power. However, the group had mentioned that this individual could transcend time and resurrect others. Can Superman truly traverse time? Perhaps the Superman of comics, films, and reality differ in nature. Xiaoming was uncertain about the specifics of Superman and pondered silently. Observing Yosuke's fervent demeanor, Xiaoming chose not to disclose his ignorance regarding Cal's true identity as Superman, as doing so would diminish the grandeur of the moment. Yet, he harbored questions. Hadn't he, this Superman, accepted a mission to resurrect Summer Heike? Where could he have gone now? Meanwhile, after the initial excitement, Yosuke gradually regained his composure. He looked at Xiaoming and curiously inquired, "What has that Superman gone to do?" From Yosuke's perspective, since Xiaoming knew Cal, and Cal seemed to recognize Xiaoming, they must be friends. Truly impressive of you, sure, to have such a remarkable friend as Superman. He went. Xiaoming pondered for a moment, recalling that Cal had undertaken a mission and would undoubtedly save Summer Heike. Additionally, he had heard fellow group members mention that this esteemed Cal had previously resurrected others through time travel. Thus, it was highly likely that he was employing the same method now. Clearing his throat, Xiaoming stated, "Superman is here to assist in rescuing Summer Heike. He must be traversing time back to when we encountered Apollo Kester, helping us to defeat our adversary." "I see. He can even travel through time. How impressive. And you're quite remarkable yourself, sure, for knowing such a person." In response, Xiaoming feigned nonchalance. "It's all right." Just then, several figures abruptly appeared in the hospital room. Among them, two figures were unceremoniously discarded onto the floor. "What is happening?" Xiaoming and Yosuke were startled by the sudden appearance of these figures. Both men stood on guard, eyes fixed on the intruders. In fact, Yosuke finally recalled his true identity and assumed a transformation stance. The next moment, they discerned the newcomers. By the bedside, the two figures on the ground were none other than Apollo Kester and the Abyssal Demon. Indeed, enemies. Transform. Yusuke Onodera immediately transformed into Kamen Rider Kuga. Earlier, during the battle against Apollo Kest, his belt was knocked off by the adversary. Subsequently, when Natsumi was injured, he hurried to the hospital, inadvertently leaving the belt behind. Now, he found himself unable to transform and could only retreat temporarily. "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly emerged. The two turned to see Carl, clad in a black battle suit, standing not far away. "Carl-kun, Mr. Superman?" They gazed at him in astonishment. Carl, noticing their expressions, seemed somewhat surprised as well. Moments ago, he had utilized his super eyesight to locate Apollo Kest, discovering him on the street. Carl flew directly to the location of his foe, refraining from attacking Apollo Kest before he transformed, and did not eliminate him either. Instead, he waited until Apollo Kest had transformed, swiftly removing the dual-faced energy mirror from his helmet. He then brought both Apollo Kest and a monstrous entity to this place. "What are you two doing?" Yusuke and the others relaxed upon seeing Carl. Yusuke even reverted from his transformation. Yusuke approached Carl, eyeing the unconscious Apollo Kest and the monstrous being with caution. "Carl-kun, what are you planning to do?" Yusuke inquired, puzzled, while Onodera looked on, equally bewildered. Had they fainted? Carl glanced at them and matter-of-factly replied, Nothing much, just saving lives. With that, he tossed the dual-faced energy mirror to Tsukasa. Yusuke did not clearly see what Carl had thrown, but instinctively caught it. Saving lives? Yusuke paused, but Carl-kun. Weren't you supposed to travel through time to rescue Natsumi? Travel through time? Carl looked at him, surprised. Chapter 47, a not-so-smart appearance, mission accomplished. Carl shook his head. I had no intention of time travel. This situation does not require it. Natsumi is unconscious because her life energy was absorbed by the dual-faced energy mirror. As long as we retrieve it, she will be fine. Yusuke, however, was unaware of Carl's thoughts and grew anxious. But Natsumi, don't worry. The item you hold can save her, Carl reassured him. Yusuke immediately examined the object in his hand. It appeared to be a metallic device, evoking a sense of familiarity. What is this? Carl responded, the dual-faced energy mirror. This device can absorb life energy. Not long ago, Apollo Kest used it to drain Natsumi's life energy. It can absorb life, but it can also bestow life. You can directly use this to save her. Upon hearing this, Yusuke suddenly recalled that the object he held was indeed the one Apollo Kest had employed earlier. I see, he nodded in understanding. He gazed thoughtfully at the dual-faced energy mirror in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. With resolute determination, he aimed the double-sided energy mirror at himself. He was prepared to draw upon his own life energy to bestow it upon Summer Tangerine, for she was his companion. Just as Xiao Ming was about to use the mirror to absorb his life force, Carl intervened. Surprised, Xiao Ming looked at Carl, addressing him with newfound respect. For Carl had procured the double-sided energy mirror. Typically proud, Xiao Ming was not one to easily refer to others in such a lofty manner. Yet, what was Carl's intention? Was he attempting to thwart him? Carl gestured towards the two unconscious figures on the ground, indicating that there were indeed two individuals from whom to siphon life energy. At that moment, Carl felt a tinge of exasperation, pondering how this individual seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. Must he draw upon his own life energy to grant vitality to Summer Tangerine? What about her original life force? Wasn't it contained within Apollo Kest? Draw from him instead. That energy rightfully belonged to Summer Tangerine. Otherwise, why had Carl brought the unconscious man here? It was solely for the purpose of allowing this individual to absorb life energy. As a precaution, he had even brought back an extra demon god. Xiao Ming paused, momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the two figures lying motionless on the ground. Is this really a good idea, Carl? There's nothing wrong with it, Carl replied with conviction. Summer Tangerine's life energy was already siphoned off by Apollo Kest. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament. This did make sense. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Ming conceded that Carl's reasoning was sound. He then directed the double-sided energy mirror towards Apollo Kest. In an instant, red life energy surged forth from Apollo Kest's body, all of it entering the double-sided energy mirror. Subsequently, Xiao Ming pressed the mirror against Summer Tangerine's face, releasing the life energy. As the vitality flowed into her, her previously pained expression transformed, and she immediately opened her eyes. Both Xiao Ming and Yusuke watched in delight at this remarkable turnaround. Sure, Yusuke? At that moment, a bewildered Summer Tangerine sat up, her gaze landing on Xiao Ming and Yusuke. Upon seeing her awaken, Xiao Ming finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he remained silent. Maintaining his proud demeanor, Yusuke, eager and concerned, quickly inquired, Summer, are you alright? I'm fine. How about you? I'm okay. Yusuke extended 3 fingers, asking, how many fingers am I holding up? 3. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yusuke cheered, relieved to confirm Summer Tangerine's recovery. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, though quiet, couldn't help but smile. Summer Tangerine locked eyes with him, and although she was uncertain about the situation, a smile crept onto her face. For a brief moment, the atmosphere was imbued with harmony. Suddenly, Xiao Ming appeared to recall something. He turned to Summer Tangerine and said, Summer, I've made a friend named Carl. You can also call him Superman. It is entirely due to his efforts that we were able to rescue you. He gestured towards the direction where Carl was. Indeed, it was thanks to Mr. Superman this time. Yes, the very Superman from the films and comics. Beside him, Yosuke echoed the sentiment. However, Natsumi was left utterly bewildered. She glanced at the direction pointed out by Akira and then looked back at him, her face a mask of confusion. Superman? Carl? Yosuke, what are you talking about? Aside from you two, there are only the evil gods and that enemy here. Natsumi, what are you saying? The great Carl is right here. Akira exclaimed as he turned around. Yet, to his dismay, he found the spot where Carl had previously stood to be completely empty, devoid of any presence. What is going on? Yosuke also noticed the situation, his expression filled with perplexity. Where is Mr. Superman? Stop joking around, you two. Natsumi retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. What Superman? Do you think I'm a child? He was just here. Yosuke, puzzled, then explained to Natsumi, it is truly Mr. Superman. He not only brought back Apollo Kest, but also defeated Narataki. Fearing that Natsumi might not believe him, Yosuke continued, Mr. Superman is also a friend of Shirshir, right? Ah, yes, Akira nodded, then said to the two, Please wait a moment. I will ask where the great Carl has gone. With that, he exited the hospital room and stepped into a secluded corner, entering the chat group. At that moment, the chat was bustling with activity. Most of the messages were from other members, excitedly discussing Carl's successful mission. A passing Cayman rider. Great Carl, where have you been? Tianren Wang Wow. The main character has appeared. Sister has a Chinibu. Just observing. A passing Cayman rider. How did the god of the human realm disappear in the blink of an eye? God of the human realm. I have returned to my own world. God of the human realm. Seeing that you were having a good time, I did not wish to disturb you. A passing Cayman rider. I was actually going to introduce you to Natsumi. God of the human realm. Perhaps next time. A passing Cayman rider. All right, next time, I shall treat you to my cooking. A passing Cayman rider. Thank you, great Carl, for this mission. A passing Cayman rider. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. God of the human realm. No need for thanks. I have already received my reward. God of the human realm. This chat group encourages mutual assistance. A passing Cayman rider. Fine, then I must thank great Carl. A passing Cayman rider. I have some matters to attend to now. Let us chat later. A passing Cayman rider. Goodbye, great one. God of the human realm. Farewell. Chapter 48. The regretful Akira prepares for celebration. Exiting the chat group, Akira felt a twinge of melancholy. So, the great Carl had returned. He had wanted to express his gratitude by letting him taste his cooking. Perhaps next time. After all, Carl had saved Natsumi, for which Akira was immensely grateful. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming returned to the hospital room. At that moment, Xia Haiju had completely regained her normal state, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, she smiled and said, "Sure, you're back?" Standing nearby, Koizumi Yusuke eagerly inquired, "Sure, have you contacted Mr. Carl? Where is he?" Xiao Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. I managed to get in touch with him. Is that so? Where did Mr. Carl go? Koizumi Yusuke expressed his delight, adding, "Thanks to Mr. Carl, we were able to obtain the dual energy mirror and save Xiahai. I haven't had the chance to properly thank him yet." "Oh, he has returned to his own world," Xiao Ming explained. "He is not from our realm. He came here because I asked for his assistance in rescuing Xiahai. After saving her, he left immediately, saying he did not want to disturb our harmonious atmosphere." "Really?" Koizumi Yusuke responded with a hint of regret. "How could that disturb the atmosphere? At the very least, let me thank him before he departs." They had always been travelers across various worlds, so it was easy for them to accept Carl's identity as a resident from another realm. "Don't worry," Xiao Ming reassured him, noticing Yusuke's disappointed expression. "I spoke with Mr. Carl. The next time he visits, I will personally prepare a meal as a token of gratitude for saving Xiahai." Koizumi Yusuke's eyes brightened at this. "Really? Mr. Carl will come again?" "Of course, we've made arrangements." In that case," Koizumi Yusuke exclaimed. "I'll help you with the ingredients when you cook." Xiao Ming chuckled. "Then you better prepare well. Otherwise, you might not even manage the ingredients. Rest assured." Meanwhile, Xia Haiju pouted slightly, feeling a bit neglected. Moreover, Xiao Ming and Koizumi Yusuke kept mentioning a superhero who had saved her, and now it had turned into Mr. Carl. How frustrating. Xia Haiju couldn't help but complain. However, she recalled the earlier events, understanding that she had been attacked by Apollo Kest. Given the situation, it must have been Sure and Yusuke who saved her. Considering how happy the two were, she decided not to voice her feelings. At that moment, Xia Haiju noticed two figures lying on the ground, Apollo Kest and the demon god, motionless. It seemed they were either dead or unconscious. Curiously, she asked, "How did they end up here? Did you bring them, Sure?" "No," Xiaoming shook his head. "It was Mr. Carl who brought them here, intending to save you." All right." Xia Haiju chose not to dwell on that topic and continued, "What will happen to them?" "Of course, they must be eliminated." Xiaoming responded without hesitation. "This Apollo Kest absorbed your life energy and caused you to be in this state. He certainly deserves to be eradicated. His minions, the demon gods, are no good either." At that moment, a young man appeared at the door. The young man sported a tousled mane and donned a black short-sleeve shirt. He was Kaido Daiki, known as the second rider and Kamen rider, a close companion of Xiao Ming, who occasionally harbored jealousy towards Natsumi. Previously, Xiao Ming's belt had been repelled by Apollo Geist, and Kaido had come with the intention of returning it to its rightful owner, while also offering his own brand of comfort and encouragement to Xiao Ming. Thanks to Apollo Geist, Kaido held the driver with an air of tranquility, proclaiming that he had acquired the most precious treasure in the world. However, before he could finish his thought, he sensed something amiss. Shouldn't Matoi Toshi be in deep despair over Natsumi's injury? Why did he seem so relaxed and cheerful? Furthermore, Natsumi appeared to be unscathed. Suddenly, Kaido noticed something crucial. There, on the ground, lay the figure of Apollo Geist. Kaido recognized him, but how could he be here, in such a state of unconsciousness? Initially intent on encouraging Xiao Ming and returning the belt, Kaido found the situation diverging from his expectations. Xiao Ming glanced at him, acknowledging his presence. Beside them, Yusuke was in high spirits, exclaiming that today was a splendid day to celebrate Natsumi's recovery with a gathering at the photo studio. "Sounds good." Xiao Ming readily agreed, though they needed to address Apollo Geist and the evil god first. Yusuke nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming turned to Kaido, asking him to return the belt. Don't order me around, Kaido retorted, despite having come specifically to return the belt and encourage Xiao Ming in his own way. The current circumstances were far from what he had anticipated. After all, there was a distinction between offering willingly and being commanded to do so, particularly in the eyes of someone as prideful as he. Quit dawdling and hand it over, Xiao Ming insisted. We'll count you in for the celebration later, and you can savor my cooking. Kaido huffed in response, I'm not interested. Yet, his body betrayed his demeanor as he tossed the belt to Xiao Ming. After all, he and Xiao Ming shared similar temperaments, both being rather prideful individuals. You rascal, Xiao Ming chuckled, catching the belt and transforming into Decade. He then swiftly vanquished the evil god and Apollo Geist. In truth, Apollo Geist had perished shortly after his life energy was siphoned by the double energy mirror. With these two threats neutralized, Xiao Ming and his companions felt a sense of relief. Yusuke cheered, let us head back to celebrate. Xiao Ming and Natsumi wore smiles. But soon they noticed that Kaido had vanished. Yusuke, perplexed, wondered where Kaido had gone, having been present just moments ago. Forget him, Xiao Ming said. Let us return to celebrate. With that, the group made their way back to the photo studio. However, as they stepped through the door, they beheld Hai Dong, leisurely seated in the photography studio, savoring a cup of coffee. You lot are rather slow, he remarked. Earlier, when Minya Sure wielded the double-sided energy mirror, bestowing life energy upon Xia Haiju, Carl had already caught the notification from the chat group. Chapter 49, You were not like this before. Brother Xiao Ming is a good person. Even before Xia Haiju regained consciousness, Carl had heard the system's prompt. Ding. Group member, God of Humanity. Completed the task of rescuing Xia Haiju, earning 5 points. Task rated as level A, additional reward of 100,000 points. You may return to your world at any time. Would you like to return immediately? At that moment, Carl was not particularly eager to leave. After all, he had no pressing matters awaiting him. Staying a while longer in this alternate world seemed quite pleasant, especially with the prospect of enjoying some food. However, upon witnessing Xia Haiju awaken and engage in conversation with Minya Sure and Yanetara Yusuke, particularly the genuine joy radiating from their camaraderie upon their companion's salvation, Carl felt it was perhaps time for him to depart. Although Carl had initially intended to bid farewell, he did not wish to become a third wheel, fearing it might disrupt the atmosphere among Minya Sure and his companions. Thus, he chose to return to his own world without further ado, even foregoing farewells with Minya Sure and the others. Nevertheless, he regarded this minor detail with indifference. His spirits were high after completing the task, having dealt with some individuals he had loathed in his previous life, and he had also accrued points. Now he possessed over 290,000 points. While this sum was still insufficient to acquire items of substantial utility for him, merely gazing upon the number filled him with delight. Upon returning to his own world, Erica had yet to awaken, for he had not been gone long. Indeed, had it not been for the need to wait for Apollo Kester's transformation, Carl could have returned even sooner. At that time, he found himself somewhat exasperated. He was uncertain whether it was a characteristic of the antagonist in the Dyke world or something else entirely, but Apollo Kester was quite the chatterbox. When Carl encountered him, he was engaged in dialogue with Cleesis' robot, collaborating on something. Eventually, both sides were set to clash. Carl waited for the transformation, then swiftly intervened, seizing the double-sided energy mirror and incapacitating the individual before taking his leave. With Erica still unconscious, Carl found himself rather bored. A thought crossed his mind, sensing someone might be active in the chat group. Thus, he entered the chat room. Princess Thousand Hands, wow. Princess Thousand Hands. Carl Cohen has once again magnificently completed the task. Princess Thousand Hands. Your speed remains unparalleled, and the rewards are quite generous. Princess Thousand Hands. Carl Cohen, you are exceptional. Sister with a Chinibu, Carl. How did you manage to complete this task? Do share with us. Sister with a Chinibu, the god of humanity. Heavenly Blade King, curious. Surely. Is that 100,000? Surely. To think I have amassed such a multitude of points. Surely. It seems my conjecture was indeed correct. Surely. The chat group encourages its members to undertake tasks, embodying the spirit of mutual assistance. Surely. Speaking of which, those 100,000 points are ample enough to procure numerous formidable items. Commander of the Great Wall Guard, Commander of the Great Wall Guard. That is somewhat true, yet not entirely accurate. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. While I cannot be certain, I believe Tsunade's words hold substantial merit. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Consider how Carl completed the tasks. The chat group provided notifications. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. There are evaluation levels. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Furthermore, additional points are rewarded based on these evaluation levels. Surely, indeed. I have noticed that as well. Surely. However, the vast disparity remains astonishing. Surely, I suspect that even with a low task rating, the points would surpass those earned through regular sign-ins. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. That seems plausible. After all, the task was completed. Blade King, huh? How I envy Carl's points. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu, envy level 1. Surely, while I too feel a pang of envy, as an ordinary person, I am unlikely to accumulate such a wealth of points. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? That stings. Blade King, it's disheartening. God of Humanity, this task, however, is not particularly challenging. God of Humanity, that friend of the masked rider had their life energy absorbed and is in dire peril. God of Humanity, I merely need to retrieve what has absorbed their life energy. Surely, from their words, it appears there is little difficulty. Surely, yet, the phrases in dire peril and absorbing life energy convey a sense of danger. Surely, indeed, to accomplish a task, one must confront peril, mustn't one? What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? That is certainly true. As an ordinary individual, it is exceedingly difficult for me. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Carl's first task was to resurrect someone. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? The second involved vanquishing a creature known as a demon seed. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I heard there were hundreds of them. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? This time, battling an enemy capable of absorbing life energy. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? It is indeed unfriendly towards ordinary people. Perhaps I shall remain idle. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? With the meager rewards from sign-ins, earning a few thousand each day is still quite delightful. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? If Carl continues to distribute red envelopes, perhaps in a few months, I could save enough for iron armor. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? By the way, isn't there a term these days called lying flat? What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? That term resonates well with me. Princess of the Thousand Hands. Princess of the Thousand Hands, Sister Sheikah. I recall your last conversation with Keisha was quite different. Blade King, indeed. Blade King. Sister Sheikah, you were encouraging me before. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Alright then. What should be done about my younger sister, who is afflicted with a case of Chinibu? The tasks we face seem exceedingly daunting. The God of Humanity interjects, asserting that it is not as exaggerated as it appears. In fact, this particular task is rather straightforward. Yet my sister retorts, questioning how something as formidable as the absorption of life energy could be considered simple. As an ordinary person, I feel utterly terrified. It is at this moment that Motoi Ryuga makes a sudden entrance, inquiring about Carl's whereabouts. Carl, without hesitation, reveals that he has returned to his own world. After a brief exchange, Motoi Ryuga exits the conversation. My sister observes that this Kamen Rider seems quite appreciative of Carl's efforts. However, she wonders why he was in such a hurry to log off. Tianren Wang speculates that it might be related to the completion of their task. Senju Princess concurs, expressing a similar sentiment. Sherry adds, reflecting on the task's name during its completion, rescue Natsumi Tachibana. It is evident that Natsumi is a female name, suggesting that this Kamen Rider undertook the mission for her. Thus, one can infer the nature of their relationship. Oh, I see. My sister exclaims. So it is. Tianren Wang remarks, I never would have guessed that this Kamen Rider is quite decent. Senju Princess agrees, affirming that he is indeed a good person. In Chapter 50, titled Madame Kaido Unyielding, Black Widow in Action, Carl raises an eyebrow at the messages in the chat group. In truth, the group's speculations are nearing the truth. Carl is well aware of the connection between Motoi Ryuga and Natsumi Tachibana, as they are the protagonists of Kamen Rider, and their bond is surely intimate. What? You say Madame Kaido is unyielding? Ahem, hold that thought. Just as the group members surmised, Carl too believes that Motoi Ryuga has gone to see Natsumi, which seems quite natural. After chatting with the group for a while, Carl falls silent and begins to observe from the sidelines, finding it rather amusing to sip wine while eavesdropping. Around 5 o'clock, Erika awakens. Carl refrains from further eavesdropping and exits the chat group. Once Erika finishes her morning routine, the two of them set out to find a restaurant. Although Carl does not have pressing matters to attend to, Erika expends considerable energy and requires sustenance to recuperate. Her stamina is notably superior to that of an average person, yet she still needs food to restore her strength. Furthermore, it is already past 5, approaching dinner time. At 6 o'clock, within a lavish restaurant, Carl and Erika are seated at a table against the wall. Despite being in the main hall, the atmosphere is exceptionally tranquil, with scarcely a sound beyond the gentle strains of a violin. The dining area is sparsely populated, with fewer than 10 tables occupied, leaving much of the space vacant. Yet every patron appears relaxed and content. This establishment is renowned as a Michelin 3-star restaurant, where mere wealth is insufficient. Reservations must be made in advance. The proprietor here has certain connections with the Osborne Group. Carl, being a shareholder of the Osborne Group, does not need to make any reservations. At this moment, outside the restaurant, a figure is observing Carl's location through a finely crafted telescope. This individual possesses a mane of crimson hair and dons a form-fitting outfit that accentuates her physique, albeit her stature is somewhat diminutive. It is Natasha Romanoff, an agent of the Department of Homeland Security. Her mission is to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Obadiah. Ordinarily, such matters do not fall under the purview of their department. Black Widow herself is uncertain as to why she has been assigned this particular task, yet she refrains from questioning it. As an exemplary agent of the Department of Homeland Security, she has cultivated a commendable habit of executing assigned duties without inquiring into the rationale behind them. The reason Black Widow has been entrusted with this assignment is due to Obadiah's unique status. He is a significant figure within Stark Industries. The demise of an individual of such prominence inevitably creates ripples. Pressure has been exerted on Nick Fury. Although the Department of Homeland Security is not an official organization of the United States, they too have superiors, namely the Security Council. However, the council includes American representatives as well. Nevertheless, Nick Fury does not seem overly concerned, viewing it merely as an ordinary case. Natasha is indeed one of the most exceptional agents in the department. In fact, this is substantiated. Black Widow has spent several hours conducting an investigation via the Homeland Security Network and has uncovered substantial information regarding Obadiah's recent activities, revealing several intriguing discrepancies. Firstly, there are connections to Tony Stark. Obadiah had previously communicated with individuals from the Middle East, and today, with Stark's mysterious disappearance in that region, one cannot help but draw certain conclusions. Upon discovering this information, she promptly reported to Nick Fury. Secondly, concerning today's events, it is highly likely that Obadiah's itinerary has a direct correlation with his demise. According to the intelligence gathered, this morning, Obadiah attended a soiree alongside his son, Zach, where he engaged in close discussions with the Underground Emperor of New York, Kingpin. It appeared they were conspiring something significant. Subsequently, his son encountered a confrontation with a young, affluent individual, resulting in his immediate downfall. To everyone's astonishment, Kingpin, who had previously been in cordial conversation with Obadiah, bizarrely commanded his underlings to assault the father and son, culminating in the brutal breaking of their legs. This turn of events is utterly absurd. Just moments ago, they were engaged in pleasant dialogue, only to have their legs shattered in the next breath. One can only remark on the audacity of the Underground Emperor. Such a display is truly remarkable. However, this is not the crux of the matter. If the breaking of Obadiah and his son's legs could be tenuously rationalized, in the next moment, Jean Bing's actions became perplexing. He actually greeted the young tycoon with a show of respect. The intelligence regarding this situation was quite accessible. After all, the event had attracted numerous attendees, and the hotel was equipped with surveillance. Not only organizations like the Department of Homeland Security, but even skilled hackers could easily obtain such information. Shortly thereafter, Obadiah was found dead, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, while his son was reported missing. This was the intelligence gathered by the Black Widow. From this information, two individuals emerged as prime suspects. The first was the Underground Emperor of New York City, Jean Bing, who had directly attacked Obadiah and his son at the gathering. Faced with such a wealthy adversary, he had no qualms about breaking his legs, indicating a blatant disregard for his life, making his murder entirely plausible. The second suspect was Carl Smith, a young millionaire who had been adopted by a wealthy businessman over 2 decades ago and now held stakes in multiple enterprises. The Black Widow quickly acquired information about Carl, even uncovering that he was involved with several girlfriends. It seemed that both Carl and Jean Bing had significant motives, particularly since Carl had no criminal record. While dating multiple girlfriends was not a crime, Carl had also made charitable donations. However, Jean Bing's demeanor towards Carl at the event was notably curious. Jean Bing's wealth was unlikely to be inferior to Carl's, rendering such deference unnecessary. Just moments prior, he had been engaged in amiable conversation with Obadiah, and upon witnessing the conflict between Obadiah and Carl, he had reacted violently. This left much to ponder. Thus, the Black Widow resolved to investigate Carl first. Of course, Jean Bing was also a suspect, but probing into his affairs would prove more complicated. Therefore, she decided to gather information on Carl before addressing Jean Bing. The Black Widow set down her binoculars and contemplated. The fact that Carl was dating multiple girlfriends could be turned to her advantage, particularly since he was the type of man who appreciated beauty. For the Black Widow, enticing him would be a relatively simple task. She was uncertain, however, when he might part ways with his girlfriends. For now, she would head to the restaurant where Carl was located. Chapter 51. The calm Carl who suffered from cultural ignorance. The Black Widow, a skilled agent of the Department of Homeland Security, quickly established her mission objective, to approach Carl and observe for any anomalies, while attempting to extract information. Should she ascertain that Carl was uninvolved in the matter, or if there were no leads, she would shift her focus to investigating Jean Bing, who posed a higher level of risk. She had undertaken numerous challenging missions, including the collection of vital intelligence. Engaging with men under false pretenses was not a new experience for her, and she had encountered no exceptions thus far. With her striking beauty, she was able to accomplish her tasks with remarkable finesse. This occasion proved no exception. After all, compared to many stern officials or the powerful figures of the underworld, a debonair like Carl posed a challenge that was hardly insurmountable. Soon enough, the Black Widow entered the restaurant where Carl was located. "Welcome," greeted a staff member as she stepped through the door. "Hello," the Black Widow nodded. Engaging in casual conversation with the attendant, her demeanor unruffled. Although her objective was to approach Carl and gather intelligence, assessing his connection to Obadiah's demise, she refrained from scrutinizing Carl too closely so as not to arouse suspicion. Having previously surveyed the area, she had already discerned Carl's whereabouts. Now, all she needed was to find a nearby table and await an opportunity for contact. If a suitable moment did not present itself, she could always follow him and devise another plan. In any case, given Carl's frivolous nature, the Black Widow felt little trepidation about this undertaking. The attendant's voice interrupted her thoughts. "May I assist you with something?" Without hesitation, the Black Widow replied, "Please prepare a table for me." She had already decided to find a spot where she could discreetly observe Carl while ordering her meal. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The attendant did not lead her to a table as she had anticipated, nor did she inquire about the number of guests. Instead, she politely asked, "Do you have a reservation?" The Black Widow paused momentarily, then responded, "No, I'm afraid not." With a courteous smile, the attendant replied, "Our restaurant only accepts customers with reservations. If you do not have one, you may make a reservation for a week later. Would you like assistance with that?" A week later? The Black Widow furrowed her brow. She had not come to this establishment to dine, but to observe and approach Carl, to investigate the truth behind Obadiah's death. How could she possibly wait a week? Who could say whether Carl would even return then? Contemplating her next move, she looked at the attendant, her expression earnest as she inquired, "I do not have a reservation, but I have not eaten in quite some time and feel utterly drained." Her demeanor was such that it could easily elicit sympathy. Furthermore, with her stunning looks, had the attendant been a man, he might have been swayed to relent. Yet, the female attendant remained resolute in her refusal. "I'm sorry, that is not possible." Sensing that her refusal may have come off as overly abrupt, she added, "Our chef prepares a limited number of meals each day, necessitating advance reservations." "I see," the Black Widow conceded, realizing there was little she could do. The restaurant had its rules, and it would be unwise to disrupt them. Moreover, should anything unusual occur on her part, it might provoke Carl's suspicions. Although the Black Widow believed that her beauty, confronting a dandy like Carl presents no challenge whatsoever. However, given that this is a mission assigned by Nick Fury, it is prudent to exercise caution. "It seems I must alter my plans and wait outside." The Black Widow's objective is to approach Carl to gather intelligence, thereby determining whether he is connected to Obadiah's demise, not to eliminate or apprehend him. "Very well, I shall seek another restaurant. My apologies." With that, the Black Widow hesitated not a moment longer and turned to exit the establishment. Once outside, she circled around to find a vantage point to observe Carl once more. She resumed her surveillance through binoculars. How infuriating. What kind of restaurant requires a reservation a week in advance? Is it possible that this dandy Carl also made his reservation a week prior? As she scrutinized Carl, she couldn't help but mutter her frustrations, lamenting her ignorance of such cultural norms. It was hardly her fault, for she had only been assigned this task mere hours ago. Within those few hours, she had to investigate Obadiah's whereabouts and information, as well as Carl and Kingpin's, and then devise a plan. Accomplishing so much in such a short span of time was no small feat. She was grateful for the intelligence provided by the Department of Homeland Security and her own expertise. Otherwise, she would not have been able to act so swiftly. There was nothing else to do now but wait. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Carl, who was enjoying his meal, raised an eyebrow as he noticed the Black Widow. After all, his table was situated in the main hall, and although there was some distance from the window to the entrance, it was hardly a hindrance to him. Natasha Romanoff, he was well aware of this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and avenger. Yet, he pondered why she was present in this establishment. Was it mere coincidence? Did she happen to have a mission that brought her here, or was she simply dining? Or perhaps she was seeking him out. Following the incident with Kingpin or the matter concerning Obadiah, had he drawn suspicion? After all, many witnesses at the gala had seen his altercation with Obadiah's son, making it entirely plausible for him to be under scrutiny. In an instant, Carl's astute mind raced through a multitude of conjectures. His formidable intellect was one of the powers bestowed upon him as Silver Surfer. He remained uncertain of the Black Widow's intentions in this locale. Nevertheless, even if he were to be suspected, that was to be expected. He had not taken care to conceal his actions during that time. Should officials or agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. come knocking, Carl would not be taken aback. In any case, he held such individuals in little regard. Yet, due to his past life experiences, he found himself rather favorably inclined towards the Avengers. He hoped fervently that they would not seek to provoke him, for should they do so, even the mightiest of heroes would find no mercy from him. After all, he had indeed killed Lee Xian. Slaying a few Avengers heroes was hardly a matter of consequence. One could only hope that the other party was merely passing by, with no connection to oneself. Otherwise, it could result in fatalities. Chapter 52, The Black Widow's Plan. Erica was at a loss for words. The Black Widow continued to wait outside the restaurant. However, it appeared that Carl and his companions would take quite some time to finish their meal. The Black Widow noted that the table before Carl held little food, merely appetizers. After a moment's contemplation, She retrieved a khaki suit from her backpack. She donned the trousers over her outfit, exchanged her jacket, and put on a pair of glasses, pulling out a stack of documents. With this transformation, the Black Widow morphed from a sultry figure clad in leather into an attractive urban professional, resembling a white-collar worker emerging from a corporate setting. Furthermore, her inherent demeanor perfectly matched that of a city professional, serving as her disguise. To cover all bases, she had brought several outfits. After all, her objective was to engage with Carl. According to the intelligence from the Department of Homeland Security, Carl was merely an ordinary man, at most, a wealthy and philandering one, posing no significant threat. The key was to remain inconspicuous. While the Black Widow had weapons for self-defense, she primarily carried various disguises. Earlier, upon entering the restaurant, she chose to alter her appearance to leave a lasting impression on Carl. Thus, even if he had seen her before, he would not recognize her under unfamiliar circumstances. She extracted a note from the documents and inscribed her telephone number upon it, concealing the slip in her hand. Everything was in readiness. She merely awaited Carl and his companions to emerge. After changing her attire, the Black Widow waited outside for over half an hour before Carl and Erica finally rose, appearing to have finished their meal. Indeed, they approached the front desk to converse with the staff before departing. Having completed their dining, the Black Widow seized the moment to act. She had previously utilized the intelligence network of the Department of Homeland Security to investigate Carl and his various romantic interests. Knowing that both Carl and Erica had residences in Manhattan, this restaurant was not far from Erica's usual abode, and judging by the direction in which Carl and Erica departed, it was certain they were heading home. With this in mind, the Black Widow entered a nearby vehicle and drove toward Erica's residence. Along the way, she spotted Carl and Erica walking. Indeed, they were returning home. Nodding to herself, she continued driving. Before long, she parked in a supermarket lot. After securing the vehicle, the Black Widow exited, knowing this was a necessary route for Erica's return home. Sure enough, it was not long before she spotted Carl and Erica approaching leisurely. Upon witnessing the scene, Black Widow grasped the documents in her hand and approached Carl and Erica. As she neared Carl, just as she was about to pass by, a startled exclamation escaped her lips. In an unexpected turn of events, her body seemed to lose control, swaying towards Carl. Typically, given the proximity of both parties, a person would have no time to evade such an occurrence. Even if Carl were fortunate enough to evade her, Erica stood beside him. Once Black Widow made contact with either of them, the opportunity for interaction would be ripe. Given Carl's flirtatious nature, it was inevitable he would make a move upon seeing her. The ensuing situation would have been straightforward. However, as Black Widow toppled towards Carl, she was taken aback to see him retreating 2 steps, successfully dodging her approach. Not to worry, even if he had evaded her, there remained Erica. Although Black Widow initially thought that colliding with Carl would facilitate their interaction, a collision with his girlfriend would suffice as well. Yet, in that moment, Black Widow noticed that after avoiding her, Carl had also pulled Erica aside. From her vantage point, combined with her height, it was evident that she would not be able to make contact with either Carl or Erica during her fall. How could this happen? Black Widow found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated that even if Carl managed to dodge, he would still be able to touch Erica. Instead, not only had he evaded her, but he had also taken Erica with him, leaving her completely out of reach. Furthermore, having already begun her fall, she could not adjust her position. Thud! Black Widow hit the ground. Nonetheless, as a seasoned agent of the National Security Agency and a master of combat, she had already shifted her center of gravity before the fall, using the documents in her hand to cushion her descent, ensuring she felt no pain. Of course, despite feeling no pain, Black Widow could not allow this to show. Ouch, that hurts, she cried out, feigning injury as she remained on the ground, delicately massaging her arm. Appearing as though she had sustained an injury, the neckline of her attire was rather low, allowing Carl an unobstructed view of her. Noticing this, Erica immediately crouched down, her expression filled with concern. Are you all right? She asked earnestly. I'm fine, really, Black Widow replied, still rubbing her arm, just a bit sore. Erica picked up the documents that had fallen to the ground and suggested, how about we take you to the hospital? No, it's unnecessary, Black Widow insisted. After a brief moment, she seemed to notice the pain had subsided and stood up. Erica, seeing this, handed the documents back to her, still not entirely reassured, inquired, are you truly all right? I'm fine, it was just a little fall. Thank you, Black Widow replied, raising her arm as a gesture to indicate her well-being. No need to mention it, Erica said, visibly relieved. Subsequently, Black Widow nodded at Carl before striding away. As the Black Widow passed by, Carl felt something unusual in his hand. He raised an eyebrow and took a glance. It was a crumpled piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, he noticed a phone number, 164. Holding the note, he turned to Erica and remarked, while I am aware of my charm, this is rather excessive, don't you think? Is it commonplace to encounter such situations? Erica, puzzled, stared at him, as Carl was not typically one to indulge in self-admiration. Look, he said, extending the note toward her. Erica instinctively took the paper and glanced at it. only to inquire in astonishment, "What is this?" Carl replied nonchalantly, "It was placed in my hand by the woman who just fell." "What?" Erica paused, slightly taken aback, then turned her head to seek the silhouette of the Black Widow. All she could see was a figure swiftly retreating. "What on earth is this?" Erica mused, somewhat exasperated. "I was worried that person might be injured. And it turns out she intentionally fell to strike up a conversation?" Chapter 53, The Frustrated Black Widow Takes Action. Carl chuckled softly, perhaps. He was well aware that the woman likely had a mission. Despite her change of attire, Carl recognized her as the Black Widow. Her deliberate approach suggested that her task was connected to him, possibly involving Mandarin or Obadiah. This led him to surmise that the earlier visit of the Black Widow to the restaurant was likely for his sake. However, Carl found himself puzzled as to why this matter was entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon reflection, the death of Obadiah did not seem to fall under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purview. He recalled that S.H.I.E.L.D. was primarily tasked with addressing various extraordinary incidents. If every ordinary death required their attention, they would be perpetually overwhelmed. Such matters should typically be handled by official channels. Despite the apparent absurdity of the situation, yet, the Black Widow had indeed shown up. Meanwhile, Erica expressed her annoyance. "Honestly, have people become this brazen? She approached so openly while I was right beside you." Earlier, she had genuinely worried about the Black Widow's well-being. But upon learning that the woman had given her boyfriend a note, her displeasure grew. She felt a sense of betrayal. Carl smiled. Perhaps my allure is simply too potent. He understood that the Black Widow's interest in him was not as Erica imagined. However, articulating such thoughts would detract from their intrigue. "All right then," he sighed. And the two continued their journey home. A few hundred meters away, the Black Widow stood, utilizing binoculars to observe Carl and Erica's movements. Once they departed, she exhaled in relief and couldn't help but murmur, "What on earth is happening?" Intelligence suggests that this Carl has numerous romantic entanglements, truly a notorious libertine. How could offering his contact information lead to such an outcome? In the Black Widow's scheme, she was supposed to encounter Carl and subsequently exchange phone numbers. The note containing her number was merely a precaution. Unexpectedly, not only did she fail to cross paths with Carl, but the note also lost its significance. Carl, upon receiving the note, should have discreetly hidden it and waited for an opportune moment to contact her when his girlfriend was unaware. This way, the Black Widow could gather intelligence and ascertain whether Carl's fate was intertwined with that of Obadiah's demise. Yet, she could not have anticipated that Carl would reveal the note to Erica. At that moment, the Black Widow had not strayed far, and she clearly overheard their conversation. Was her allure lacking? Unthinkable. Frankly, the Black Widow did not perceive any flaws in her meticulously devised plan. Through the intelligence network of the Department of Homeland Security, she was well acquainted with numerous details about Carl, including his reputation as a womanizer, which prompted her to formulate such a strategy. Had Carl been a paragon of fidelity, she would not have pursued this course of action. However, despite her plan being tailored to exploit Carl's character, it culminated in utter failure. The Black Widow was profoundly vexed, utterly oblivious to where the misstep had occurred. In truth, the issue lay within herself. Upon encountering the Black Widow, Carl needed no telepathy to instantly recognize that S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived. Had it been an unremarkable agent, Carl might have remained oblivious. It appeared they were headed home. What to do? Continue the pursuit or retreat? The Black Widow pondered, concluding that she could not squander the intelligence she had gathered that day. Thus, she gathered her belongings and proceeded towards Erica's residence, guided by the map. Meanwhile, Carl and Erica did not immediately return home. Instead, they opted for a leisurely stroll after dinner. As they meandered, they found themselves in a lush green park, Central Park in Manhattan, spanning 4 kilometers north to south and 800 meters east to west. It occupies a vast area of 341 hectares, showcasing breathtaking scenery. After a delightful stroll, the pair made their way back to Erica's home. Suddenly, Carl turned to Erica and said, "You should head back. I need to visit the supermarket." What are you buying?" Erica inquired with curiosity. "Something good," Carl replied with a smile before departing. Upon exiting, instead of taking the elevator or flying directly to the supermarket, he swiftly made his way to the fire escape, the stairwell. Climbing over 30 floors, a feat most would avoid, Carl unexpectedly encountered a familiar silhouette, the Black Widow. At that moment, she was engaged in communication with other intelligence operatives via her phone. The other party was reporting to her about Carl's whereabouts. Upon seeing Carl, she was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't it been said that Carl had gone home with his girlfriend? Why was he here now? Nevertheless, she was a seasoned high-ranking agent. After a fleeting moment of surprise, the Black Widow composed herself and ended the call. Observing Carl, she remarked with a hint of astonishment, "What a coincidence. You live here too?" Carl raised an eyebrow. "Coincidence? Indeed, I reside on the 35th floor. And you?" Carl smiled, and the Black Widow felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was merely an ordinary playboy, unaware of her true identity. However, At that moment, she heard Carl speak with a hint of amusement. Black Widow. I'm a bit pressed for time and not in the mood for games. Though Carl's tone was lighthearted, Natasha felt an icy chill run through her. You'd best leave now. And instruct your S.H.I.E.L.D. associates not to bother me again. Otherwise, Obadiah's fate will be yours. Carl remained unfazed, looking at the Black Widow with indifference. What are you talking about? The Black Widow feigned ignorance, yet swiftly produced a compact handgun, aiming the sleek black weapon at Carl. She commanded, Carl Smith, don't move. Though unaware of what S.H.I.E.L.D. was, the moment Carl uttered her code name, the Black Widow realized her cover had been blown. All her previous disguises were now rendered futile. The best course of action was to subdue him by force. Yet, before she could finish her thought, her vision blurred, and Carl suddenly appeared before her. In an instant, he snatched the handgun from her grip. I advise you not to make any rash moves, Carl warned. The Black Widow's heart raced. She had not comprehended how Carl had executed such a feat. Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary man? This speed was anything but ordinary. However, the Black Widow was not one to relent easily. She raised her hands in a semblance of surrender and said, don't shoot, I won't resist. Before her words fully escaped her lips, she activated her Widow's Bite, a specialized device resembling a bracelet that could fire bullets, explosives, grappling hooks, tear gas, and electric currents. In an instant, the Widow's Bite unleashed a surge of high-voltage electricity. The Black Widow launched her attack. Yet, at that moment, she felt a disorienting whirl. Her head was forcefully slammed to the ground, pain and dizziness overwhelming her senses. Someone was pressing down on her head. A voice, laced with amusement, chimed in, you really don't learn, do you? Chapter 54, A Warning, The Frightened Black Widow. What was happening? The impact left the Black Widow somewhat disoriented. Moreover, the sensation of her head pressed against the ground was quite unpleasant. She found herself in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? It felt as though she had plunged into a state of utter chaos. Left dazed and disoriented. Gradually, the Black Widow began to recollect fragments of her identity. The Department of Homeland Security, Nick Fury, a mission, Obadiah, and Carl. Now, Carl loomed behind her, pressing her head to the ground. Once her senses started to return, the Black Widow immediately began to resist. Yet, she soon realized that, despite summoning all her strength, she could not rise. The hand gripping her was like a skyscraper, pinning her down with an insurmountable force. No matter how fiercely she struggled, her efforts were in vain. What was happening? The intelligence reports had indicated that Carl Smith was merely an ordinary man. His earlier speed and this newfound strength were far from what one would expect of a mere mortal. Having reviewed Carl's dossier, the Black Widow had believed this mission to be particularly straightforward. She had scarcely brought any weaponry, opting instead for disguises and a few props. Coupled with the information on Carl, she had never anticipated failure. After all, he was just an ordinary playboy, posing no real challenge. Yet, the unfolding events had taken her by surprise. First, her plan to lure Carl had failed, and now, as she attempted to contact her intelligence operatives to devise a method to approach him, she found herself confronted and brutally attacked. As a senior agent of the Department of Homeland Security, the Black Widow was undeniably formidable, both in marksmanship and combat skills. With the agency's extensive intelligence network at her disposal, she felt confident in her ability to handle a playboy, or even a crime lord like Kingpin. This was why she rarely encountered failure. However, she never expected to be bested this time. The Black Widow found herself questioning everything. The intelligence network she had trusted implicitly had made a monumental error. Carl Smith was no ordinary man at all. Carl regarded the Black Widow pinned beneath him with a bemused smile. He held a certain admiration for the heroes of the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, this encounter would have escalated far beyond mere discomfort and dizziness. She would have faced a much graver fate, quite literally. However, this Black Widow seemed to be rather ungrateful. When Carl had first encountered her at the restaurant and on the street, he had refrained from engaging her. Yet, she had pursued him to his home. Now, having enjoyed a satisfying meal and a pleasant stroll, he had returned home, ready to indulge in some of his favorite pastimes. Little did he expect that merely activating his enhanced vision would lead him to spot the Black Widow lurking on the stairs. Was she truly seeking trouble? Such a distraction was unwelcome. Thus, although he showed some mercy, he did not hold back. The Black Widow, upon hearing Carl's words, pondered for a considerable time before responding. Carl Smith, I advise you against rash actions. My purpose here is solely to investigate the circumstances surrounding Obadiah's demise. If you are not implicated in his death, I assure you, I will not take any action against you. Despite being pinned to the ground by Carl, her words retained an unyielding force. Carl, upon hearing this, chuckled. What if I assert that Obadiah's death is indeed connected to me? You might find yourself accompanying me for an inquiry. The Black Widow replied, her tone laced with an unmistakable threat. After all, Carl was a regular American citizen, and their Homeland Security Bureau could be considered an official entity. Ordinarily, no one would wish to provoke them. Carl raised an eyebrow, remarking, perhaps it is you and your S.H.I.E.L.D. who are courting disaster. The Black Widow, taken aback, retorted coldly, "What did you say? Do you know who I am? I am not affiliated with SHIELD. I am a senior operative of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, currently investigating Obadiah's death. You dare to lay a hand on me." Although the Black Widow harbored significant apprehension regarding Carl's abilities, she could not afford to display that fear at such a moment. "What is there for me to fear?" Carl cast a glance at the Black Widow, recalling that SHIELD was no longer referred to as such, but rather as the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Fine. That cumbersome title would have been hard to remember had it not been for Carl's astute mind. SHIELD was indeed a more palatable name. He gazed at the Black Widow and continued, "As I mentioned earlier, if you persist in troubling me, the fate that befell Obadiah shall be your own. It was I who brought about Obadiah's end. What will you do about it?" Carl did not shy away from admitting his role in Obadiah's demise. It was simply the reality of his actions, and there was no need to conceal it from an organization like SHIELD. What could they do if they found out? Come after him? That would be a grave miscalculation on their part. In fact, Carl rather anticipated such an encounter. "Is it truly you?" the Black Widow asked incredulously. Although Carl had previously alluded to Obadiah and SHIELD, she had been too tense during the confrontation to fully absorb the implications. Now, hearing Carl reiterate his claims, she recalled the earlier exchange but found it difficult to believe. What could be his motive? According to her prior investigations, there was no deep-seated enmity between Carl and Obadiah. Both were shareholders of Stark Industries. While their interactions had been minimal, merely polite nods, there was no animosity to speak of. The only point of contention had arisen during today's gala. However, that hardly warranted a lethal silence. In truth, the Black Widow remained unaware of the deeper intricacies at play. Carl was equally perplexed by Obadiah's intentions. Despite having been saved by Jean, this individual still resorted to sending assassins after him, a clear path to self-destruction. The Black Widow could not help but inquire, "But why do you wish to kill Obadiah? There seems to be no enmity between you." Carl's voice, calm and measured, responded, "For no particular reason. He simply provoked me. And now, you display a similar tendency." The specifics of his reasoning were not something Carl deemed necessary to share with the Black Widow. Upon hearing this, she contemplated her response, yet Carl had already lost interest in the conversation. He had more agreeable pursuits with Erica to attend to. Suddenly, the Black Widow felt a disorienting shift. In the blink of an eye, the fire escape she had occupied transformed into a verdant glade. She noticed that the cold tiles beneath her had been replaced by the prickly embrace of grass, accompanied by the sweet scent of fresh foliage. Momentarily taken aback, she was utterly bewildered by the abrupt transition to this grassy expanse. What had just transpired? As she pondered her confusion, Carl seized her by the neck and lifted her effortlessly. Gazing at the Black Widow, he spoke with an air of indifference. "Natasha Romanoff, I harbor quite a favorable impression of your organization." "Yes, the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics. Is that the correct title? It's rather peculiar. I suggest a reconsideration." With a slight arch of his brow, Carl continued, "Let me reiterate, it would be wise for you to cease your disturbances. Otherwise, next time, I may not be so lenient." With that, Carl hurled the Black Widow toward a nearby tree. Thud! She crashed against the trunk. Feeling as though her waist might fracture from the impact, an intense pain coursing through her. "Are you certain this is your notion of leniency?" she muttered to herself, rubbing her head and attempting to rise. She regarded Carl, struggling to articulate her thoughts, aware that she was no fool and would not willingly court death. Previously, she had dared to threaten Carl. However, witnessing his formidable strength and peculiar abilities had rendered her reticent. Now, she could hardly fathom how she had traversed from the staircase to this grassy realm. At that moment, she observed Carl not far away, his eyes suddenly emitting two beams of crimson light. The speed of the lasers was astonishing, striking a nearby tree with ferocity. This tree, a majestic ancient specimen, was so large that it would take 3 or 4 individuals to encircle it, boasting a history of over a century. Yet, despite its robust stature, when confronted with the red beams, the tree disintegrated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. This spectacle left the Black Widow utterly astonished. Could it be that I am merely hallucinating? Who exactly is Carl Smith? Not only does he possess extraordinary speed and strength, but he can also emit red lasers from his eyes. When such a laser strikes a tree, it dissolves it instantaneously. One can only imagine the consequences if it were to hit a person. Indeed, Carl Smith is no ordinary individual. He is a dangerously formidable presence. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon, the emission of red light from one's eyes. It is something that would elude the imagination of an average person. The shock that enveloped Black Widow is beyond comprehension. She stood frozen, questioning her very existence. In the face of such overwhelming power, she felt utterly insignificant. By the time she regained her composure, Carl's figure had vanished without a trace. A voice echoed in her ears, delivering a warning. This serves as a caution. I hope you will act wisely. What a situation. Black Widow could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 55. The astonished Nick Fury upon receiving a mission from Nick Fury. Black Widow believed it to be devoid of difficulty. She even harbored slight grievances towards Nick. The death of Obadiah Stark was evidently a commonplace case, and it seemed rather inappropriate for the Department of Homeland Security to handle it, as their organization was primarily tasked with addressing extraordinary events. Ordinary matters were not within their jurisdiction. Frankly speaking, the incident involving Obadiah could easily be managed by an average person, rendering the involvement of a high-ranking agent like Black Widow unnecessary. Thus, Black Widow felt some discontent regarding Nick Fury's decision to assign this case to her. Nevertheless, she considered it a chance to relax, particularly after acquiring information about Carl through her intelligence network, which made her perceive the mission as a mere vacation. Little did she anticipate the utter failure that awaited her. Not only did she endure a thorough beating, but she also faced threats. Carl brazenly confessed to being responsible for Obadiah's death, even daring to threaten the Department of Homeland Security in return. His audacity was simply outrageous. In the past, Black Widow would have swiftly taken action, eliminating or apprehending such an individual without hesitation. However, that was no longer feasible. She was no match for him. Not only did he surpass ordinary humans in strength and speed, but he also wielded the ability to unleash powerful red light from his eyes. The intensity of that red laser was formidable. Feeling particularly vexed, Black Widow found herself grappling with a sense of humiliation. Since becoming a spy, she had never experienced such indignity. Yet, the feeling of disgrace was secondary. In the presence of Carl, Black Widow lost all semblance of her prior confidence. Alongside her frustration lingered a palpable fear. The terrifying nature of Carl's red laser was undeniable, as she had witnessed a tree vanish before her very eyes. Ultimately, there was no use in dwelling on these thoughts. Hastily, she decided to return and report the recent mission to the director. The Black Widow let out a bitter smile before departing. Meanwhile, after dealing with the Black Widow, Carl returned to Erica's abode without hesitation. Wasn't he supposed to go shopping? What did he purchase? The items were sold out, and he couldn't buy anything. Carl casually responded. As the shopping was merely a pretext, there was no need to divulge anything regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Black Widow. All right, Erica remarked, not particularly concerned, as her inquiry was rather casual. Subsequently, Carl took Erica by the hand and led her into the bedroom. While Carl and Erica indulged in their mutual affections, the Black Widow returned directly to the headquarters of the Department of Homeland Security. Upon her arrival, she wasted no time and sought out Nick Fury immediately. Nick Fury was somewhat surprised to see the Black Widow, considering it had only been a few hours since he had assigned her the mission. At the same time, Coulson, who had issued the task, was still fruitlessly searching for Tony Stark's whereabouts. Now, the Black Widow had come to him willingly. Could it be that she had already completed the mission and uncovered the truth behind Obadiah's death, identifying the perpetrator? Indeed, her efficiency was commendable. Nick Fury mused, directly inquiring. So, have there been any leads in Obadiah's case? Yes, there are leads, and I have identified a suspect, the Black Widow affirmed, hesitating slightly before continuing. She had genuinely found something so swiftly. How did Obadiah meet his demise, and who was the killer? Nick Fury, upon hearing her words, felt a flicker of surprise. Although he had suspected her return might indicate the completion of the mission and the discovery of the cause and perpetrator behind Obadiah's death, hearing it confirmed directly from her still astonished him. Indeed, I have examined Obadiah's recent itinerary and investigated individuals who had interacted with him. I have identified several suspicious persons, one being Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York, and another named Carl Smith, a young magnate. The Black Widow recounted her findings, deliberately omitting certain details about Carl's actions, as those plans had been utterly disastrous. However, she did not withhold critical intelligence regarding Carl's exhibited speed, strength, and the ability to emit a crimson glow from his eyes. Furthermore, she relayed Carl's admission of having killed Obadiah and threatening the Department of Homeland Security. What? This is utterly outrageous, Nick Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. He had never encountered anyone so audacious as to threaten them. These criminals were insufferably arrogant, believing that possessing some superpowers rendered them invincible. Regarding Carl's displayed abilities, Nick Fury did not exhibit the same trepidation as Black Widow. This was partly due to the fact that he had not witnessed Carl's power, speed, or the formidable red laser firsthand. Fury lacked a direct experience of Carl's might. After all, it was Black Widow who had faced Carl, not himself. Additionally, Nick Fury had previously battled extraterrestrial beings and was acquainted with the immensely powerful Captain Marvel. As a close ally of Captain Marvel, Fury found it hard to believe that Carl could surpass her strength. Thus, he remained unperturbed by Carl's threats. Fury also possessed his own trump cards, not to mention the array of advanced equipment from their Homeland Security. His most formidable asset was the communicator to summon Captain Marvel. If necessary, he could easily call Carol back to resolve the situation with Carl. However, Captain Marvel was quite occupied, assisting other planets in the cosmos. And the communicator was intended for times of dire peril on Earth. A being with superhuman abilities like Carl did not warrant the use of that communicator. Director, his powers are indeed remarkable. I believe we should refrain from taking a confrontational stance for the time being, Black Widow cautioned. Having personally experienced Carl's strength and recognizing his formidable capabilities, we cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated by one individual. Rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. Nick Fury replied. However, we should consider changing the name. Let me ponder this for a moment. Black Widow did not press further. After all, Nick Fury was the director. Chapter 56. The proud Wang Xiaoming and the unhuman Carl. After a few hours of combat with Erica, Carl found her needing a respite. He, on the other hand, indulged in a glass of red wine after refreshing himself, as he had no need for rest. At that moment, Carl concentrated his thoughts and entered the chat group. Passing Kamen Rider. To celebrate the recovery of Natsumi, we are hosting a banquet. Passing Kamen Rider. I prepared a plethora of delicious dishes, many of which I personally cooked. Passing Kamen Rider. It's a pity that the esteemed Carl is not here. Passing Kamen Rider. But that's all right. When Carl returns, I shall prepare even more for him. Passing Kamen Rider. Oh, divine being, Carl, take a look at the photos. The Passing Kamen Rider sent an image. Upon entering the chat group, Carl immediately saw the message from Tsukasa Kadoya. Tinka, wow, that looks delicious. Tinka, I want to eat too. Sister in a Chinibu. The presentation is indeed impressive. Sister in a Chinibu. Even I, as a restaurant chef, find it appealing. Surely, who would have thought that Kamen Riders could cook? The Passing Kamen Rider, absolutely. It is evident. Being praised by the group members, particularly by a chef. Fills Xiao Ming with great pride. The Passing Kamen Rider. I am indeed versatile, with the exception of videography. The Passing Kamen Rider. Carl, feel free to select your preferred dishes. The Passing Kamen Rider. When you visit next time, I shall prepare them for you. The God of Humanity. Sounds good. Heavenly Blade King. Speaking of the group's red envelopes, is it possible to send items other than points? Heavenly Blade King. For instance, the food prepared by you. Kamen Rider. Heavenly Blade King. Can such items be shared through red envelopes with other group members? The Passing Kamen Rider. I am uncertain about that. The Passing Kamen Rider. After all, I have only recently joined the group. The Passing Kamen Rider. How about you? Have any of you sent items beyond points before? Thousand-Handed Princess. No, we have not. Thousand-Handed Princess. There was never a need to send anything, so we did not. The Passing Kamen Rider. Alright then, I shall give it a try. The group member, the Passing Kamen Rider, sent a red envelope. The group member, Heavenly Blade King, received the red envelope. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibu? Astonishing. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibu? Is it truly possible? Thousand-Handed Princess. Kaisa, your speed is impressive. Thousand-Handed Princess. The moment I saw it, I clicked immediately. Thousand-Handed Princess. Yet, I still did not manage to grab it. Great Wall Guardian's commander. I also failed to seize it. Heavenly Blade King. Haha. Heavenly Blade King. I had been preparing for quite some time. Heavenly Blade King. After all, this chat group connects different realms. Heavenly Blade King. The capability to traverse worlds is indeed feasible. Heavenly Blade King. Sending an item should not be too challenging, right? Heavenly Blade King. How delightful. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibu? Impressive. Sister, what should I do about my Chinibu? Kaisa, you are truly clever. Thousand-Handed Princess. Remarkable indeed. Heavenly Blade King. Thank you, Kamen Rider. By the way, what food did you send? The Passing Kamen Rider, Takoyaki. Heavenly Blade King. Incredibly delicious, splendid. The Passing Kamen Rider. I am glad you are satisfied. The Passing Kamen Rider. Since this chat group allows for item sharing, I feel reassured. The Passing Kamen Rider. I have plenty of food at hand. The Passing Kamen Rider. Carl, what would you like to eat? The God of Humanity. Well, if possible, I would like a serving of Odin and grilled meat. The Passing Kamen Rider. No problem. The group member, the Passing Kamen Rider, sent an exclusive red envelope to the group member, the God of Humanity. The group member, the Passing Kamen Rider, sent another exclusive red envelope to the group member, the God of Humanity. The group member, the God of Humanity, received the red envelope. The group member, the God of Humanity, received the red envelope. The Passing Kamen Rider. If there is anything else you desire, Carl, do not hesitate to ask. The Passing Kamen Rider. Even if I do not have it, I will promptly procure the ingredients for you. God of Humanity. This will suffice. I have just finished my meal. The Passing Kamen Rider. Very well. What dishes does the esteemed Carl desire? Please, do not hesitate to tell me. God of Humanity. Thank you kindly. The Passing Kamen Rider. No need for gratitude. Tianren Wong. Wow. Tianren Wong. How infuriating. It is a private red envelope. Tianren Wong. I had even prepared in advance, eager to seize the red envelope. Yet, I discovered it was utterly inaccessible. Princess of 1,000 hands. To be frank, I too cannot claim it. My sister has a Chinibu, unable to claim it. Cheryl, indeed. The Passing Kamen Rider. It appears everyone is quite eager for my culinary creations. Today, Brother Xiao Ming has joined our chat group. Moreover, Carl has rescued Natsumi Tachibana, which has filled him with joy upon witnessing the enthusiasm for his dishes from the group members. The passing Kamen Rider. Do not fret, everyone. I shall present a few more dishes. The passing Kamen Rider. Whether you can seize them depends entirely on your own efforts. Group member The passing Kamen Rider has sent a red envelope. Group member The passing Kamen Rider has sent a red envelope. Brother Xiao Ming sent out 4 red envelopes in one breath, seemingly corresponding to 4 dishes. However, just as everyone was prepared to claim the envelopes, they discovered they had already been taken. Group member God of Humanity has claimed a red envelope. Group member God of Humanity has claimed a red envelope. All 4 envelopes, without exception, were claimed by Carl. Although the chat group's dynamics exist within consciousness and are not heavily influenced by physical speed, one must not forget that Carl, endowed with the Silver Superman template, possesses an exceptionally astute and formidable mind. In terms of consciousness and thought, he is light years ahead of others. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Carl desires it, no one in this chat group can surpass him in seizing red envelopes. While this may seem a tad uncivilized, it is indeed the reality. My sister has a Chinibyu? Tianren Wang. Did Carl manage to claim them all? I am distraught. Cheryl. Truly, this is avarice at its finest. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. I had thought, perhaps, with 4 red envelopes, I might be fortunate enough to claim one. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces. Yet, it seems Carl is indeed remarkable. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Carl Cohen is simply splendid. Even in seizing red envelopes, he excels. Upon witnessing Carl claim all the red envelopes, messages from group members began to flood the chat, with some even making jests at Carl's expense. Carl smiled at the spectacle. His physique allows him to forego sustenance. He had dined with Elika not long ago. Now, seizing these red envelopes is merely out of curiosity to see their contents. God of Humanity. I cannot possibly consume all of this. My interest lies solely in discovering what is inside. God of Humanity. I shall return it. Prepare yourselves to seize the red envelope. Group member God of Humanity has sent a red envelope. Tianren Wang. I have seized another one. Heaven's Blade King. This appears to be grilled fish. It looks quite delightful. Heaven's Blade King. Thank you, Carl. God of Humanity. Do not thank me. It was the work of Kamen Rider, so express your gratitude to him. Heaven's Blade King. All right. Thank you, Kamen Rider. Younger sister with Chinibyu. I have sushi. Younger sister with Chinibyu. Many thanks to the passing Kamen Rider. Shelley. This is utterly unscientific. I can't believe I missed out. Shelley. Could it be due to my lack of exercise? Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I frequently practice martial arts and still couldn't manage to get any. Those who succeeded in claiming the red envelope were elated, while those who did not vented their frustrations in the group. Chapter 57. Delicious food. Check-in rewards. Gazing at the grilled meat and Odin in his hands, Carl felt his appetite stir. This was a red envelope sent by Brother Xiao Ming. In truth, Carl was not particularly hungry, having recently dined with Erika. Moreover, his constitution allowed him to forego meals. As for the grilled meat and Odin, they were dishes he had seen in a picture shared by Matoy Shadaru. The invitation was so warm that Carl felt it would be rude to decline outright. Thus, he opted for the dishes he preferred. Although he initially intended to be polite and not consume them immediately, now, upon seeing these 2 dishes, he was quite eager to taste them. One must admit, Brother Xiao Ming's culinary skills were impressive. The presentation was exquisite, appealing to the eyes and fragrant to the nose. However, the actual flavor remained a mystery until sampled. Contemplating for a moment, Carl took the 2 dishes to the living room. He first sampled the Odin. The broth was rich and slightly spicy, perfectly aligning with Carl's taste. He then tried the grilled meat, which released its unique aroma in his mouth. It had a satisfying chewiness and a delightful spicy flavor, truly exquisite. It seemed that Matoy Shadaru was not exaggerating. His culinary skills were remarkable. Carl mentally applauded Matoy Shadaru. Reflecting on this, he returned to the chat group. God of Humanity. I have tasted both the grilled meat and Odin. They are quite splendid. God of Humanity. Moreover, both are spicy, which I thoroughly enjoy. Thank you. God of Humanity. To the passing Kamen Rider. Passing Kamen Rider. You are too polite, Carl. Passing Kamen Rider. You have assisted me greatly. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude. Passing Kamen Rider. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Should you wish for more in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. God of Humanity. All right, thank you. Younger sister with Chinibyu. The sushi is also delectable. Heaven's Blade King. Thank you, Kamen Rider. This grilled fish is outstanding. Passing Kamen Rider. I'm pleased you all enjoy it. Carl conversed in the chat group while relishing his meal, finding the moment quite pleasant. At that instant, a system notification chimed. The host can check in today. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Carl was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He glanced at his phone and noted that it was precisely midnight. Let us check in, Carl remarked, taking a bite of grilled meat. Congratulations. The host has successfully checked in. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Coca-Cola. As the system's notification faded, an object materialized before Carl. He extended his hand and grasped it, discovering it to be a bottle of the sugary beverage. The kind commonly found in supermarkets, large and chilled. One could only speculate from which store the system had procured it or how it was kept cool. Observing the soda in his hand, Carl felt somewhat speechless. What was this system thinking? Rewarding him with such a trivial item upon check-in? This sugary drink was far less valuable than the combat gear he had received a few days prior. Setting practicality aside, even the price was telling. This soda, packaged in a 2-pack, cost merely $199. Those battle suits, while not exorbitantly priced, were undoubtedly more valuable than this beverage. Truly, this system was rather unreliable, Carl mused. Yet, discussing anything further seemed futile now that the check-in was complete. He twisted off the cap of the cola and took a sip. The syrupy sweetness and carbonation flooding his mouth, complemented by the refreshing chill, a delightful experience. With a hearty gulp, a hint of pleasure graced Carl's face. Exhaling, he chuckled softly. It wasn't a rare delicacy, but it was quite decent. Later, after devouring the grilled meat and odin prepared by Yashishi, Carl retired for the night. The following day, he awoke early, while Erica still rested beside him. After freshening up, he rummaged through the refrigerator and prepared scrambled eggs and a sandwich, accompanied by warm milk, his usual breakfast fare. As he was enjoying his meal, Erica stirred awake and joined him at the dining table. Once breakfast was finished, Erica excused herself to freshen up. Just as Carl was about to indulge in his preferred activities, Erica halted him, planting a kiss on his lips, and cheerfully declared, "Not now. I have to go to work." At that moment, Carl recalled that Erica indeed had to venture out for her job. Sky, on the other hand, had no such obligation. As a hacker, she could secure work online without ever stepping outside. Carl casually complained, "Your family is so wealthy, and yet you still work." "That's my father's money, not mine," she replied. "Besides, I have to keep myself occupied. I can't just sit idly." Reluctantly, Carl chose not to insist. After bidding him farewell, Erica changed her clothes and left the house. Alone in Erica's home, Carl glanced at the chat group, only to find it eerily silent. He wondered what everyone else was up to. Finding the lack of conversation dull, he exited the chat. Feeling a bit bored, he turned on the television, only to find the programming equally uninspiring. However, a news segment suddenly captured his attention. As of now, the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, remained missing. The disappearance of this renowned billionaire had led to a significant drop in Stark Industries stock. Subsequently, on the television screen, footage of a reporter conducting random interviews with passers-by was being aired. The reporter approached a pedestrian, politely inquiring, "Hello, may I conduct a brief interview?" The individual, a man in his 40s or 50s clad in a business suit, presumably a corporate employee, replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm running late for work." The reporter, somewhat resigned, addressed the camera, stating, "It seems we must seek out others to gather their opinions on the disappearance of Tony Stark." Just as the words left his lips, the previously reluctant pedestrian returned to the reporter. "Excuse me," he said, "are you referring to that billionaire from Stark Industries?" The reporter, taken aback by the man's sudden interest, replied, "Yes." "Well, then," the pedestrian said, "I would be willing to participate in your interview." "Very well," the reporter responded, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Are you aware of the news regarding Tony Stark's disappearance?" "Of course." The pedestrian's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. "I used to see him in various headlines alongside Hollywood starlets. There was even a time when he was linked with several of them." His expression then turned somber. "However, he has been missing for the past few days, and those stories have vanished. I hope he is safe and returns soon." The female reporter, feeling a bit awkward, smiled and said, "Thank you, sir, for your good wishes for Mr. Stark." After interviewing that pedestrian, the reporter sought out another individual. This man, also in his 40s or 50s, appeared notably more relaxed. "Hello, may I interview you?" the reporter asked. The pedestrian glanced at the camera and nodded, "Of course." "Do you know about Mr. Tony Stark's disappearance?" the reporter inquired. To her surprise, the once calm pedestrian's expression darkened. "Oh, I certainly know about that guy," he complained. "I can't fathom what he was thinking. As a billionaire, why would he venture to a place like the Middle East? Now look, he has gone missing, and no one can find him. Wouldn't it be wiser to stay in America, managing his business affairs and enjoying the company of celebrities? Why must he travel?" The reporter, taken aback by the pedestrian's tirade, pondered the connection between Stark's plight and the man's grievances. She couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so upset about Mr. Stark's disappearance? Do you have any relation to him?" "Of course I do," the pedestrian retorted, growing increasingly agitated. "Not long ago, I bought shares in Stark Industries, intending to sell them once their value increased. Now, I'm facing substantial losses, unable to sell them at all. They're just sitting in my hands." The reporter offered the man some consolation before continuing her search for others to interview. Meanwhile, Carl watched the news, deep in thought, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. At this moment, Tony Stark finds himself in the Middle East, and the stock of Stark Industries has experienced a significant decline. However, following his return, the stock price begins to recover. Yet, after the announcement of the closure of the weapons division, it seems to dip once more. Ultimately, During a press conference, when he reveals that he is Iron Man, the stock rises again. Ah, what a lucrative opportunity this presents. Carl possesses billions in capital, ample enough for manipulation. Nevertheless, there is no urgency at present. It is prudent to wait for Tony Stark's return before making a move. With Erica out, Carl finds himself in a state of utter boredom. After a moment's contemplation, he employs his superhuman vision to search for Isabella's presence. After all, she had indicated yesterday that she would call. Although she did not reach out then, it is certainly not too late today. Moments later, Carl spots Isabella. At this moment, she is at home, still in bed, seemingly without any pressing engagements, simply resting. In an instant, Carl vanishes and reappears within Isabella's luxurious villa. She lies in her bed, lost in thought concerning recent events, specifically Obadiah. Initially, she was unaware of who Obadiah was, and when the news of his death broke yesterday, it did not pique her interest, as she did not recognize the man. However, with the details and images presented in the news, Isabella was taken aback, for she had indeed encountered Obadiah before, more than once. In fact, at Stark Industries hosted galas. Although her recollection of him was vague, the events of the previous evening made it hard to forget, especially as Carl had directly confronted Obadiah's son. The aftermath of the altercation, along with Obadiah's demeanor and the actions of James, lingered in Isabella's memory. It is likely that she is not alone in her reaction. Most attendees of the gala would share similar sentiments, given the extraordinary nature of the events that unfolded. Little did they know that just hours later, an even more unbelievable occurrence would take place: Obadiah's untimely demise. As she contemplates the incidents at the gala and James' attitude, an uncontrollable thought suddenly arises within Isabella's mind. Could it be that, following their conflict at the gala, Carl had taken it upon himself to eliminate Obadiah? While both Carl and Obadiah hold comparable status as shareholders of Stark Industries, with Obadiah possessing a slightly larger stake, James' demeanor raises questions. Might it be that Carl had sought James' assistance in dealing with Obadiah? This notion seems absurd, yet Isabella cannot shake the feeling that it may indeed be the truth. At that moment, a voice filled with mirth resonates through the room. The sound is oddly familiar to her. Isabella, deep in thought, was startled by the sudden sound. Instantly, she became alert. Could it be an obsessed fan who had infiltrated her home? She had heard whispers of such occurrences, stories of fervent admirers trailing celebrities and, in extreme cases, breaching their sanctuaries. The notion was terrifying and perilous, given that Isabella was renowned for her striking beauty as a star. The potential danger of a male admirer entering her abode was all too evident. At that moment, upon hearing the noise, she felt a rush of vigilance. Her immediate concern was to soothe the fan, hoping they could retain their composure. Otherwise, dreadful consequences might ensue. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, Isabella froze. It was still morning. She had yet to rise, cocooned beneath her blankets. Though she was not accustomed to sleeping in, she was clad only in a layer of sleepwear, without even a fitted top. If she were to emerge from beneath the covers, it would indeed pose a risk. In such a state, being seen by anyone would surely ignite unwanted thoughts, even in those who initially harbored none. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Isabella panicked. Isabella? The voice echoed again, and she could distinctly hear the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor, approaching her. What to do? Just as she grappled with her decision, a hand rested on her shoulder. What's wrong? The voice sounded familiar. Instinctively, Isabella turned to see Carl, his expression one of confusion. Carl? She was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her eyes. Yes, what's the matter? Carl regarded her with a hint of concern, sensing something amiss. Nothing at all. At that moment, Carl's gaze fell upon the unusual scene before him. Isabella in her sleepwear, reclining on the bed, while he stood beside her. From this angle, it was inevitable that his thoughts would stray. Isabella's instincts had proven correct. Carl, initially devoid of any ulterior motives, found his mind wandering as he took in the sight. He leaned down and gently kissed Isabella. Chapter 59. Carl's contemplation. Tony's forge in a grimy, dimly lit cave, a disheveled man, his hair in disarray and clothes unkempt, was hunched over, engrossed in some task. Strangely, a circular metal ring adorned his chest. This individual was none other than the man of the hour, Tony Stark. He held numerous titles: billionaire, playboy, genius, but at this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to a vagrant. No, he was even more peculiar than a typical homeless person. After all, a vagrant would not have a metal ring affixed to their chest, much less one connected to a lithium battery from a car. The absurdity of the situation was beyond measure. At the very least, Tony Stark himself was a spectacle to behold. I had never encountered such an existence before. Yet this was a course of action born out of desperation. Previously, I had endured an explosion, with shards of shrapnel embedded in my body. Remnants of the bomb that had left numerous tiny fragments lodged within me. The medical facilities in this place were utterly incapable of extricating them. For the time being, I relied on a magnetic device, a ring of iron affixed to my chest, to prevent the shrapnel from penetrating my heart. Subsequently, I was ensnared by terrorists who demanded that I fabricate missiles for them. In that moment, I feigned compliance with the Ten Rings organization. ostensibly agreeing to produce their most advanced weaponry. In truth, I was exploiting their resources to orchestrate my own escape. Now, I was utilizing the 10 Rings materials to construct a miniature arc reactor. As I diligently worked, the reactor began to take shape before my eyes. "What is this?" inquired a middle-aged man nearby, his face a canvas of astonishment. After all, I was renowned as a genius. I cast a glance at him, gesturing towards the iron ring on my chest, and replied, "It replaces this." The man, named Ethan, was also a captive of the 10 Rings. I was his only hope for salvation. Without Ethan, I would likely have met my demise. "Very well," Ethan responded after a moment of contemplation, glancing at the peculiar device. Though it was incomplete and unfamiliar to him, it was crafted by the illustrious Tony Stark. "Surely, it would aid in our escape," he added. "I will provide you with cover. Be cautious not to let them discover your efforts." "Understood," I nodded, and thus began the arduous process of creation, occasionally pretending to work on missile production to appease the members of the 10 Rings. By midday, after finishing his skirmish, Carl engaged in some personal grooming and enjoyed a drink. Isabella had an ample supply of fine wines, sparing him the need to return home. After more than 2 hours, Isabella finally felt rested. Once she had freshened up, she and Carl ventured out to dine. In the afternoon, Carl and Isabella strolled through the streets, returning to Erica's abode by evening. Days later, Erica, citing Carl's disruptions to her work, unceremoniously cast him out. Each encounter with combat required several hours of preparation and left him utterly fatigued. Even Erica found it detrimental to her productivity, leading to Carl's expulsion once more. This time, Carl sought refuge at Isabella's home. She appeared to be on a break, having recently completed a film and with little work on the horizon, thus she could accompany Carl. He settled in with her, and during those days, Carl spent time with Isabella while occasionally visiting other girlfriends. With ample leisure time, he found himself engaging in lively conversations and chat groups, enjoying a period of tranquility. However, the narrative unfolds further. Regarding his own system, Carl found himself at a loss for words. The rewards garnered from his check-ins were rather mundane, consisting of sugary beverages, an assortment of peculiar battle attire, and everyday essentials. It seemed there was an abundance of items, yet none of significant value. Recently, Carl pondered whether he should embark on another streak of cumulative check-ins. Reminiscent of his previous endeavor where he amassed 25 years of check-ins to obtain the Silver Superman template. What might he acquire from 30 years of dedication? Or 50 years? It appeared that his current prowess sufficed. Would accumulating check-ins for a while pose any issues? Carl remained uncertain, deep in contemplation. In addition to this, he had been closely monitoring the stock of Stark Industries. As the duration of Tony Stark's disappearance extended, the stock value of Stark Industries plummeted dramatically, evaporating hundreds of billions of dollars in market capitalization. In fact, due to the steep decline in Stark Industries stock, Carl's assets had also diminished considerably, given that he held a substantial number of shares in the company. However, he remained unconcerned, having anticipated such an eventuality. He still possessed billions in liquidity and planned to reinvest in Stark Industries once Tony returned, confident that he would recoup his losses. The stock had already fallen significantly. Should he venture to rescue Tony Stark? Perhaps tomorrow, as the afternoon had already waned. Thus, Carl accompanied Isabella for a shopping excursion. In the dimly lit cavern, despite the presence of numerous lights, a pervasive darkness lingered. At that moment, Tony Stark was intensely focused on operating various instruments, seemingly engaged in the creation of something remarkable. As Tony placed a piece of material into the apparatus before him, a circular object gradually illuminated. He had finally succeeded. Overjoyed, Tony gazed at the glowing ring, elated after weeks of dedicated effort. What was this? Beside him, Ethan inquired curiously about the radiant circle. A miniature arc reactor, Tony explained. This device can replace the magnet in my chest, allowing my heart to beat for 5,000 years, or sustain a massive entity for 15 minutes. As he spoke, Tony revealed a blueprint depicting a robotic suit of armor. He shared his plans with Ethan, who marveled at the ingenuity. Truly, Tony Stark had managed to create such advanced equipment under such rudimentary conditions. Meanwhile, the 10 Rings organization discovered that the device Tony was constructing bore little resemblance to a missile. Though lacking in formal education, they were not foolish. They had seen what missiles looked like. Consequently, the leader of the 10 Rings commanded Tony to produce a missile by the following day. With no choice but to comply, Tony and Ethan worked tirelessly to complete the armor. As time passed, their equipment gradually neared completion. At this moment, the leader of the 10 Rings gang sensed something amiss and immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had already donned his armor and was in the process of loading the necessary programs. At that moment, members of the 10 Rings were drawing near. Someone's coming. The two were startled by the sound. Ethan glanced at the loading progress bar, a resolute expression flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned, seized a nearby rifle, and charged outside. Wait, Ethan, don't go out. Just wait for the program to finish loading. Tony shouted urgently, but Ethan ignored him and pressed on. Damn it. Tony cursed under his breath, feeling helpless as he was immobilized within his suit. the program had yet to complete, rendering him unable to move. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by an unsettling silence. What had transpired? Anxiety swelled within Tony. He recognized that the cry had come from Ethan. At last, the program finished loading, and Tony commanded his suit to emerge. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he found himself momentarily frozen in shock. Chapter 60. The arrival of Carl, the excited Ethan. As the makeshift bomb detonated at the entrance, Ethan understood that the 10 rings had arrived. Tony Stark's suit was still unable to initiate. The system was still loading. At that juncture, Ethan knew he had to step forward to buy time. He was acutely aware that if he did not act, the outcome could very well lead to the demise of both. If he could merely delay for Tony Stark, they might stand a chance once the armor systems were operational. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Ethan approached the lifeless body of a 10 Rings member, picked up the rifle, and dashed out. He was determined to buy time for Tony Stark. The moment he emerged, rifle in hand, he understood that he was stepping into the jaws of death. After all, he was merely an ordinary man. While not completely devoid of strength, he rarely engaged in physical labor and had little knowledge of firearms compared to the battle-hardened members of the 10 Rings. Yet, despite this, he felt compelled to act. Ethan's family had long since perished, and he thought that if he were to die now, at least he would be reunited with them. Moreover, he might save Tony Stark in the process. It was better that one of them survive than both perish. As Ethan exited the weapon manufacturing cave, he sprinted outward, occasionally squeezing the trigger. His goal was clear: to attract the attention of the 10 Rings members and buy Tony precious time for the system to load. What is going on? Where is everyone? Ethan wondered, bewildered as he ran. Was it possible that these individuals had no intention of approaching them? If that were the case, could he possibly survive? Although Ethan had lost his entire family, he believed that if he could delay for Tony Stark, even his own demise would not be in vain. Yet, if life could continue, one would certainly wish to avoid an untimely demise. However, while Ethan pondered this, he discovered a broad cavern before him, occupied by more than a dozen individuals. They were terrorists from the 10 Commandments gang, each wielding firearms, seemingly awaiting his arrival to deliver his own death sentence. Panic surged through Ethan's heart. Despite his preparations, the sight of so many foes, their eyes fixed menacingly upon him, evoked a sense of dread. Across from him, the terrorists of the 10 Commandments gang greeted Ethan with chilling smirks. The leader, standing at the forefront, waved his hand and commanded, "Open fire." Yes, the members of the 10 Commandments responded in unison, swiftly pulling their triggers. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, countless bullets soaring towards Ethan. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Ethan could not help but swallow hard. It seemed he was destined to perish, to join his family in the afterlife. Surely, the program of Tony Stark must be nearing completion? Perhaps this was for the best. Ethan closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the inevitable moment. However, after several seconds, the anticipated sensation of pain did not arrive. What was happening? Was he dreaming? There were no terrorists, nor was anyone firing upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the incessant sounds of gunfire and the incomprehensible language of the 10 Commandments members persisted. This reality affirmed that he was indeed facing genuine threats, both from the gang and their gunfire. But why had the bullets not struck him? Ethan was bewildered. They were merely a dozen meters apart. At the speed of the bullets, they should have reached him in an instant. Why was this occurring? At that moment, a voice echoed. "Though I found you all quite unattractive and detestable in my past life, you appear even more displeasing now." Huh. Ethan was taken aback. English? And what nonsensical words were being spoken? Instinctively, he opened his eyes. At that moment, he beheld a figure, suddenly materializing roughly 1 or 2 meters away. Draped in a large cloak, from Ethan's perspective, he could discern only a tall stature, dark hair, and a cape billowing in the wind. Who was this? Ethan was perplexed. Yet, in the next instant, he witnessed something even more astonishing. The bullets fired by the 10 Commandments members inexplicably halted before reaching this person, as if they had struck an invisible wall, ricocheting away. What was happening? Ethan could hardly believe his eyes, staring in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. However, the next moment brought an even greater shock. The figure before him, seemingly bored, murmured with a soft chuckle, "How utterly tedious. Indeed, he is but an ordinary person, possessing only this limited ability. Thus, you may rest assured and meet your demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than a dazzling crimson light erupted instantaneously. It resembled a sophisticated laser weapon. With a mere horizontal sweep, that radiant beam obliterated over a dozen terrorists within the cavern, leaving not a trace behind, as if they had never existed. Witnessing this, Ethan could not suppress his astonishment. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the spot where the members of the 10 Rings gang had stood, now utterly vanished. Who was this peculiar individual before him? How could he wield such a weapon? A laser weapon? Such an entity had never graced the news. It appeared to be a rather enigmatic presence. The way it effortlessly struck those gang members suggested that if it were to hit him, it would likely be fatal as well. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Ethan's mind. At that moment, a voice broke through his thoughts. Are you all right, Ethan? Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the speaker. The man before him, with raven hair, had already turned around. His dark hair and eyes framed a handsome visage, while the emblem on his chest and the black bodysuit accentuated his flawless physique, complemented further by a grand cloak. A superhero? Ethan was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. In their world, superheroes existed in comics and films. Although this one diverged from the portrayals in those mediums, the resemblance was striking. Recalling the earlier Crimson Beam, could it not be the superhero's power, heat vision? Thus, as Carl turned, Ethan felt compelled to inquire. Are you all right? Carl nodded, casting a glance at Ethan. Are you unharmed, Dr. Ethan? Ethan's voice trembled slightly. I am fine, truly. Though not an ardent fan of superheroes, he certainly appreciated them. After all, Superman's comics and films were immensely popular, and he had seen them. The excitement of encountering the real Superman and witnessing his heat vision was overwhelming. Mr. Superman. You. Just as Ethan was about to express his thoughts, a series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. It felt as though some colossal entity was approaching. Simultaneously, a voice called out, Ethan? Ethan. Carl and Ethan turned to find a figure resembling a robotic canister appearing not far from them. Tony Stark emerged, clad in his Iron Man suit. Upon seeing this metallic contraption, Carl raised an eyebrow. To be candid, Carl found Tony's Mark I armor rather unappealing. Not to mention the stark comparison with the sleek designs of the Avengers, Endgame's Mark 85 or the Infinity War's Mark 50. Even the unpainted Mark II from the Iron Man films far surpassed this iteration in elegance. The previous suits exuded sophistication, resembling advanced robotics, whereas this one appeared akin to a mere tin can. The disparity was glaring. However, one could understand the circumstances. After all, it was quite an achievement for Tony Stark to fabricate any armored suit under such conditions. Seeing that Ethan was unharmed, Tony was momentarily taken aback. That's wonderful, he exclaimed, noticing the presence of a superhuman beside him. Maneuvering closer to Ethan, Tony activated the faceplate of his armor. Ethan, you're all right? Truly splendid. A smile broke across Iron Man's face, filled with immense relief. Previously, Tony had been injured by shrapnel from a bomb, and had it not been for Ethan's surgical intervention, he might very well have perished. Now, if Ethan had sacrificed himself to buy him time, Tony felt he would carry that regret for eternity. Fortunately, Ethan had emerged unscathed. Indeed, I owe my life to this gentleman, Ethan replied, his spirits lifted. Superman. Tony Stark paused, glancing at Carl. Are you referring to him? Despite Carl donning a Superman suit and looking quite dashing, with an impressive physique, one might not readily assume he was the actual Superman. Most would likely think he was merely in costume. Tony shared this sentiment, surmising that this Superman enthusiast had been abducted by the terrorists. After all, if he had indeed vanquished the assailants, why were there no bodies strewn about the cave? Not even the firearms wielded by the 10 rings were present. It seemed the terrorists had been intimidated by the earlier explosion, deterred from entering the cave. Yet, for some reason, Tony felt that this Superman figure seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered him before, though the dim lighting of the cave made it difficult to ascertain. However, this was not the moment for such musings. They were in the heart of enemy territory, and urgency dictated that they depart swiftly. Fear not, Ethan, Tony reassured him. My armor's capabilities are as expected. It possesses commendable combat effectiveness. With this suit, we shall certainly make our escape. Turning to Carl, he added, handsome lad, we must leave this place post-haste. Stay close behind, and do not stray. With that, he secured his helmet. Stepping out towards the mouth of the cave, he did not forget to remind Ethan and Carl. Ethan, you and this charming young man should hide first. I will deal with the enemies outside before we discuss anything further. Tony? Ethan gazed at Tony Stark's retreating figure, yearning to offer an explanation. However, Tony did not pause, continuing on his way. Ethan cast an awkward glance at Carl. Mr. Superman, I apologize. Tony, Ethan could effortlessly discern that Tony did not believe his words, nor did he trust that the man before him, the Superman, was indeed a superhero. Not to worry, Carl chuckled lightly. He too perceived Tony Stark's sentiments, but chose not to dwell on them. After all, this Tony Stark had a good heart, intending to lead him out, making the journey worthwhile. Previously, Carl had been at Isabella's home, initially oblivious to the idea of coming here. Out of boredom, he had used his supervision to locate Tony Stark and Ethan, only to witness Ethan charging out with a gun. Possessing the Silver Superman template, Carl's intellect was remarkably sharp. Formerly, some unimportant memories from his past life had faded, but after acquiring the Silver Superman template, recollections from his previous existence became strikingly vivid. Having watched the films, Carl was well aware of the plot and recognized that Ethan was on the brink of demise. It seemed he had to intervene personally. Thus, he returned home, retrieved his battle suit, and made his way here, having already resolved to save Ethan. Furthermore, he had a favorable impression of Tony Stark from his past life. After all, he hadn't even killed Black Widow, let alone Iron Man additionally. Carl's plans for profit were intertwined with Tony's endeavors, prompting his visit. However, he was pressed for time and could not afford to linger. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, brimming with confidence, piloted his armored suit as he emerged from the cave, only to discover a group of armed terrorists awaiting him. Where is that detestable bald man? Has he fled? Tony lamented. This bald individual was the terrorist leader who had not only threatened him, but had the audacity to summon others to capture him. Tony felt an overwhelming desire to obliterate that man with a missile. Yet, with his absence, there was little he could do but await his return to gather intelligence. This vendetta must be avenged. For now, he needed to eliminate the immediate threats. Stepping forward, Tony prepared to deploy the flamethrower integrated into his suit to vanquish the foes. The terrorists noticed Tony and readied their weapons to attack, a battle on the precipice of commencing. However, at that very moment, two blinding beams of crimson light suddenly illuminated the scene. These twin rays swiftly targeted the terrorists, dissolving them before they could react. Instinctively, Tony turned around and was met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. Carl, clad in a black battle suit. In his eyes, two beams of crimson light emanated forth. Chapter 62, The Astonished Tony, Departing. Carl, clad in his battle attire, floated gently in the air. The brilliant red beams shot from his eyes, illuminating the terrorists before him. Without exception, those terrorists vanished in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony Stark stood utterly dumbfounded. The radiance resembled that of a laser, emerging from his very eyes. Could he truly be human? Wait, beams of light from his eyes. This is reminiscent of Superman's heat vision. Moreover, he was currently soaring through the sky. Flight and heat vision. Who else could it be but Superman? As the first superhero in American comics, Superman's influence is profound. Naturally, Tony had encountered the comics and films. Initially, he had assumed that this young man was merely an impersonator, donning a suit reminiscent of Superman. Although the colors were slightly off, he had never anticipated that this individual was indeed Superman. If anyone else had seen someone in a Superman suit, they would hardly believe that person was the actual Superman. Tony felt the same way. Yet, despite the incredulity, he was witnessing this extraordinary being flying in the air, his eyes radiating heat vision. Regardless of how implausible it seemed, it was a reality. As Tony Stark stood in bewilderment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to leave? Turning around, he saw Carl hovering in the air. Oh right, I do, Tony instinctively replied. He couldn't help but ask, are you really Superman? Sort of, Carl replied. Oh, this is utterly mind-blowing, Tony exclaimed, spreading his arms wide, marveling at the fact that Superman was an Eastern individual. Nonetheless, Superman was quite dashing. Noticing Tony's reaction, Carl simply added, Tony, Ethan, where do you wish to go? I shall escort you. It was astonishing that Superman knew their names. Tony felt a twinge of confusion. It was only natural for Superman to be aware of him, given his fame. However, Ethan, Carl glanced at Tony, of course I know you. Having met you previously, Superman has met me. Tony removed his mask, revealing a look of surprise. Now that you mention it, you do seem somewhat familiar. As if we've crossed paths before. Fearing Carl might misunderstand, he quickly clarified, this isn't a clumsy pickup line. It's genuine. I know, Carl nodded nonchalantly. We've met at Stark Industries gala and annual meetings. At that moment, Tony seemed to recall something, looking at Carl with an expression of sudden realization. You are Carl Smith? No way, I must be mistaken. How could that young man be Superman? Carl nodded. Indeed, that's me. This was truly remarkable. Tony Stark gazed at Carl in astonishment. They had encountered one another several times at Stark Industries events and annual gatherings. However, as Carl was merely in pursuit of profit and wielded little actual power, he seldom attended meetings at Stark Industries, though he did frequent social gatherings. Tony Stark had indeed heard of Carl, primarily due to his substantial shareholding, which made him a significant stakeholder and the youngest in such a position within Stark Industries. Consequently, Tony had a vague recollection of Carl, having encountered him a few times at these events. However, in those instances, both had been engrossed in revelry and were not particularly well acquainted. While Tony was aware of Carl's existence and had seen him occasionally, the current scenario was quite different. Carl, clad in a Superman suit, bore little resemblance to his usual attire, making it difficult for Tony to recognize him at first. It was almost unbelievable that the youngest major shareholder of their company was, in fact, Superman. Unable to contain himself, Tony exclaimed, accepting the reality that Carl was Superman, which clarified previous events in his mind. Ethan had not perished due to Carl's intervention, which had saved him. Had it not been for Carl's assistance, perhaps his own armor would have prevented the mishap. With this in mind, Tony regarded Carl earnestly. Superman, thank you for saving us. There's no need for gratitude. I had my reasons, Carl replied. Oh, Tony's interest piqued. What motivated you to save us? I found you all to be quite agreeable, so I decided to intervene. Carl answered. Taken aback, Tony chuckled. That's a rather charming reason. Now, let us leave this place, Carl suggested, inquiring, where would you like to go? I can escort you. Thank you, Superman, Tony responded immediately. I wish to return to my villa in Malibu. The address is. Very well, Carl nodded, turning to Ethan. Ethan pondered for a moment, appearing somewhat conflicted. I don't have anywhere in particular to go, as my family is no longer here. Tony quickly interjected. Then you can come to my home. That sounds acceptable, Ethan replied, and Carl nodded in agreement. Then, taking hold of both men, he soared into the sky. Moments later, he released them. Here we are. What? Tony exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Malibu was in Los Angeles, and they had just been situated near the Middle East. Though the exact location was unclear to Tony, had they truly traversed that distance in less than 3 seconds? Even with his superhuman abilities, such a jest seemed rather implausible. Just as Tony was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once barren and desolate, the landscape was now replaced by the opulence of a luxurious villa, surrounded by vibrant tropical flora, with the azure sea glistening in the distance. Did we really arrive? Tony mused, gazing at the familiar villa in bewilderment. He certainly recognized his own home, but this speed? It was known that a flight from the United States to the Middle East typically took over 10 hours. Yet now, they returned to Malibu. But how long did it take? A second, or perhaps 2? Could it have involved teleportation or some form of spatial manipulation? The film did not specify. Superman possesses such abilities. Tony gazed at Carl, unable to suppress his curiosity. Superman, how did we arrive here so swiftly? Did you utilize teleportation or similar powers? Beside him, Ethan shared the same intrigue. No, it was merely flight, Carl replied. Flight. Both Tony and Ethan looked at Carl in disbelief. With their impressive academic backgrounds, they understood the extraordinary speed required to cover such a distance in such a brief time. However, it seemed improbable that Carl would deceive them, especially since he had indeed brought them back. Despite their incredulity, with Superman present, what could possibly be impossible? At that moment, Carl spoke. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. You both likely have things to manage as well. With that, his form vanished in an instant. Chapter 63, Actions from All Sides, Isabella's Surprise. After delivering Tony Stark and Ethan back to Tony's villa in Malibu, Carl departed. Tony and Ethan watched the fading silhouette of Carl, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Tony finally spoke, glancing at Ethan. So, our Superman has just left like that? Apparently, Ethan nodded, though uncertainty lingered. After all, they had arrived here in a remarkably short time. Ah, well, Tony shrugged, leading Ethan into his luxurious villa. Hello, sir, Jarvis's voice greeted them as they stepped inside. Jarvis, please order 5 hamburgers, Tony instructed. Certainly, sir. Tony turned to Ethan. Dr. Ethan, is there anything you would like to eat? Hamburgers sound great. All right then. Tony instructed Jarvis once more to add a cheeseburger to the order. Of course, sir. Turning to Ethan, Tony added, make yourself comfortable. I will freshen up. With that, he entered the bathroom, needing a thorough cleanse after spending time in the cave. His attire and person were far from pristine. As a billionaire, Tony Stark certainly required a good tidying up, especially since he had other matters to attend to. The missing Tony Stark had finally been traced. Reports indicated that he was located at his villa on Malibu Beach. At that moment, a delivery man, as usual, was delivering food when he unexpectedly spotted the long-missing Stark. This news quickly spread across the internet, met with skepticism by many netizens. After all, Tony Stark had been missing for quite some time. How could he suddenly reappear? Most people, many believed it to be merely a promotional tactic employed by the hamburger joint, or perhaps the delivery person sought to capture attention. However, what the American populace did not anticipate was the swift dissemination of news regarding the return of Tony Stark. Shortly after, Stark Industries issued an official announcement. Mr. Tony Stark, Chairman and CEO of Stark Industries, has officially returned today and will hold a press conference in 2 hours. Instantly, the American public became immensely curious about the experiences of this billionaire. Upon reading the news, Carl checked the stock market for Stark Industries. As expected, the stock experienced a rapid resurgence due to this announcement. The shares, which had plummeted, immediately began to rise. Although they had yet to recover to their value prior to Tony Stark's disappearance, the upward trend suggested that regaining their former worth was merely a matter of time. Carl had prepared his funds, yet had not deployed them. Observing this scene, he remained unhurried. He understood that Stark Industries stock would likely decline further, potentially dipping below its value during Tony's absence. This press conference would not entail revelations about his time away, but rather an announcement regarding the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury was examining a document, the announcement released by Stark Industries. Has he truly returned? No one had found him for so long, neither our agents nor other organizations. Now he has appeared on his own. Contemplating this, Nick Fury promptly summoned Coulson to his office. Shortly thereafter, the affable Coulson arrived. Director, have you seen the announcement from Stark Industries? He inquired. Yes, I am preparing to attend the press conference, Fury replied. He nodded in satisfaction, advising. Make sure to inquire about where he was trapped during this time and how he managed to escape. Indeed, not only the general public was curious. Government entities and organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. were equally intrigued. After all, They had previously dispatched personnel to locate Tony Stark, but to no avail. Now, with his safe return, they were eager to learn of his whereabouts, what transpired, and how he managed to come back to the United States. Tony Stark sat on the floor. "Hey, everyone, could you please take a seat? This way, you can see me better, and I can be a bit more casual." As he sat, Stark expressed some enigmatic thoughts before announcing that Stark Industries would be closing its weapons division, effective immediately. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the press conference became electrified, with reporters clamoring to interview Tony Stark. After all, this situation is undeniably sensational. In front of the television, Carl observes the chaotic press conference with a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. He glances at the stock market and discovers that Stark Industries shares are indeed plummeting. Initially, the stock had surged due to Tony Stark's return, yet it has swiftly declined. Beside him, Isabella watches the television in surprise, realizing that Tony Stark has made his comeback. Noticing Carl's smile, she curiously inquires, "Why are you so happy?" Aware that Carl is a major shareholder in Stark Industries, she understands, despite her lack of knowledge regarding stocks and corporate matters, that Tony Stark's statements are bound to incur substantial losses for him. In response, Carl casts a glance at Isabella and replies with a grin, "Of course I'm happy. Because this fellow Tony will significantly increase my assets." Isabella, however, does not fully believe Carl's words. Although Stark Industries operates in various sectors, including military, medical, security, aerospace, and other high-tech industries, it is indisputable that the military sector is the most lucrative for the company. After all, Stark Industries is the largest arms supplier to the U.S. military. Now, with Stark Industries planning to shut down its weapons division, Carl is destined to face losses rather than profits. Yet, Isabella refrains from voicing her doubts, thinking Carl is merely trying to comfort her. In truth, Carl's assertions hold weight. All he needs to do is wait. Wait for Stark Industries stock to continue its descent. Then, before Tony unveils his Iron Man identity during the press conference, he can purchase Stark Industries shares. After all, once the public learns about Tony's Iron Man persona, Stark Industries stock is bound to reach unprecedented heights. Chapter 64, The Astonished Shiho Mayano. Regarding Stark Industries, Carl does not dwell excessively on the matter, as it is an established fact. He understands that with patience, he can simply wait and then invest his funds. In reality, Carl now possesses the template of the Silver Superman, rendering him nearly unmatched on Blue Star. If he desires wealth, he could easily procure it from a bank. Anything he wishes for can be effortlessly obtained, as no bank or organization could withstand his capabilities. He could obliterate Blue Star, or even the galaxy if he so desired, rendering the notion of laboriously earning money utterly unnecessary. However, Carl refrains from taking such actions. He does not wish to simply retrieve money from a bank, as he finds such conduct beneath him. Educated and principled, Carl does not allow himself to engage in such despicable behavior. To this day, all his wealth is entirely rightfully his, including even the billions belonging to Jean, which he considers entirely justified. After all, it was the other party's life money. Carl accepted the payment but refrained from taking a life, which seemed fair. Time passed in an unremarkable manner over the following days. Carl spent most of his time residing with Isabella, occasionally returning home or perhaps visiting other girlfriends. The system's daily check-in rewards remained rather mundane. Yet Carl felt an increasing desire to utilize the accumulated benefits. One day, after concluding a battle, Isabella rested, fatigued. After finishing his grooming, Carl poured himself a drink and entered the chat group. How to deal with a sister who has a chinibyu. Today is another day of idleness. How to deal with a sister who has a chinibyu. Perhaps I will visit the restaurant again tomorrow. How to deal with a sister who has a chinibyu. I still lack enough points to purchase the steel battle suit. Blade King. I have little to occupy my time as well. Princess of 1,000 Hands. It's wonderful. Tinflower and Kaisha seem so leisurely. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Meanwhile, I have been inundated with tasks lately. Princess of 1,000 Hands. I hardly find any opportunity to rest. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. I too have little leisure time. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. However, it has always been this way on the Great Wall. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Having been here for over a decade, I have grown accustomed to it. Surely, of course, not everyone can afford to be idle. Surely, finding something to do is still beneficial. Surely, although work is demanding, it is rather agreeable. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to the esteemed Carl. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Thanks to Carl, we were able to repel the demon hordes last time. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. It is because of him that I can continue serving as the commander of the Great Wall Guard. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. The authorities in Chang'an are aware of the situation in Guanxi. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Fortunately, the Empress has not imposed any penalties. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Thankfully, the damage in Guanxi was not extensive. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Truly, we owe it all to Carl. Surely. Oh, it sounds quite impressive. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Naturally. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Carl is simply the best. Passing Kamen Rider. Indeed, Carl is remarkable. Passing Kamen Rider. It was also thanks to Carl that I managed to rescue Natsumi. Passing Kamen Rider. Apollo Kest was also subdued and brought here by Carl. Passing Kamen Rider. I am immensely grateful to Carl. Surely. Well, it certainly appears that way. Surely. This individual has accomplished quite a lot. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Indeed. After all, he is Carl. Surely. Well then. Surely. By the way, are you a fan of his? You seem to always be defending him. Princess of 1,000 Hands. Absolutely. Carl raised an eyebrow upon reading the messages in the chat group. He recalled the storyline surrounding Mayano Shiho, which seemed far from pleasant, her sister's demise, and her own diminishment. Since he was already in the chat group, Carl decided to perform some good deeds. In a tidy office, Shiho Mayano sat resting in her chair, her attention drawn to a message in the chat group. Despite being aware of the formidable powers that Carl possessed, she remained skeptical about his claims regarding her future. After all, how could he possibly know anything about her fate, given that he had never ventured into her world? Their previous conversation had involved an exchange of information about how Carl resurrected others and details concerning Shiho's profession, but their dialogue had been cut short, leaving her with a lingering discomfort. Now, as she pondered Carl's words, she decided to humor the conversation, curious about what he might reveal about her future. Carl, have you taken 4,869 yet? Although Carl was aware that Sherry was indeed Shiho Mayano, he was uncertain of her current timeline, whether she had transformed into her younger self, now known as AI Hybera, or retained her adult form. He leaned toward the latter, as Shiho had previously identified herself as a scientist. If she were in her younger state, she would likely refer to herself as a student, but uncertainty lingered. She could be intentionally misleading him. On the other side, upon reading Carl's message, Shiho was taken aback and stood up abruptly. Why did he know about the drug 4,869? This particular substance was one she was intimately familiar with, having been its creator. Yet, how could someone from another world possess such knowledge? Was it possible he truly knew something about her future? Shiho quickly typed her response. Sherry, how do you know about that drug? Carl, I know because I have some insight into your future. Sister, what should I do about your Chinibyu? It seems that Carl might be privy to some extraordinary information. Blade King, I'm here observing. The passing Kamen Rider. It appears that Carl might know something significant. Sherry, what else do you know? Carl, first, tell me, have you taken this drug? Sherry, no. This drug is still in the experimental phase. As its developer, how could I possibly take it at this time? Carl, very well. Carl, however, in the future, you will consume this drug. Sherry, that is impossible. Carl, there is nothing impossible about it. I wonder if your sister is still around. Sherry, of course she is. How old do you think she is? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Carl pondered for a moment. It appeared that the timeline was still in its early stages. Chapter 65. Shiho Mayano's plan. Newcomers joined the group. Carl observed the message from Shiho Mayano and contemplated for a while. Indeed, the timeline seemed to be quite early. Many events had yet to transpire. The God of Humanity. At some point in the future, your sister wishes to leave the organization. The God of Humanity. However, she is ultimately murdered by the organization. The God of Humanity. Consequently, you ceased your research on the drug, and the organization imprisoned you. The God of Humanity. While awaiting your fate, you ingested 4869. The God of Humanity. Yet, you did not perish. The God of Humanity. Instead, you transformed into a child and escaped from the organization. Carl conveyed the information he had to Shiho Mayano. Surely what? Surely, is that true? Although Shiho Mayano sent such a message, she inwardly believed Carl's words. For she knew that her sister, Akemi Mayano, seemed reluctant to remain within the organization. If given the choice, Shiho would certainly prefer not to stay in this organization. After all, the two sisters had not voluntarily joined the ranks of the Black Organization. The Black Organization is a formidable criminal entity, wealthy and powerful, often recruiting promising individuals from the realms of science, finance, and medicine, covertly employing money to procure the development of mysterious drugs. However, Shiho and her sister were not part of this by choice. They were compelled into the organization following the death of their parents, who were affiliated with the Black Organization. Moreover, Shiho was aware that her sister's boyfriend, Daikijin, had betrayed the organization. It seemed the organization had not given up on assassinating him. As a result, Shiho and her sister moved to a new home. Later, her sister had also confided some peculiar thoughts to her. Thus, it was only natural for Akemi Mayano to wish to extricate herself from the organization. As for her own future, could it truly unfold as Carl had described? Would her sister meet her demise, and would she herself shrink in size after taking 4,869? This notion felt utterly tragic. The God of Humanity. Indeed, it is true. Surely. Well then, what should I do if my sister is a bit of a delusional character? This future seems rather bleak. Heavenly Blade King. It is certainly not a favorable situation. Passing Kamen Rider. Previously, Carl helped me, so I too shall assist others. If any other group members require help, I shall certainly lend a hand. Princess Senju. I shall do the same. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Army. Although my duties are quite demanding, if I find the time, I will also offer my assistance. Surely, thank you all. I would like to ask, when did my sister pass away? The god of humanity, after accepting the task to rob 1 billion. The god of humanity, the black organization feigned a promise that upon successfully completing the heist, they would allow you and your sister to depart from the organization. The god of humanity, yet, they seized the opportunity to kill your sister. Surely this. Sister, what should I do about her Chinibu? Initially, I believed that Shirley was a scientist, and that the world we inhabited was indeed a normal one. However, upon reflection, it appears otherwise. Tianren Wang, alas. How pitiable it sounds. Yet now that you have joined the chat group, you need not worry. Tianren Wang, the esteemed Carl, is extraordinarily capable. Tianren Wang, moreover. There are Kamen Riders and ninja warriors among us. They will undoubtedly rescue both you and your sister. Upon reading Sheikah's message, Carl raised an eyebrow. Is the world of Conan truly ordinary? Setting aside the protagonist, the traits of the Shinigami Elementary student inevitably lead to chaos wherever they go. Take Kyaga Kumakoto. For instance, catching bullets, halting a moving van with bare hands, and leaping several meters high. Is this the sort of individual one would encounter in a commonplace world? Even Carl, who had diligently trained his body and practiced combat since childhood, could not boast such combat prowess. The existence of someone like Kyaga Kumakoto cannot be classified as that of an ordinary person. In the world of Conan, at this moment, Mayano Shiho wore a rather grim expression. A mission to rob 10 billion yen? It seems that from now on, effective communication with her sister is imperative. Should any clues arise, she must intervene. If all else fails, she would have to utilize the chat group's features to issue a task. Mayano Shiho pondered deeply. Before long, she had devised a plan. After all, she had heard the members of the group discuss missions numerous times and had witnessed Kamen Riders posting tasks firsthand. Thus, she had some understanding of how to issue a task. Should an unexpected situation arise, along with the offering of a reward, a task could be posted. Furthermore, her world was merely a normal one, albeit with a slightly darker hue. Do not mention the god of the human realm who can traverse time. Even a mere ninja or warrior would easily dismantle the black organization. Though they are fearsome, they are but ordinary humans and no match for these extraordinary beings. As long as she remains vigilant regarding her sister's movements, she should be fine. Having established her plans for the future, Mayano Shiho entered the chat group. While she is not typically loquacious, for the sake of her sister and her own life, it is prudent to issue a task and provide prior notice. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if no one showed up when the time came. Surely, I have given it some thought. Surely, what Mr. Carl has mentioned seems indeed plausible. It could pertain to my future. Surely, many circumstances reveal clues. Surely, if something were to occur in the future, I hope everyone can assist me. Surely, our world is merely an ordinary one. Surely, firearms are the most formidable weapons we possess. Surely, the difficulty should not be insurmountable. A passing Kamen Rider, rest assured. Should the need arise, I shall certainly assist. Princess Kusanagi, I am too. King of the Blade. Although I wish to assist, it seems I am of little help. King of the Blade. Nevertheless, I will support you, Master Carl. In an instant, messages flooded in. Members with combat prowess eagerly offered their assistance, while those without combat abilities also expressed their willingness to help. Although Carl did not contribute to the conversation, if Shiho Mayano were to truly trigger a mission, he would naturally be inclined to lend his aid. The prospect of exploring other worlds while concurrently undertaking tasks to earn points and encountering characters from various narratives of his past life was indeed enticing. There was no reason for Carl to decline. Sherry, thank you everyone. The atmosphere in the chat group suddenly became inexplicably harmonious. Just then, a notification sound echoed through the chat. Chapter 66, Confusion and Excitement of the Newcomer. A newcomer has arrived? As Carl observed from the shadows, he noticed the chat group's notification. He raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight of the two names, Hot-Blooded Spider-Girl and Pink-Haired Vessel. The first name, Hot-Blooded Spider-Girl, sounded somewhat familiar. Spider-Girl. This moniker was quite recognizable, likely belonging to the female protagonist of a certain anime titled, So I'm a Spider, So What? The main character in that series bore the title of Spider-Girl. However, he pondered why this individual would adopt the nickname Hot-Blooded Spider-Girl. Hot-Blooded? Was that series particularly intense? It seemed to have its moments, though not as fervent as some other shows. As for the other individual, Pink-Haired Vessel, did the pink hair refer to their hair color? Pink hair was not uncommon in anime. Characters like Sakura Haruno from Naruto, Kusuwa Seiki from The Disastrous Life of Seiki K, and Inori Yuzuriha from Guilty Crown all came to mind. There were indeed many. Yet, the meaning of Vessel eluded him. The plethora of pink-haired characters made it difficult for Carl to ascertain the identity of this newcomer. He decided to observe what this newcomer would say before forming any conclusions. Sister with a Chinibu, another newcomer? Welcome, welcome. Sister with a Chinibu. The pace at which new members are joining the chat group is truly accelerating. King of the Blade. Welcome, welcome. Passing Kamen Rider. Oh, a newcomer has arrived? Welcome. Passing Kamen Rider. Speaking of which, the memories of my own entry into this group are still vivid. Passing Kamen Rider. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, I would become a senior. Sherry, welcome. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Forces, welcome. Newcomer. Princess Kusanagi, welcome, welcome. Hot-blooded Spider Girl, hello, everyone. Hot-blooded Spider Girl. May I inquire what this sudden chat interface appearing in my mind is? Hot-blooded Spider Girl. Could it be that all of you in this group have been reincarnated into another world? Pink-haired vessel. Greetings, everyone. Pink-haired vessel. Actually, I too wish to ask what this chat interface is. Pink-haired container. Furthermore, what does reincarnation mean? Surely, since no one is here to attend to the newcomers, allow me to take on that role. Surely, this is a chat group that connects different dimensions, enabling its members to communicate across worlds. Surely, if you have anything you wish to express, you can conjure it in your mind. Surely, the chat group features functions such as sign-in, a marketplace, points accumulation, and task issuance. Surely, by clicking the sign-in button in the top right corner, you can check in. Surely, the marketplace function is available. Shiho Mayano. Recalling the chat group's features as initially explained by Kaisha, combined with her own experiences over the past few days, provided a brief overview of the group's functions. In truth, Shiho Mayano was not naturally inclined to be so talkative. Even in the chat group, addressing the inquiries of newcomers did not quite align with her usual demeanor. However, now that she was aware of her impending fate, Shiho Mayano desired to accumulate more points to serve as a reward for tasks. Although it is said that points cannot be demanded, having more points is certainly preferable to having fewer, is it not? What if some influential individuals, who initially had no intention of accepting tasks, changed their minds upon seeing decent rewards? Thus, Shiho Mayano resolved to gather more points before issuing any tasks. Ding! Group member Shirley has resolved the queries of 2 newcomers, earning 200 points. As expected, the chat group rewarded her with 200 points. Shiho Mayano gazed at the chat group's message, a faint smile gracing her lips. With this, she had an additional 200 points to utilize when publishing her tasks. Passing Kamen Rider. What a pity, I was a step behind. Heavenly Blade King. I intended to say something as well, but I was a tad slow. Sister with CH Nibby. Hee, so was I. Sister with CH Nibby. I was also a bit slow. Passionate Spider. What is this? Passionate Spider. I've discovered something. Passionate Spider. That Passing Kamen Rider. Are you the illustrious Emperor Kaido? Passionate Spider. And the princess from the Senju clan. Are you the renowned Tsunade Heim? Passionate Spider. No way. This shouldn't exist. It must be a prank. Passing Kamen Rider. Oh? Passing Kamen Rider. As a newcomer, you actually know of me? Passing Kamen Rider. But what is this Kaido nonsense? Senju Princess. I am Tsunade. Senju Princess. This chat group truly exists. Senju Princess. If you don't believe me, you can sign in first. Senju Princess. Then, exchange something in the marketplace. Senju Princess. You probably won't be able to afford anything good. So I suggest exchanging for some currency from your world. Passionate Spider. Alright, I will give it a try. Ding. Group member Passionate Spider has successfully checked in, earning 7 points. In the reincarnated world of spiders, within the Great Elro Labyrinth, Spider had only recently been reborn. She glanced at the dark land before her and then re-entered the chat group. Is it possible to enter again? Is this truly not an illusion? I shall sign in and take a look. Although the notion of being reincarnated into another world is already quite incredible, the existence of a chat group feels rather surreal. The fact that one can indeed sign in and exchange points for currency is astonishing. Before long, Spiderchild gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the gold coins that materialized before her. Is this truly real? Skeptical yet intrigued, she exchanged another point for a coin, only to have another gold piece appear before her. Wow! Suddenly, Spiderchild exclaimed in surprise. It's genuine. This implies that the claims made by the individuals in the chat group are authentic. Moreover, there are even Sharingan and Rinnegan available in the shop. Do you wish to dance as well? Spiderchild placed a claw next to her eye, striking various poses. After a brief moment, she chuckled shyly, realizing she was being a bit overly dramatic. Not long after, she leapt with excitement once more. Truly, this chat group is magnificent. Not only does it include passing characters like Cardcaptor Sakura, but also Tsunade. And what about that so-called Chinibyu in the group? Could it be someone from Chinibyu, Love, and other delusions? In her memories, prior to her reincarnation in this foreign realm, she was a schoolgirl, an avid fan of gaming and anime. She possessed extensive knowledge and a deep fondness for all things related to the second dimension, be it Cardcaptor Sakura, the Evil King SI, or Naruto. Now, having been reborn into this world and joining a chat group where she could communicate with these characters, her excitement was palpable. Chapter 67. The Excited Spiderchild. What does death feel like? Upon realizing that this chat group was indeed real, Spiderchild felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly entered the chat. Instead of speaking immediately, she chose to glance at the list of group members. She was eager to see how many familiar faces she might encounter. The pink-haired vessel is someone who joined the chat group alongside me. I wonder who they are. Little Ming. Tsunade, what should I do if my sister is a Chinibyu? Could she possibly be the sister of the one who possesses the Evil King SI? Tianren Wang, the Great Wall Guardian? I've not heard of them. Sherry? That name rings a bell, though my recollection is vague. Perhaps it's from an anime I haven't watched. The name God of Humanity feels somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite place it. Contemplating this name, Spiderchild suddenly had a spark of realization. She leapt up in excitement. The God of Humanity. Isn't that a title for a superhero? Wow. This chat group is home to so many formidable individuals. Moreover, it appears that new members can continually join. How splendid. Eager Spiderchild. Wow. This chat group is genuinely real. Eager Spiderchild. Greetings, everyone. Eager Spiderchild. I am Spiderchild, who has been reincarnated into this world. I look forward to your guidance. Originally, she intended to introduce herself as a spider monster, but upon reflection, she realized that there might be ordinary people within the chat. It wouldn't do to frighten them. Thus, a more euphemistic expression was adopted. Speaking of which, the nickname of this chat group is rather delightful, Passionate Spider. Indeed, the Passionate Spider believes herself to be filled with fervor. She is a spirited young lady. The Passionate Spider. Ding. Group member Pink Container, sign in successful, earn 6 points. Pink Container. It truly can be exchanged for money. 1 point can be traded for over 10,000 yuan. Pink Container. Greetings, everyone. I am Yuji Itadori. Pink Container. Currently, I am attending the Kyoto Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. Pink Container. I look forward to your kind assistance. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. What a cheerful bunch. Commander of the Great Wall Guard. Hello, everyone. Please take care of me. Passing Kamen Rider. Please take care of me. God of Humanity. Welcome. What to do if my sister has Chinibu? Welcome, welcome. What to do if my sister has Chinibu? Speaking of which, the Jiu-Jitsu Academy. King of Heavenly Blades. Reincarnation into another world is quite intriguing. King of Heavenly Blades. However, upon further reflection, it is not so unusual. King of Heavenly Blades. After all, this chat group is already remarkable. King of Heavenly Blades. It comprises not only ordinary people, warriors, and Kamen Riders, but also figures like the esteemed Carl. King of Heavenly Blades. Reincarnation into another world is also acceptable. Princess Senju. Indeed, indeed, welcome, welcome. Upon hearing their words, Carl smiled gently. Now, there was no need for him to speculate. The introductions of these two individuals had directly revealed their identities. One was the Passionate Spider from So What If I'm a Spider? And the other was Yuji Itadori from Jujutsu Kaisen. Have two protagonists arrived? Carl was not overly surprised by their self-disclosure. Both individuals possessed extroverted and enthusiastic personalities. Of course, the Passionate Spider was very outgoing and warm when alone, in a crowd. However, well, the chat group at least concealed the presence of others. Nevertheless, the name Pink Container was indeed difficult to describe. Sherry, speaking of which, I am quite curious. Sherry, why do the titles of the two newcomers seem rather peculiar? Sherry, one is the Passionate Spider, and the other is the Container. Sherry, could it be that there is something extraordinary about you? Through her observations over time in the chat group, Sherry reached a conclusion. The nicknames within the chat group were not arbitrary. They held special significance. They represented either a role, a status, an ability, or a code name. Essentially, they bore some relation to the members in reality. Hence, she felt compelled to inquire. Passionate Spider, Passionate Spider. I reincarnated into another world and became a spider monster. The Passionate Spider felt no embarrassment in revealing her identity, for it was an undeniable truth. Naturally open-minded, she accepted this fact with ease, though she worried about startling the others. Pink Container. Well, the term container likely pertains to the cursed object I previously consumed. The powdered hair container. To put it simply, for some reason, I ingested something. The powdered hair container. Thus, it is also referred to as a container. Sherry. Well, that is quite astonishing. Sherry, it seems none of you are of ordinary stature. King of Heaven's Blade. It's not a significant issue, as I mentioned earlier. King of Heaven's Blade. Our chat group comprises all kinds of beings. King of Heaven's Blade. Therefore, even if you are extraordinary, it matters not. King of Heaven's Blade. Moreover, the chat group encourages us to assist one another. Little sister with Chinibu. Indeed, indeed. Passionate Spider. Wow. Passionate Spider. This chat group is fantastic. You are truly good people. Spider observed the messages from group members, clearly elated. Yuji Itadori felt the same way. At that moment, Spider suddenly recalled something and sent a message in the chat group. Passionate Spider. Passing by, Kamen Rider. I have something to inquire. Passionate Spider. Passing by, Kamen Rider. Passing Kamen Rider. What is it? Passionate Spider. I wish to ask. Passionate Spider. How do you feel when the enemy poses a death question? Passionate Spider. Is it like, finally, this fellow has asked, and the time of demise has come? Passionate Spider. Or perhaps, something akin to, hurry, ask quickly. Passionate Spider. Once you ask, you shall meet your end. Passionate Spider. Or is it, you finally asked this question? Passionate Spider. Or do you experience some other sensation? Spider, having pondered this matter for quite some time, finally articulated her query. Passing Kamen Rider. King of Heaven's Blade. Little sister with Chinibu. Sherry. Commander of the Great Wall Defense Force. God of the Human Realm. Carl, upon seeing Spider's message, revealed a faint smile. This question had not crossed Carl's mind before. Yet now, in retrospect, it seemed quite intriguing. He also remembered the catchphrase of Tsukasa Kadoya from his previous life, which he had found rather cool. Nevertheless, he was now quite eager to hear Tsukasa's response. In contrast to Carl, Spider's inquiry regarding the death question posed by Xiao Ming was a rather fascinating topic for those who understood. However, the others in the group remained oblivious. They were even unaware of what Spider was referring to, including Sherry. In the world of Conan, although there exist similar entities to Kamen Riders, they are, after all, not Kamen Riders. Moreover, even if they were Kamen Riders, they were not Xiao Ming. Other riders found it challenging to embody the essence of Xiao Ming. After all, Xiao Ming was also a formidable presence. Chapter 68. Xiao Ming is a genius, fleeing. Those members of the group who had not seen Kamen Rider naturally did not comprehend the meaning of Spider's death prompt. In truth, not only were they unaware, but Xiao Ming himself was also perplexed. He too was unclear about what Spider was saying. Passing Kamen Rider. Spider, may I address you as such? Passionate Spider. Of course, every member in the group is welcome. Passionate Spider. Although I am not quite certain why I have been bestowed with this title. Passionate Spider. Perhaps it is simply because I am a spider? Passing Masked Rider. So, Spider, regarding the death question you mentioned earlier. Passing Masked Rider. I have no idea what that is. Surely really? You don't know yourself? Sister with a Chinibu. That can't be right. Wasn't it Spider who was asking you the question? Pink-haired container. Although I don't quite understand, the notion of a death question seems rather impressive. Thousand-handed princess. I am curious. Passing Masked Rider. I genuinely have no clue what that is. Passionate Spider. Passionate Spider. It's impossible. The illustrious Emperor Kamen Rider. How could you be unaware of the death question? Passing Masked Rider. I truly don't know. Could you remind me? Passionate Spider. Alright. Passionate Spider. It's when the villain asks you who you are. Passionate Spider. You respond with great flair. Passionate Spider. I am merely a passing Masked Rider. Remember that. Passionate Spider. That line is undeniably cool. Kamen Rider. You are a genius. Surely. Sister with a Chinibu. Blade King. Pink-haired container. God of humanity. Passing Masked Rider. Passing Masked Rider. Spider, what are you talking about? Passionate Spider. The death question. Passionate Spider. Is there none? Kamen Rider's first reaction was one of speechlessness. When did he become so pretentious? Yet, upon reflection, he could recall that he often responded that way whenever someone inquired about his identity. However, Kamen Rider insists that he merely said it subconsciously, not intentionally. Yet, who would believe such a statement? Regardless, he felt the need to clarify. After all, this pertains to his reputation. If mishandled, it could lead to a social demise, right? What would the group members think of him if they believed he said it on purpose? There is even his benefactor, the great Carl, in the group. An explanation is imperative. Passing Masked Rider. Upon careful consideration, I realize there have indeed been such instances. Passing Masked Rider. However, I did not mean to say it that way. Passing Masked Rider. It simply came out naturally. Passing Masked Rider. That was what was in my heart. Surely, I never expected you to have such a quirk. Masked Rider. Sister with a Chinibu. Impressive. Blade King. Stifling a laugh. God of humanity. 666. Passionate Spider. I find that response quite cool. Passionate Spider. Kamen Rider. That line is incredibly cool. Well done. The pink-haired container. I too find the response of this Masked Rider quite impressive. The pink-haired container. He appears to be a good person. Surely, indeed. He is quite handsome and a good person. Younger sister. He is indeed handsome and a good person. Tianren Wang. He is quite dashing and a good person. Princess Senju. He is strikingly handsome and a good person. God of humanity. He is undeniably handsome and a good person. The homebody, Spider Girl, and the enthusiastic boy. Yuji Itadori genuinely believe that Xiao Ming's lines are quite cool. As for the rest, well, they are merely joining in the fun. Initially, when Xiao Ming realized what the question of death referred to, he felt a bit embarrassed. Now, it seems there are just a plethora of echoing voices. Even the esteemed Carl is present. Although he understands that the members in the group are joking, he still harbors thoughts of escaping. The passing Masked Rider. I suddenly have something to attend to. I must take my leave. The passing Masked Rider. Please continue your conversation. Farewell. Passionate Spider Girl. Why the sudden urgency? Passionate Spider Girl. All right then, goodbye, Carmen. Surely, it seems he has indeed fled. Younger sister. Indeed, he has made a hasty retreat. Tianren Wang. After all, that line is somewhat. The pink-haired container. I think it's quite cool. Passionate Spider Girl. Absolutely, it's filled with fervor. God of humanity. Indeed. Younger sister. 1. Tianren Wang 1. At this moment, Spider Girl noticed Carl, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and promptly sent a message. Passionate Spider Girl. Hey, are you a superhero? God of humanity. One could say so. I possess the abilities and attire of a superhero. Passionate Spider Girl. Wow. That is amazing. Passionate Spider Girl. I truly envy you. You can fly. God of humanity. There is no need for envy. I believe you will also become someone remarkable in the future. If he recalls correctly, this Spider Girl will ultimately become a deity. Passionate Spider Girl. Is that so? Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Passionate Spider Girl. Speaking of which, I have always wanted to ask you something. Recalling the earlier mortifying situation involving Minyatoshi, Carl raised an eyebrow slightly. God of humanity, go ahead and ask. Passionate Spider Girl. Why is it that the moment you put on glasses, you can become a normal reporter and no one else recognizes you? Passionate Spider Girl. After all, they have all seen you before. Ah, so it was this question. Carl chuckled. God of humanity. I am not Clark Kent. Passionate Spider Girl, huh? God of humanity. While I do possess Superman-esque abilities, my name is Carl Smith. God of humanity. Moreover, I am not a reporter for a news agency. God of humanity. I am a billionaire. Although Carl's current assets do not match those of Iron Man, he possesses several $100 billion, which is quite substantial. A billionaire, indeed. Passionate Spider Girl, huh? So that is how it is. Passionate Spider Girl. It seems this must pertain to a parallel universe or something of the sort. God of humanity. I may not be Clark, but I can certainly answer your question. The God of humanity. There exists a remarkable ability, known as hypnosis. The God of humanity. By wielding this power, one can conceal their identity. The God of humanity. At the very least, I can achieve this. The God of humanity. Of course, there may be other reasons as well. The passionate Spiderchild. Wow, so that is how it is. The mighty superhero is impressive. The God of humanity. I must admit, this Spiderchild is quite loquacious, reminiscent of characters from the anime I have watched in my previous life. Naturally, this may be related to the chat group, which exists within our minds. Chapter 69. Progress. The Water Group's Spiderchild. Carl recalls that the Spiderchild seems to possess the traits of an introverted girl. When alone, she is exuberantly self-entertaining. When in the presence of others, she likely exhibits a similar enthusiasm. Regardless, Carl continued to engage in the chat group. Within the chat group, the Spiderchild conversed animatedly with Carl. Observing her demeanor, she resembled a fan encountering her idol. Moreover, she did not limit her interactions to Carl alone, but engaged with others as well. Originally, the chat group, which had grown lively with an increasing number of participants, became even more animated with the Spiderchild's inclusion. After all, she seemed capable of conversing with nearly anyone. Furthermore, Carl discerned some intriguing hints. It appeared that the Spiderchild recognized certain individuals in the chat group. During her conversations with himself, Toka, and Tsunade, her emotions seemed to escalate. She even inquired about Toka's sister, as well as questions pertaining to Carl. It felt as though she was aware of their existence. Upon reflection, Carl considered the likelihood of this being true. Thanks to the Silver Superman template, Carl possessed an extraordinary intellect. Naturally, he was well versed in the plot of, "So, I'm a spider, so what?" Thus, he recalled that the Spiderchild had previously quoted lines from various anime and film characters. Among them were phrases from Tsukuyami and Toka, albeit with some alterations. Carl distinctly remembered her saying, "I am merely a passing spider, remember me." When she acquired the Evil Eye skill, she also uttered lines reminiscent of the Evil King's gaze. Additionally, there were scenes that hinted at the appearance of Spider-Man. Given that the Spiderchild harbored memories of an otaku, it seemed reasonable that she would be aware of characters from other worlds. After exchanging a few words with the Spiderchild, Carl began to observe discreetly. After watching for a while, he exited the chat group. Meanwhile, Isabella was still resting. More than 10 days later, Carl returned home. Isabella received a new script and was set to begin her work. Carl did not wish to impede her endeavors. During these days, the system's sign-ins yielded little of significance, merely providing mundane items, even offering safety supplies. Yet, they were still rather frivolous. On this day, he had already accumulated 50 years of sign-ins. In any case, Carl's current capabilities were sufficient. Moreover, the daily check-in is truly disappointing, offering nothing of genuine value. One cannot help but wonder what sort of rewards might be bestowed 50 years hence. Recently, Carl has engaged not only in activities with Isabella that he enjoys, but has also been participating in group chats. Naturally, he is keeping a vigilant eye on the developments concerning Tony Stark and the stock of Stark Industries. The Iron Man Mark II suit has already been produced, the very suit depicted in the film, devoid of color, which Tony nearly crashed while piloting due to ice. Carl had been closely monitoring the situation, prepared to intervene had Tony failed to regain power before the fall. Fortunately, the suit's power was restored in time, and Carl refrained from acting. Meanwhile, Stark Industries stock has been on a consistent decline, plummeting by 65 points, marking a historic low. Since acquiring shares in Stark Industries, Carl has never witnessed such a dramatic downturn. However, he remains unfazed. Once Tony ventures out in the Mark III, Carl will seize the opportunity to invest in Stark Industries stock. Upon noticing Tony at the villa, Carl entered the chat group. Sister with a Chinibu. Wow, I'm so exhausted. Sister with a Chinibu. After working all day, I didn't expect to feel this drained. Heavenly Blade King, you've worked hard. Sister with a Chinibu. It's not too bad, though I am quite tired. Nevertheless, the dishes I prepared turned out splendidly. Sister with a Chinibu. I heard the guests were extremely satisfied. Passionate Spider. Wow, that is wonderful. Passionate Spider. The restaurant's chef is truly remarkable. Passionate Spider. I envy you. You get to enjoy delicious meals every day. Passionate Spider. I, on the other hand, have to settle for those monstrous creatures. Passionate Spider, they are utterly awful. Heavenly Blade King, poor child. Sister with a Chinibu, that sounds dreadful. Sister with a Chinibu, how about I prepare some dishes for you when I cook later? Passionate Spider, yes, please. Passionate Spider, Sister Tomoka's cooking is exceptional. Recently, Spider has been quite active in the chat, becoming familiar with several members. Previously, Spider would occasionally share tales of slaying monsters and lament their unpalatable taste. On one occasion, as Tomoka was preparing a meal, she sent a dish to Spider via a red envelope. After tasting it, Spider showered her with praise. Consequently, Tomoka frequently sends culinary red envelopes to Spider, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the generosity, attempted to return the favor with a few red envelopes of her own. Naturally, Tomoka declined, and the points Spider offered were minimal, as she had not completed any tasks and could only accumulate points through check-ins. Nevertheless, it was a gesture of goodwill, sufficient at least to cover the cost of ingredients. Passionate Spider, hee, another delicious meal awaits. Thank you, Sister Tomoka. Sister, what should I do if she is a bit eccentric? No need to be polite, I'm glad you like it. Passionate Spider, hee, I really like it. Sister, what should I do if she is a bit eccentric? That is wonderful. Pink-haired container, wow, that is great. Pink-haired container, are you all about to have a meal? Pink-haired container, I am currently preparing to embark on a mission. Passionate Spider, a mission? Is there a reward? Pink-haired container, oh. This is my first time undertaking a mission, and I haven't heard anything about rewards. Passionate Spider, alright, good luck. Sister, what should I do if she is a bit eccentric? I recall that the world you inhabit, Itadori, is not a normal one, right? Exercise caution. Heavenly Blade King, good luck. Pink-haired container, thank you all very much. Pink-haired container, I'm almost at my destination. I must take my leave now. Pink-haired container, farewell, everyone. Passionate Spider, goodbye, and best of luck. Heavenly Blade King, farewell. Sister, what should I do if she is a bit eccentric? Wishing you smooth sailing. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, at this moment, Itadori Yuji, Fushiguro Megumi, and Kujisaki Nobara are seated in a car. The driver, an auxiliary supervisor from Kyoto Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, is named Ijichi Kiyotaka, a logistics personnel. Their purpose for this journey is to carry out a mission. Eating together is truly delightful. After completing the task, I too shall indulge in a hearty feast. Itadori Yuji gazes out at the scenery, brimming with enthusiasm. Soon, the vehicle comes to a halt. The group disembarks. Chapter 70. Executing the mission, Itadori Yuji's Reliance. 3 hours prior, our window confirmed the existence of a cursed womb. Personnel were evacuated, and the site commander ordered a lockdown of the facility. Residents within a 500-meter radius have been successfully evacuated. As a logistics personnel, Ijichi provides an overview of the situation to the trio. Mr. Ijichi, I have a question. At this moment, Itadori Yuji raises his hand for attention. Ijichi addresses his query and continues presenting the information. Prisoner Dormitory 2. If the cursed womb grows through transformation, it could potentially develop into a special grade cursed spirit. Special grade. Nearby, Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara are taken aback. However, Itadori Yuji appears utterly bewildered. Unable to restrain himself, he inquires. I still don't quite understand the grading system. After all, not long ago, he was an ordinary person, having only recently encountered sorcerers and cursed spirits. Allow me to provide an explanation that even a fool could comprehend. Nearby, Ijichi, as a logistics personnel, astutely begins to elucidate. Assuming ordinary weapons are effective against cursed spirits, Level 4 can be resolved with a wooden stick. Level 3 can be managed with a handgun. Level 2 might barely be won with a shotgun. Level 1 would find it precarious even with a tank. Special grade would require cluster bombs or carpet bombing to achieve a stalemate. Itadori Yuji, upon hearing this, is left in stunned disbelief. This is quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, he cannot help but speculate internally. Special grade. A carpet bombing of cluster munitions is necessary to achieve a stalemate. In the chat group, do any members possess the capability to contend with a special grade? There must be some who can, right? The much revered deity of the mortal realm, capable of resurrecting others, should be able to manage. However, warriors and ninjas may struggle. As for that passing masked rider, no concrete information regarding his combat prowess has been conveyed, leaving us uncertain of his capabilities. At that moment, Fushiguro Megumi spoke up. It would be prudent to dispatch a sorcerer of equal caliber to the cursed spirit for this task. Given the circumstances, a teacher like Satoru Gojo should have been assigned today. Where is Teacher Gojo? Itadori Yuji asked, scanning for his presence. On a business trip, Fushiguro replied. Such a high-caliber talent cannot be expected to linger at Jujutsu High every day, he added, elucidating for Itadori. Idachi interjected, regrettably. This industry often suffers from a shortage of personnel. We frequently find ourselves compelled to undertake tasks beyond our capacities. However, this incident is both urgent and extraordinary. Therefore, it is imperative that you refrain from engaging in combat. His demeanor grew solemn as he spoke. When confronting a special grade cursed spirit, There are but two options, flee or perish. Not only did Itadori, the novice, feel a chill at these words, but even Fushiguro and Maki, who were well versed in the world of jujitsu, changed their expressions. Submit to your fear. Do not forget, Itachi continued. Your mission is solely to locate and rescue survivors. At that moment, a voice called out from nearby. Excuse me, where is Ajing? A middle-aged woman was being restrained by personnel. Ajing, is my son Ajing safe? Upon witnessing this scene, Itadori's expression shifted dramatically. Itachi explained, she is a guardian here for visitation. He then addressed the woman, please return. The facility may have been poisoned. And this is all we can disclose at present. Why? How could such a thing happen? The woman's face paled as she bowed her head, weeping bitterly. Itadori, initially astonished by the overwhelming strength of the special-grade cursed spirit, felt a surge of determination upon seeing her plight. Clenching his fists, he declared to Fushiguro and Maki, we must save them. The two responded affirmatively, of course. The trio, filled with resolve, ventured into the dormitory. In truth, while Itadori was taken aback by the might of the special-grade curse, an entity that could only be equated to a cluster bomb carpet bombing, he did not dwell excessively on worry. After all, he possessed his own means of support. He had been signing into the chat group for over 10 days. Aside from the initial occasions when he exchanged points for money, he had not purchased anything else. Thus, he retained several dozen points, which he intended to reserve for survival. After all, being a sorcerer is an exceedingly perilous profession, and it is indeed prudent to retain some contingency plans. Moreover, he currently faces a special-grade curse, which he cannot hope to defeat. How is one to contend with concentrated explosives and carpet bombing? Thus, Yuji Itadori mused that perhaps he could issue a task and seek assistance from the members of his group. After all, there exists within the group an entity capable of resurrecting others, as well as a Kamen Rider, a being whose prowess is immediately apparent. The members of the group had previously discussed matters regarding Carl and the tasks, so he was aware that he could indeed issue a task and knew the procedure for doing so. This knowledge served as his lifeline. Although he yearned to become stronger through combat, he had only just joined the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, and growth requires time. With lives at stake, he could not stand idly by. Ultimately, Yuji Itadori resolved to honor his grandfather's last words, to strive to save more lives and to perish surrounded by the masses. Furthermore, Yuji Itadori had the ability to wield the power of twin faces. However, he could merely alternate between forms, lacking the capacity to control the other. Nevertheless, due to the immense danger posed by twin faces and the support of the chat group, he was reluctant to employ this power. As a digi served as their logistical support, he opened the curtain to shield their movements from the gaze of ordinary citizens, a precaution against the visibility of sorcerers in combat. Subsequently, Megumi Fushiguro summoned his Shikigami, the Inagami, to assist in locating the curse. Prepared, the trio entered their dormitory. However, they soon discovered something amiss. What was this? What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a two-story dormitory? Before them loomed not only the expected 2 stories, but also a high-rise building and a spacious street. Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki were baffled by this anomaly, while Megumi Fushiguro understood that this was the manifestation of cursed energy, creating a realm of existence. Yet, witnessing such an expansive domain was an unprecedented experience for him. In simple terms, the adversary they were about to confront was immensely powerful, surpassing any curse Megumi Fushiguro had encountered before. Unable to locate an entrance, Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki were momentarily flustered. Fortunately, Megumi Fushiguro was able to find an exit, allowing them to proceed. Chapter 71. Issuing a task, the passing Kamen Rider strikes. Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki traversed the vast building for a while, when suddenly, they stumbled upon several bodies lying in pools of blood. The sight was gruesome, so much so that at first glance, it was difficult to discern whether there were 2 individuals or 3. Upon witnessing this grim scene, their expressions changed dramatically. Yuji Itadori rushed forward to assess the situation. As he drew near, he noticed that the relatively intact body bore a name on the clothing, none other than the son of the woman who had stopped them prior to entering the dormitory. I must take this corpse away, declared Yuji Itadori, the son of the deceased. However, Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki held differing opinions. This individual was an irredeemable scoundrel. According to the intelligence gathered, he had been driving without a license and had fatally struck a young girl on her way home from school. Moreover, this was his second offense of driving without a license. Fushiguro harbored a profound disdain for such a person and was reluctant to transport the body. Upon learning this information, Itadori's expression shifted. The two began to argue. Are you two done yet? Even quarrels have their proper setting. Kujisaki interjected to halt their dispute. Just then, the ground beneath her suddenly opened up into a pit, and before she could react, she fell into it. Both Itadori and Fushiguro paused in their argument, startled. Nobara! Itadori exclaimed, still trying to grasp the situation. However, Fushiguro's expression darkened. With his experience, he recognized this as an attack by a curse. Impossible. The Shikigami, Inumaki, didn't he sense any cursed energy. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, he noticed his Shikigami, Inumaki, pinned against the wall, bloodied and lifeless. Fushiguro immediately shouted to Itadori, "We need to flee. We will find Nobara after escaping." Before he could finish, he became aware of a new presence beside them. This figure, clad in black and white, with wide, glaring eyes, was enveloped in a bizarre darkness. Itadori and Fushiguro stared in shock, feeling an overwhelming aura akin to a colossal mountain bearing down upon them, rendering their bodies immobile. This is undoubtedly a special grade, Fushiguro thought in disbelief. Itadori, striving to move, found himself utterly powerless. Suddenly, he recalled his grandfather's dying words. With a fierce roar, he drew forth his cursed tool and swung it at the curse. The cursed tool, a vessel for sorcery, possessed the ability to inflict harm upon curses. However, in an instant, Itadori's vision blurred, and his own hand was severed. Flying away from him, blood gushing forth. Not only was his hand severed, but the cursed tool was also cleaved in two. Both Itadori and Fushiguro stared at the blood-soaked arm, momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend what had transpired. After a brief pause, Itadori gathered his wits and hastily tore a strip of cloth to bandage his wound. At that moment, the curse unleashed a surge of cursed energy, resulting in a deafening explosion. A vast area of ground was devastated, resembling the aftermath of a bomb detonation. Fushiguro stood in stunned silence, realizing that this was not mere sorcery. The curse had merely released cursed energy to wreak such havoc. Meanwhile, the curse cackled maniacally. "Fushiguro! Fushiguro!" Itadori's voice rang out beside him. Fushiguro Megumi regained his composure and turned to his companion. He heard Itadori Yuji exclaim, "Take Nobara and escape from here. I will hold this guy off. Trust me, I have a way to defeat him." Fushiguro immediately countered, "How can that be possible? You only have one hand. How can you contend with a special great curse? Look, he is toying with us, completely underestimating our capabilities." Upon these words, Fushiguro glanced at the curse. Indeed, it showed no intention of attacking, instead cackling sinisterly in the corner. Yet, Fushiguro remained steadfast in his refusal to comply with Itadori. "No way." At that moment, Itadori turned to Fushiguro. "Believe me, I certainly have a method to defeat him." Without uttering another word, Fushiguro turned and walked away, for he understood that this was the wisest course of action. Moreover, Itadori had the ability to effortlessly switch between Sukuna's forms. If he transformed into Sukuna, vanquishing the curse before them would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. Remaining here would only serve as a hindrance in the face of a special great curse. However, contrary to Fushiguro's expectations, Itadori did not switch to Sukuna to confront the special grade curse. Instead, he chose to immediately enter the chat group. "Pink Container, fellow group members. Esteemed experts. Pink Container, I am in trouble. Pink Container, before me stands a special grade curse. Pink Container, its power is roughly equivalent to a cluster bomb, employing carpet bombing tactics. Pink Container, I implore any confident experts to lend their assistance. I am willing to offer all my points as a reward. Pink Container, all heroes of humanity who pass by, please help me." Ding. Group member Pink Container has posted a mission. Defeat the special grade curse. Mission reward, 83 points. Friendly reminder, this mission is extremely challenging. The chat group encourages members to assist one another. All members may accept the mission. Success. Itadori tightened his fists as he read the chat group notification. After all, it was his first time posting a mission, and he felt a bit anxious. What if he failed to post it? That would be disastrous. Now, he could finally relax. As for Carl and Xiaoming, Itadori had heard some stories from other group members. He knew that Carl had the ability to resurrect individuals, while Xiaoming could traverse different worlds. In Itadori's estimation, these two group members should possess the capacity to counter a special grade curse, which was why he had singled them out. Furthermore, he did not wish for his fellow members to sacrifice themselves in vain, given the formidable strength of the special grade curse. If these two were unable to handle it, it was likely that no one else could. At that point, he would have no choice but to resort to Sukuna's power. Hot-blooded spider. Oh dear, oh dear. Hot-blooded spider. What is this? What is this? Hot-blooded spider. A mission. Hot-blooded spider. This is my first time seeing something like this. It seems quite intriguing. Hot-blooded spider. Although I'm quite tempted, cluster bombs and carpet bombing seem a bit too exaggerated, don't you think? Hot-blooded spider. Perhaps it's best not to go. The difficulty is extremely high. The Blade King. Another task awaits. Although I am eager to participate, I can only serve as a deity of the human realm. What should I do about my sister, who is afflicted with a case of Chinibyo? Carl, my esteemed elder, please proceed to fulfill your role as the deity of the human realm. At that moment, Carl was also present in the chat group. However, before he could accept the task, a notification caught his attention. Chapter 72, Acceptance of the Task, Brother Xiaoming's Battle. In the world of Emperor Riders, Brother Xiaoming was taking a break at a photography studio, casually engaging in the chat group. He noticed a task posted by Yuji Itadori. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoming reflected on the recent interactions with Yuji in the group. He was not unfamiliar with him, recognizing him as a spirited young man and understanding the nature of curses. Moreover, Yuji had clearly articulated the formidable power of special-grade curses, which could unleash a barrage of cluster bombs capable of leveling entire areas. Though Xiaoming had never personally experienced the consequences of such bombardments, he believed the situation would not pose significant challenges. Most importantly, the task description included a friendly reminder stating, "Task difficulty is moderate." It seemed unlikely to be life-threatening. Thus, Xiaoming resolved to accept the task. After all, he had heard and witnessed the rewards Carl received for completing tasks, 100,000 points. Such an amount was exceedingly enticing. It would take countless days of check-ins to accumulate that many points. The prospect of earning such a bounty from a single task was undoubtedly appealing, especially since Xiaoming had long coveted the items in the chat group's shop, particularly the elusive Omamori card. Thus, he chose to take on the task. After all, Carl had already attained immense strength. The items from the chat group shop likely held little value for him. Furthermore, having completed several tasks, this one was Xiaoming's to claim. In return, he promised to prepare a few delightful dishes for Carl upon his return. With a smile, Xiaoming spoke to himself. After accepting the task, Xiaoming received a notification from the chat group. "Ding. You have accepted the task to eliminate the special grade curse." A subsequent message inquired, "You may teleport to the task world at any time. Would you like to teleport immediately?" However, Xiaoming chose not to teleport right away. It was best to inform Carl in advance, considering the assistance Carl had previously provided him. With this thought, Xiaoming entered the chat group. Passing by, the masked rider remarked, "Carl, please let me handle this task." The masked rider continued, "There are still many items in the shop that pique my interest. Once I complete the task, I shall return and prepare several dishes as compensation." The deity of the human realm replied, "Sounds good. If possible, I would love to have grilled meat, odin, and teppanyaki," he added. For Carl, there were few items in the chat group shop that captured his interest, and those that did were rather expensive. Even though he undertook the task given by Yuji Itadori, earning a reward of 100,000 points, Carl realized that it was insufficient to acquire the items he desired. For him, the opportunity to explore other worlds and encounter characters he had once seen in his previous life, while also lending a hand to save them, held far greater significance than mere points. If Wataru Kaido wished to go, he should be allowed to do so, as long as the mission was fulfilled. Moreover, Carl estimated that Wataru would likely face no danger. Thus, he held no particular thoughts regarding Wataru's actions. A passing Kamen rider expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Carl." Another Kamen rider reassured him, "Don't worry, once I return, I will immediately purchase the ingredients. After all, with the points awarded for the mission, I can easily exchange them for money to buy what I need. I'm off," proclaimed the rider, while the god of humanity encouraged him. "Good luck." The Blade King added, "Go for it, Kamen rider." And another chimed in, "You can do it." The spirited Spider Kid cheered, "Go, Xiaoming." Xiaoming, observing the chat records, couldn't he help but smile at the excitement surrounding the alternate world. He then addressed the chat group, "Let the teleportation commence." Ding. Teleportation initiated. As soon as he uttered those words, Xiaoming felt himself enveloped by an inexplicable force, causing the space before him to grow hazy. Having experienced world traversal before, he found this familiar. Soon, a notification from the chat group echoed. "Ding. Teleportation complete. You have arrived at the task world." At that moment, Xiaoming noticed that he was situated within a dilapidated building, its condition quite forlorn and antiquated. Not far from him stood a young man clad in a red and black uniform, his hair a striking shade of pink. "Is that a pink-haired container?" Xiaoming pondered. Nearby, an eerie figure in black and white emerged, its grotesque form exuding malevolence, unmistakably not human. "So this is the enemy? So this is what a curse looks like. It truly is repugnant." Turning his gaze toward Yuji Itadori, Xiaoming greeted him. "Hello, young man. I am a passing Kamen rider." Yuji Itadori was taken aback upon seeing Xiaoming, but once he heard the introduction, he immediately understood that this was the individual from the group who had accepted the task. With his palms pressed together, Yuji implored the Kamen rider, "That creature is the curse. Please help me eliminate it." Earlier, Yuji had attempted to attack the special grade curse with a cursed tool only to have his hands severed in the process. The gesture of prayer felt somewhat comical, but upon witnessing it, Xiaoming raised an eyebrow. Given that only Yuji and the special grade curse were present, it was clear to Xiaoming that Yuji had lost his hand to this monstrous entity. With this realization, Xiaoming confidently declared, "Leave it to me." As he fastened his belt around his waist, he then stylishly inserted a card into the belt, exclaiming, "Transformation." A passionate voice resonated in the air. The masked rider emerged, adorned with verdant compound eyes and magenta armor, enveloping Xiaoming. His head bore a striking resemblance to a barcode. The sight of the Kamen rider was awe-inspiring. For Yuji Itadori, witnessing the Kamen rider for the first time was a moment of sheer exhilaration. After all, the allure of the Kamen rider was undeniably captivating. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming drew his card sword from his waist and charged at the grotesque special-grade curse. At that moment, the curse, which had been cackling maniacally, paused in astonishment upon the sudden appearance of Xiao Ming. Its meager intellect failed to comprehend the emergence of this figure, yet it mattered little. The curse felt no aura of sorcery or oppressive malediction emanating from this individual. This implied that the person before it was merely an ordinary human. Although the curse could not fathom why an ordinary person bore such an insect-like appearance, such thoughts were of no consequence. With a sinister laugh, the curse made no movement of its body, yet its right hand swung upward with a sudden ferocity. A blinding golden light surged forth, hurtling towards Xiao Ming. The impact was thunderous, resulting in a colossal explosion. Chapter 73. Xiao Ming, Special Grade Curse, God Form. The sound of the explosion was deafening. This is bad. The Kamen Rider. Yuji Itadori exclaimed in his mind, recognizing the immense power of the special grade curse, which he had witnessed before. A mere utterance could unleash a devastating blast, leaving the ground within a 100-meter radius resembling a war zone. The hardened earth could be obliterated. How much more so the human body? At that moment, Yuji felt a deep concern for the Kamen Rider. After all, he was the one who had initiated the task in their group. If the Kamen Rider were to perish due to his assignment, Yuji would be profoundly saddened. He dashed towards the billowing smoke from the explosion, eager to ascertain Xiao Ming's fate. Do not worry, a calm voice resonated. Is the Kamen Rider unharmed? Yuji's heart soared with joy as the smoke began to dissipate. The magenta-clad Kamen Rider stood unscathed. Wonderful. The Kamen Rider. Xiao Ming cast a glance at Yuji but remained silent, acknowledging the curse's formidable nature. Just as Xiao Ming prepared to launch another attack, the curse lunged at him with ferocious speed, its claws aimed at him. The special grade curse's velocity was astounding. Before Xiao Ming could react, he was struck. Bang! Xiao Ming was sent flying by the force of the blow. Kamen Rider! Yuji exclaimed in alarm. However, at that moment, the curse turned its attention to Yuji, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Xiao Ming rose from the ground. Thanks to his transformation, he had sustained minimal damage. The speed of the curse was indeed astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming produced a card and inserted it into his belt. With the activation of the Masked Rider transformation, he transitioned from his original magenta form into the formidable red and black Kamen Rider. Glancing at the beleaguered Yuji Itadori, who was being mercilessly beaten, Xiao Ming did not hesitate. He retrieved another card and inserted it into his belt, initiating the attack drive. With a powerful thrust of his waist, the newly transformed Kamen Rider charged towards the curse with fervor. At that moment, the special grade curse had just sent Yuji Itadori flying, and a surge of golden cursed energy materialized in its grasp. Yuji, pinned against the wall and racked with pain, widened his eyes at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Xiao Ming appeared almost instantaneously before the special grade curse, his back turned to it, as if the curse were oblivious to his presence. Xiao Ming inserted yet another card into his waist. The ultimate attack drive activated, unleashing a current of energy that coursed through him. He then spun around with explosive speed, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick that struck the special grade curse. The impact sent the curse soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and leaving a trail of destruction that shattered the wall. Have I succeeded? Xiao Ming pondered, observing the curse. The Masked Rider was truly magnificent. Yuji Itadori, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of excitement. The oppressive force of the special grade curse had been overwhelming, rendering both him and Megumi Fushiguro immobile under its menacing aura. Throughout the confrontation, they had been in a state of terror, completely outmatched. Now, seeing Xiao Ming's counterattack that sent the curse flying, Yuji glimpsed the dawn of victory. Moreover, with the special grade curse incapacitated, the previously overwhelming pressure had significantly diminished. Just as Yuji felt the weight lift, a shadowy figure suddenly lunged towards Xiao Ming. It was a mass of golden cursed energy. However, despite the curse's speed, Xiao Ming, harnessing the power of Kamen Rider, was undeterred. He swiftly evaded the attack and approached the special grade curse, astonished to find that he had sustained little to no damage. To his surprise, the Kamen Rider's kick had seemingly lacked effect. Nevertheless, Xiao Ming did not succumb to disappointment. He recognized that the curse's speed was inferior to his own. Empowered by the might of Kamen Rider, he realized he could dismantle the curse without it ever laying a finger on him. It appeared that he needed to undertake more missions. This one was proving rather simple. 100,000 points. Here I come. Recognizing the disparity in speed, Xiao Ming swiftly devised a combat strategy. It was more of a straightforward approach, relying solely on his speed to launch attacks. Without hesitation, he charged towards the special grade curse, unleashing a flurry of blows. Bang, bang, bang. The figure of Xiao Ming flickered continuously, launching a relentless assault against the special grade curse. What is this? Could it be that Kamen Rider is striking? How impressive. It is utterly incomprehensible to me how he maneuvers with such agility. Beside him, Itadori Yuji gazed at the special grade curse, expressing his astonishment. In his eyes, the trajectory of Xiao Ming's movements was completely invisible. After all, he is the Kamen Rider. Though Itadori possesses cursed energy now, his strength is still vastly inadequate. Moreover, even if he were to reach special grade, he might still be unable to perceive the movements of Xiaoming. At this moment, Itadori could only witness the special grade curse and Xiaoming's figures flashing throughout the arena. The special grade curse was being repeatedly sent flying by Xiaoming, while Xiaoming, needing moments of respite, momentarily paused. However, the scene Itadori observed was that of the special grade curse being continuously struck down. Xiaoming, it appeared, was not being attacked. It seems that the esteemed member of the chat group is indeed formidable. If this continues, victory is merely a matter of time, Itadori mused. Yet Xiaoming, at this moment, harbored an ominous premonition. He realized that he seemingly could not inflict effective damage on the special grade curse before him. Although he was leveraging the power of Kamen Rider to press the attack, the opponent showed no signs of serious injury, remaining as vigorous as ever. Perhaps my offensive power is insufficient. Xiaoming retrieved a touchscreen device, inserted a card, and began to tap away. Kuga, Agito, Ryoki, 555. Ultimate Kamen Ride. He then assembled the touchscreen onto his belt. In that instant, 9 Kamen Rider cards appeared on his chest, while another card manifested above his head, the God form. Transforming into the God form, Xiaoming maintained his momentum. He removed the touchscreen and selected the Kamen Rider icon. Kamen Rider. In an instant, the 9 cards on his chest all transformed into Kamen Rider. Beside him, the form of Kamen Rider materialized. Xiaoming drew a card and inserted it into his belt. Ultimate Attack Ride. Xiaoming and Kamen Rider soared into the air. With a powerful rider kick, they charged towards the special grade curse. Chapter 74. Ineffective Attack, the Task Sneaking Spider. In the God form, Xiaoming executed Kamen Rider's rider kick. He and Kamen Rider moved with astonishing speed, akin to 2 bolts of lightning. They leapt high into the air and then plummeted instantaneously towards the special grade curse. In a mere moment, the rider kick struck the special grade curse. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The special grade curse was hit, and the wall behind it could not withstand the force of the mighty rider kick, shattering into countless fragments. Kamen Rider is incredibly cool. Itadori Yuji, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cheer fervently. After all, it truly was magnificent. However, at this moment, Xiaoming's expression remained tense. He realized that the special grade curse he had struck had not perished. No, it was not merely alive, even without inflicting any serious injuries. Could it be that the opponent's defense is simply insurmountable? How could it be possible? The Knight's kick of Kamen Rider is inherently a formidable strike. Moreover, Xiaoming, in his divine state, harnessed immense power. How could such a knightly blow fail to breach the defenses? Suddenly, Xiaoming's expression shifted, prompting him to retreat swiftly, distancing himself from the special grade curse. Almost simultaneously, the curse's sharp claws lunged toward the very spot where Xiaoming had just stood. However, at this moment, his speed was beyond the reach of his adversary. As the smoke dissipated, Yuji Itadori gazed in astonishment at the standing special grade curse, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could it be unscathed? The wall behind them bore a gaping hole from the kick, yet the special grade curse remained unharmed? Xiaoming furrowed his brow. Pondering the situation, he produced a touchscreen device and gently tapped it. 555, Kamen Rider 555. The cards on his chest transformed into 555, and he inserted another card into his belt. Ultimate Attack Ride. Instantly, Kamen Rider 555 manifested beside him, wielding a long spear, while Xiaoming brandished a cardbox sword. In an instant, 2 brilliant beams of light erupted. As the radiance struck the special grade curse, it was so blinding that Yuji Itadori could hardly open his eyes. Remarkable. Yuji tightly closed his eyes. Yet, mere seconds later, as the light faded, the special grade curse appeared to have suffered no significant harm. What could be the matter? Xiaoming sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. This should not be the case. The ultimate attack ride he employed was immensely powerful. While it may not have been expected to obliterate the special grade curse instantly, not even inflicting a serious injury seemed illogical. Yet, with no alternative, he had no choice but to continue the battle. Contemplating his options, Xiaoming cycled through various forms, engaging with the special grade curses. However, despite the magnitude of his attacks, the battleground resembled a demolished building, reduced to ruins, yet he was unable to inflict effective damage on the special grade curse. At this juncture, Xiaoming felt a surge of anxiety. 3 forms remained unused. He had exhausted all others to no avail. Meanwhile, Yuji Itadori suddenly recalled the knowledge disseminated by Adigi. Without hesitation, he shouted toward Xiaoming, Kamen Rider. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against these cursed spirits. You must employ attacks imbued with cursed energy. What? Xiaoming, taken aback by the revelation, felt a flicker of surprise. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of cursed energy, he speculated that it must be a unique power of this world. But Xiaoming, hailing from another realm, could engage in combat against villains. Yet how could he possibly wield the abilities of this world? This was perplexing. At that moment, Xiaoming found himself at a loss. If what the opponent claimed was true, his assaults seemed to bear little effect. No wonder. Despite employing numerous ultimate attacks, he had been unable to vanquish this formidable curse. Xiaoming initially believed his offensive power was insufficient, but it now appeared that he lacked the strength to inflict any harm. Awakening to this realization, he decided to relinquish his divine state, for sustaining such a form, particularly while wielding the ultimate mask, was quite taxing on his stamina. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoming resolved to summon the might of the Armored King in his normal state. Relying solely on the power of the Armored King would suffice to suppress his adversary. After all, lacking the necessary attributes, he could not eliminate the foe. It would be more prudent to adopt a more manageable form to exert control over the opponent. Indeed, by harnessing the power of the Armored King, Xiaoming was able to subdue the special grade curse. While he could not deliver fatal damage, he found the task remarkably effortless, consistently overpowering the entity. However, he understood that this approach was not a solution. The monster before him must be eradicated. With determination, Xiaoming delivered a forceful kick, sending the special grade curse flying. Subsequently, he connected his consciousness to the chat group. Passing Rider, Karu, an unexpected situation has arisen here. Could you come over? Passing Rider, God of Humanity. Hot-blooded spider, oh my. Hot-blooded spider. Passing Kamen Rider. Hot-blooded spider. Have you completed your task? Tian Ren Wang. Indeed. You have been gone for quite some time. Everything all right? Passing Rider. For now, there is no issue. I am continuously suppressing this special grade curse. Passing Rider, Karu. Could you come to this world to undertake a task? Karu observed the scene with some surprise, believing that with the power of Tsukasa Kadoya, overcoming a special grade curse should pose no challenge. After all, at this juncture, Tsukasa had already mastered the divine form. Yet, it appeared there were complications. However, under the condition of accepting the task, Karu was uncertain if he could still participate. God of Humanity, I can come. God of Humanity, I just wonder if I can arrive in this state. Passing Rider. Then Karu, why not give it a try? God of Humanity, all right. Thus, Karu attempted to accept the task. Beep. Group member God of Humanity has accepted the task. Eliminate the special grade curse. Sister has a Chinibu problem. Is it truly possible like this? Sister has a Chinibu problem. Can two individuals accept the task simultaneously? Tian Ren Wang. I am astonished. Hot-blooded spider, oh my. Hot-blooded spider. Does this mean the task cannot be accepted together? Hot-blooded spider. I read the task prompt, stating that everyone can accept it. Thousand-handed princess. Thousand-handed princess. Previously, all tasks were accepted by Karu. Thousand-handed princess. We just assumed that only one person could accept the task. Heavenly Blade King. Indeed, I believe that only one individual could undertake the mission. Heavenly Blade King. Otherwise, wouldn't I simply accompany the esteemed Carl to partake in the tasks? Reveling in the experience? Passionate Spiderling. So, that is how it is. Passionate Spiderling. Joining in on the tasks sounds quite appealing. Passionate Spiderling. Carl, being a Superman, undoubtedly possesses immense power. Passionate Spiderling. Carl, may I accompany you on a mission to observe? God of Humanity, feel free. Passionate Spiderling. Excellent. Passionate Spiderling. Thank you. Chapter 75. The Joyful Spiderling. Not the only one seeking to join the task. Reincarnated into the spider world. The Spiderling, elated by Carl's consent to accompany him on the mission, twirled in excitement. Hooray! I can witness the Superman and the Masked Rider. Moreover, I shall have the opportunity to explore another world. How delightful. As she spoke, her gaze wandered around her surroundings. Before her lay a dimly lit cavern, teeming with the remains of monstrous beasts. These creatures were truly hideous. I must venture into another world. Thus, the Spiderling resolved to accept the mission. Group member Passionate Spiderling has accepted the mission to eliminate the special grade curse. Ding. You have accepted the mission to eliminate the special grade curse. You may teleport to the mission world at any time. Would you like to teleport immediately? Wow. This notification resembles my system quite closely. Teleport, teleport. The Spiderling was filled with exhilaration. Ding. Teleportation commencing. Then, a mysterious force enveloped the Spiderling. The surrounding space grew strange and warped. Wow, this sensation is incredible. In the chat group, reactions varied upon witnessing the exchange between the Spiderling and Carl. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Wow. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? The Spiderling is truly going to join the mission. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I wish I could go too. Thousand Hands Princess. If you want to go, just go. Thousand Hands Princess. I just completed a task and have some free time now. Thousand Hands Princess. I will also go to see Carl. Thousand Hands Princess. Although this mission is extremely challenging, Thousand Hands Princess. With Carl around, there should be no issues. Heavenly Blade King. I am also somewhat inclined to join. Heavenly Blade King. However, it seems impossible for me to go. I shall attempt to sneak over. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I cannot go. I just prepared a meal and am currently dining. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Rika is dining with me as well. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Disappearing like this would be rather odd. Heavenly Blade King. That is true. Surely. Although I would love to go, It is perhaps wiser for me to stay and watch over my sister. Great Wall Guardian Commander, duties call. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Kaisa, Spiderling. Tsunade. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? Please take some photos and send them back. What to do if my sister is a Chinibu? I wish to see what the other world looks like. Thousand Hands Princess, no problem. Heavenly Blade King. If I manage to go, I will certainly take photos for you. In the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, the group member known as Princess Senju has undertaken the mission to eradicate a special grade curse. Yuji Itadori, upon encountering Xiao Ming, who had been consistently suppressing the special grade cursed spirit, suddenly finds him paralyzed in place. Seizing this opportunity, the cursed spirit charges forward, launching Xiao Ming into the air. Concerned, Yuji exclaims, "Knight, what has happened? Are you alright?" Facing a special grade curse is a rather daunting task for a novice like Yuji, especially with no one in the chat group to assist him, leaving him oblivious to the events unfolding within the chat. Regaining his composure, Xiao Ming, in his transformed state and unharmed, reassures Yuji, "Do not worry. This creature is no match for me. It will soon meet its demise." Logically, one would assume that Carl, as a being from another world, would be incapable of inflicting damage upon a special grade curse. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Ming harbors a conviction that Carl is capable of vanquishing the foe before them. Upon reflection, he muses that Carl, being a superhero, should at least be able to hurl the creature into outer space, from which it would presumably not return. Just as Xiao Ming speaks, Yuji is momentarily taken aback because he remains unaware of the happenings in the chat and how Xiao Ming intends to confront the special grade curse. At that moment, a voice pierces the air, "Hey, here comes the spider." Yuji turns in astonishment to see a peculiar figure not far from him, adorned in an unusual attire. The individual boasts platinum hair and wears a black combat suit, with armor layered over it. Beside this figure is a red and white spider. Who could this be? Is that spider a pet or a curse? Yuji's mind is flooded with questions, yet his inherently kind nature prompts him to warn, "Danger. Quickly leave this place." After all, the armored maiden is evidently human, not a curse. However, instead of heeding his warning, the maiden gazes at Yuji and greets him, "Hello. Are you the pink-haired vessel? I am Tsukumo, pleased to make your acquaintance." At this moment, Yuji realizes that not only is the armored maiden speaking to him, but the spider-like entity beside her is also conversing. In a state of confusion, Yuji struggles to comprehend the situation, but soon recalls that the title pink-haired vessel is indeed his nickname within the chat group. Thus, it dawns on him that these two individuals must be members of the chat group. The individual who entered the group alongside me is none other than a creature known as the Passionate Spider. Just as Yuji Itadori was about to utter something, a voice resounded, "You all actually arrived before me." Turning around, he beheld a figure floating in midair. It was a handsome man with black hair and dark eyes, clad in a form-fitting outfit adorned with an emblem on his chest and a voluminous black cloak billowing behind him. A superhero, perhaps? Yuji instinctively pondered. At that moment, a blonde girl, presumably a member of the group, dashed towards the airborne figure. "Karl-kun." The man glanced at her and descended gracefully to the ground. "Tsunade. Long time no see." "Indeed, it has been a while," Tsunade replied, a smile gracing her face. "Karl-kun, you remain as striking as ever." At this juncture, Spider spoke up to greet everyone. "Greetings. I am the Passionate Spider. You may simply call me Spider. I look forward to your kindness. I am Tsunade, a princess of the Senju clan. I also hope for your benevolence." Although Yuji was bewildered by the unfolding events, he felt compelled to introduce himself as well. "I am the pink-haired vessel, Yuji Itadori. Please treat me kindly." "I am Carl," came Carl's soft reply. "Wow," Spider exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Carl Dao, you are indeed not the superhero I had imagined. Yet, this appearance aligns even more closely with my aesthetic preferences." Chapter 76, Spider Takes Action, Task Accomplished. Upon hearing Spider's words, Carl was slightly taken aback. In his recollection, Spider seemed to be lively and cheerful only when alone. When engaging with others, she typically exhibited a more cautious demeanor. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long, having previously interacted with Spider in the group chat. However, this version of Spider possessed an enhanced beauty, reminiscent of an animated character with large eyes and what appeared to be a pair of rabbit-like ears atop her head. "Hello, Spider and Yuji," she said, her gaze fixed in astonishment on Carl. "Carl Dao, you can actually understand me?" Carl, somewhat perplexed, answered, "Of course." Tsunade chimed in. "Not only can Karl-kun understand you, but I can as well." Nearby, Yuji raised his hand, adding, "I can understand too." "Ah," Spider exclaimed, bashfully covering her face and murmuring, "That shouldn't be possible. Previously, communicating with other creatures in the labyrinth was quite challenging, and I was unable to converse with humans at all. It makes no sense that I can now communicate with people. I thought others wouldn't understand me." Her voice was barely above a whisper, so Tsunade and Yuji barely caught her words. However, Carl heard her clearly. It seemed her personality aligned closely with his initial assumptions. With a smile, Carl explained, "I believe this is one of the functions of the chat group. After all, we all hail from different worlds. It would be rather absurd to meet and be unable to communicate. Ah, I see, Spider replied, conceding the point. The chat group truly exhibits a remarkable sense of warmth. Just as she was midway through her thoughts, Spiderchild became aware that Carl might have overheard her previous remarks. This realization sent a wave of shyness coursing through her. For in her recollections, she identified herself as a recluse. Even without social anxiety, she seldom engaged in conversation. When conversing, a more formal tone would surely be appropriate. Yet her earlier words had been rather too casual. Consequently, Spiderchild opted to remain silent, crouched in a corner. Carl chuckled softly, undeterred by her demeanor. Tsunade stood beside him, her expression radiating a gentle smile. At that moment, Carl's attention was drawn to the intense skirmish between the special-grade cursed spirit and Motoi Ryusuke. With his extraordinary vision, he could clearly discern the flow of their battle, revealing that Motoi Ryusuke was maintaining the upper hand. However, the special-grade cursed spirit appeared to be sustaining minimal damage. Mr. Superman, came a sudden voice from Yuji Itadori. What's the matter? Yuji responded with a hint of anxiety, for superhero comics and films were immensely popular in their realm. Although he wasn't much of a comic reader, he had certainly seen his fair share of Superman films and was well aware of Carl's identity. After all, he was Superman. It was unlikely that any young boy was oblivious to his existence. In their childhood, Superman had been an idol for many. Yuji felt a surge of nervousness. Initially, in the chat group, he had seen Spiderchild inquire about Superman to Carl and had been somewhat perplexed. Little did he know that God of Humanity was one of Superman's titles. Now, however, he understood the reason behind Spiderchild's curiosity. Although the Superman before him differed somewhat from his childhood impressions, as a citizen of Japan, he naturally wished for Superman to embody the traits of dark hair and eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Yuji spoke up. Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering how you all came to be here. Isn't this task meant for the Kamen Rider? Ah, he summoned us, Carl elucidated. It appears that tasks from the chat group can be undertaken by multiple individuals. I see. Yuji responded, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. However, the mention of the task caused a flicker of tension within him. Mr. Superman, it seems that this special grade cursed spirit can only be effectively harmed through cursed energy. That's why Kamen Rider's attacks seem ineffective. Indeed, Carl nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that this was a known principle within the world of Jujutsu. Cursed energy was the unique power intrinsic to this realm. According to their understanding, curses emerged from humanity's negative emotions. Furthermore, as an outsider, Carl was uncertain whether Motoi Ryusuke and his companions could wield cursed energy. However, he had never doubted his own ability to harness it, for he possessed the Silver Superman template, renowned for its limitless potential. As long as he desired a particular ability, it would naturally manifest. 2 seconds later, indeed, Carl had mastered the art of curse energy. At that moment, the Spider-Girl had calmed down and noticed that Xiao Ming was engaged in battle with a special-grade curse. Was this truly a special-grade curse? It was an unsightly monstrosity. Even more repugnant than frogs and snakes, despite its humanoid shape. It was clearly unappetizing. The earlier remarks had been overheard by Carl, leaving him in a somewhat awkward position. Consequently, the Spider-Girl scuttled towards Xiao Ming and the curse, moving with her 8 legs. When she was near enough, she launched a strand of silk. However, her webbing struck the ground instead of the intended target. The speed of the special-grade curse was astonishingly swift. Was it really so fast that she could not discern its movements? Taken aback, the Spider-Girl decided to use her identification skill on the special-grade curse. Unable to identify such a high level, she was utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, Xiao Ming had already noticed Carl and the others. After all, he was handling the battle with ease, utilizing the acceleration of the Armored King to evade any attacks. With a swift kick, he sent the special-grade curse crashing into the wall. Xiao Ming called out to Carl. Hey, Carl, I could use your help. I can't seem to deal with this creature. Understood, Carl replied, nodding. After all, one of his purposes for coming to this world was to complete tasks. Having acquired curse energy, he had been poised to act, but seeing the Spider-Girl take action, he hesitated. Yuji Itadori interjected, Superman, this special-grade curse can only be defeated with Jujutsu. Just as he finished his statement, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ding. Group member, God of Humanity, has completed the task of exterminating the special-grade curse, earning 72 points. Task rated as A, additional reward of 100,000 points. Ding. Group member, Passing Kamen Rider, has completed the task of exterminating the special-grade curse, earning 9 points. Task rated as A, additional reward of 1,000 points. Chapter 77, Rewards for Everyone, Chef Xiao Ming is online. Task rated as A, additional reward of 100 points. Ding. Group member, Princess of 1,000 Hands, has completed the task of exterminating the special-grade curse, earning 1 point. Task rated as A, additional reward of 100 points. Had the task truly been completed? Yuji was momentarily taken aback. As the task's requester, he could naturally see the notifications. However, what was this? How could it be that the Kamen Rider had been unable to do anything, and Superman had not intervened, yet the task was still accomplished? It was impossible. That special grade curse was still right there, was it not? With this thought, Yuji instinctively turned to look towards Xiao Ming and the battle with the special grade curse. At that moment, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The figure of the special grade curse suddenly erupted without warning, shattering into a cloud of dust. Until the last remnants of the powder dissipated, a figure clad in black, draped in a voluminous cloak, finally emerged, Carl. So, it is indeed Mr. Superman who has dealt with the special grade curse? Yuji Itadori could not ascertain this, as he remained unaware of Carl's involvement. Yet, the scene before him indicated that Carl had appeared at the location of the special grade curse, and the mission was complete, with the curse seemingly vanquished. He slowly began to make his way toward Carl. When Spiderchild received the mission prompt, surprise washed over her. Then she beheld the special grade curse shatter, with Carl making his entrance. Wow, what just happened? Did the great Carl resolve the special grade curse? It seemed likely. Given that most of Xiao Ming's prior assaults had proven ineffective, Carl truly was formidable. With a sense of admiration, Spiderchild utilized her appraisal skill on Carl. Unable to appraise. Ah, well, I suspected as much. With a hint of resignation, she waved her hand. Previously, even the appraisal of the formidable Kamen Rider had failed. How could one expect success with the even stronger Carl? Nevertheless, driven by curiosity about Carl's attributes, she took a chance on the appraisal, only to find it futile. However, merely tagging along to complete the task had unexpectedly garnered her 101 points. Quite impressive. Upon witnessing her increased score, Spiderchild's spirits soared once more. Yet, among all present, the one most astonished was undoubtedly Xiao Ming. He had battled the special grade curse for an extended period. Although he had maintained dominance throughout, he was painfully aware that he had inflicted little in the way of significant harm. He felt a bit helpless. He had deployed his most powerful techniques, but to no avail. To prevent exhausting himself and risking injury, and out of trust in Carl, Xiao Ming chose to seek assistance in the chat group. He firmly believed that Carl possessed the capability to vanquish this special grade curse. However, he could hardly have anticipated that, in the very moment he requested Carl's aid, the latter would swiftly eliminate the foe. Xiao Ming had previously engaged in a prolonged struggle with this special grade curse, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Did Xiao Ming not have any pride? Although Carl was indeed impressive, the speed of his triumph felt almost excessive. There were not even remnants of a battle to observe. At the very least, one would expect to trade a few blows with the enemy. Yet, upon Carl's arrival, the adversary was already defeated. Did this not render his own efforts seem trivial? Xiao Ming felt a pang of discomfort. Nevertheless, upon noticing the points awarded, his mood brightened once more. Although he had anticipated receiving 100,000 points, the actual reward of 1,000 was considerably lower. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of disappointment upon first glimpsing the reward, especially when he saw the chat group notification. The esteemed Carl's reward of 100,000 points is indeed remarkable, and one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. His rewards are 100-fold what others might receive, a source of admiration for anyone. Yet, Xiao Ming is a person of cheerful disposition, understanding that fretting over such matters serves little purpose. After all, acquiring 1,000 points is already substantial, considering that points in the chat group are primarily earned through attendance checks. Additionally, there are points given for explaining the chat group rules to newcomers. However, newcomers do not appear daily. When they do come, it is not guaranteed that Xiao Ming will have the opportunity to explain. He had intended to explain last time, but was a moment too late. Moreover, Xiao Ming is a person of refinement, and it is beneath him to compete with a throng of girls for such rewards. The 1,000 points from this task would require attendance over 100 days to accumulate, which is not insignificant. Relying solely on attendance checks, Xiao Ming might find himself waiting indefinitely to obtain the coveted Omak card. Hence, he must resort to completing tasks. Through this experience, Xiao Ming has discovered an expedient method for amassing points, participating in others' tasks. He naturally witnessed the dialogue between Carl and Spider, as he was present in the chat group at the time. Otherwise, how could Xiao Ming, endowed with the powers of the Armored King, have been susceptible to attack? Observing the interactions between Carl and Spider, as well as the rewards bestowed upon Spider and Tsunade, ignited in Xiao Ming a desire to partake in their tasks. Nonetheless, his pride forbids him from merely taking advantage of others' efforts. Each time he embarks on a task, he strives to contribute meaningfully, alongside preparing culinary delights for Carl. In this manner, even if he encounters tasks beyond his capabilities, such as facing an overwhelmingly powerful foe or attempting to resurrect someone, he can still earn points. From the points acquired through Spider and Tsunade, it appears that the base rating for task completion is the minimum score of 100 points in a successful task scenario. After all, since their arrival in this world, Spider and Tsunade have remained relatively inactive. Thus, Xiao Ming surmises that this base rating is indeed the lowest achievable when completing tasks, though this remains speculation on his part. Now that he has resolved to prepare meals for Carl, diligent preparation is in order. Indeed, prior to his arrival, he had promised Carl to commence his cooking upon return. With the persona of a skilled chef awakened, Xiao Ming possesses great confidence in his culinary abilities. The defeat of the special grade curse was no surprise to Carl, as this particular curse is not especially formidable, merely a special grade curse spirit that appeared in the early stages of the sorcery world. Nevertheless, it remains a bona fide special grade entity. With effective attack, a cluster bomb could neutralize it. However, for Carl, such a challenge is utterly trivial. The task is complete. They are now free to leave the world of curses at any moment and return to their own realm. However, Carl did not immediately choose to return. Chapter 78. The Plan of Duality and Unexpected Events. After completing the task, Carl lingered rather than heading back home. After all, departing so soon after arriving would leave him with little experience of this new world. There was no one waiting for him back home. So staying to observe this alternate reality and its inhabitants seemed quite appealing. Moreover, Shinobu, Tsunade, and Aoki had not left either. Tsunade approached Carl with a smile, saying, "Carl-kun, you are still as impressive as ever." Indeed, Shinobu bounced nearby, exclaiming, "Carl is amazing." Aoki walked over, nodding in agreement, for after all, he was Carl. It was then that Yuji Itadori approached Carl, bowing politely and expressing his gratitude to everyone for their assistance. Carl, upon seeing this, helped him up, saying there was no need for such formality, as dealing with that special grade curse had required minimal effort. The chat group had awarded points for their contributions, and Carl was quite delighted to explore this new world. Furthermore, he had mastered the coordinates of every realm he had visited during his missions. In the future, should he wish to return, even if there were no tasks posted by the current members of the realm, he could rely on his own ability to traverse worlds. Carl had come here by choice. Yuji Itadori was being overly courteous. Yes, no need for such formality, he reassured. Shinobu, a bit shy, remarked, "Although I came here to join in on the task." Aoki was conversing with Yuji when Carl's gaze fell upon Yuji's severed hand, causing him to frown. Despite Yuji being a physically capable high school student, he was still an ordinary human. Regenerating a severed limb was beyond his capabilities. To restore that hand, it required the intervention of a special grade curse, Ryaman Sukuna. After all, curses operate differently from humans. They can easily harness cursed energy to mend their forms. Of course, at present, Yuji could also utilize points from the chat group to heal his injuries. Before Carl could speak, a voice echoed, "Who are you? You don't resemble a sorcerer, nor do you seem like a curse." The voice emanated from Yuji but was distinctly not his own, sounding rougher than his usual tone. Suddenly, Shinobu pointed at Yuji in shock, exclaiming, "Wow! It turns out, Container-kun, you have more than just two eyes." Additionally, there was a mouth that had manifested, truly remarkable. The others paused, turning their attention to Yuji, who at that moment had an extra eye and mouth beneath his right eye. The newly formed eye was a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of malevolence. Aoki frowned, asking, "Yuji, what is going on?" Tsunade also looked at Yuji with surprise. Unlike Shinobu, they were not ready for such an extraordinary revelation. It is believed that the peculiarities of Yuji Itadori, possessing an additional eye and mouth, set him apart from the ordinary. Previously, Yuji appeared entirely normal. However, the words emanating from this mouth were distinctly uncharacteristic of Yuji, both in tone and timbre, resembling those of another individual entirely. Only Carl understood the truth. It was not Yuji speaking, but rather the special grade curse residing within him, Sukuna, known as the King of Curses. The moniker bestowed upon Yuji in the chat group was that of a vessel, which likely elucidates this peculiar situation. After all, within the realm of sorcery, there are indeed those who refer to Yuji as a vessel. My apologies. Yuji extended his hand to shield Sukuna's eyes and mouth. With a hint of embarrassment, he explained, "This is the curse within me." A curse? Spiderchild exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, likening it to the monstrous being encountered earlier. At that moment, beneath Yuji's left eye, Sukuna's mouth and eyes re-emerged, casting an ominous grin towards Carl and his companions. Although neither a sorcerer nor a curse, there was an undeniable aura of strength about him, suggesting that eliminating them would yield a unique sensation. All that Yuji had recently endured, executing the mission, confronting a special grade curse, encountering inexplicable individuals, and vanquishing the curse, was fully known to Sukuna. He was already prepared for Yuji to cede control and confront the special grade curse. After all, Yuji and the diminutive companion at his side were far from being capable adversaries against such a formidable foe. Yuji had previously mentioned that to deal with a special grade curse, one must summon Sukuna to the forefront. Although Sukuna despised constraints and was particularly irked by the notion that Yuji could readily relinquish control, he had no choice. The sovereign of this body was not Sukuna, but Yuji himself. Moreover, Yuji had the ability to switch personas at will, a maneuver to which Sukuna was utterly defenseless. Yet, Sukuna harbored his own intentions. Without his intervention, Yuji and his allies would undoubtedly stand no chance against the special grade curse. Thus, he resolved that if he were to emerge, he would ensure the demise of Yuji's companions. However, to his astonishment, after Yuji's allies fled, this fellow did not summon Sukuna, but instead unexpectedly summoned an individual clad in peculiar armor. Though this person moved with remarkable speed, so swift that Sukuna could barely discern their form, they lacked the power to eliminate the curse. In that instant, Sukuna felt a sense of relief. He could easily perceive that the armored individual possessed insufficient cursed energy to eradicate the special grade curse. Consequently, they posed no threat to him. Yet, he was unprepared for the arrival of several more individuals shortly thereafter. One of them, clad in an eccentric form-fitting suit, effortlessly dispatched a formidable curse in an instant. The speed was such that he, too, could not perceive it. Out of curiosity, Ryaman Sukuna was about to speak. Moreover, he noticed that these individuals shared a close rapport with Yuji Itadori, seemingly having known him for quite some time. Thus, it was reasonable to assume they would take Itadori into consideration, refraining from taking action against him. Kill us? Carl remarked, gazing into the single eye of Ryaman Sukuna. If you can manage that, then by all means, proceed. However, for now, you should obediently retire to slumber. You bastard. Do not issue commands. Before Ryaman Sukuna could finish his retort, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and thereafter, he was plunged into oblivion. The Spiderchild exclaimed in astonishment that eye and mouth have vanished? Huh, really? Yuji Itadori inquired, touching his face in profound surprise as he turned to Carl, his expression one of disbelief. Carl, did you let him go? Indeed, Carl affirmed with a nod. Chapter 79, Carl, Healing Wounds. Carl, you are truly remarkable. How did you accomplish that? Yuji Itadori was astounded. Though he could control his own body and even switch Ryaman Sukuna in and out at will, he could not prevent the latter from speaking. Thus, he could only cover Sukuna's mouth with his hand. Yet, he had not anticipated that Carl could command him. Ryaman Sukuna often displayed an arrogant demeanor, frequently uttering remarks that displeased Itadori. However, Itadori could not command him. Hence, he was exceedingly curious about how Carl had achieved this. It's nothing, merely a form of hypnosis. Carl replied nonchalantly. Impressive. Yuji Itadori exclaimed, his face alight with wonder. Mr. Superhero, could you teach me hypnosis? Probably not. It is likely a matter of innate talent. Oh well, Itadori replied enviously. Such a talent would be splendid. If only I could possess that ability, I could silence Sukuna at any moment. Carl cast a glance at him and spoke. Are your injuries not of concern? You should visit the chat group shop for treatment. Ah, Yuji Itadori responded, glancing at his hand, momentarily forgetting about it. I will check the chat group right now. With that, Yuji Itadori entered the chat group. Noticing this, Carl hesitated. Having initially intended to grant Itadori some points, possessing an excellent memory, he recalled that Itadori currently had no points left, as he had expended them all on a previous task. Just as Carl was preparing to offer him some, Itadori had already entered the chat group. As expected, after a few seconds, Yuji Itadori appeared dejected, saying, "This won't do. I have no points left. The chat group assessment indicates that my injuries require 110 points for treatment." Carl glanced at him. No worries. I will give you 110 points. No need, Carl. Yuji Itadori quickly declined, feeling embarrassed. After all, Carl had come to assist him today, and now that the task was complete, he felt it inappropriate to accept. Is it appropriate for him to take Carl's points? It feels a bit inappropriate. However, it matters not, for I have an abundance of points, 110, to be precise. Carl possesses hundreds of thousands of points, so he is hardly in need of this mere 110. Furthermore, I have recently completed a task and acquired an additional 100,000 points. The task was assigned by Yuji Itadori. Bestowing 110 points upon him is entirely permissible, especially since Carl wishes to do so. Thus, disregarding Itadori's refusal, he entered the chat group and sent Yuji Itadori a special red envelope containing 110 points. Surely, congratulations, Mr. Carl. You have successfully completed yet another task and amassed a substantial amount of points. Surely. But what is the story behind this red envelope of points? Sister with a Chinibu. Oh right. Why did you send a red envelope to Itadori? Blade King. Alas, how unfortunate. Before I could find an opportunity to escape, our esteemed Carl has already completed the task. Blade King. I envy Tsunade and Spider-Girl. I too wish to partake in the tasks. Passionate Spider-Girl. Mr. Carl. Blade King. What does that mean? Passionate Spider-Girl, a forever deity. Blade King. 666. Blade King. Mr. Carl. Passionate Spider-Girl. Indeed. Passionate Spider-Girl. The hand of the pink-haired vessel has been severed. Passionate Spider-Girl. It requires points for repair in the shop. Passionate Spider-Girl. However, he has just released a task. Passionate Spider-Girl. Thus, Mr. Carl has sent him points for healing his injuries. Surely, Mr. Carl, unexpectedly, you are quite the good Samaritan. Sister with a Chinibu. So this is how it is. Sister with a Chinibu. I was curious why Mr. Carl would send a red envelope to the pink-haired vessel. Sister with a Chinibu. Itadori, feel free to seek treatment. If you lack points, I can also offer you some. Sister with a Chinibu, for the pink-haired vessel. Blade King. I too. After all, we are all members of this group. Yuji Itadori, having joined the chat group in recent days, has occasionally conversed with the members. Everyone knows he is a spirited youth, and now, with his hand severed, they naturally wish to assist him. In the world of jujitsu, Xiao Ming, Spider-Girl, and Tsunade are also persuading Yuji Itadori, as healing his injuries is paramount. Upon hearing this, Itadori agrees. However, he feels somewhat embarrassed to request Carl's points. After pondering, he speaks, "Let us consider it a loan from Mr. Carl. I will repay him when I have the means. Now, go and receive treatment." Thus, Yuji Itadori entered the chat group, just in time to see many members offering him points for his treatment. This gesture deeply moved him. Pink-haired vessel. Thank you, everyone. Pink-haired vessel. However, Mr. Carl's points are sufficient. No need for others. Sister with a Chinibyu. Alright, but call on me if it's not enough. Blade King, I too. Pink-haired container. Thank you, he said, as he claimed the red envelope sent by Carl. Then, he proceeded to the chat group to heal his injuries. Previously, he had already assessed his wounds at the chat group store. Therefore, the points sent by Carl were just enough for his treatment. Yuji Itadori felt a warm power enveloping him. However, this force dissipated swiftly. His consciousness exited the chat group. His first reaction was to realize that his body was brimming with vitality. Moments ago, he had not only suffered a severed hand, but had also been attacked multiple times by a special grade curse. Though he was not gravely injured, he had sustained some wounds. Now he felt no pain at all. Instinctively, Yuji raised his hand. Indeed, the hand that had been severed had fully restored itself. The chat group is truly remarkable. Nearby, Xiao Ming and the others were astonished to witness Yuji's miraculous recovery. They silently noted this occurrence, as no one could guarantee their safety from harm. In the future, if injuries were severe, they could rely on the chat group for healing. Yuji turned to Carl and quickly expressed, "Thank you, Carl." "No need for thanks," Carl nodded. Then he inquired of the group, "Shall we return to our own worlds now? Do you wish to go back?" It was a rare opportunity to be out. Spider-Girl immediately replied, "I want to stay here a little longer. At the very least, I want to enjoy some delicious food." Tsunade nodded with a smile, saying, "I would like to stay a bit longer as well." Xiao Ming agreed, "So would I." Seeing this, Yuji spoke up, "In that case, let me treat everyone to a meal. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help in my world." "Sounds great." Spider-Girl eagerly agreed. The others did not refuse either. Thus, the group decided to go out for a meal. Chapter 80. Two Choices, Beautiful Girl Spider. As they were heading outside, Xiaoming suddenly spoke up. "The world where Yuji resides, it seems normal on the surface, right?" "Yes," Yuji instinctively nodded. "What's the matter?" He looked at Xiaoming, puzzled by the question. Spider-Girl and Tsunade also gazed curiously in their direction. In a normal world, taking Spider-Girl to a restaurant would certainly cause a commotion, wouldn't it? Xiaoming gestured towards Spider-Girl's location. After all, she was a spider of considerable size and an unusual color. Normal people would undoubtedly be frightened upon seeing her. Professionals might mistakenly identify her as a curse and take action immediately. "Oh right." Yuji looked at Spider-Girl and instinctively nodded. Although she was not very large, being only half the size of a human body, this size was still enormous compared to ordinary spiders. Who has ever seen a spider the size of half a person? If a sorcerer were to encounter her, they would surely mistake her for a curse. Yuji Itadori fell into deep contemplation, pondering what to do next. The others were equally perplexed, their gazes fixed upon Spider, who wore a visage of sorrow. "Oh no, is it true that I cannot dine at the restaurant?" she lamented. Previously, she had subsisted on unpalatable frogs in the labyrinth, and the only respite had been the culinary delights prepared by Toka. After finally arriving in this otherworldly realm, the prospect of dining out now appeared to be thwarted, leaving her utterly despondent. "Do not fret, everything will be fine. We shall proceed as usual," came a reassuring voice. Upon hearing this, Spider turned her hopeful gaze towards the source, discovering it was Carl. Unable to contain her excitement, she inquired, "Carl, is it truly possible for us to visit the restaurant?" "Indeed," he affirmed. Nearby, Akira interjected, "But what about Spider's appearance?" "Fear not. I have the situation under control," Carl explained. "I can hypnotize those we encounter, leading them to believe that Spider is a normal person. Alternatively, I could render her invisible, so that others would not perceive her at all." Akira nodded in understanding. "How remarkable." "Wow," Spider exclaimed, her little claws waving with enthusiasm. "Carl, you are amazing. A true deity." Kagura chuckled, "As expected of you. Carl, your prowess is truly impressive." Yuji Itadori concurred, "Mr. Superman is indeed outstanding." The collective trust in Carl's words was palpable among the group, for they were not newcomers to this chat. They were well aware of Carl's formidable abilities, which even included traversing time and resurrecting others. In light of this, the concepts of hypnosis and invisibility seemed trivial. Moreover, a figure of Carl's stature had no need to deceive them. Carl turned to Spider, asking, "Would you prefer that I hypnotize others into believing you are human? Or would you like me to assist you in becoming invisible?" After a moment's contemplation, Spider responded, "Let us go with hypnosis. It would be rather odd if utensils were missing during our meal." Very well, Carl agreed after a moment's thought. The group set off with great excitement, deliberating on their culinary choices. Ultimately, after much discussion, they settled on a Japanese restaurant specializing in teppanyaki. As they exited the dormitory, they encountered Idichi, who was stationed there as part of the logistics team. Upon seeing Carl and the others, Idichi's surprise was evident. Itadori? Where are Fushiguro and Kujisaki? Who are these additional individuals? After all, he had witnessed Yujin, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki enter the dormitory just moments ago. It was perplexing that they had vanished, replaced by 4 new faces, one of whom was a superhero. The striking appearances of the newcomers were akin to that of celebrities. Ah, Yujin exclaimed, equally astonished. Wait, what happened to Fushiguro and Kujisaki? Previously, I had been engrossed in conversation with Carl and the others, completely forgetting about Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara. It was only when Idichi mentioned it that I recalled their existence. Yuji Itadori immediately addressed Carl and the others, saying, Hey Carl, could you wait for a moment? Xiao Ming proposed, how about we go find them together? However, Carl interjected, I shall go, I will return shortly, originally intending to have a meal. Carl certainly did not wish to squander time. Yuji Itadori, feeling hesitant to trouble Carl, quickly replied, There's no need to trouble you, Carl. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden shift in his surroundings. In an instant, Fushiguro Megumi and Kujisaki Nobara appeared before him, both wearing expressions of confusion. Utterly bewildered by the situation, Nobara, brandishing her cursed tool, seemed poised for battle. Yuji? What is going on? The two were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Yuji and Idichi, they began to comprehend. Fushiguro, Kujisaki. At this moment, Yuji also started to piece together the events. Without a doubt, it was Carl who had intervened and brought them here. Looking at them, Yuji inquired, Are you both alright? We're fine, but how did we get here? I'm not quite sure. We were in the midst of a fight. The two questioned. Yuji explained, My friend brought you here, you need not worry. He then proceeded to introduce Carl and the others to them. No way, Nobara exclaimed in disbelief. Yuji, you actually know so many handsome and beautiful people. Who are they? Are they all celebrities? Wow. And that girl with white hair is simply stunning. She approached Shizuku, marveling at her beauty. Xiao Ming, Yuji Tsunade, and Shizuku exchanged surprised glances. Shizuku, the girl with white hair? Beautiful? Yuji could not help but ask, Are you referring to Miss Shizuku? So her name is Woven Pearl? Nobara nodded. Yes. Don't you think she is gorgeous? She truly is, Carl affirmed with a smile. Upon seeing Shizuku, Carl had put them all under a spell of hypnosis. Thus, in their eyes, Shizuku was not a spider-like creature, but rather the divine form she would eventually take. Resplendent and pure white. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a beautiful maiden. Upon hearing Carl's words, Yuji and the others recalled their earlier discussion about hypnosis. It appeared that Carl had indeed cast a spell upon them. Chapter 81. Nobara's envy and departure. Earlier, Carl had mentioned that to prevent chaos, he would hypnotize anyone who saw Shizuku. So, upon witnessing the reactions of Fushiguro and the others, Xiao Ming and the group began to piece together the situation. At that moment, Fushiguro seemed to remember something and spoke up. Yuji Itadori, did you just say that it was your friend who brought us here? Yes. Initially examining Spider, Yuji instinctively nodded in response. However, he had been on the road searching for Nobara and had seen no one. Nobara Kujisaki also nodded, adding, That's right. I was in the midst of battle and didn't see anyone either. Well, it could be that my friend's speed was simply too swift for you to notice, Yuji replied. Recalling the earlier events, when Carl had first arrived, he had intended to advise him to be cautious, as only those with cursed energy could vanquish curses. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Carl had obliterated the curse with astonishing speed, faster than even a Kamen rider. Fushiguro and Nobara's inability to react is quite understandable, Yuji mused. Was it truly that fast? Fushiguro Megumi found it hard to believe. The speed was so extraordinary that he could hardly fathom it. His initial reaction was disbelief, thinking Yuji was jesting. However, both he and Nobara were undeniably present, a fact that could not be disputed. This meant that what Yuji had claimed, though seemingly implausible, was in fact true. After pondering for a moment, Fushiguro spoke up. Nonetheless, there are several curses within. We must inform Jujutsu High. He turned his gaze toward Yuji, asking, What about that special grade curse? Sharing the same line of thought as Sukuna, Fushiguro assumed Yuji would switch to Sukuna to deal with the special grade curse. Though both were classified as special grade, the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, whose mere fingers could not be destroyed, was a far cry from battling an obscure special grade curse. The outcome was all too predictable. No need to worry, Yuji replied with a bright smile. Thanks to Carl, that curse has already been eliminated. Carl? Fushiguro was taken aback. Who is that? Right, he was Yuji's friend, the one Yuji had introduced earlier. The man with black hair dressed in a superhero outfit. Could it be that it was not Sukuna who had eradicated the special grade curse, but rather Yuji's friend? Then we should report the remaining curses to Jujutsu High. There's no need for that. All those curses have been dealt with. Just then, a voice interrupted. Fushiguro looked up to find that the speaker was none other than Carl himself. Is that true? Not only did he eliminate the special grade curse, but he also brought us here at such incredible speed. Did he also defeat the curse that captured Nobara? Fushiguro remained silent, opting instead to make a gesture. Tamamo. In the next moment, a black divine hound appeared beside him. This was Fushiguro's Shikigami, possessing the ability to pursue and consume curses. His Shikigami has located the position of Tsumiki Yazakura and has sensed the numerous curses surrounding her. Fushiguro Megumi conversed with the black Shikigami, and the information he received left him astounded. The curses previously gathered around Tsumiki Yazakura had completely dissipated, indicating they had been eradicated. Instinctively, Fushiguro glanced at Carl. The man's assertions were indeed correct. All curses had been eliminated. Not only was the special grade curse vanquished, but the remaining curses were also destroyed. Moreover, before he and Tsumiki could react, they were transported to this location. What kind of power does this individual possess? A special grade? It is noteworthy that Fushiguro himself is a prodigious sorcerer, having been assessed as a second-grade sorcerer shortly after enrollment. Yet, Carl's actions astonished him greatly. Such feats were beyond even ordinary special-grade sorcerers. However, this defies logic, for within their world of sorcery, there exist only 4 special-grade sorcerers, each undoubtedly at the pinnacle of sorcery and renowned figures. If Carl were indeed a special-grade sorcerer, why has Fushiguro never heard of his name? The enemy has been dealt with. You may return to fulfill your mission without concern. Of course, if you remain uneasy, you may return to investigate. Nevertheless, we must take our leave now. Carl nodded to Fushiguro and the others before proceeding towards the door, as they had yet to dine. Though he held some interest in those who were not part of their group, he did not wish to delay his appetite. Farewell. Seeing this, Akutagawa and the others followed Carl's lead. Fushiguro, Tsumiki, you should head back first. I'll accompany these friends for a meal and return afterwards. See you soon. With that, Itadori Yuji waved and chased after Carl and the others. Tsumiki Yazakura watched the departing figures, sighing with envy. How wonderful it is. They're going out for a feast. I wish I could join them. Speaking of which, how does Itadori know so many handsome men and beautiful women? He seems so ordinary. Unlike Tsumiki's envy, Fushiguro was filled with confusion. After all, to defeat a special grade curse undoubtedly required a special grade sorcerer. Yet he had never heard of this individual's name. Furthermore, Fushiguro sensed that the 4 individuals were not ordinary. They exuded an air of mystery. However, as friends of Itadori Yuji, they were unlikely to be malevolent. This conclusion did not stem from a belief in Carl and his group, but rather from his trust in his companion, Itadori Yuji. It appeared he would have to wait for Itadori's return to inquire further. Mr. Ijichi, Fushiguro spoke up, Tsumiki and I will go inside to assess the situation. Ijichi expressed concern, but there are still special grade curses inside. It's fine. It was stated by Yuta Itadori that the special grade cursed spirit has been dealt with. However, Ijichi maintains a skeptical stance, pondering whether a mere individual could truly eradicate a special grade entity. The answer lies before us. Despite this assertion, Megumi Fushiguro, through the perception of his Shikigami, the Shikigami of the Jade Hound, confirms that there is no trace of curses within the dormitory. A return for further inspection merely serves to affirm this fact. Yet, Ijichi yearns to express more, but Fushiguro has already turned and entered the dormitory. Let us proceed, Nobara. We shall investigate. Nobara Kujisaki cast a glance at Fushiguro before following suit. Chapter 82, The Self-Absorbed Akira, The Enviable Carl. As they walk, Nobara continues to murmur her thoughts. I truly envy Yuta. I wish to dine with those illustrious celebrities as well. However, I suppose I shall seek vengeance against the curses instead. Let us hope those curses have not perished. Fushiguro, somewhat at a loss for words, merely glances at her without retorting. The duo enters the dormitory. A few minutes later, after exploring the premises, Nobara expresses her displeasure. Those curses have truly vanished. It seems they have been eradicated. How infuriating. I had wished to exact my own revenge. Consider yourselves fortunate. The two of them searched diligently, but they found no trace of the curses. Be it the special grade curses encountered by Fushiguro and Yuta, or the several curses faced by Nobara, all had been unequivocally vanquished. Fushiguro, however, is not taken aback. After all, he possesses the Jade Hound, a Shikigami adept at pursuing and devouring curses. Naturally, it would be able to detect the scent of its quarry. Nonetheless, the Jade Hound had previously informed him that no curses existed within the dormitory. This implies that all curses have indeed been eliminated. Currently, Fushiguro merely seeks to verify this. Let us return, he declares. This matter warrants a discussion with Teacher Gojo. After all, he possesses the capability to obliterate special grade curses. Although the group appeared akin to ordinary individuals, Fushiguro sensed no cursed energy emanating from them. Nevertheless, the ability to eradicate special grade curses inherently requires one to be of a special grade themselves. This is a certainty. Moreover, not only Carl, who vanquished the curse, But others in his company also seemed far from ordinary. Very well, let us return, Nobara concedes with a nod. Subsequently, the two take Ichichi's vehicle back to the Jujutsu High School, while Carl and his entourage seek out a nearby restaurant. Within the establishment, numerous patrons glance towards their table from time to time. Outside, several passers-by also steal glances in their direction. Yuta, awaiting his meal, finds himself curious. Why are these passers-by constantly looking at us? Who knows, replies Akira, sipping his juice and striking a pose. It is because I, alongside the handsome Carl, am present here. Upon hearing this, Yuji Itadori was left somewhat speechless. Both Spider and Tsunade turned their gazes toward Xiaoming. This passerby, the masked rider, seems rather self-absorbed, don't you think? Even Carl couldn't help but chuckle as he remarked, if you must speak, then speak of yourself. I do not possess such grand allure. Modesty, dear Carl, retorted Xiaoming with a tone of righteousness. Your attractiveness is certainly on par with mine. Is that so? Then I must indeed be remarkable, Carl replied with a quizzical nod. In truth, there were numerous onlookers surrounding the restaurant. Carl had already discerned the reason, due to Spider. Although there are many admirers in this world of sorcery, a beautiful girl with white hair like Spider is exceedingly rare. After all, the contrast of her hair color to the typical wig shades is strikingly pronounced, giving the impression that it is a natural hue. Of course, if Carl were to lift the hypnosis, the bystanders would likely scatter in fright upon seeing a spider the size of a small person. As for how Carl knew the reason behind the crowd's curiosity, it was simply because he had been intrigued by the throng upon their arrival. After employing his mind-reading abilities, the cause became clear. Soon, a chef approached with ingredients in hand. Xiaoming had deliberately chosen a rather upscale restaurant, specializing in teppanyaki, where chefs prepare the food right before the guests. A middle-aged chef, while crafting the dishes, began to explain, esteemed guests, I am currently preparing grade 5 Kobe beef, sourced from. The chef's embellishments were abundant, emphasizing the exceptional quality and high price of the meat. His technique was indeed proficient, seamless and fluid. However, Carl did not pay it much heed. During his dates in the Marvel Universe, he had dined at numerous Michelin-starred establishments. Naturally, he had tasted grade 5 beef, a delicacy renowned in the Neon Nation, and found it merely different in texture from ordinary beef. After indulging in it repeatedly, he felt it was rather unremarkable. Thus, he held little anticipation for this teppanyaki. Meanwhile, Spider, Yuji, and Tsunade were starry-eyed, eagerly observing the chef's every move, anxiously awaiting the completion of the dish. Ah, it's so hot, Yuji exclaimed. Yet he savored it with a beaming face. This is delectable. Now this is true cuisine. Spider marveled, adding, compared to this, the food I ate in the labyrinth was hardly fit for consumption. No, not even for a spider. Tsunade and Xiaoming also enjoyed the meal, their faces adorned with smiles. After allowing the dish to cool for a moment, Carl took a bite. To his surprise, this teppanyaki was even more enjoyable than he had anticipated. It bore a remarkable resemblance to the Kobe beef he had tasted in Michelin-starred restaurants within the Marvel realm, which left him somewhat astonished. Although the prices at this establishment were rather steep, the experience was worth it. However, there remains a significant disparity when compared to Michelin-starred establishments. Yet, the flavors are remarkably delightful, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Thus, Carl indulged in his meal with great enthusiasm. After a while, Yuji Itadori, while savoring his meat, turned to the others and inquired, Everyone, I'm quite curious, what do you usually do? We travel to different worlds, vanquish evil foes, and save the world. Over where we are engaged in warfare. I hunt monsters in a labyrinth, and those creatures are exceedingly unpalatable. The group engaged in animated conversation. At that moment, only Carl remained silent. Yuji Itadori glanced at Carl. What about you, Carl? Xiaoming, as if it were obvious, remarked, Carl is a superhero. He must be saving the world. Indeed, I believe so as well, chimed in Spider-Girl. Upon hearing this, Carl cast them a sidelong glance. While there was some truth to their words, as he had dealt with numerous villains, it was also true, as he had stated in the group previously, that he was a wealthy individual. How could he possibly seek out trouble with villains every day? He replied slowly, occasionally, I deal with some villains. Most of the time, I engage in pursuits of my own desire. What pursuits? Yuji Itadori asked with curiosity. Everything, flying, traveling, and indulging in gourmet food. After all, I am a wealthy man. I do as I please, Carl explained. Yuji Itadori, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, well, that sounds incredibly enviable. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Carl possessed such formidable power and wealth, making him a figure of immense envy. Chapter 83, New Abilities, Returning to the World. At this juncture, Xiaoming suddenly recalled something and asked, Carl, I am quite curious about the passers-by you've hypnotized. What do they perceive Spider-Girl as? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuji Itadori, Tsunade, and even Spider-Girl herself turned their curious gazes toward him. After all, they all remembered the reaction of Maki Zenin and were intrigued by how Spider-Girl appeared from the perspective of those passers-by. Since you wish to see, let us take a look, Carl said, sipping his juice before hypnotizing the group. Is this it? Is it really hypnotized? Xiaoming expressed astonishment. He shows no reaction whatsoever. Instinctively, he glanced at Spider-Girl. Suddenly, his expression froze. Before him, in the seat where Spider-Girl had been, she had vanished. Replaced by a girl who seemed to have stepped out from the pages of a manga. This girl was entirely white, her eyes gently closed. Tsunade and Yuji Itadori were equally taken aback by this scene. Even Spider-Girl herself gazed at her new form in astonishment. Wow, is that really me? I look so beautiful. The group gathered around to admire Spider-Girl. Only Carl remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his wagyu beef. After all, he had witnessed this transformation numerous times in his previous life. Spider-Girl's appearance was merely a manifestation of her divine form. After reveling in excitement for a while, Spider-Girl suddenly recalled the time when Toka had asked her to take a picture. If she could capture an image in this form, wouldn't that be delightful? Thus, she inquired of Carl, "Dear Carl, I wish to take some photographs. With my appearance, will it be possible to capture it?" Hope shimmered in the depths of Spider's eyes. After all, her form was undeniably exquisite. However, Carl's response left her feeling profoundly disheartened. No. What? Why? Spider could not help but ask. Carl elucidated, "My ability is hypnosis, not transformation. I have not altered your appearance. I merely hypnotized those who gaze upon you. In truth, you remain as you were." "Ah, I see." Spider nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, at that moment, Carl suddenly spoke again. "However, I do possess the ability to transform. Would you like me to change you into the appearance you have while under hypnosis? After the transformation, photographs can be taken." Spider was momentarily taken aback, then promptly agreed. Yes. Dear Carl, if you can transform, why not use it directly?" Carl chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In truth, he had been unable to alter anyone's appearance until now. However, when Spider had asked, he too pondered why he could not. Remarkably, just 2 seconds later, he acquired a new ability called transformation, which could modify the appearance of any object, even living beings. Yet, such matters were ones he would naturally keep from Spider. Carl glanced at Spider and then spoke. "All right, this should suffice." "Is that all?" Spider asked, somewhat astonished. She then utilized the photo function in their chat group, capturing several images, both solo and with the group members. Gazing at her image as a silver-haired maiden in the photographs, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. "Wow, this is simply too beautiful. Thank you, dear Carl." After finishing the photos, Spider resumed her meal, as the teppanyaki was simply delectable. Such culinary delights were entirely unattainable within the labyrinth. As for the photos, she decided to wait until after the meal to share them. The meal lasted over an hour. When it came time to settle the bill, the staff meticulously verified the charges several times before informing the group. "Greetings, the total comes to 922,386 yuan. What?" Yuji Itadori, who had intended to pay, was left in utter shock. This was his world, and as the host, he felt it was his duty to treat Carl and the others, who had come to assist him. Yet, this price, over 900,000? Even if he wished to pay, he simply did not possess such funds. "I'll handle it." Just as Itadori found himself in a quandary, Carl produced several stacks of 10,000 yuan bills to settle the bill. Although Carl was affluent, he typically paid with a card. However, in other worlds, it was likely he could not access his funds. He could only exchange points for currency in the chat group shop. This meal's price was relatively reasonable, considering they had indulged in rather expensive ingredients. Carl, Yuji Itadori, and Spider's appetite is quite substantial. Consuming over 900,000 is hardly excessive. Of course, this pertains to the currency of Neon Nation. In American dollars, it would amount to approximately 8,000. Truly, it is not a considerable sum. Their consumption, coupled with the unit price, reflects this reality. As for who covers the bill, Carl is indifferent. His main priority is enjoyment. He exchanged merely over 80 points for this meal. For someone like Carl, possessing hundreds of thousands of points, this meal is akin to purchasing a 50-cent ice cream. The staff verified the currency and confirmed its authenticity before proceeding to return change to Carl. "We welcome your next visit." With the staff's warm farewell, Carl and his companions departed. "Thank you so much, Carl." Outside the restaurant, Yuji Itadori expressed his gratitude to Carl. "I feel quite embarrassed. I had promised to treat you all." "No worries. It is of no concern," Carl replied with a smile. "Indeed, Yuji, you needn't dwell on it." Xiaoming comforted. Carl is inherently a wealthy individual with an abundance of points. Do not take it to heart. "All right, but I must still thank you, Carl." At that moment, Yuji's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Megumi Fushiguro. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," he informed Carl and the others. "Sure." Yuji stepped aside to answer the call. Shortly thereafter, he returned, looking somewhat troubled. Carl, the school is asking me to return." "No problem, you can head back." Carl replied. "Having finished our meal, we should be departing soon as well." "Exactly. I have a few matters to attend to," Xiaoming added. The others echoed their intent to leave. "I truly apologize. The next time everyone comes, I will treat you all to something delicious," Yuji said with a slight bow. Carl chuckled. "It's fine. Go on back. Farewell, everyone." After bidding their goodbyes, Yuji hurried towards the subway. With the main party gone, Carl and his group ready to leave as well. After exchanging farewells, Carl returned to his own world. Upon arriving home, he settled into the soft embrace of his sofa. The sky had darkened, signaling the arrival of night. However, he had already dined earlier, rendering another meal unnecessary. He glanced at Tony Stark, who was still present in the villa. Carl was preparing to rest. Having enjoyed his meal and now ready to relax, it was simply delightful. Chapter 84. The beautiful spider emerges, compliments. Carl returned to his world. After a brief look at Tony Stark, he prepared to wash up and unwind. After all, dinner was over, and there was little else to do. At that moment, Carl had a thought and entered the chat group. Passing Kamen Rider, Carl. Passing Kamen Rider. I will prepare the cuisine you requested next time, alright? Passing Kamen Rider. After all, we just had a meal. God of humanity. Sounds good. Passing Kamen Rider. Then I shall take my leave for now. As the passing Kamen Rider suggested, take a good rest. The God of humanity responded, go ahead. The spirited Spiderchild remarked, I am so full. She continued, I too wish to rest. Resolutely, she declared, I've decided to find a safe place to prepare for some well-deserved repose. The girl plagued by Chinibu sighed, I envy you all. You can gather for a feast in other worlds. At that moment, Spiderchild spotted Toka and recalled the photos Toka had previously requested her to take. The photos were indeed stunning, and she felt an overwhelming desire to share them. Hey, Sister Toka, I have taken the photos you asked for earlier, Spiderchild exclaimed. Shall I send them to you now? The Chinibu girl urged, you took them? Please send them my way. Observing, remarked the formidable Tianren Wang. I am quite curious about what the spider monsters look like. Ding. Group member Spirited Spiderchild has sent a picture. Ding. Group member Spirited Spiderchild has sent a picture. Spiderchild sent several images in quick succession, all captured during their meal. Wow. The Chinibu girl exclaimed. Is this really you all? Indeed, replied the Spirited Spiderchild. The ingredients look quite delightful, she noted. As the head chef, Toka swiftly discerned the quality of the ingredients. Hee, they are quite expensive, Spiderchild admitted. It's a restaurant chosen by Kamen Rider. That barbecue looks incredibly appetizing. Tianren Wang observed. Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Spiderchild affirmed. The commander of the Great Wall Guard remarked. Is this an inn from another world? The food looks marvelous. How wonderful. I wish I could go there too, Tianren Wang lamented. What a pity I couldn't sneak out. The Chinibu girl exclaimed. That white-haired girl is so beautiful. Who is she? Tsunade? Not quite. The beauty with golden hair is Sister Tsunade, Spiderchild clarified. And the one with white hair? Tianren Wang inquired. The dashing gentleman in the cloak is Lord Carl, he continued. The boy with pink hair is the pink-haired vessel. The golden-haired girl is Tsunade. And the one in the crimson shirt should be Kamen Rider. And what about you, Spiderchild? Why aren't you in the photos you sent? Carl had previously shared photos in the chat group, which Keisha and Toka had seen. The others likely had their guesses, yet Spiderchild remained elusive. After all, none of the images contained anything resembling a spider. The one in the center, Spiderchild declared, the beautiful girl with white hair is me. Please call me the beautiful Spiderchild. Wow. Spiderchild, you are stunning. The Chinibu girl exclaimed. Indeed, you look as if you stepped out of a comic book. Tianren Wang complimented. Truly beautiful, the commander of the Great Wall Guard agreed. I think so too. Spiderchild beamed. Surely, it is quite unexpected that Spiderchild is so beautiful. Surely. By the way, Spiderchild, aren't you a spider monster? Surely. Do you possess the ability to switch to a human form? Sister with a Chinibu. Is that even possible? That sounds impressive. Passionate Spiderchild. Haha. It's not that exaggerated. Passionate Spiderchild. I am indeed a spider, but I don't have any skills to transform into a human. Passionate Spiderchild. Actually, I look so good in the photos because Carl helped me take on a human form. Surely, Carl transformed you? Surely. Isn't he Superman? I've never heard of Superman having such an ability. Sister with a Chinibu. Indeed, I haven't heard of that either. Heavenly Blade King. Is Superman Carl? Since Spiderchild posted a photo, most individuals familiar with Superman have deduced Carl's identity based on previous events. However, not every world possesses the legend of Superman, such as the one where Keisha currently resides. Of course, Tsunade and Su Lai are in the same situation. Sister with a Chinibu. Sister with a Chinibu. Keisha, does your world lack the legend of Superman? Heavenly Blade King. It does not. Passionate Spiderchild. Superman. You can think of him as a superhero with immense power who can fly. Heavenly Blade King. Oh, understood. Surely. Speaking of which, Superman shouldn't he have the ability to shapeshift, right? Passionate Spiderchild. To my recollection, he doesn't. Passionate Spiderchild. However, Carl possesses the ability to transform. Passionate Spiderchild. It's probably related to parallel worlds. Passionate Spiderchild. But it's a bit unfortunate. Passionate Spiderchild. When I return to my world, I revert to my original form. Passionate Spiderchild. It would be wonderful if I could maintain this appearance. God of humanity. You have quite the imagination. Passionate Spiderchild. Having some thoughts is always good. Passionate Spiderchild. By the way, I must thank Carl for making me so beautiful. God of humanity. No need to mention it. God of humanity. In fact, That white-haired girl you saw is what you will look like in the future. Passionate Spiderchild? Passionate Spiderchild. Carl, what do you mean by that? God of humanity, literally. God of humanity. As long as you continue to upgrade and evolve, you can become that way. Passionate Spiderchild, wow. Passionate Spiderchild, is that true? God of humanity, indeed. Passionate Spiderchild. How do you know, Carl? God of humanity, I know a few things about the future. Carl didn't mention that he had seen Spiderchild in a past life, but casually found a reason. However, he was not lying, after all. He truly knows some things about the future. Passionate Spiderchild, wow. That's incredible. Passionate Spiderchild, I really envy Carl. Chapter 85. The completion of the battle suit and Tony's actions excitedly. The spirited Spider-Girl remarked, knowing that my future self will be so beautiful brings me great joy. She laughed heartily, fully trusting Carl's words, for he was indeed a Superman, a being of immense power, and had no reason to deceive her. Congratulations in advance, Spider-Girl, chirped her sister, plagued with a touch of youthful fantasy. Congratulations, echoed Tianren Wang. As the narrative unfolds, Carl observed the chat group for a brief moment. Noticing the absence of others, he chose to exit the conversation and proceeded directly to the bathroom to freshen up. As he passed through the living room, his gaze fell upon an invitation card resting on the table. A moment of recollection struck him. It was an invitation from Stark Industries for an event taking place today. The card had been delivered over 10 days ago, and at that time, Carl had been quite eager to attend. However, after just finishing his meal and with the hour growing late, he decided against going and disregarded the invitation, heading straight to the bathroom. While Carl rested, Tony Stark remained industrious, tirelessly enhancing his Iron Man suit. Previous incidents of the suit freezing had nearly resulted in disaster, prompting Tony to implement several modifications. He focused on the sensor issues and the pressurization system, procuring some aerospace alloys and planning to add a new coat of paint to the suit. Fortunately, these tasks did not require Tony's direct involvement. He merely needed to issue commands, and JARVIS would execute them. That night, the Disney concert hall was adorned with a crimson carpet, where Tony Stark would make his third contribution to the Firehouse Fund. This venue had become a gathering place for the elite of Los Angeles. Suddenly, a segment on the television captured Tony's attention, piquing his curiosity as he realized he had no recollection of the event being discussed. The situation was rather amusing, as the very presenter of the awards, Tony Stark himself, was unaware of his participation in such an event. To clarify, he asked JARVIS, did we receive an invitation? It was conceivable that he had simply forgotten his schedule. JARVIS responded, there are no relevant records, sir. The television continued to relay information, recounting how, since his controversial statements at a press conference, he had not appeared in public. There were claims that he was suffering from post-traumatic stress. At that moment, Tony picked up the helmet of the Iron Man suit, which had been idle for weeks. Regardless of the truth, no one expected him to make an appearance that evening. Hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow, and just then, JARVIS announced, the renderings have been completed. The suit depicted in the images was a resplendent gold, a color that Tony found highly appealing. However, upon noticing the vintage car beside him, Tony Stark requested Jarvis to incorporate some red hues into the suit. With the addition of red, the Iron Man armor appeared even more striking. After reviewing the design with its new colors, Stark felt immense satisfaction. It was a suit of red and gold, perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Yes, I like it. Make it happen, he commanded, estimating it would take 5 hours for completion. Don't wait for me, darling. With that, Tony rose to attend the event at the Disney concert hall. Upon his arrival, a wave of applause greeted him. While ordering drinks at the bar, a kind-faced middle-aged man approached him. Mr. Stark, he greeted. And you are? Tony inquired. Agent Coulson, the man replied. Tony feigned recollection. Oh, you are the one. Coulson interjected, from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Tony exhaled audibly. Goodness, you really ought to change that name. Coulson chuckled, unperturbed. Yes. I often hear that. I understand this has been a challenging time for you, but we need you to provide a report. We have many questions. At that moment, Tony spotted his secretary, Pepper, dressed in an alluring gown. He barely absorbed Coulson's words, responding absent-mindedly before making his way to Pepper. They exchanged pleasantries and shared a dance, the atmosphere growing somewhat intimate. Seizing the opportunity, Tony excused himself to fetch a drink and discreetly slipped away. He approached a bartender and ordered 2 cocktails. Just then, a blonde woman sauntered over. Wow, Tony Stark. He greeted her. Oh, hello. Her tone was sharp. What a rare sight. The two locked eyes, and an awkward silence ensued. For a man like Tony Stark, a notorious playboy, he had encountered many women of this sort and had no habit of remembering names, so he took a wild guess. Carly? She corrected him. It's Chris. Tony nodded, recalling her name. Their conversation turned confrontational. Is this what you call being responsible? The woman asked, handing him a photograph. This small town is called Gamera. Ever heard of it? The photo depicted terrorists alongside Stark Industries weaponry. Tony furrowed his brow upon seeing it. When was this taken? Yesterday. I didn't authorize any shipment. But your company did. After a brief exchange, the woman departed, leaving Tony fuming. He sought out the event's organizer, a portly man in his 50s, whom Tony vaguely recognized as being closely associated with Obadiah. Speaking of Obadiah, Tony had been quite saddened by the news of his demise. He approached the man directly, thrusting the photograph towards him. Jack, what is going on with the arms deal? The man, referred to as Jack, looked utterly bewildered. Mr. Stark, what are you talking about? This man was evidently a new appointee from the board. Tony was not yet so casual. He took Tony's photograph and saw the terrorists alongside Stark Industries weaponry. I apologize, Mr. Stark. I was unaware of this matter. Tony glanced at him, remaining silent, uncertain of the veracity of his words. Soon, Tony lost the desire to linger and returned home. The following day, the Iron Man suit was completed. Tony began to don it. On the television, the very town depicted in the photograph was being broadcast. The area around Gamera, 50 miles out, could only be described as a hell on earth. Listening to the reporter's words while watching the images on the screen, a fierce anger ignited within Tony Stark. With a resounding bang, as he assembled the arm of the suit, Tony unleashed an energy blast that shattered the fluorescent tube. Subsequently, he donned the Iron Man armor and set off for Gamera. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the terrorists mercilessly slaughtering the impoverished. Without hesitation, Tony eliminated every last one of them. In truth, this group of terrorists was affiliated with the Ten Rings, the same organization that had previously kidnapped Tony Stark. However, when Carl dealt with the individuals in that cave, they had fortuitously been absent. Their equipment had also been supplied by Obadiah. Chapter 86, Turning Point, the Hulk. Witnessing the terrorists abuse civilians, Tony Stark swiftly eradicated them. On his return to the United States, he encountered government officials and engaged in a brief aerial display with fighter jets. Upon arriving home, he ran into his secretary, Pepper. By this time, Carl had already completed his morning routine and was in the process of purchasing stocks from Stark Industries. However, he was not acquiring them through conventional means. Instead, he opted for a leveraged long position. Going long signifies a belief that a stock will rise in value. Financial leverage amplifies the potential outcomes of the investment. For instance, if Carl used $2 billion in funds with a tenfold leverage, his $2 billion would exert the influence of $20 billion in the stock market. Naturally, such maneuvers carry risks. Profits could yield tenfold returns, while losses would equally magnify. Yet, being privy to future events, Carl was assured he would not incur losses. Now, he merely awaited Tony Stark's announcement of his Iron Man identity. Observing Tony play with the fighter jets while clad in his armor, Carl chose not to intervene, confident that the situation would be resolved in due course. However, Carl's wait stretched on for several days. Throughout this time, he closely monitored Tony Stark. Yet, no press conference was held, nor did he engage with Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, he gradually returned to Stark Industries. After all, Obadiah was deceased, and the remaining executives either lacked the capability or the ambition. Tony Stark, astonishingly, managed to regain control of Stark Industries within just a few days. It is noteworthy that this occurred amidst a 65% decline in the company's market value, a situation exacerbated when the board attempted to appoint an individual to lead Stark Industries, who, however, showed no inclination to contend with Tony. While Carl admired Tony Stark's remarkable maneuvers, he pondered why there had been no press conference or public revelation of Iron Man's identity. Contemplating this, Carl surmised the reason. In the films he had previously watched, Tony Stark donned his armored suit to battle Obadiah in New York City, a confrontation that left a significant impact and caused considerable destruction, witnessed by many civilians. Yet now, Tony Stark had merely ventured out in his suit to a remote town, where news of his activities could hardly circulate. Although some officials were aware, they chose to keep it under wraps. Thus, there was no opportunity to hold a press conference, and naturally, Tony Stark had no need to disclose his identity. While this was satisfactory in many respects, now that Carl had invested in Stark Industries, it diverged somewhat from his initial plans. Carl, however, was reluctant to coerce Tony Stark into revealing his identity. It would be unreasonable for him to intervene and demand such a disclosure. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the potential losses, comforted by the fact that he still possessed ample funds. Seated at home, Carl leisurely enjoyed his lunch, which consisted of oden and teppanyaki prepared by the talented Mitsushi. The flavors were quite delightful. Rumors circulated that earlier that day, a fierce armed conflict had erupted between U.S. officials and unidentified adversaries near Culver University. Two sophomore students, Maggie and Wilson, had witnessed part of the incident. The news broadcast captured Carl's attention, showcasing a colossal figure resembling a green giant. Indeed, Maggie, a reporter for the school newspaper, had recorded a video of this spectacle. The torrential rains in the cloudy mountains had delayed the search for the Hulk. Carl raised an eyebrow at this. Was this not akin to the Hulk storyline? After a moment's reflection, a smile crept across Carl's face. Perhaps there was hope for a breakthrough concerning Iron Man. In a cramped motel room, a woman clad in a plaid shirt was trimming the hair of a man named Bruce Banner. He was a brilliant scientist with 7 doctoral degrees and simultaneously the Marvel Universe's Green Giant, the Hulk. The one cutting his hair was none other than his girlfriend, Betty Ross. The daytime incident involving the Hulk had occurred while Banner and his girlfriend were walking, only to be detected by the authorities. Prior to this, Bruce Banner had sought refuge in a foreign country, where he had lived for several months to evade official pursuit. The origins of this predicament could be traced back several months prior. As a scientist, Banner, alongside his girlfriend, was engaged in an experiment. However, General Ross, who was in charge, concealed the true nature of the experiment from Banner. After participating in the experiment, Banner transformed into the Hulk. Subsequently, General Ross sought to acquire Banner's mutated cells, forcing Banner to flee. He spent some time in Brazil, where he learned martial arts to gain better control over his emotions. Nevertheless, due to unforeseen circumstances, his presence there was discovered, necessitating a temporary return to the United States. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and beaten by General Ross and his men that day. Now, Banner and his girlfriend must tread cautiously, evading official pursuit while searching for a contact who has a method to reverse his mutation. In a dimly lit office, General Ross, tasked with capturing Banner, was furrowing his brow while smoking a cigarette, reflecting on the day's disastrous plan, which not only became public knowledge but also resulted in significant losses. Furthermore, one of his subordinates, Blonsky, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, had perished. At that moment, a subordinate entered to report on Blonsky, who was indeed the soldier that had received the serum. Upon hearing this, General Ross immediately followed the subordinate outside, pondering whether Blonsky had any family. He feared that the soldier might be on the brink of death, considering he had nearly been pulverized by the Hulk. Upon reaching Blonsky's hospital room, Ross was astonished to find that the soldier, once bloodied and on the verge of death, now bore no visible injuries. "Sir," Blonsky appeared vigorous. Ross, witnessing this recovery, smiled and patted Blonsky's shoulder, surprised to find the previously fractured bones had healed completely. "I'm glad to see you restored, soldier." "Thank you, sir," Blonsky replied. Ross then inquired, "How do you feel?" "Very angry. I want to confront him again." Soon after, General Ross convened a team for a tactical meeting to strategize the capture of Banner. Following the earlier incident of Banner's computer going missing, Ross and his team possessed a copy of Banner's contact list. They were aware that Banner had been in communication with an individual codenamed Blue Doctor. Both Blue Doctor and Green Doctor were now included in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, meaning that should Banner reveal any slip, Ross and his team would immediately ascertain his whereabouts. Chapter 87. Does the Hulk despise Iron Man? On a roadside at a used car dealership, Betty Ross was at the checkout, engaged in a lively conversation with the clerk. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner was at a gas station computer, reaching out to the Blue Doctor, the individual claiming to be able to assist him. "The information from Mr. Green is all here. It is time for us to meet." After sending the email, Bruce Banner swiftly withdrew his flash drive and turned to leave. Noticing this, Betty Ross also turned to depart, as it was time to move on. She engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper solely to buy time for Bruce Banner. After they exited, the pair entered a dilapidated vehicle they had recently acquired. For time was of the essence in their quest to locate Mr. Blue. Transportation was imperative. During their journey, they exchanged words, with Betty Ross expressing curiosity about the Hulk. Bruce Banner provided explanations, yet the weight of the topic soon rendered their dialogue silent. Unbeknownst to them, Banner drifted into slumber. However, after some time on the road, an unsettling sight emerged ahead, a road construction sign accompanied by official personnel conducting inspections. Betty Ross immediately sensed something amiss and roused Bruce Banner from his repose. Upon glancing at the scene, Banner too felt a twinge of suspicion. He was acutely aware of General Ross's tactics and understood the immense authority he wielded. Establishing a checkpoint was merely a matter of his command. While he could not ascertain whether this particular post was orchestrated by General Ross, he opted for caution and decided to divert their route. Thus, Bruce Banner and his girlfriend abandoned the vehicle. With land travel proving unviable, they resorted to a water route and summoned a speedboat. Yet, their destination remained a considerable distance away. Initially, they had intended to take the subway, but contemplating the potential for Banner to transform into the Hulk if agitated, they chose to hail a taxi instead. To their dismay, the cab they found blared raucous music, and the driver recklessly sped through the morning rush hour, even colliding with pedestrians. Bruce Banner's heart raced. He feared that if he remained in the vehicle much longer, he might inevitably transform into the Hulk. Observing the perilous situation, they promptly exited the cab. While Banner felt merely anxious, Betty Ross was utterly incensed. The reckless driving not only heightened Banner's agitation, but the driver had the audacity to make lewd advances as they disembarked. Sensing the atmosphere turned sour, the driver hastily fled. Betty Ross, in a fit of rage, delivered a powerful kick to the taxi, yet still felt unsatisfied. "I know some techniques that can help you manage your anger," Banner suggested, attempting to calm his furious girlfriend. "Shut up," We're walking, Betty Ross retorted sharply. And so, the two proceeded on foot toward Grayburn Academy. Shortly after Bruce Banner dispatched an email, the logistics department of S.H.I.E.L.D. intercepted it, not only accessing its contents, but also deducing the address and the identity of the email's owner. The address led directly to Grayburn Academy's Department of Cell Biology, making it a simple matter to locate Dr. Samuel Stern, the individual known as Mr. Blue. Upon uncovering this information, the logistics department swiftly relayed the details to General Ross's subordinates within the conference room. Many of General Ross's subordinates are diligently occupied here, comprising not only official personnel, but also others. At this moment, the subordinates received a message from the logistics department of S.H.I.E.L.D., revealing the identity and location of their target, Dr. Samuel Stern, at Grayburn College in New York City. Consequently, General Ross and his team began their preparations, first intending to administer the super soldier serum to Blonsky. Previously, Blonsky had received an injection of the super soldier serum, but it necessitated a second dose. It is worth noting that this serum differs from the one administered to Captain America, which was developed by Professor Erskine during World War II. In contrast, the serum Blonsky is to receive, while also a super soldier serum, was produced by Stark Industries based on certain documents. Although they share a name, there are notable differences between the two. However, there is no doubt that administering this serum would transform an ordinary soldier into a super soldier. Of course, in some cases, this serum may also lead to adverse side effects. Stark Industries halted further development precisely due to the severity of these side effects. Nevertheless, General Ross remains indifferent, as the one receiving the serum is not himself. Now that they have located Banner, they merely need to wait for Blonsky to finish with the super soldier serum before they can proceed. As General Ross's team formulates their plan, Bruce Banner and his girlfriend have already arrived at Grayburn College's Department of Cell Biology. They quickly find Dr. Samuel Stern, the Mr. Blue with whom Banner has been in contact. Upon seeing Banner, Stern is immensely excited and leads both of them to his laboratory, chattering incessantly about their discussions. Despite the inherent dangers of the experiment, they resolve to proceed. As dusk descends, Carl sits comfortably on a sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, wearing an expression of anticipation. He has been following the unfolding events between Bruce Banner and General Ross closely. Observing the news on television, Carl searches for the Hulk and General Ross. With his extraordinary vision, he can effortlessly survey any location from the comfort of his home. Soon enough, he spots both parties. If all goes as expected, this evening will witness a spectacular confrontation between the Hulk and Abomination. Carl recalls vividly that the individual who injected the super soldier serum is none other than the Abomination from the film. Although in their previous battle, Abomination consistently overpowered the Hulk, the latter ultimately turned the tide. Had it not been for the intervention of the Hulk's girlfriend, Abomination would have met his end at the hands of the Hulk. Perhaps this is due to the fact that Abomination's strength does not increase with rage, and it seems he cannot revert to his human form. This matter bears little significance to Carl. His primary concern revolves around whether Tony Stark will engage in battle. The Hulk's animosity towards Iron Man appears quite formidable. Should that be the case, it is possible that Iron Man's true identity may be unveiled, especially since the Abomination is considerably stronger than the Ironmonger, with the potential to even overpower the Hulk. Chapter 88. Carl, the spectator, witnesses the emergence of the Abomination. If Tony Stark confronts an adversary, such as the Abomination, it stands to reason that his character would compel him to disclose his identity as Iron Man during a press conference. This is highly plausible. The reason Carl believes that the Hulk harbors hatred for Iron Man, rather than the other way around, lies in the Hulk's current state. There is little assurance that he would refrain from striking Iron Man during the fray. It is noteworthy that Carl, in this Marvel universe, resembles Banner, the Hulk, not the version depicted in the Avengers films, but rather the appearance from the Incredible Hulk. Furthermore, though the Hulk resides in New York City, he is situated at a considerable distance from the main urban area. It remains uncertain whether the battle will conclude by the time Iron Man intervenes. Regardless, it is of little consequence to Carl. He is merely an observer. Sipping on alcohol seems to lack something essential. After some contemplation, Carl entered the chat group. God of Humanity, what are you up to? Passing Kamen Rider, I'm about to eat. God of Humanity, if convenient, could you bring me a serving of Odin? While Carl enjoys grilled meats and teppanyaki, he understands it is not polite to ask for too much when requesting a favor. Speaking of which, Carl can cook, but his culinary skills are merely average. Of course, that was in the past. Now, with the Silver Superman template enhancing his intellect and culinary techniques, he should improve rapidly. He simply hasn't pursued that knowledge yet. Passing Kamen Rider, of course, no problem. I'll send it over as soon as it's ready. God of Humanity, great, thank you. Sister with Chinibu, do you want something to eat, Carl? God of Humanity, indeed. Sister with Chinibu, how about I whip up something for you as well? God of Humanity, that would be wonderful, thank you. Tinflower is the head chef, and Carl would certainly not decline. Sister with Chinibu, no need for thanks. Thus, Carl patiently awaited his meal. In the restroom, after administering the super serum, Blonsky sensed an unusual reaction. His muscles appeared to be deteriorating. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his reflection. Francis's countenance darkened. The figure staring back at him was gaunt, resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. This stark contrast to his initial injection of the super soldier serum was alarming. At that time, he had been in peak physical condition, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade, brimming with vitality. Yet now his body appeared. Even before he had injected the serum, he was a robust 49-year-old man. At that moment, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Francis, perplexed by the origin of this noise, felt a strange twisting sensation in his spine, causing something to protrude from his skin. After observing for a brief moment, he donned his combat gear, armed himself, and boarded the aircraft. Inside the plane, numerous combatants were already prepared, including the cautious General Ross. Nearby, an African-American soldier, upon seeing Francis, inquired loudly, "Hey, how are you feeling?" Francis responded with a monstrous grin, and as he boarded the aircraft, they set off. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner and his team were conducting experiments in Samuel's laboratory. They placed the prepared serum into the apparatus and secured Banner within it before commencing the experiment. Since the antidote required a complete reaction to be effective, they first transformed Bruce Banner into the Hulk. The sight of the Hulk's immense physique left Samuel momentarily speechless. Not out of fear, but excitement. As a PhD in cellular biology, it was his first time witnessing such a being. Betty Ross quickly reminded him to administer the antidote, prompting Samuel to spring into action and activate the machine. As the antidote was injected, the mountainous Hulk reverted to Bruce Banner's form, signifying a successful experiment. "This is the most extraordinary thing I have ever witnessed," Dr. Samuel exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Following some dialogue, Bruce Banner began to notice something peculiar when the words experimental samples were mentioned. Samuel did not withhold information and recounted the events. Due to the insufficient blood samples sent by Banner, Samuel had manufactured numerous vials of Bruce Banner's blood, filling an entire room. He believed that gamma rays held infinite possibilities and even speculated that they could win a Nobel Prize. "No, we must destroy it," Banner insisted. "What? This is too dangerous to control." However, Bruce Banner, as the primary subject, was acutely aware of the potential dangers and vehemently opposed Samuel's plan. The two engaged in a heated argument, unaware that General Ross and his men had already surrounded them. Outside, several snipers stood ready, though the angle made it difficult for them to take aim. Francis, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, recklessly charged forward. Even though General Ross, concerned for his daughter's safety inside, urged him to retreat, Francis paid no heed and continued into the laboratory. Observing Francis's actions, General Ross, sensing something amiss, he ventured directly to the laboratory. Inside, a heated argument persisted. At that moment, the sniper seized an opportunity and anesthetized Bruce Banner. Francis stormed into the lab, forcefully knocking Betty Ross aside, then demanded to know the whereabouts of the Hulk. His demeanor was utterly frenzied, for after injecting himself with the super soldier serum, his body had succumbed to complications. These issues were not merely superficial. His emotions had spiraled into chaos, rendering Francis exceedingly agitated. At this juncture, additional soldiers arrived to carry Bruce Banner away, with Betty Ross naturally following suit. General Ross approached Bruce, whispering a threat, "Should you attempt to take him, I will imprison you for eternity," referencing, of course, the Hulk. They had perused Banner's emails and monitored his communications, aware of their intention to make the Hulk vanish. Bruce Banner, Betty, and General Ross departed on a plane, while the General's aide remained in Samuel's laboratory. The two engaged in conversation until Francis suddenly struck, rendering the aide unconscious, and explicitly demanded the extraction of substances from Banner's body. After a series of threats, Samuel acquiesced to inject Banner's blood into Francis, driven by a scientist's curiosity as well. Upon completion of the injection, Francis transformed into a colossal behemoth. In Chapter 89, the latecomers made their entrance as Carl appeared. Although both the Abomination and the Hulk were massive creatures, their appearances were strikingly disparate. The Hulk, despite his fearsome visage, bore a semblance of humanity, differing only in color and size. In stark contrast, Francis's transformation into the Abomination bore no relation to humanity whatsoever. His countenance was grotesque, and his spine appeared mutated, resembling that of a demon. Upon becoming the Abomination, he burst forth from the laboratory, launching an assault on the soldiers outside. "Fire at him," commanded one soldier, who activated the communicator to report to their superior. "He has attacked us. Francis and the Major are still inside." At that moment, a colossal figure loomed before them, the Abomination. With a mere flick of his arm, he sent a nearby car crashing, resulting in an explosive detonation. The sensation was exhilarating. Relishing his newfound power, the Abomination let out a thunderous roar and began to stride down the road. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft with General Ross, the pilot urged, "General, you must listen to this." The pilot held out the communicator, prompting General Ross to move closer and grasp it, listening intently. "The Hulk is on the street. Repeat, the Hulk is on the street." The soldier's voice trembled with urgency. Upon hearing this, General Ross cast a wary glance back at Bruce Banner. The other party is clearly present here. How could he possibly be on the street? He revealed a faint smile and replied, "Impossible. Calm down, young man. First, take a breath. Where are you now?" The soldier shouted, "On 112th Street, heading north along Broadway." Upon hearing this, Ross sensed that something was amiss and immediately commanded the aircraft to turn around. Simultaneously, he instructed the soldier, "Damn it, relay the situation on the ground to me." The soldier complied, and then those aboard the aircraft witnessed a scene of chaos. On the bustling roadway, a towering figure was moving incessantly, and with each of its movements, numerous nearby vehicles erupted into explosions. The pedestrians scattered in panic, creating an atmosphere of utter turmoil. At Malibu Beach, within a luxurious villa, Tony Stark was engrossed in research on his battle suit. Suddenly, the sound from the television captured Tony's attention. On Harlem Street, a colossal monster had emerged, wreaking havoc. "Oh, for heaven's sake, what on earth is that?" The screen then displayed a series of chaotic, swaying shots. Tony gazed at the television, witnessing the towering figure collide with everything in its path, triggering numerous explosions as people fled in terror. Frowning, Tony commanded, "Jarvis, I need to know what is happening on that street." "Jarvis," responded, "Certainly, sir. I will immediately display the situation in Harlem." Soon, Tony clearly saw the grotesque visage of the abomination. Startled, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What manner of monster is this?" After all, the abomination's appearance was rather unappealing. It seemed there was work to be done. Tony abandoned his research, donned his Iron Man suit, and soared toward the location of the abomination. Meanwhile, Ross, witnessing the chaos from the aircraft, promptly issued orders to mobilize all troops for support. At that moment, Bruce Banner spoke up, "Only I can handle this. You must take me there." After a brief discussion, General Ross acquiesced to Banner's request and opened the hatch in midair. Bruce Banner leaped from the aircraft. The abomination roared on the street, reveling in the distress of the fleeing pedestrians. He seized a car and hurled it into the crowd, knowing that those ordinary people would soon meet their demise, fragile, just as he once was. Yet now, he was entirely different. "Ha! This power, I am a god." The abomination cackled. He had not lost his sanity. If anything, he had become more irritable. "A god? What a ghastly sight you are." At that moment, a voice laced with amusement rang out. "Who dares?" The abomination paused, turning toward the sound, only to see the very car he had just thrown inexplicably suspended in the air. No, it was not merely floating, accurately speaking. That vehicle was being held aloft by a figure. The person was strikingly handsome, with dark hair and dark eyes. The bodysuit accentuated the figure of the individual, rendering it flawless, while the voluminous cloak swayed gracefully behind. Carl casually tossed the vehicle aside and turned his gaze towards the distant abomination, murmuring softly to himself, "The Hulk and Iron Man are far too tardy. Had they arrived a moment later, casualties would have been inevitable." His tone, tinged with resignation, reflected his thoughts. "Had I anticipated a confrontation, I would have acted sooner. Now, this grotesque creature has thrown the surroundings into chaos." Earlier, Carl had been at home, savoring the Odin prepared by his brother Xiaoming and the seafood pasta crafted by Jihua, thoroughly enjoying the show. However, as time passed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Iron Man and the Hulk had yet to make an appearance, while the abomination had already hurled several vehicles. Had it not been for the lack of human casualties, Carl would have intervened much sooner. He wished to wait for Iron Man's arrival, hoping to maintain a situation devoid of loss of life. Just moments ago, a vehicle hurled by the abomination had careened towards the crowd. Had it struck, it would surely have resulted in fatalities. Carl's original plan involved biding his time for Iron Man to take action. However, as a man educated twice over, he could not bear to witness anyone perish in such a manner. There was no profound reasoning behind it. He simply did not wish to see it happen. Thus, disregarding his intent to wait for Iron Man, Carl acted decisively, intercepting the vehicle midair. "Grotesque creature?" The abomination scoffed, his towering figure looming not far off. A mere 10 to 20 meters away, having been infused with the super soldier serum, his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. Carl spoke without lowering his voice, and the abomination heard him clearly. With two different serums coursing through him, his temperament had become exceedingly volatile. Naturally, he would not let Carl's mockery go unpunished, then perish at the hands of this grotesque creature. As soon as the words left his lips, the abomination lunged forward, his massive form surging towards Carl with astonishing speed. Despite his size being considerably larger than that of a human, his velocity had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it had increased exponentially due to his enhanced musculature. The distance of over 10 meters was crossed in an instant. "Die, little insect!" he roared as a colossal fist descended upon Carl, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if envisioning Carl's impending demise. However, the abomination suddenly experienced a blinding flash in his vision, followed by an excruciating pain that rendered him momentarily numb. With a thunderous crash, his massive body collapsed, and his head vanished without a trace. Truly pathetic. To be shattered so easily, Carl remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Chapter 90. Astonished Tony, excited bystanders. Having dealt with the abomination, Carl was not surprised. After all, the creature's strength was merely mediocre, not even a match for the Hulk, and certainly no adversary for himself. He had scarcely exerted himself. Unexpectedly, the opponent's skull was shattered. Suddenly, Carl raised an eyebrow, gazing into the sky. Tony Stark moved with remarkable speed. After all, his Iron Man suit allowed him to rival the velocity of a fighter jet. Before long, he arrived at the location of the abomination. Throughout the journey, he had been monitoring the area via JARVIS, noting that the behemoth was in a state of frenzy. In the air, Tony observed the rampaging abomination, murmuring to himself. However, just as he aimed to strike, a familiar figure appeared before the monstrous entity. Clad in a tight suit with an expansive cape. Wasn't he that Mr. Superman? Upon seeing Carl, Tony abandoned his aim, recognizing that as Superman, Carl possessed formidable combat abilities. After all, he had personally experienced Carl's astonishing speed, which hinted at immense power. Not to mention, as a genius. Tony understood that if a needle were to collide with the blue planet at light speed, its mass would approach infinity, resulting in catastrophic destruction that could obliterate the planet and even impact the universe. Of course, this had previously been mere speculation, as there was hardly any energy in the cosmos capable of accelerating a needle to light speed. Yet, Tony believed that Carl's velocity might indeed reach such extremes. Previously, when Carl had whisked him home, the speed had been astonishing, leading Tony to ponder the possibility of Carl's speed approaching that of light. Even if Carl's speed did not quite reach light speed, the devastation wrought by sublight or supersonic speeds would still be staggering. Moreover, he had witnessed Carl's indomitable heat vision, although Tony was aware that his assumptions bordered on the fantastical. The emergence of Superman alongside a colossal monster only reinforced his belief. In any case, he surmised that this sudden beast would not pose a threat. Thus, Tony Stark relinquished his assault and soared towards Carl. Along the way, he observed the mountain-like creature charging at Carl. The creature's speed was indeed astonishing, especially given its massive size. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Carl had already felled the giant. Though Tony acknowledged Carl's incredible strength and had always believed Carl would neutralize the creature, he was taken aback by how swiftly it had transpired. One moment, the monster was charging, and in the next, it lay motionless on the ground. Upon closer examination, one would notice that the creature's head had mysteriously vanished. Quite frankly, this scene left Tony Stark utterly astonished, transcending even the gravity of the moment. Carl employed his thermal vision to confront the terrorists who had kidnapped him. After all, back in the cave that day, Tony Stark had at least possessed some understanding of the events unfolding around him. But now, he was completely in the dark. He was momentarily taken aback before he regained his composure. At that instant, Tony noticed Carl gazing at him. Reflecting for a moment, he flew before Carl. To prevent any misinterpretation that Carl might view him as an adversary, Tony retracted the faceplate of his armor, revealing his visage. Looking at Carl, he greeted warmly, "Hello, Mr. Superman, it has been quite a while." Carl nodded in acknowledgement and then pointedly remarked, "Tony, your speed is quite lacking. This creature has already wreaked havoc across numerous streets. You ought to have arrived sooner to deal with him. It would have significantly mitigated the damage." Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback by Carl's words. He had merely come to greet Carl, yet he sensed an undercurrent of reproach in Carl's tone. Although Tony had previously donned his armor to eliminate those terrorists, it did not imply that he was obligated to appear at every crisis, did it? Furthermore, such remarks, emanating from the mouth of a paragon of justice like Superman, felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Tony chose not to contest the point, simply nodding in agreement. "All right, next time I shall endeavor to be swifter." Carl nodded in return. His words stemmed from the realization that his plans had gone awry. Iron Man and the Hulk had arrived too late. However, there was little more to say at this juncture. At worst, it was merely a loss of some financial resources. Moreover, Carl was aware that Stark Industries stock would inevitably rise. Even if it had not surged at present, it would do so in the future. After all, Tony Stark had never been one to operate under the radar. Once he boldly declared his identity as Iron Man, the stock of Stark Industries would eventually soar. It was merely a matter of time. Possessing the template of the Silver Superman, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Carl's time was virtually limitless. Additionally, matters of wealth were merely a secondary concern. Lacking money was of little consequence to him. At that moment, it was not only Tony Stark who took note of Carl. The panicked passersby also became aware of him. Naturally, they recognized Tony Stark as well. The two figures hovered in the air, with the enormous carcass of the creature lying nearby. Even with poor eyesight, they could discern a vague outline. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Look, what is that? Two individuals? They have vanquished the monster. That cloak and the emblem on his chest, it is Superman." "Superman," they exclaimed. "Please, Superman's attire is red and blue. Moreover, Superman is not a dark-haired, dark-eyed individual from the East. I am a fervent admirer of Superman. You cannot deceive me. But who is he? I am uncertain. It is Superman, you phony fan. Is the one beside Superman a robot? Indeed, it is composed entirely of steel. Can you not see? That is not the case. Look at the face. Clearly, that is a human. I am enamored with that crimson mech. It is extraordinarily impressive. Although the bystanders could not discern the faces of Carl and Tony Stark, for they found themselves in proximity to the abomination. These individuals are not foolish. They instinctively sought to flee. Moreover, they did not witness who vanquished the colossal beast. However, the creature's lifeless body now lies upon the ground, headless. Nearby, two figures soar through the air. Is there any need for further explanation? It is undoubtedly these two valiant allies who dispatched the monster. Chapter 91. The Hulk emerges, Iron Man and the Green Giant. Carl and Tony Stark observe the crowd's reaction. After all, the previously scattered pedestrians had now come to a halt, scrutinizing their vicinity. Many had already begun to cheer. The disparity was glaringly apparent. Oh, Tony shrugged. Although you are correct, I am indeed a partner of justice. This monster was not vanquished by me. Carl nonchalantly responded, if you wish. It could have been you who dealt with it. To him, subduing an abomination was hardly a monumental feat. Taken aback, Tony Stark inquired. Why? Nothing, Carl chuckled, suddenly sensing something approaching. A big fellow? Tony Stark looked at Carl in confusion. Yet, Carl merely smiled in silence. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Tony Stark heard a resounding noise, akin to a colossal creature galloping down the street. He hurriedly asked, Jarvis, what is happening? Accessing nearby surveillance, Jarvis replied. However, before Jarvis could provide an answer, Tony Stark understood what was transpiring. Not far from them, an enormous figure charged forth. This silhouette resembled a small mountain, nearly matching the height of the creature lying on the ground. The only distinction was that this figure, apart from its green skin and towering stature, bore an almost human resemblance. It was nowhere near the bizarre and malevolent creature Carl had dispatched. Yet, despite this, the giant was evidently abnormal. After all, humans on Blue Planet were neither this large nor green. At the very least, Tony Stark had never before encountered such a being. Noticing that Carl showed no intention of acting, he asked, Superman, what shall we do? What shall we do? Carl casually replied, why not you go over and handle him? Having seen numerous films in his previous life, Carl was rather familiar with these Avengers. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the Hulk was rather an unfortunate hero. Due to gamma radiation, he acquired the ability to transform into the Hulk, subsequently evading General Ross for several years. In fact, during this time, even his girlfriend had moved on to a new partner. If Carl recalled correctly, the resolution of the abomination incident occurred shortly after today. The Hulk would once again retreat into obscurity, living a life of anonymity. It appeared he had not made any further appearances until the Avengers assembled years later, coinciding with Loki's return to Earth. Yet another span of years had passed. One could only wonder how his current girlfriend was faring. Later, he had an ambiguous relationship with Black Widow. Although the Hulk was not particularly Carl's favored hero, he harbored no disdain for him either. As for any thoughts of eliminating the Hulk, those had not crossed his mind. Therefore, he currently had no intention of attacking him. However, Tony Stark, oblivious to Carl's thoughts, instinctively launched an assault upon witnessing the Hulk charge towards him. He aimed carefully and extended his palm, unleashing a barrage of repulsor blasts. Yet, the Hulk simply swatted them away with ease, effectively neutralizing Stark's attack. Rather than inflicting damage, Tony's actions only served to enrage the Hulk further. With eyes wide and a primal roar escaping his lips, the Hulk accelerated towards him. Observing this, Tony inwardly scoffed, deeming him a true monster. The Mark III armor had undergone a visual upgrade and was constructed from aviation-grade alloy, significantly enhancing its firepower. It not only featured repulsor blasts but also boasted a variety of offensive capabilities, including miniature missiles. Realizing that conventional attacks were futile, Tony decided to deploy his most formidable weapon, the mini-missiles. The missiles equipped on the Mark III were immensely powerful, capable of obliterating tanks, and Tony believed they would suffice against the creature before him. Thus, he aimed at the Hulk, preparing to unleash the shoulder-mounted mini-missiles. Carl, witnessing this scene, did not intervene. Rather, he observed with a hint of intrigue. Given the current technology and firepower of Iron Man, it was unlikely he could defeat the Hulk. Of course, in the later stages of the film, Tony would similarly find it impossible to vanquish the Hulk. Hence, Carl refrained from stopping him. Immersed in concentration, Tony Stark quickly locked onto his target with the assistance of Jarvis. However, just as he was about to launch the missiles, his brow furrowed in concern. He had noticed several bystanders near the Hulk, albeit not in close proximity. However, they found themselves within the striking range of the miniature missiles. Although these were miniature missiles, their range was still considerably greater than that of a bullet. How infuriating! Iron Man cursed under his breath, preparing to abandon the missile attack. At that moment, danger quietly descended upon him. The distance between Tony Stark and the Hulk was not substantial, and with the Hulk enraged and charging, it had diminished even further. This was bad. Observing the Hulk looming so close, Tony Stark hastily ascended, seeking to escape the threat of the impending attack. After all, engaging in close combat with the Hulk's formidable physique was hardly a prudent strategy. He needed to create some distance. The iron suit soared swiftly into the air, narrowly evading the Hulk's powerful fist and propelling itself a dozen meters away. Phew, that was close. As he continued to ascend, Tony Stark exhaled a sigh of relief, activating the shoulder-mounted missile launcher in preparation for a counterattack. However, at that moment, he witnessed the Hulk let out a furious roar before launching himself upward with tremendous force. Good heavens, that's a height of 30 to 40 meters. Tony, encased in his armor, chuckled mockingly. What are you thinking? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look of stark rigidity. For in his line of sight, the Hulk's massive form was rapidly closing in. This meant that the Hulk's ascent was significantly faster than his own. How could this be possible? Tony Stark could scarcely believe it. His iron suit was capable of keeping pace with fighter jets, soaring through the skies at incredible speeds. How could he possibly be outmatched by this hulking brute? J.A.R.V.I.S. We need to accelerate, Tony urged anxiously, as the Hulk's grasp seemed imminent. Sir, we are already at maximum speed, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. This was disastrous. At that moment, Tony Stark noted that the Hulk's hand was now less than 5 centimeters from the leg of his suit. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The Hulk, who had been ascending relentlessly, suddenly plummeted as if he had lost all momentum. Chapter 92, Disparate Treatment, Carl's Plan. Tony Stark's expression remained one of rigidity and urgency as he watched the Hulk gradually recede into the distance. The Hulk, at that moment, wore a bewildered expression, utterly clueless as to what had transpired. The reason the Hulk failed to seize Tony Stark was, of course, due to Carl's intervention. Had he not acted, the enraged Hulk would likely have torn Tony and his armor apart. Carl could not allow such a fate to befall Tony Stark. He grasped the Hulk's leg and effortlessly tossed him aside. In the distance, within an aircraft, General Ross and his entourage remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation on the ground. Soldiers were stationed below, and from the plane, the unfolding events were clearly visible. What they observed left those aboard the aircraft utterly astonished. Remarkably, before the Hulk made his entrance, a creature on the ground had already perished. Although the identity of the assailant remained unclear, it was evident that it was likely the individual clad in the Superman suit. Astonishingly, this figure could fly. Could it be that he truly was Superman? Inside the aircraft, the minds of all who witnessed the live footage were filled with questions. However, if this individual was indeed Superman, why was he of Eastern descent? General Ross pondered whether this unexpected, airborne figure, seemingly akin to Superman, could be leveraged for his advantage. For instance, could the analysis of Superman's abilities empower his soldiers with the gift of flight? Moreover, they were also taken aback by the revelation of Tony Stark. Yes, they had indeed spotted him. Just moments ago, Tony, concerned that Carl might inadvertently harm someone, had removed his helmet, revealing his face, which was fortuitously captured by their high-resolution surveillance cameras. To their astonishment, Tony Stark was found piloting a robotic suit, one capable of flight. Witnessing this scene, General Ross's interest shifted towards Stark. Could this piloted robot be utilized to enhance his soldiers? It seemed plausible. However, should he resort to coercion to obtain it? Nevertheless, this notion was fleetingly dismissed by General Ross. It was not merely due to the exorbitant cost of the robot, which their organization could ill afford, but rather because of Tony Stark's esteemed identity. Stark was a shareholder of Stark Industries, a nationally renowned billionaire with deep ties to the government. Even amidst the current troubles faced by Stark Industries due to Stark himself, General Ross refrained from taking action against him, despite the potential enhancements Stark's technology could bestow upon his troops. This exemplifies the significance of one's background. Bruce Banner's unexpected transformation into the Hulk was perceived by General Ross as a potential boon to enhance the combat effectiveness of official soldiers, thereby holding immense value for him. Consequently, he resorted to the direct capture of the Hulk, employing tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters, and even sonic cannons in broad daylight for such a brazen endeavor. The Hulk faced a dire fate, while Stark's peculiar armored suit, soaring in the sky, was an unforeseen twist in the narrative. The situation soon took an even stranger turn. Tony Stark found himself unexpectedly engaged in a confrontation with the Hulk. To his astonishment, he was ultimately rescued by an enigmatic figure reminiscent of Superman. Upon witnessing this individual, clad in the iconic Superman attire, effortlessly subduing the Hulk, General Ross felt an intensifying desire for this extraordinary being. The force exhibited by this entity far surpassed that of the Hulk. Carl, with minimal effort, hurled the Hulk aside, his intention not to harm, but rather to save Tony Stark. Consequently, the Hulk emerged from the encounter largely unscathed. With a roar of anger, the Hulk rose, infuriated, and swung a mighty fist towards Carl. Yet, Carl remained unfazed by the Hulk's formidable blow. Instead, he wore a serene smile. Suddenly, the once ferocious Hulk halted, staring blankly at Carl, rendered motionless. Carl had hypnotized the Hulk, a feat that posed no challenge for him. In fact, when dealing with unstable emotions, such as those of the Hulk, hypnosis became even more effortless. In an instant, the Hulk was transformed into a puppet-like figure. However, Carl had no intention of manipulating him. Despite the Hulk's immense strength, it paled in comparison to Carl's own power, capable of extinguishing stars. He believed it best to handle matters himself without resorting to controlling the Hulk. At that moment, Tony Stark's voice broke the silence. "Superman, are you alright?" Carl looked up to see Stark not far away, his shoulder-mounted missile primed for action. "I'm fine, don't worry," Carl replied casually. Hearing this, Stark cautiously approached. Yet his missile remained at the ready. The Hulk's previous speed had startled him. Without Carl, he would have been caught. "Don't worry," Carl reassured, noting Stark's guarded demeanor. "He's been hypnotized by me. He won't attack you." Stark froze for a moment, then could not help but inquire, "Can Superman really hypnotize?" Carl nodded, "At least I can." Stark expressed a hint of envy. "Well, that's quite impressive." After observing for a few seconds, he confirmed that the Hulk truly posed no threat. At this juncture, Stark retracted the missile from his shoulder, gazing curiously at the Hulk, a creature he had never encountered before. After a brief pause, Stark asked, "What should we do about this guy?" Carl pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps you could take him with you?" Stark was taken aback. "Take him with me? Why would I do that?" Carl explained, "Do not underestimate him. He is quite a valuable asset." Possessing 7 doctoral degrees, Carl has profound expertise in the fields of physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. He believes that the Hulk should not lead such a tragic existence in hiding. However, he himself is reluctant to have the Hulk in close proximity. If the entity were a beautiful woman, he would readily accept it, but alas, it is a male who can transform into the Hulk at any moment. Thus, Carl considers it a prudent decision to send Bruce Banner to Stark Industries. After all, Carl himself is a major shareholder in Stark Industries. If Banner could bring prosperity to the company, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. Chapter 93, General Ross arrives and departs. Carl is convinced that sending Bruce Banner to Stark Industries is a wise choice. Firstly, he believes that the Hulk should not endure such a lamentable fate. Secondly, this individual is undeniably talented and should be able to benefit Stark Industries. After all, Carl is also a stakeholder in the company. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark incredulously inquires, "A person? A doctor? You mean to say this creature is human?" "Indeed," Carl replies with a nod, "though he is transformed due to gamma radiation." Tony cannot help but scrutinize the Hulk, exclaiming, "Goodness, if this is true, I find myself quite intrigued." Learning that this being is a transformation of a human piques Tony Stark's interest in Banner. Carl affirms, "Once he reverts, you will see for yourself." At that moment, a voice calls out Bruce. Carl and Tony turn to see a raven-haired woman rushing towards them, accompanied by several uniformed soldiers. Leading them is an elderly man with graying hair. Upon recognizing these individuals, Carl raises an eyebrow. He knows them well. General Ross is accompanied by his soldiers, as well as his daughter, Betty Ross, who is Bruce Banner's girlfriend. Bruce, what has happened to you?" Betty rushes to the Hulk's side, assessing his condition, while General Ross regards Carl and Tony Stark with a measure of wariness. As the nation's leading billionaire and the military's foremost arms supplier, Tony Stark has collaborated with General Ross on the Super Soldier program, so Ross is certainly familiar with him. However, even with this knowledge, General Ross does not approach recklessly. After all, this place harbors not only the troublesome Hulk, but also an even more formidable presence. It is prudent to exercise caution. As for Betty, she is determined to rush forward. Tony Stark notices General Ross and his entourage as well. However, while he shares some connection with them, it cannot be said that there are any genuine feelings involved. It is merely a matter of collaboration. Among the officials, the individual with whom Tony shares the closest bond is undoubtedly Rhodey. Regarding his own possession of the Iron Man suit, he wishes to keep it hidden from General Ross for the time being. Thus, Tony Stark promptly lowered his mask, concealing his visage. At that moment, General Ross spoke up. "Tony, what brings you here?" Previously, while exchanging words with Carl, Tony had not donned his mask, and with soldiers present who were operating cameras, General Ross had already discerned his identity. Upon hearing the general's voice, Tony recalled past events and realized that he had indeed been recognized. However, he felt no remorse. What difference did it make? Although he had preferred to remain anonymous, now that his identity was known, there was little left to say. "Stark," General Ross exclaimed, "I have numerous questions. Could you assist me in addressing them?" The inquiries naturally pertained to Carl and the armor worn by Tony. Of course, Tony's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed General Ross's face. In his recollection, Tony Stark was not one to be so accommodating. Indeed, before he could speak again, Tony's voice interrupted once more. "However, not at this moment. I have been quite busy and am feeling rather fatigued. General, let us arrange another time to meet." At that juncture, several searchlights illuminated the area, revealing a multitude of soldiers, aircraft, and armored vehicles. After all, General Ross had previously issued orders to gather all available forces in this location. His initial intent was to mobilize military strength against the abomination. Noticing the increased presence of soldiers, Tony contemplated taking his leave. He turned to Carl and inquired, "Mr. Superman, I believe this is not the ideal setting for a conversation. Why not visit my residence instead? I have both fine wine and lovely company awaiting." Carl raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. "Do you have red wine?" Taken aback, Tony had not anticipated this question from Carl, yet he quickly nodded. "Certainly. Whether it be Cabernet Sauvignon or Romanée-Conti, you may have as much as you desire." Carl agreed. "Well then, what are we waiting for?" In this life, Carl had developed a preference for red wine and was well aware of the two labels Tony mentioned. Romanée-Conti was reputed to be the most expensive wine in the world, a fact he had heard of in his past life. It was linked to a certain film. As for the other wine, Cabernet Sauvignon, Carl had only learned of it after his arrival in this world. It too was a remarkably costly red wine. Celebrated in America and known as the king of worship wines, reportedly fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands. Carl had indeed tasted both varieties of red wine, yet the pinnacle of excellence he had never tasted, not due to financial constraints, but rather the unavailability of such a rarity. For a time, Carl had harbored a desire to indulge, yet the inability to procure it gradually dulled his yearning. Now, upon hearing Tony mention it, Carl's interest was rekindled. Observing this, Tony nodded, saying, "Very well, let us depart at once. But wait, what if we bring him along?" Carl gestured towards the nearby green giant. Tony, acknowledging this suggestion, replied, "If you wish to, certainly." Although he had initially been reluctant to take this behemoth home, he would not deny Carl's request, especially since he himself was somewhat intrigued by the green giant, curious about how an ordinary person could transform into such a being. "Since that is settled, let us proceed," Tony declared. Carl nodded, contemplating before asking, "Do you need me to guide you?" Tony immediately declined, "I can fly on my own." "Very well." Thus, Carl supported the green giant, preparing to take their leave. At that moment, Betty, standing nearby, spoke up. "Excuse me, are you Superman?" Carl glanced at her and replied, "Yes." "What is it?" Upon hearing this, Betty quickly inquired, "Superman, what has happened to Bruce?" After all, in the minds of most, Superman epitomizes justice. Reassured, Betty felt a sense of relief. "I have merely hypnotized him. Rest assured, I will not harm him," Carl stated casually. "It is better for me to take him with me than to leave him here, is it not?" Betty, upon hearing this, glanced at the green giant and then at the surrounding soldiers. Indeed, leaving Hulk here was not a prudent choice. Suddenly, Betty implored, "Since you intend to take him, might you consider bringing me along as well? Please, Superman." "Very well," Carl responded, and then, hovering not far from Tony, he suddenly vanished, along with the green giant and Betty. Chapter 94. Reassured Betty, shocked Tony. "Superman," Tony Stark muttered, realizing they had departed. After all, he had once experienced flight with Carl, a speed forever etched in his memory. "In that case, I shall take my leave as well. I must not keep Superman waiting." After a moment of reflection, Tony addressed General Ross. "General, I am departing. If there is anything, we shall converse next time." With that, he did not wait for a reply, activating his armor. The thrusters ignited, and the Iron Man suit soared into the sky, leaving a trail of flame in its wake. "Stark! Stark!" General Ross attempted to call Tony back. Yet Tony disregarded his intent. Nearby, a soldier aimed a rocket launcher at Stark. "Halt! What are you doing?" General Ross scolded, preventing the action. The soldier, upon hearing this, dared not protest and obediently lowered the weapon. "Truly impressive," he remarked. "Tony Stark has truly created something remarkable." General Ross mused as he gazed at the glimmering light on the horizon. This evening had unfolded with an overwhelming series of events, leaving General Ross at a loss for how to conclude matters. After all, the earlier apprehension of the Hulk had already wreaked havoc upon the city, and today, the destruction wrought by the abomination was even more severe. Even Ross felt a throbbing headache from the chaos. Moreover, there was that individual who bore a striking resemblance to Superman. Was he truly Superman? He also had his daughter to consider, which caused Ross further concern. However, recalling their earlier conversation, it seemed that Betty had been taken by this purported Superman. This figure appeared to have some acquaintance with Tony Stark, which offered some reassurance regarding his daughter's safety. Although he was unable to locate Superman, finding Tony Stark would be a far simpler task. After all, as a prominent billionaire in America, Stark would not simply vanish without a trace. Furthermore, their relationship was amicable, bordering on friendship. Otherwise, Stark Industries would not have assisted them in developing the super soldier serum. Meanwhile, Carl had brought the Hulk and Betty to Tony's villa. He remained outside, waiting and enjoying the distant view of the ocean. Betty Ross stood beside the Hulk, her expression one of bewilderment as she surveyed her surroundings. With the illumination from Tony's home, she could clearly see the opulent villa by the seaside. Hadn't she just been in the city? How had she suddenly arrived at the coast? Was this a dream? She instinctively pinched herself and felt the pain, confirming that this was indeed reality. So, the Superman nearby was real as well? Taking a deep breath, Betty summoned her courage and cautiously inquired, Mr. Superman, where are we now? Unfamiliar with Carl's name, she felt it appropriate to address him as Superman, especially since Tony Stark had referred to him in the same manner. Carl glanced at her and replied, "In Tony Stark's home." Seeing no malice in Carl's demeanor, Betty felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, she had only left with Carl out of necessity. Had Bruce remained, he would likely have been taken by her father, given the multitude of soldiers in the vicinity. Even if he had not been captured, under such circumstances, Bruce would have fled, leaving her unable to see him again, which she did not wish for. Thus, Betty Ross had requested Carl to take her away. Now that she sensed Carl's amiable attitude, her tension began to dissipate. Relaxing, she spoke up again, "Mr. Superman, wasn't it just the city we were in? How did we end up at the seaside?" "I brought you here," Carl replied. Betty paused, taken aback. "But I didn't feel a thing," Carl casually remarked. "Perhaps it's because I was moving too swiftly." Moving too swiftly? Betty Ross was even more astonished. Although she was the daughter of General Ross, she was also a doctor, well-versed in various common knowledge and physics. She was acutely aware of the considerable distance from the city to the coast, and their speed of arrival was utterly astonishing. Was it 2 seconds? Or merely 1? Betty Ross was uncertain, as she had yet to register the transition before finding herself here. Such speed was truly terrifying. Moreover, she had felt no reaction whatsoever. Logically, at such a velocity, she should have felt the biting wind. How could this be? Betty Ross was bewildered, deep in contemplation about the situation. Carl, observing her, remained silent, quietly gazing at the sea. After an indeterminate amount of time, Carl looked up at the sky, where he noticed a radiant light on the horizon. The brilliance resembled a shooting star, leaving a trail in the sky. A mere mortal might have mistaken it for a meteor. However, Carl knew better. He recognized that the light was the fiery exhaust from Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Tony Stark had finally returned. Moments later, Tony Stark descended directly to the villa. He did not enter immediately, but flew over towards Carl, evidently having spotted him and the others. Coming to a halt not far from Carl, Tony called out, "Mr. Superman, what do you think? Isn't my speed impressive?" Carl glanced at him and replied, "Too slow. I've been waiting for quite some time." Tony's expression faltered at this remark. His Iron Man suit was capable of rivaling the speed of fighter jets, yet here it was deemed slow by Carl. Considering the speed at which Carl had brought him back previously, Tony conceded, "All right, by that comparison, it indeed feels quite sluggish. Let us move on." He shifted the conversation. "Miss Ross, hello." "Hello, Mr. Stark," she replied. They were acquainted, albeit not intimately. At that moment, Tony noticed a man lying on the ground beside Betty. The man appeared disheveled, seemingly in a deep slumber. With a hint of curiosity, Tony inquired, "If I may be so bold, who is that man beside you?" "This is Bruce Banner, my boyfriend." "Oh, Bruce." Tony's words faltered as realization struck him. He recalled Carl mentioning that the Green Giant's name was indeed Bruce Banner. Furthermore, he had heard Betty refer to the Hulk as Bruce. Thus, it dawned on him that, before the man before him stood the Hulk. Chapter 95, Exposure and Aftermath. This man, named Bruce Banner, was indeed the very Hulk they had spoken of. Tony found it hard to believe. Although Carl had mentioned that the Hulk was a transformation of a human, witnessing it firsthand left Tony in disbelief. He could not help but inquire, "Is this person truly the giant we just saw?" Betty nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." "Well, this is utterly insane," Tony exclaimed. "Let us discuss everything inside." With that, he soared back to the villa. Carl followed suit, while Betty struggled to carry Bruce Banner, who had already been lulled to sleep by Carl, regaining his human form. Observing this, Carl lifted Bruce and entered the villa. "Thank you," Betty said. "No need for gratitude," came the reply. Upon entering the villa, Tony had already shed his armor. Upon seeing Carl, he greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Superman, welcome, and of course, Miss Betty, along with our formidable friend." After exchanging pleasantries, Carl inquired, "Where's Ethan?" "Where has he gone?" "He mentioned he wanted to find something to do, so I arranged for him to work at my company." "He is probably sleeping at my place in New York now," Carl responded with a nod. "Well, it's not ideal to only drink. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we have a late-night snack?" Tony asked. Carl replied, "Sure, I do like some barbecue." "No problem. What about Miss Betty?" "I'll pass, thank you." "Very well." Tony nodded and instructed Jarvis. "Jarvis, order 2 servings of barbecue and 3 cheeseburgers." "Understood, sir." Thus, Carl enjoyed a late-night feast of drinks and snacks at Tony's abode. Betty, lacking an appetite, was arranged a room by Tony. The following morning, Carl returned to his own home, as it was impractical to remain at Tony's indefinitely. After breakfast and freshening up, Carl settled on the sofa, idly watching television. His brow furrowed slightly as he caught the news. Unusual events had transpired in Harlem the previous night, with numerous witnesses claiming to have seen a monstrous creature resembling a hill. The beast appeared fearsome, like a demon from the depths of hell, wreaking considerable havoc, effortlessly lifting vehicles. The television then aired footage of the abomination rampaging through the streets. Though the video was somewhat unclear, the general situation was discernible. It appeared that a bystander had recorded the events on a mobile phone. The voice of the news anchor continued, "Fortunately, there were no fatalities during last night's incident." Many reported having seen Superman and Iron Man, with that Iron Man being none other than the well-known Tony Stark. It was precisely these two unexpected heroes who vanquished the colossal monster. The television screen replayed the events of last night. The footage depicted Carl, clad in a black battle suit, soaring through the sky. Nearby, a red and gold robot could be seen, its feet continuously emitting flames, seemingly maintaining its flight. However, the visage displayed on the robot's face was unmistakably that of Tony Stark. This indicated that the red and gold robot was a suit of armor, and the individual within was none other than Tony Stark himself. Not far from the two, the monstrous figure lay motionless on the ground, its head vanished from sight. Clearly, the creature had met its demise. The clarity of the footage was remarkable, allowing for a clear view of Stark's face. Evidently, someone had employed professional equipment, and, on-site, official personnel were present. Helicopters and armored vehicles were at the ready, indicating that the authorities were privy to certain information that had not been disclosed to the general public. What precisely was the nature of the creature that the officials had besieged? Why was this information withheld from the populace? Was Superman truly the figure captured in the footage? Tony Stark? All these questions remained unanswered. Currently, our reporters have submitted a request for an interview with Stark Industries and the military. Regrettably, there has been no response. Should there be any developments, we will report them promptly. Carl gazed at the news and murmured, last night's events were captured on film. However, he felt no surprise. After all, in this day and age, anyone with a smartphone could record videos. Last night, they had been in a bustling area of the city, making it nearly impossible to avoid being filmed. Carl had little to say about being recorded. He was indifferent. He had never concealed his appearance. If he truly wished to hide, he could have simply covered his face before departure, yet he had never done so. Carl had no intention of remaining hidden. His power was formidable enough to deter any potential adversaries. Moreover, given the current circumstances, only ordinary citizens were aware of the events, rendering them even less threatening. Nonetheless, the exposure of last night's incident should bode well for Carl. After all, the footage had captured Tony quite clearly. With this incident, Stark Industries stock was bound to soar. Contemplating this, Carl glanced at the time, 9:02. The stock market had already opened. He turned on his computer to check the status of Stark Industries stock and observed that it had already surged by 10 points right at the start. It was hard to believe that the news had not influenced this rise. As time progressed, the value of Stark Industries stock would only continue to escalate. After all, the news is accompanied by video evidence. If Tony Stark were to openly acknowledge it, one could expect a meteoric rise in stock prices. However, whether or not he will make such a confession is beyond Carl's control. Yet, based on Carl's understanding of Tony, it is evident that Stark is not one to shy away from the spotlight. In a good mood, Carl decided to seek out Sky, engaging in activities he enjoys, followed by a leisurely stroll. With a smile, Carl's figure soon vanished from sight. In an office, General Ross was intently watching the news broadcast. This segment was the very same that Carl had viewed. However, in stark contrast to Carl's cheerful demeanor as he ventured out, General Ross wore a countenance darkened by frustration. Not only had he incurred the wrath of the Hulk, but this situation had also been exposed by the media. Truly, nothing seemed to go right. Chapter 96, The Helpless Ross. Rising stock prices. As General Ross continued to watch the news, his expression remained ominously grim. There seemed to be no respite from his troubles. At that moment, a major entered the room. Sir, regarding the individual suspected of being a superhero, she stated, placing a file on General Ross's desk. Carl had never concealed his face during his appearances. Upon returning, General Ross had immediately dispatched his subordinates to investigate Carl, and they had now gathered substantial information about him. Finally some good news, General Ross remarked, his demeanor slightly lifting. He instinctively picked up the file and casually inquired, is he truly a superhero? I'm not entirely certain. The major replied. However, this Carl Smith has been living in New York as an ordinary citizen. An ordinary citizen from New York? General Ross exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, stating, it seems he has been adept at concealing his true identity. Since the investigation is now complete, we should convene a task force to strategize on how to apprehend this Superman. Understood, the major acknowledged with a nod before exiting to rally personnel. General Ross then scrutinized the details in the file. Carl Smith, a New Yorker aged 25, was a super wealthy individual, with his assets estimated between $20 billion and $70 billion. He possessed significant shares in Stark Industries, Oscorp, Hammer Industries, and PIM Technologies, being a major stakeholder in each. Additionally, he owned several properties and 2 bars. 25 years ago, as General Ross perused Carl's profile, he couldn't help but utter a curse. The information revealed that Carl was akin to a financial prodigy. After inheriting his fortune, he meticulously managed his assets, multiplying his wealth over tenfold in just a few years. It posed quite a challenge for General Ross, who found himself deep in thought as he contemplated the implications of Carl's considerable wealth. Certainly, this is indeed one aspect, albeit a minor one. What truly complicates matters for him are those corporations, Stark Industries, Oscorp, and Hammer Industries. These conglomerates are colossal enterprises and have partnerships with the government on military projects. To his astonishment, Carl possesses shares in all these companies, which complicates the situation significantly. Although the data indicates that his counterparts seem to wield little actual power, the extent of their holdings is substantial. If one were to provoke this individual, these companies would likely not take the matter lightly. Furthermore, Hammer Industries maintains a close relationship with various governmental departments. Even General Ross cannot act recklessly under these circumstances. This predicament leaves one feeling utterly helpless. General Ross muttered under his breath, lamenting the potential loss of what seems to be a superhuman entity that cannot be utilized for research. What a pity. With a long sigh, General Ross succumbed to his worries. He had initially believed that the Major would bring good news, but now it appeared otherwise. At that moment, the Major entered the room. Upon seeing the Major, General Ross felt even more disheartened, his displeasure evident. What is it? He inquired. General, all relevant personnel have assembled. We can proceed to the war room to commence the operational meeting regarding Carl Smith, the Major reported. An operational meeting? Lost in his discontent, Ross recalled his earlier words. He irritably replied, forget it. What are we convening for? Remove Carl Smith from the list of operational targets. From now on, we must approach any events related to this individual with utmost caution. The Major was momentarily taken aback. Just recently, General Ross had explicitly stated his intention to confront Carl Smith and had even mentioned convening an operational meeting. How could he have changed his stance so drastically in such a short time? What is this? General Ross's expression hardened. Quickly disperse those people. Let them attend to their own matters. Yes, sir, the Major promptly nodded in agreement. Although the General's abrupt change in attitude left her perplexed, she recognized that General Ross was, after all, a general. His word was law, and a mere Major had neither the authority nor the audacity to question his orders. Just as the Major was about to leave, General Ross called her back. She paused, turned around, and respectfully inquired, General, is there something else you need? Do not let those in the war room leave just yet. Since they are all gathered, let them ponder how to explain yesterday's debacle to the public, General Ross instructed. So that was the matter at hand. Understood, the Major quickly affirmed. With no further instructions from General Ross, she exited the office. Meanwhile, Carl was joyfully strolling through the streets with Skye, and that evening, he stayed over at her home. For several consecutive days, Carl had been attentively monitoring the stock of Stark Industries. As he had anticipated, on the night the abomination made its appearance, someone captured the visage of Tony Stark. Consequently, Stark Industries stock value surged dramatically. The funds Carl had recently invested yielded a staggering profit of over $100 billion. However, what took Carl by surprise was the unanticipated revelation of his identity. It remained uncertain whether it was the astute online sleuths, the vested interests of the stock market, or perhaps a clandestine leak from within Stark Industries that had divulged this information. That night, alongside Tony Stark, there was a suspected superhuman presence, which turned out to be Carl Smith, a major shareholder of Stark Industries. In no time, a significant portion of the American populace became acquainted with his name. Indeed, the rise in Stark Industries stock was intrinsically linked to this revelation. Carl found this turn of events rather unexpected. He had not anticipated such a situation. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it excessively. Exposure was merely exposure, and it was not of monumental significance. However, two of his girlfriends did reach out, curious about the developments. After all, they were unaware of Carl's acquisition of superpowers and expressed a desire to meet him. Naturally, Carl acquiesced to their request. That evening, while strolling outdoors with Skye, an unfamiliar call came through. He answered casually, "Hello? Greetings, is this Mr. Superman?" The voice seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, Carl quickly deduced that it belonged to Tony Stark. When he had acquired his shares, he had provided his phone number. So it was only natural that Tony would be able to reach him. "Tony? Indeed, it is I," came the surprised response. "Mr. Superman, you actually know my phone number?" "I suppose so," Carl replied. Possessing the template of a silver Superman, Carl's cognitive abilities were exceptionally sharp, making the task of identifying voices a trivial matter. Tony, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words.